Chapter 1. The Wishing System. Who are you? Did you bring me into this world merely to be reborn as an infant? A newborn baby, upon opening his eyes for the first time, proclaimed loudly. In reality, all others heard was a cry. However, his exclamation quickly caught the attention of a woman, who promptly scooped him up, unfastened her garment, and began to nurse him, saying, "I wonder who could be so heartless as to abandon a child still dependent on milk. Little Lin, your father and mother are truly cruel. Leaving only a note stating your name is Wang Lin, by the way. Where do you hail from? Are you hungry? Andy will ensure you are well fed. Go away. Leave me be. How could a man of stature like me Mwamua?" The woman chuckled. "It seems you are genuinely hungry. You are no longer crying or fussing." A man stood at the doorway, remarking, "Indeed, but this child has quite the vocal prowess. His cries could startle the birds in a flight. Ha ha ha. Our village is destined to witness the rise of a great figure." "Indeed, my beloved husband speaks the truth." The woman laughed in agreement. As the infant nursed, he listened to their laughter, pondering, "Ah, yes, this is the essence of it. Such laughter truly embodies the spirit of pirates. It seems I have genuinely arrived in the world of One Piece. Alas, how weary I am. Can an infant think without strain? Truly, the child has fallen asleep. Let us step outside. We haven't caught any fish today. Don't be lazy now." In his dreams, the baby smacked his lips, revealing a sweet smile. On this island, aptly named Joy and Hope Dreams HD, a future legend was blissfully growing. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. A young boy was diligently practicing his punches and kicks by the seaside, while cursing, "Damn it, what purpose does being here serve? Can I truly rectify my regrets this way?" By this age, Luffy could probably take on 10 of me. Do not be so lacking in confidence. He truly can. Just take away that can't. The boy was startled, but quickly realized that individuals born into the pirate world might possess a certain resilience. "Is that you? Where are you? You promised to bring me here to help me amend my regrets." From a distance, a person cooking looked at the child, who was once again shouting animatedly, and joyfully remarked, "What an energetic young lad." Indeed, indeed. A wise family is fortunate. This child is bound to achieve greatness. Ha! You shouldn't say such things that might make me unhappy. Ha ha. A collective thought of "you certainly do not appear unhappy" floated above their heads. Yet, the child remained oblivious. His mind was solely focused on one thing. "System? Is it you? Speak to me. I've read countless tales about this." Respond swiftly. "Very well, little Wang Lin, I shall answer you." The child: "Am I truly so easily deceived? Speak plainly. Are you really a system? What did you just give me? Invincibility? Or perhaps invincibility? All right, I shan't jest any longer. Who would have thought that this world could affect one's character? No, perhaps it is just children who are like this. To be frank, what you are experiencing is a consciousness awakening. What I provided you with can indeed be regarded as a system. Its current function is to alert you to the unfolding timeline of this world, the progression of events. You may choose whether to intervene or not. As for the essence that flowed into your body, it is a nun seed from the hunter world, a special type. You should be aware of its significance. Yes? With this seed, you will primarily harness the special type, and with effort, you may achieve mastery in other types as well. You may refer to this system as the wishing stone. In addition to the functions you are familiar with, it possesses a unique ability. Wishing the conditions will be revealed later. Do explore it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin sensed that the entity was about to depart and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, are you leaving? Can't you just elevate my nun to its maximum level directly? Isn't that how it works? Little friend, do you consider a castle in the air to be secure? Is a result without a process truly what you desire? If marriage were merely for a fleeting moment of pleasure, why not seek out a courtesan? Well, I must take my leave. I have pressing matters. Strive to create a grand era. I, too, am a fan of pirates." You're leaving? Wang Lin noticed that the system, which had previously shone brightly in his heart, had dimmed. Now, it appeared to be a pale orb of light. Wang Lin realized that the mysterious figure had indeed departed, yet he could still sense the nun seed within him. After examining the orb of light within his heart, he leapt up in joy, and after a moment of excitement, he sat by the sea, beginning to attune himself to the system. The system responded in kind. "Hello, host. I hope we shall collaborate harmoniously in the future." Wow, how intelligent. Very well, Let's work together. Now, tell me about your functionalities. All right, shall I proceed? No, wait. Others can view directly. I want to see as well unless I inquire. I should be able to view it whenever I wish. Is that acceptable? Wang Lin timidly asked, as children are wont to do. Very well. No problem. So how shall we address each other? Aren't you supposed to call me host? And when I need something, you'll just say system, correct? Agreed. No issue, host. Yes, system. System, I wish to see now. Understood, host. Then, in Wang Lin's eyes, appeared information visible only to him. Host. Wang Lin, human lifespan, 10,100. Ability. None, primary special type, undeveloped. System functions. 1 wishing passive. Self-use when an event strongly impacts the host at the cost of a price. A wish may be made if the conditions are met. The wish is granted. Note. The cost can be borne by oneself or another. 2 wishing active. Others use when someone makes a wish to the host. The host may choose whether to assist should the host bear the cost. It is halved. 3 compulsory command. Each time the host upgrades the system, a compulsory command is granted as the system exists due to the host. 1 is gifted compulsory command. 1 usage. All wishes must not exceed the power limits of this world. Otherwise, they are ineffective. Once a cost is incurred, it is non-refundable. Upgrade conditions. Sacrifice of a devil fruit. User accumulate 1,000 points to enhance to the first level current level. 101,000. Note. 1 fruit sacrifices are graded. High, medium, low. With subdivisions, 2 devil fruit users are assessed by their development level. 3 paramecia type fruits are calculated separately. Point calculation. Fruit types. 1 Logia type, 10 points. Upper grade fruits, add 2 points. 2 Zoan type. Ancient 8 points. Carnivore 57 points. Herbivore 15 points. Legendary 912 points, including 2 weight. 3 Paramecia type. Assimilation 18 points. Rubber, spring, etc. Creation 18 points. Cookie, push-pull, etc. Control 2 10 points. Flotation, gravity, etc. Law 5 12 points. Luck, childlike, time, etc. Note. Except for 1 and 2, all fruits are Paramecia type. For those who have consumed, points are based on the awakening level, adding weight to the original fruit score. High awakening, 5 eternal effect, meaning at any time or place, even in unconsciousness, the fruit's effects persist. No one has achieved this. Intermediate awakening, 3 Devil's Domain can alter reality and affect others. Basic awakening, 1 Devil's Domain only affects the user unless confronted by high awakening or superior fruit ability. The user remains undefeated. Artificial fruits, special. All artificially created fruits are scored based on basic attributes. For example, dragon, elephant, lion, tiger, etc., with scores ranging from 510, no weight applied. The child had no comprehension of this. The young Wang Lin was drooling, lost in fantasies. Chapter 2. Vow. I shall leave no regrets in my life. Having perused this information, Wang Lin found himself sniffling, then wiped his nose and inhaled deeply. System. Why does it only speak of you? I have but a name and an unrefined ability. Speak honestly. Are you truly my system? Host, you are still young. Hence your abilities are limited. As you acquire more, things will improve. For instance, the Navy's martial arts and swordsmanship are distinctive traits of this world. Wang Lin continued, but that is all in the future. What about now? Perhaps I should make a wish? What do you think? Upon hearing this, the system quickly replied, Host, there is no need to make a wish. Your current costs cannot be met. Moreover, do not hastily employ compulsory commands. You will understand in due time. Do you not possess Nin? If you develop and refine this ability, you can create from nothing, just as in Greed Island, where even the great archangel who can resurrect the dead can be conjured. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin tilted his head, then chuckled. You make a valid point, but I still wish to start learning both together right now. And don't forget hockey. That makes 3. The system fell silent for a moment before speaking. How about this? You make a wish, and the price for that wish is that you will wet the bed until you turn 18. I shall grant you your request. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. After all, bedwetting was something everyone experienced at some point, and he immediately agreed. Host, did you not even listen to what wish you are about to make before consenting? Wang Lin chuckled. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Right? Thus, after 2 consecutive nights of bedwetting, one fine morning, while washing himself by the seaside, Wang Lin awakened as a naval soldier curiously. This soldier happened to be versed in the 6 forms of naval combat, although he only mastered the basics. It was rather fortuitous that he imparted these skills to Wang Lin, however, on the very day after the teachings, while returning to the naval base. A sea creature devoured him. What transpired after that was a mystery to Wang Lin. His wish, akin to cheating, was facilitated by the system, granting a soldier who should have perished at the hands of a sea creature a few extra days of life. It was unlikely that the system would ever divulge this to Wang Lin. The days of training were both tumultuous and drab. As he grew older, the shyness that had once eluded him now became apparent. In the forest, he constructed a makeshift dwelling and adopted the habit of sleeping in the nude, devoid of blankets or bedding. Time flew by, and soon young Wang Lin would approach his 18th birthday. System, is it fair to deceive me when I was merely a 10-year-old child, still naive and unaware? Can you tell me, is this just? As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, unbidden. After wiping them away, he continued his lament. Do you have any idea how everyone mocks me? Even Xiao Hua has begun to disdain me. Host, Xiao Hua's disdain likely stems from the fact that you no longer leave her any bones after your meals, while previously you would spare some. Remember, as long as you provide a dog with bones, it will wag its tail in joy, but if you keep hoarding its food, it will have no choice but to leave you to avoid starvation. I refuse to listen. Tell me, how will you compensate me? System, feigning ignorance will not suffice. System, you took advantage of my youthful innocence, forcing me to pay such a heavy price. If you possess even a shred of conscience, you should mend my wounded spirit. System, I am not human, I lack a conscience. You are truly ruthless. Wang Lin found himself at a loss for words in his frustration with the system. Dressing himself, he resumed his daily routine. Waking up, washing, fishing, returning to his adoptive parents' home for meals, training, eating with intermittent breaks, possibly right after waking, training, late-night barbecues, bathing, undressing, and sleeping. At last, I am 18. System, can you now reveal the timeline we discussed earlier? Please hold on. It is now the year 1498 of the Sea-Round calendar. The Pirate King will be executed this year. In 2 years, Spandane will issue a massacre order against Robin, aged 8, in her homeland O'Hara at this time. Ace will be born, the Golden Lion will escape from prison, and Shanks, age 17, will visit Usopp's island to recruit his father as a crew member. Meanwhile, Robin will be wanted, and Brooke will remain isolated on the ghost ship. Here are the major events of the coming 2 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin began to contemplate deeply. With my current abilities, as you would say, I've already made significant progress. I am merely 2 steps away from reaching the pinnacle. Specifically, I am on par with the average members of the Spider organization. My mastery of the 6 forms has greatly improved under the guidance of my cultivation, especially in techniques like finger gun, iron block, and paper drawing. With such prowess, I should be able to venture out into the world, right? Wouldn't you agree? If not, I can still utilize that compulsory command, correct? The system will not interfere with the host's actions to eliminate regrets. Please make your own decision. With this affirmative response, Wang Lin hurried back to his adoptive parents' home, declaring, Father, Mother, I wish to set sail. I have come to bid you farewell and seek your permission to embark on my journey. Ha ha, cough cough. His adoptive father chuckled heartily before breaking into a fit of coughing. Wang Lin rushed over, gently patting his father's back, channeling a pure, healing energy that swept through him. Ha ha, it's all right now. My son is indeed remarkable. Whenever I feel unwell, a touch from you makes it better. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Ho ho ho, silly husband, our son can swim. How could he possibly be a devil fruit user? Have you forgotten what his naval instructor said? A sheen of sweat broke out on Wang Lin's forehead. He had not noticed it before, but now, hearing the unique laughter of this world felt strangely awkward. Not everyone laughed in such a manner. Those who did were often formidable individuals in his memories. Yet, after years of observation, he recognized that his parents were simply ordinary fishermen from a humble village. Wang Lin chuckled helplessly. Mom and Dad, with laughter like that, it would be a waste not to become a Navy officer or a pirate. His words seemed to strike a chord with both of them, prompting another round of hearty laughter. Now, He merely had to wait for their laughter to subside before continuing. Once the laughter died down, he resumed. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, do you have any objections? The foster mother gently remarked, my son has grown up. It is time for him to venture out into the world. Do not worry about us. The neighbors on the island will lend a helping hand whenever needed. Ho, ho, ho. Son, the spirit of a man is as vast as the ocean. How could one remain confined to an island for a lifetime? Unless, of course, there's a woman involved. Ho, ho, ho. As the old man finished his words, his wife joined in their customary hearty laughter, showering Wang Lin with affectionate teasing, casting a glance at the small island that had nurtured him for 18 years, as well as the homes of his parents and the other residents. Wang Lin suddenly felt a pang of unease. What if I leave and encounter pirates? This is not the East Sea, where Garp's presence provides a sense of security. This is the West Sea, and the grand age of exploration is upon us that I in such times. Where can one find peace? System, is it possible for my thoughts to manifest a space that I can enter at will, and that only those I permit may access under certain conditions? Host abilities are insufficient. Then what if I were to add a forced wish? That would be excessively wasteful. Wang Lin chuckled softly and said, I came to this world to avoid regrets. In the past, within the pages of manga, I was haunted by various unfulfilled aspirations, believing I could at least wait until their conclusion. Who would have thought that even that was a distant dream? After the Marineford War, where would they ultimately find themselves? Eiichiro Oda is far too slow. Thus, since that great being has granted me a second chance at life and brought me to this world, what reason do I have to live contrary to my own desires? Moreover, if I am to amend my regrets, it must be on a grand scale, impacting the entire world, if I do not possess the audacity to gamble everything from the outset. How can I even speak of leaving no regrets? Today, in this world, I vow. In this grand age of exploration, I shall not allow any regrets I wish to avoid to manifest again. Even if it means destroying the world to achieve this goal, I will obliterate anyone or anything that brings me regret. Therefore, I require a sanctuary to protect the beauty I cherish. Let it begin. I, Wang Lin, hereby command. Once I have fully constructed a dimensional space that serves as both my initial and final home, that space must exist. Settings. 1. That the space contains a portal visible only to the islanders and myself. Situated within the system, it exists in both reality and the ethereal realm, allowing its inhabitants to enjoy the sunlight and air of this world. Point 2. This portal can lead to the outside world. 3. Islanders wishing to return home can do so at any time through the portal at what they believe to be their original location. Point 4. The space is capable of growth, providing future inhabitants or entities with a place to thrive. 5. Should an enemy discover the space and attempt to enter forcibly, they must defeat me and kill me. Point 6. Upon my death, the dimensional space will immediately depart this realm, journeying to the side of the great being who brought me here. Notably, the 6th point supersedes all other settings and is irreversible. Even its creator cannot alter it. Commence execution. With that, Wang Lin began to utilize his transformation and manifestation abilities to their fullest extent to create this space, ultimately incorporating enhancement techniques to bolster its strength. Simultaneously, the system emitted a mechanical voice. Obeying your will, an incomprehensible yet magnificent force descended, infusing the newly formed space that enveloped the island. The space began to expand, becoming increasingly ethereal, gradually disappearing from the eyes of the world. The island remained, but no one could see it anymore. Only Wang Lin, from the outside, could gaze upon it at the very moment Wang Lin made his vow. On a distant ship in the West Sea, far from Wang Lin's island, a young man with red hair turned his head, murmuring such potent and unique conqueror's haki. Chapter 3. Setting sail towards the dawn of a new era, Wang Lin lay languidly on the beach, as a few sand crabs strutted about, waving their pincers in defiance before him. He had not anticipated such exertion. It exceeded his expectations. Now he felt utterly drained and in need of sustenance that moment. The system regained its human-like demeanor and remarked, have you come to understand the limits of this world? Were it not for your use of powers from another realm combined with your own, your wishes would be futile. Wang Lin paid no heed to this. only saying, "I feel as though I could consume a sea king. What do you suppose would happen if I wished for a splendid feast? You possess nothing at present to make a wish. If you could only return to the carefree spirit of your childhood." Haha, I am merely jesting. Is there no less humiliating cost for such wishes? I wish to try. A dawn of realization washed over Wang Lin. He gazed at the ocean and then at the smoke rising from the island's hearth. No, a man must not return home, starve before even embarking on his journey. That would be even more disgraceful. Wang Lin, you must think carefully. Returning home would add another tale to your life-esque narrative. You must endure. Wang Lin repeatedly reminded himself of the consequences of retreating. Stubbornly staring into the sea, I wonder if there is even a trace of nutritional substance in this air. I shall draw it in. Ah, I am so full, Wang Lin exclaimed, letting out a long, embarrassing belch that sent him floating off into the sea. A swordfish, sensing provocation, began a race with this impolite intruder. It triumphed, overtaking him in less than 10 seconds. The fish swam back, perhaps casting a disdainful glance at Wang Lin, who instantly understood its message. Underestimating me. Was I competing with you? But before he could finish his thought, the swordfish darted away. Wang Lin floated aimlessly on the water surface, gazing up at the sky. Although he lacked strength, being a long-time inhabitant of this world and born a fisherman, he effortlessly adopted a passive approach, simply drifting with the current. Hey, that kid floating in the sea, are you still alive? A distant voice wafted through the wind, reaching Wang Lin's ears. With no energy to engage with a stranger, he merely moved his arms slightly, signaling for them to guess his condition. Still alive? Huh. Just wait. I will haul you up, came the jovial reply. Before long, Wang Lin found himself unceremoniously pulled aboard a small sailboat with a rough rope tied around him. He scanned his surroundings, rolling his eyes as he looked up at the person above him. The sunlight streamed directly onto this individual, casting them in shadow, rendering their features indistinct. However, from the edges of the silhouette, he discerned certain characteristics. Red hair, male. Beyond that, he could see nothing as he lacked the strength to lift his head. It seems that the notion of air being insufficient for sustenance remains unchallenged, Wang Lin thought regretfully. Suddenly, he found himself staring directly into the eyes of the person above him, resulting in an awkward moment of mutual gaze. The man asked, "Kid, are you hungry?" Wang Lin nodded. "Perfect, I am hungry too. Wait a moment, I'll catch a fish." With that, he dove into the water with a splash. Moments later, a wave surged forth and receded. Wang Lin's vision was obscured by a shadow. "Here, just eat it. It's inconvenient to start a fire," the man said, presenting him with a large piece of pristine white meat. Fresh Sea King sashimi, a delicacy. Wang Lin was all too familiar with the quality of this flesh, as he had often kept it on hand during his training yum, yum, yum. He devoured the human-sized portion within a minute, feeling invigorated. Wang Lin sat up and finally recognized the figure behind the shadow. He lunged forward in a swift motion. Meanwhile, the man on the small boat stared in astonishment as Wang Lin consumed the food voraciously, akin to a silkworm devouring mulberry leaves. After just over an hour, the Sea King was no more, and with a full belly, Wang Lin struggled to stand, closing his eyes. Vital energy absorption, he silently chanted, simultaneously activating his cultivation technique to absorb the vital energy, and nutrients. The meat in his stomach was digested with a fervor akin to combustion, leaving behind minimal waste. Perhaps this was the reason why. Despite the presence of numerous gluttons in this world, cities were not filled with filth. Wang Lin plunged headlong into the sea, cleansing the bloodstains from his body before resurfacing that it was only then that he discerned the identity of the young man who had rescued him, a youth with fiery red hair. A rope tied around his neck, and a yellow straw hat peeking from behind, he was armed with a watermelon knife at his waist and donned wooden clogs upon his feet. A faint smile graced Wang Lin's lips as he thought to himself, who would have imagined that amidst the western sea, he would encounter Shanks, who had emerged from the same waters, appearing rather youthful and innocent. "Hey, kid, you've devoured all the fish I caught. How rude. I shall challenge you to a duel." The still youthful Shanks lacked the vastness of spirit akin to the ocean. Yet who among us has not been young? Reflecting on this, he addressed the future Yonko before him. "I am 18 this year. and judging by your appearance, you can't be older than 15. Even if I am mistaken, you're at most my age. You are the one being rude, red-haired boy. He mused. You must be 15. Don't think I'm unaware. Shanks panicked, realizing his age had been revealed. Oh no, they've figured me out. I must maintain my facade. It would be so embarrassing otherwise. Wang Lin shook his head, pointing out the flaw. I say, little brother, when you ponder in your heart. Do not let your mouth echo those thoughts. I can hear you. Shanks was alarmed. What? Can they perceive my inner thoughts? Is it a refined form of observation hockey? Wang Lin couldn't help but deliver a playful strike to Shanks' head. A noticeable bump swiftly formed on Shanks' forehead, causing him to tear up from the pain. You, how dare you ambush me? Ouch, what kind of attack was that? Where's my armament hockey? Oh, that technique was merely a blend of iron finger strikes, enhanced with a modicum of power and intent, a rather rudimentary application. I must say that by the way, I previously mentioned that voicing your thoughts will expose your vulnerabilities. Little brother. Wang Lin patiently imparted his worldview to the young pirate he had grown fond of, acknowledging that some traits are inherent in many individuals in this world. Some can change, while others remain steadfast. Indeed, before him stood someone capable of change. Shanks stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, I understand. Thank you for the wake-up call. Senior, IT was a bit harsh, but I shall learn from this. After sitting down, he continued, It seems I currently cannot match your strength. However, both the captain and vice captain have praised my exceptional talent. You've let it slip again. Kid, a comical vision of a stacked meat bun appeared on Shanks' forehead, right above his brow, akin to the third eye of Erlang Shun. Along their journey, Wang Lin consistently corrected Shanks' poor habits, and upon discovering their destination, Shanks felt a wave of despair. Yet, the silver lining was that his thoughts would not be so readily exposed anymore. Shanks, let us hasten our pace. We must reach the island sooner to bid farewell to Captain Roger. Wang Lin declared. Roger, I am coming to die at the hands of the world government is a disgrace to you. Let me be the one to etch your life's conclusion. Shanks was taken aback. Striving to mentally convey such an imposing conqueror's hockey, it possesses both warmth and chilling intent. Chapter 4. One Piece. Roger, may your journey be smooth. Lobetown, the place where it all officially began. The birthplace of the legendary adventurer and pirate king. Soon to meet his demise, Wang Lin arrived, accompanied by his small companion, the future red-haired Shanks. Throughout their journey, Shanks increasingly sensed the extraordinary nature of the person before him, particularly in terms of combat prowess. He had always believed himself formidable, having risen from being a mere intern on the Pirate King's ship to becoming a crew member. Without genuine skill, he would have long since become fish food. Hey, Brother Lin, please teach me about that hockey thing. I feel like I'm on the verge of understanding it. Initially, Wang Lin was non-committal to Shanks' request. However, as time passed, he recognized a troubling pattern. The people of this world seemed to lack a keen understanding of hockey. Even after Wang Lin had sown the seeds of enhancement hockey within Shanks, they had yet to germinate. Wang Lin, growing impatient, remarked, We've tried numerous times. Perhaps the timing is simply not right. When the moment arrives, you may grasp it, but he then shifted the conversation, asking, You mentioned that I awakened my conqueror's hockey, correct? I've confirmed it, and I believe I can analyze its principles. Now, tell me about observation and armament hockey. Are there any tricks to it? Shanks sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I'm not really sure about that either. Wang Lin furrowed his brows, internally scoffing. You little rascal, do you take me for a fool? Conqueror's hockey is your birthright, but without observation and armament hockey, how do you intend to confront Kaido? Are you trying to keep something hidden? With a grin, Wang Lin jested, One day, while you're asleep. You might let slip your dreams. Remember, whatever you say in dreams is true. Shanks' expression shifted as he stammered. What did I say? Wang Lin, having struck a nerve, confidently replied, You said that once you mastered hockey, combined with the 3 types of hockey and your swordsmanship, you'd be able to teach your brother Lin a lesson. Kid, I want to hold it against you, but you're the one trying to be clever with me. Today, if you don't reveal the tricks of observation and armament hockey, I'll strip you of your pants and spank you in front of the residents of Lobetown. Tell me, are you afraid? Wang Lin taunted, adopting a humorous tone akin to those with peculiar quirks in this world, combining a mischievous smile with an embarrassing proposition. Shanks trembled, stuttering. Can we at least keep it to just the men? Absolutely not. It won't just be men. Women and children will witness the spectacle as well. Who knows? Even your captain might say, how white? Now, I ask you, will you speak? Shank's imagination ran wild, conjuring an image of Wang Lin before him, where a dark overlord was mercilessly spanking a handsome young man. Drawing a crowd? No, that cannot happen. Shanks bellowed, looking earnestly at Wang Lin and declaring, I believe it's best to tell you, we are such good friends. After all, wouldn't you agree? Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Thus, over the next 2 days, Shanks earnestly imparted the secrets of martial cultivation gleaned from his captain, vice captain, and fellow crew members, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked. He was uncertain whether he had divulged anything else in his dreams related to training. Having mastered and recorded the training methods, Wang Lin refrained from teasing the red-haired youth. To ensure a pleasant reunion in the future, he decided to treat Shanks to a fine meal. During dinner, he inquired, Shanks, tomorrow is Roger's execution day. What are your plans? Well, that is the captain's will. We shall respect his decision. We are merely here to see him off. There will be no action taken. Hearing words he had anticipated, Wang Lin hastily finished his meal. After settling the bill, he pulled Shanks along, saying, Let us move quickly. Why? Shanks asked, bewildered. The money is fake, a mere illusion called lightweight. A form of hockey application. To be honest, I have little interest in money, so I currently possess not a single coin. Now let us go. Run! Shanks stood there wide-eyed and innocent before realizing, oh no, the red-haired guy and the one with the counterfeit money are in cahoots. What? Oh dear, I'm such an idiot. I must have touched him when I helped him up. He had nothing. Slapping his forehead, he quickly fled the scene. Upon returning to the inn, he glared at Wang Lin in displeasure. Oh, come now, don't dwell on such trivial amusements. Life is too mundane. It requires a little spice. Now let us rest. Tomorrow we must see him off. With that, he shoved Shanks out the door and collapsed in a bed. Awakening in the morning, the air was thick with somberness and oppression. Wang Lin sensed powerful auras converging upon the island. Unrelated to observation hockey, he could perceive the essence of every living being within the realm of hockey. In this world, true strength was often manifested through the palpable display of hockey. The essence of thought can unveil truths and prevent one's energy from dissipating into the external world, allowing for stealth during moments of tranquility when enemies remain oblivious. After finishing breakfast, Shanks walked along the road with a somber expression alongside Wang Lin. This time. The streets were teeming with people, all gathered on either side of the central thoroughfare. Soldiers vigilantly maintained the flow of traffic. Look, Shanks, someone remarked, your captain, yearning to be a triumphant sovereign, is about to ascend his throne at that moment. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, and Wang Lin's soft words easily reached Shanks's ears. Indeed, he is a king. As a successor, should you not display a bit more courage? We must send him off shortly. The crowd watched as Roger took one step after another towards the elevated platform. Time was running out, and Wang Lin took action in a swift motion. He activated the shave and moonwalk techniques, appearing atop the platform and kicking 2 executioners off it. The crowd stirred with excitement, believing a rescue was underway. Roger gazed at the unfamiliar young man and inquired, Young man, my life has reached its end. Allow me to take my final steps. The spark must not be extinguished. The truth cannot be buried. Yet the words spoken by the individual before Roger bewildered him. Is this truly your wish? Fear not. Wait a moment. I shall see you off shortly. I will not allow a king to kneel before this wretched regime. Stand tall, Pirate King Joel, thought Roger. Wang Lin then addressed the entire assembly and the photographers below, declaring the inherited will of generations, the tides of time, the aspirations of humanity. None of these can be stifled by violence. As long as people continue to seek the answer to freedom, this will never cease. Now, let us listen to the words of this man who once possessed everything in the world as he shares his final moments with us. With that, he shattered Roger's shackles and proclaimed, Pirate King, speak your truth boldly, as a king should, for the world to hear. Roger, feeling a significant relief in his body, inhaled deeply, and bellowed to the world the words that would echo for years to come. Wealth, fame, power. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, come and claim it. Search for it. I have hidden everything in this world. One Piece is the place you seek. Pursue freedom. Surpass all. Under the banner of conviction. Go forth. The execution ground erupted in fervor, and those future luminaries began plotting their destinies. The clown buggy was moved to tears, while Shanks concealed his eyes beneath his straw hat, equally overwhelmed. Others, such as Mihawk and Doflamingo, appeared either perplexed or sinister. However, a woman caught Wang Lin's attention, and as he committed her appearance to memory, he was about to speak. Silence. Joel D. Roger. Have you forgotten your promise? A spirited middle-aged man stepped forward. Kong, I have spoken my piece. I shall honor our agreement and die here today. As a rival. Is this face not worth showing me? Wang Lin added, Indeed, this esteemed hero that I will not disrupt the execution. However, I cannot allow Roger to perish at the hands of the world government. So, Pirate King, are you prepared? Roger chuckled heartily, saying, Young man, you possess great spirit. You have made quite the impression. Your future will be extraordinary. Wang Lin replied, Oh, please do not say that. I simply cannot bear to see someone of your stature meet such a disgraceful END. As for the rest. Ha ha ha. Let them come. At that moment, Wang Lin paused as he received a notification from his system. Host, special event triggered. Hall of Heroes established. Sacrifice the Pirate King Joel D. Roger to allow his soul to enter the Hall of Heroes. The host will gain the ability to listen to all things, further awakening through the development of thought. Wang Lin then addressed Roger, Joel D. Roger, the great Pirate King. If your journey has concluded, then I shall send you from this world. Roger turned to his crew below and said, My comrades, I am departing. Do not blame this young man. I am quite satisfied with his actions. He then nodded to Wang Lin. Wang Lin gazed earnestly at Roger and said, We have yet to be introduced. My name is Wang Lin. It is an honor to meet you. Safe travels. With that, he pressed a hand down, initiating the sacrifice in his heart, activating his thought ability. And based on the principles of enhancement and transformation along with a mission, he extinguished Roger's existence. Only the fading echo of Roger's sentiment, I am honored as well, lingered in the air, gradually dissipating. Ultimately, Roger's presence vanished entirely. Roger's head would not become a trophy for the world government. Well then, Joel D. Roger has departed. However, his spirit will endure to go forth and seek the treasures he left behind for all of you. Wang Lin proclaimed loudly before swiftly leaving, vanishing from sight. Yet, just as he reached the port, a man blocked his path. Chapter 5. An imminent clash. Wang Lin found himself obstructed, though the individuals did not present themselves directly. The overwhelming aura emanating from them was unmistakable. Among them was one he recognized, the previously determined Carp, intent on halting Roger. This was troublesome. It was Carp in his prime. The others, radiating chilling and fiery presences, were undoubtedly the Vice Admirals Akiji and Akano. Wang Lin calmly assessed the situation. His right hand subtly moving, he pressed his thumb against his index finger, producing a crisp sound before whispering, Oath and contract. Condition, when faced with an insurmountable foe and unable to flee. Achieved. The whisper echoed like a devil's murmur, and an icy killing intent enveloped the entirety of Rogo Island, leaving its inhabitants feeling as though they were submerged in freezing water. He then declared, constrained, solidify. This surge of energy became visible to those who had yet to master hockey. The aura, originating from Wang Lin, spread across the entire island. Those preparing to leave found themselves unable to escape, though it appeared that nothing obstructed them. Striking with a fist revealed a painful reality. On the other side, Shanks sensed the chilling aura immediately and realized something was amiss. He vaguely recalled the individual who had once sailed with him mentioning this ability. The simplest way to discern whether this power posed a threat was to gauge the feeling of danger within that moment. His instinct screamed that death was imminent. Meanwhile, those around him displayed pale faces, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. This is bad. Something monumental has occurred. Wang Lin is about to unleash indiscriminate slaughter. On Wang Lin's end, he snapped his middle finger again, murmuring, "Oath and contract. Condition. When the first condition is activated and no coercive commands remain, restrain all who could be confined." Achieved. Just as he prepared to activate the third condition, the seasoned carp launched a punch toward him. Caught off guard and unable to employ his unique methods, Wang Lin was forced into a defensive stance that he retaliated with a punch of his own, channeling all his energy into a defense that combined solidification, concentration, and entanglement, reinforcing it with the years of training he had undergone, that he released the accumulated killing intent built up from countless battles against both small and large sea creatures, enveloping his fist in this lethal energy. In an instant, their fists collided. The scene fell eerily silent, as if time and space had been frozen, before erupting into a violent explosion. Wang Lin's arm bent back as he was propelled away. Seemingly fractured, yet his fingers remained mobile, that he altered his approach, performing a rapid sequence akin to playing a piano. After finishing, he declared, "Oath and contract, special condition, when attacked first by an enemy exceeding my strength. Skip the remaining conditions and enter the oath phase. Activated." Boom! This time, the aura intensified further, and Wang Lin's arm began to restore itself. His bloodied body rapidly healed. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, "Oath! My life shall not be marred by regrets. Given the current situation, surrounded by multiple hostile entities, I am in violation of my oath. Activation of Enhancement 1000. Cost: 10 years of life. Upon slaying the first individual, I shall forfeit that. Upon eliminating all, the contract shall conclude. The abilities of all slain will be sacrificed, their souls serving as nourishment for the elixir. The arrival of the endless killing space." Upon hearing Wang Lin utter these words, the crowd was initially bewildered, particularly given the presence of 3 formidable experts from the Navy, who felt entirely secure. However, as the phrase "endless killing space" escaped the lips of one of the targets they were attempting to apprehend, not only did their confidence waver, but even Carp became serious. He shook his slightly aching hand, muttering, "What a nostalgic feeling this is. I never expected your attack power to be so formidable that it causes my fists to ache." At this moment, Wang Lin activated the first phase of his oath and contract. As long as he refrained from making a move, there remained a chance for redemption. In response to Carp's words, he remarked, "Old man, you're quite impressive. The moment I realized you were tracking and surrounding me, I knew I was no match for you. Hence, I must fight with all my might. Currently, we are in the first phase. If I cannot eliminate my enemies now, I will have no choice but to directly initiate the second phase, subsequently escalating to the third. This is the most significant phase I could develop at present, and it should be capable of annihilating all life on this island, be it human or otherwise. Oh dear, the youth of today are indeed terrifying." A man clad in a yellow striped suit approached. Unmistakably the yellow ape who had earlier emitted a faint glimmer to his surprise. He had also arrived. The green pheasant stepped forward, questioning, "If you possess such confidence, why disclose it to us?" Wang Lin smiled, replying, "There's no other way. The activation process must proceed thus. I am quite helpless in this regard." The irascible red dog scoffed. "Do you think that uttering such words will intimidate us? The justice of the Navy will never waver, even in the face of death." Wang Lin shook his head earnestly, stating, "I am not attempting to scare you. Up to this point, I have refrained from attacking not because I cannot defeat you. To be frank, had it only been you, Red Dog, I might have already made my move. Once the state I am in begins, I will eradicate all life trapped within my grasp. Among them are many whom I do not wish to kill. And that is the sole reason I can pause to converse with you." The sound of hurried footsteps approached. It was Shanks and a multitude of future powerhouses. Shanks, upon witnessing the overwhelming aura gathered around Wang Lin, shouted, "Lin, what are you planning? I feel as though you intend to kill me." Wang Lin gazed at the man he admired, lamenting, "That indeed may be the worst outcome. I have now activated the killing space. Once I strike, I cannot cease until all are dead. Of course, the reason I can still converse with you in the Navy is that I have yet to initiate my attack. I can still halt it, but only a complete retraction will bring it to an end." Such alarming rhetoric, murmured by those who are not strong. How frightening. The yellow ape genuinely felt danger, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The green pheasant leaned closer to Carp, saying, "What he speaks may very well be true. Senior, I sense an extraordinarily perilous aura, as if death is imminent." Carp's brow furrowed, and he muttered, "This is a warning of danger. It truly is a headache, and indeed very perilous. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? It is utterly sinister." "Humph." The red dog snorted, remaining silent as he lit a cigar. Wang Lin inquired, "Have you made your decision? Will you take action? Do not delay. I am under a time constraint here, and once that time elapses, I will be unable to withdraw." Shanks, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Carp, old man, even if you do not consider your own safety. What about the residents of this island? Do you not care for them? Is this your notion of justice?" Several powerful pirates began to persuade, for none wished to meet their end, though unaware of the extent of the young man's capabilities standing in the center of the arena. The earlier display before the world, where he released Roger from captivity only to ultimately slay him, was still vivid in their minds that a person of such caliber could not possibly lie about such grave matters. Within Carp, doubt began to take root. After further persuasion from others, he finally said, "Kid, don't let me catch you again. Open this so-called space of yours. We shall depart." Wang Lin nodded with a smile, declaring, "Oath and contract, termination setting. Once I rescind the oath and contract, should anyone violate the conditions of the release, I will directly initiate the final stage at the cost of my own life, to eradicate all life forms within my sight and perception. Furthermore, all devil fruit users will be sacrificed along with their souls and abilities. After my demise, my will shall preserve my body and soul, and through compulsion, I will be resurrected. However, without the compulsion, I will truly perish." Upon uttering these words, Wang Lin's aura surged dramatically before rapidly retracting. The state was lifted, and an invisible barrier dissipated. Some tested the waters and found they could exit once more. Thus a cry of "Flee!" echoed, and they vanished in an instant. Observing the Navy's retreat, Wang Lin waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell. I hope this misunderstanding does not occur again in the future. This feeling is most unpleasant. I am not jesting. Damn it. You leave, and I shall remain to kill him," the red dog coldly stated, venting his frustrations. The yellow ape pondered, while the green pheasant replied to the red dog, "You may challenge him one-on-one, but only when he is alone, not now. There are civilians in Road Town, as well as our soldiers." Carp added, "Red dog, do not invoke your notion of justice here. Justice is meant to protect the innocent, not to slaughter. This man is dangerous. We must remain vigilant regarding his so-called conditions and settings." The warship appeared to depart slowly, yet it was quite swift in leaving Road Town as Wang Lin watched the powerful navy depart. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. Meanwhile, the future powerhouses regarded him with unfriendly expressions. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he declared, "Those who seek death may make their move. Shanks, take your friends and leave now, lest I inadvertently slay you." "Ah, Lin, do not act," shouted Rayleigh. "Former comrades, come forth. I know you are present. Help me take Lin away." Shanks shouted, and from the crowd, shadows emerged. Those who had merely been posturing were now terrified by the sight and scattered, boarding their ship to escape this perilous place. That moment, the intense malice surrounding Wang Lin dissipated, and he relaxed his taut nerves, lighting a cigarette, his first in this world. There was no choice. The previous tension had been overwhelming. That a single misstep could have unraveled the timeline of this world entirely, and Luffy would never come to be, for his father was also on this island. What a thrilling experience it had been. Ha ha ha. It was exhilarating, just as it should be. Those who sought to hasten my demise would surely regret it for eternity, regardless of who they were. For if I were to perish prematurely, it would be my greatest regret. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin laughed until tears streamed down his face. Chapter 6. Flaws. Bounties arrive as scheduled. The disbanded crew of Shanks found themselves reunited temporarily due to Wang Lin's influence. Wang Lin had already been resting aboard their large ship for 2 days. Although this situation could be revoked, the backlash was still severe, the most apparent change being that Wang Lin had matured considerably. "Damn it, 5 years have been added to my lifespan. I am now 23 years old. How utterly vexing." Wang Lin grimaced at his reflection in the mirror. Navy, in 2 years, you will pay for this. When that time comes, you at that location shall not be deserving of life. Why then? I will also be able to test my newly developed thought ability. Elixirs that, if my soul and vitality are sufficient, I should be able to replenish my life force significantly. Perhaps, with a surplus of devil fruit users, the system might even upgrade. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this loss would no longer affect him. After refreshing himself, he exited the room where he had lain for 2 days. Ah, what a splendid day with sunshine. Sweet massage therapist, come forth and give me the deepest time massage. The sweet massage therapist, a manifestation of thought ability with time constraints, could provide an experience of bliss that was utterly addictive within her existence. Thus, upon the deck of the grand ship, this coolly attired therapist unfurled a blanket, and after Wang Lin lay down, she began her thorough, deep tissue massage. Note: deep tissue massage may induce intense discomfort when the body has hidden injuries or obstructed energy flow. Yet enduring it ultimately brings a sense of physical and mental euphoria. Ouch, that hurts. My leg is cramping. A peculiar cry drew the attention of those in the room. Let us rewind to a day prior at the naval headquarters. Marshal, how much of a bounty should we place on this young man named Lin? Inquired Sengoku. Kapu, please elaborate on the details of the recent battle. Thus far, I have only seen the reports on paper. At that moment, Kapu, with a serious demeanor, rose to speak. Esteemed colleagues, you are all aware of my mission to Rogu Island, which was to avert any unforeseen circumstances. However, an unexpected event did transpire. Rogu has perished, albeit in a manner unlike any other. Just as I was poised to apprehend this individual, he unleashed a peculiar ability. Akiji quietly interjected from behind. Indeed, it is known as the power of oath and contract. Though we are yet to ascertain the specific nature of this devil fruit's ability, this power is exceedingly perilous. The 3 advanced Logia users under my command felt an imminent threat to their lives. A suffocating sensation that promised death should they engage. Upon hearing this, a beautiful woman beside Kapu chuckled. Oh dear, it seems our Kapu has become quite astute. His words are now so coherent. Not at all. It is merely Akiji's diligent preparations that have brought about this clarity that I remain the same youthful spirit as ever, unchanged in the slightest. Besides, I have always been quite clever. Dear little Tsuru, Kapu replied. A hint of pride in his voice, Steelbone Kong, his brow darkened with concern, bellowed, Kapu, take your seat. Akiji, please continue. Kapu was pulled back in his chair by Sengoku, and Akiji stood to continue. Yes, Marshal. If we set aside that ability, Lin's strength currently appears to be on par with that of a Navy Rear Admiral, excluding Kapu-senpai, of course. Furthermore, this individual possesses knowledge of our 6 forms, suggesting a possible connection to the Navy instructors, though this remains unconfirmed. Moreover, his words conveyed a sense of helplessness at the time, indicating that his ability is not only conditionally restricted, but also indiscriminate in its activation, according to the conditions he laid out for resolving the crisis on Rogu Island. Fully activating his power would come at the cost of his own life. The potential consequences of such an activation could indeed lead to the annihilation of all those within his sight. Kapu-senpai, you too have sensed the danger, have you not? Kapu, dismissively laughing, responded, Indeed. It is exceedingly perilous, far more so than the sensation that vampire evoked in me. Akiji continued, hence, I deduce that if we are to confront Lin, we must subdue or eliminate him before he can activate his abilities. His threat level is alarmingly high. Upon hearing this report, Steelbone Kong, like the others present, fell silent. After a moment he spoke, so, my friends, as Lin has now made his first appearance in the public eye, if we set his bounty too high, might it incite further chaos? Yet, considering his level of danger in his youth, he will undoubtedly improve in the future. Thus, we cannot afford to set a bounty lower than that of Roger and his ilk. However, herein lies the dilemma. Our bounties have never been determined by strength alone, but rather by the threat level posed to the world. At present, his actions have merely defied the world government's authority. If we were to assign him a bounty in the tens of billions, it would be difficult to justify to the world government. What do you propose we do? With that, Steelbone Kong pressed a button on a video snail, which began to play footage of Roger's execution. As everyone contemplated, they watched intently. Finally, Saru, the rear admiral, suggested, "What if we send someone to make contact?" You see, Lin has not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter, as evidenced by the two executioners who stood from a balcony. Pointing to a segment of the footage, she continued, "Thus, we could issue a bounty that is neither too high nor too low, and then send someone to gauge his intentions. My recommendation is a bounty of 100 million. It is a fair amount that acknowledges his strength to prevent unnecessary trouble." "Very well, 100 million it is. And who shall we send to make contact?" Steelbone Kong inquired. Tsuru pondered for a moment before responding. "Aside from Kapu and Akainu, I believe anyone else would suffice." Both Akainu and Kapu immediately protested, with Kapu reacting most vehemently. "You two are utterly unsuitable for this mission. One is thoughtless, and the other is a target of disdain. My recommendation is the yellow monkey, who possesses the Pika Pika no Mi. Masaka. Nanny. Yabai." Upon hearing this, the yellow monkey began to screech. Tsuru paid no mind to the commotion, ultimately settling on her choice, leaving it to Kong to make the final decision. Steelbone Kong reflected for a moment and declared, "Very well, yellow monkey, you shall take on this task. Notify the intelligence team to locate Lin and have you make contact. Additionally, we shall issue a bounty on Lin worldwide a day later at present within the grand hall of a large ship." A group of individuals scrutinized the bounty in their hands, accompanied by a somewhat melancholic yet exhilarating cry. The red-haired youth, Shanks, remarked, "It seems Lin is awake. Let us check on his condition." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and replied, "What a mysterious individual he is. Come, everyone, let us meet this young man who has sent off our captain." The group proceeded toward the room where Lin was resting upon arriving outside his quarters. They collectively froze. Wow. When did this beautiful woman board the ship? Just look at her massage technique. I'm so tempted to try it. And look, her hands emit a radiant glow. I feel love blossoming. Rayleigh, visibly exasperated, scolded, "Do any of you not sense something amiss? How could anyone board our vessel without our notice? Are you all fools? Baka!" Shanks, grinning, interjected, I see. This is what Big Lin referred to, a manifestation of ability development. He has sown a seed within me as well. What shall my future hold? How delightful." At this moment, Shanks began to fantasize about a beautiful new life, rolling his eyes in blissful daydreaming. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "How can this be? No way. I too desire such a seed of power. Cursed red-haired one, you shall pay for your actions." Lin, immersed in a state of deep relaxation, sensed Buggy's resentment and raised his gaze toward the distant group. Noticing the black-green aura of resentment that only he could perceive, he chuckled to himself. "Ah, it is the clown Buggy. How amusing." Recognizing the source of the disturbance, Lin returned to his blissful state, enjoying the profound massage. "Lin, may I have a go as well?" Shanks called out, brimming with eagerness. Lin, just beginning to savor the experience, replied, "What do I stand to gain from it? If there is no benefit, you cannot partake in such exquisite service." Shanks pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about I exchange information? Speak, and if it proves useful to me, we may consider a trade. If not, then so be it." Shanks, initially prepared to divulge the bounty matter, felt dejected, knowing how trivial such information would be to someone as audacious as Lin. With a hint of disappointment, he asked, "Then, what kind of information would suffice?" "Shanks, why are you so despondent over a bit of pleasure? Where's the youthful spirit?" Rayleigh interjected from the side. Lin responded to Shanks, "Simply provide me with the locations of perilous yet non-lethal training grounds for honing my physical prowess." Shanks, not heeding Rayleigh's words, found the terms agreeable. Yet he thought, negotiation requires skill. Since he seeks such places, perhaps I could leverage additional benefits. The ship fell silent. "Ha! Red-haired fool, you've inadvertently revealed your thoughts. Ha!" Buggy would not let such an opportunity slip. Quickly chiming in, "I know of such places. I'll tell you, provided you don't share it with the red-haired one." He then scurried to Lin's side, handing him a map while babbling on about other matters. After contemplating, Lin replied, "I cannot accept your proposal. It would disrupt my plans. However, Buggy, your future seems quite intriguing. Rest assured, one day, I shall grant your wish and ask for the delightful massage. Consider it yours to experience. He then rose, playfully glancing at Shanks, saying, "See, I told you so." With a bewildered expression, Shanks gazed at Wang Lin as he snatched away the bounty notice from his grasp, still caught in the moment of shattered illusions. His heart entwined with regret and frustration at that moment. No one could fathom his thoughts. Yet the world is a curious place. Everyone could see the ephemeral dreams like bubbles bursting above his head. Wang Lin approached the edge of the ship and addressed the crowd. "It has been a pleasure, and I bid you farewell. Thank you for your hospitality over the past few days." He then turned and leapt from the vessel. It was only then that the others recalled Wang Lin's abilities and began to shout in alarm, urging one another to save him. However, upon reaching the ship's edge, they discovered he had mysteriously acquired a vessel of his own, one that was swift and already sailing far away. Where had he concealed that ship? Could it possibly be a devil fruit power? Foolishness. If that were the case, what had he been using while on the island? Everyone knows that one cannot consume two devil fruits. Hey. Did you not notice that even on the island, his exhibited powers seemed to consist of more than just one ability? At the very least, there was a barrier-like manifestation and a soul fruit reminiscent of Big Mom's. Upon hearing this, the group realized the truth. Then, it was Rayleigh who slapped awake the still reeling Shanks, inquiring, "You knew Lin before us. What devil fruit power does he possess?" Confused, Shanks looked at the fervent gazes of the others, fearfully retreating and nervously chuckling. "Haha, why are you all looking at me like that? What devil fruit?" In the distance, Buggy seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Split, 1,000-year kill." As he retreated, he suddenly leaped back to his original spot, caught by Rayleigh, who pressed for answers. "What is Lin's devil fruit power?" "It hurts, Buggy. Just wait," he retorted. And Rayleigh, "I told you, what devil fruit? Who said is a devil fruit?" The others recounted the earlier events so that's what happened. "That power is called none. I already possess the seeds, so you ought to treat me with a bit more respect from now on. Understood?" "Ha." The fantasies resumed, and the beatings continued. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was already detached from the affairs aboard the ship. He had manifested an uncontrollable vessel through his nun ability, and each appearance was random. This was a peculiar aspect of nun. Until one develops a more profound ability, many manifested items possess a certain uncontrollable trait. Sometimes formidable, other times quite troublesome. His quest for islands inhabited by ferocious beasts was solely for the purpose of relentless training, as the more one exerts themselves in cultivation, the quicker their progress. This is a shared understanding among hunters, as demonstrated by the training journeys of Gon and Killa out on the ship. Wang Lin casually discarded the bounty notice into the sea, having given it little thought. In his mind, he began conversing with the system. "System, I feel there are numerous issues regarding my personal situation in Rogue Town. You think the conditions of this oath and contract are overly rigid? Why must I reference that red-eyed individual? He seems rather impressive, reminiscent of the character in his name, yet it does not suit me. Host, it is wonderful to see you thinking this way. You are truly maturing. Hey, I suspect you're taking advantage of me again. I arrive here before you. By age, you should refer to me as older brother. How can you be so disrespectful? Host, I respond with a simple ha. Furthermore, your thoughts are quite sound. It would be wise to consider them, especially given the dangers at hand. Had that old man attacked with full force, your conditions would likely have never seen the light of day." Wang Lin pondered in silence, then nodded. "Indeed, so I wish to revoke them. Thankfully, I did not construct them in an irreversible manner as I did when creating my home space. Otherwise, this world would lack the concept of a nun eraser." A nun eraser? How could I have forgotten? At that moment, Wang Lin felt a wave of relief, grateful for his timely realization that I vow with my nun that the dimensional space I manifest, both in its inception and conclusion as my home, shall remain untouched by any nun eraser. Any time, should someone attempt to erase it, I shall be alerted and a spatial gate shall open beside me, drawing me into an eternal battle against this nun eraser. This condition ranks just below the final setting, specifically the sixth condition, special conditions. The arrangement of conditions shall be sequential, with the sixth condition advancing to the seventh. With closed eyes, he concentrated, and after a while, A response resonated within him. Success! Releasing a sigh of relief, he began to contemplate, reflecting on the intricate prerequisites of this oath and contract, along with the subsequent initiation of the oath and establishment of the contract. The 3 steps seemed overly convoluted that it would have been manageable in the hunter world, as both allies and enemies possess similar setup processes, leveling the playing field unless there is a stark disparity in strength. However, in this world, in terms of martial prowess, it may not fall short of that of hunters. The offensive capabilities in this pirate realm, particularly among the elite, are truly formidable. One could liken them to the likes of carp. If such a master were to seek a life, it could be accomplished in the blink of an eye, akin to an ant's cat confronting an early gone and Killua. Carp, in this instance, is the cat, hunting the mouse, and in this world, many exist who possess Carp's level of combat strength. Not to mention that Vampire, Steelbone Kong, and Whitebeard. Surely there are more, though some perish prematurely, and the author's penmanship leaves me uncertain of how many formidable beings could now easily dispatch me. Therefore, in preparation for facing such masters before I become truly powerful, I must set forth a simple and effective oath and contract. It must yield the following effects. First, it must be direct, as efficiency is paramount. However, the prerequisites cannot be overlooked, thus requiring specific persons and entities to impose limitations. This entails entering a state of utmost vigilance when confronted by those bearing the titles of the world government, navy, or pirates, regardless of whether they pose a threat to my life. Upon uttering the command to initiate slaughter, KS, I shall transition through various states from full power combat with a singular ability to a final desperate struggle. Second, there must be room for change. Thus, each state should exist independently, allowing for mutual coexistence without interrelation. Third, as my strength increases, the backlash will diminish. Once the backlash ceases, I can voluntarily introduce backlash conditions to enhance my power. Wang Lin spoke aloud to himself as he meticulously inscribed these thoughts onto a sheet of nun paper. Simultaneously, he listed each of his current nun abilities. 1. Enhancement type, the purest form of offensive power and healing. The most robust physique and defense, capable of bestowing indestructible attributes upon weapons, directly correlated to ability strength. 2. Emission type, long-range strikes requiring a focused direction for this ability, capable of manifesting nun beasts for assistance, and converting emitted nun into projectiles or other lethal weaponry. 3. Transformation type, imbuing attacks with elemental properties such as light, heat, or electricity. 4. Materialization type, manifesting objects and weapons for assistance, wherein the potency of weapons possesses uncontrollable traits influenced by strength. Objects can be replicated or uniquely crafted. Mastery of weapons necessitates prolonged companionship to understand and control them. 5. Manipulation type, enabling control over other objects or living beings, with enhanced control achievable through combination with the enhancement type. This domain may draw inspiration from martial arts. 6. The most unique trait type, not belonging to the aforementioned 5 categories. Any abilities outside the 5 are considered trait types. Ultimate development may allow glimpses into fate. The theft of abilities or the capture of memories, representing the purest form of assistance, yet serving as the most powerful means. 1 could argue that the extent of imagination dictates the strength of such abilities. After reviewing these meticulously organized notes, Wang Lin fell silent for a moment before stating, System, I intend to reforge my path, that I shall merge none with the 3 colors of hockey and the 6 forms, thus creating my own unique system. Therefore, I will offer numerous devil fruit-empowered pirates as sacrifices, aggregating the subsequent instances of force commands that he then addressed the speedboat beneath him. Little AI, please take me to a gathering place for pirates possessing a multitude of devil fruit abilities. The Grand Line, be sure not to lead me into a dire situation. The adorable visage of a doll-like face emerged at the speedboat's steering wheel. Sure, big brother, just remember to include my labor costs in your payment. At least half of a devil fruit user's power. Wang Lin was quite fond of this manifestation of a ship, representative of little AI, and replied, I shall add a chicken leg to your reward, granting you an entire devil fruit user's power. Wow, big brother is so kind to little AI. Little AI is ready to set sail. Let us go. An indescribable aura enveloped them as little AI sped toward the Grand Line, not knowing the precise route, yet resolutely advancing toward their destination. And this, indeed, is the astonishing aspect of thought. Chapter 8. Seek the soft persimmon. Encounter the greatest of this era. 2 chapters combined. Wang Lin was not in a rush to modify the conditions. For each significant alteration or amendment could adversely affect him, he now had at least 18 months to ponder and to gain practical insights. The previous visions he harbored, although appealing, were ultimately illusory. Upon reflection, it became clear that the adversary had not intended to kill him from the outset. Thus, after thorough contemplation, Wang Lin devised an extreme setting for his survival, an exceptionally high defense. Prioritizing his life, this passive defense would autonomously react to any attacks that he could not perceive, with the cost of such defenses determined by the strength of the opponent. Armed with this preparation, he felt a significant sense of reassurance. Even Xiao AI noticed Wang Lin's smile and joyfully navigated while singing nursery rhymes. Swiftly, they traversed the seas in search of obscure pirates who had no future connections with Luffy and his companions. Their objective was clear: to kill and subsequently offer sacrifices, aiming to obtain at least 1 or 2 compulsory commands, thereby ensuring the ability to navigate between at least 2 factions in the future. In this manner, Wang Lin, like a ghost, arrived in the waters of the New World. At this juncture, the seas had yet to be claimed by the 4 emperors, and the pirates were not yet driven by the desire to become infamous kings. Most of them were simply marauders, indulging in their whims in this world. Xiao AI brought Wang Lin to the shore of an island and halted. "Big brother, we've arrived. Xiao AI believes there are people here whom you seek." "Very well, Xiao AI. I shall attend to my matters. You will remain here, hidden until I reappear before you. No one shall discover your presence." Wang Lin disembarked, establishing the conditions for his materialized vehicle to remain inoperative, and set forth towards the heart of the island. Imbued with negative emotions such as resentment, sorrow, shock, and fear, in contrast to the sorrowful atmosphere, there was an aura of arrogance, cruelty, and greed radiating a crimson hue. Wang Lin silently rejoiced in the convenience afforded by his thought abilities, which allowed him to perceive the truth directly, a skill perfectly suited for the world he inhabited. As he approached the island's town, he vaguely discerned the ruins of houses engulfed in flames. Drawing nearer, he heard raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! What a bountiful harvest this time! Gather the villagers together. Boss wants to showcase the full capabilities of the devil fruit we acquired earlier." Roar! "Boss is magnificent. The captain is invincible. We can commence once more." Wang Lin enveloped himself in concealment, intrigued by the pirates not far off. However, he chose to refrain from action until the gathered crowd was complete, while also observing the fruit abilities of the captain, who exuded an air of heat. Before long, the villagers were assembled in the square. The "ha ha ha! Let us rejoice in our fiery conquest." A throng of pirates erupted in wild cheers. Wang Lin, however, walked alone towards the center of the square, where the elderly, women, and children were gathered. He contemplated the grim reality. This likely signified a massacre, meaning that these villagers would perish after this day on the timeline of history. An elderly man, trembling, stepped forward, pleading, "Gentlemen, you have already slain the able-bodied here. We are left with only children and women. Please spare them, that if someone must die, let be us old ones." The mocking laughter of the captain, reminiscent of a duck's, interrupted the elder's plea. "Old man, we are pirates. How can we not kill? Blame this world. Only the strong are worthy of survival." "Ha ha!" The islanders, realizing their pleas were in vain, began to pray silently. "Oh God, we beseech you, save us. Rescue these children. They have yet to witness the beauty of this world. Though survival is arduous, we cannot deprive them of their right to glimpse this world. God, please, when you are free, cast your gaze upon this place. I would trade my life for your intervention." Listening from the sidelines, Wang Lin received feedback from the system, triggering a wish fulfillment, asking if he accepted it. He shook his head and materialized in the center of the square. "Elder, and everyone else, your prayers go unheard by the divine. However, your wishes can be fulfilled. There is no need for you to barter your lives. Who is this brat, daring to act so recklessly? The pirates failed to grasp the situation, except for the captain and a few who sensed something amiss. The captain, with his duck-like laughter, stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? What do you intend?" Wang Lin, observing the encircling crowd, had no desire to answer him. Instead, he addressed the women and children in the square. "Fate has shifted, yet you are now out of sync with this world. You shall reside in that place. As long as this world remains unchanged, you shall remain there." Turning to a few children, he added, "That place is one filled with laughter and joy. I grew up there. Where do you wish to go, little brother and sister?" His gentle tone calmed the initially frightened children. Wang Lin's reflections on his training led him to many insights regarding the application of thought, such as this soothing of spirits, which drew inspiration from the hunter's ability to calm Karapika through sound. "Sir, can you truly save us?" Wang Lin smiled and replied, "You will discover that it is a beautiful place, a land known as happiness and hope." With that, the communication system projected a vision from the dimensional space, enveloping the islanders. In the next moment, the villagers vanished from the square. Meanwhile, in Wang Lin's homeland, by the seaside of an island, a group of people appeared, curiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Goodness, how did so many people appear at once? Oh, and so many children! Dear husband, everyone, come and see." Back in the New World, at Wang Lin's location, the pirates were astounded. The captain asked, "Where have you taken these people?" Wang Lin did not respond, instead beginning to set up his arrangements. He had yet to fully organize the training system, making matters somewhat cumbersome. "Brat, what are you babbling about? Explain yourself." The captain, evidently short-tempered, launched an attack mid-sentence. "Fire, fire fist." It seemed this fruit had been passed around multiple times. Well, it's certainly better than having to kill the protagonist to obtain it. That choice is not one I desire. Feeling quite pleased, Wang Lin dodged the attack and stated, "You see, whether you ask or not, I will tell you. This place is now sealed by me. I shall eradicate all of you in a manner you cannot comprehend, seizing your life force, your souls, and those among you who are already devil fruit users shall be sacrificed." Has this brat lost his mind? "Boss, he speaks so arrogantly." The captain extended his hand, flames raging. "Brat, do you mean to say you are confident enough to devour us all?" "Ha ha, prepare for battle, lads." The crew began their monotonous war cries once more. Wang Lin, furrowing his brow, muttered, "What a hassle. I'm not done setting this up. I must accelerate my pace. Listen closely. One under my seal. No one can escape. 2, my power will increase by 500 when you hear this. 3, the crowd halted, previously charging forward, and someone asked, "What S3? Speak up. It's so uncomfortable. Point 3 is that you can all go die. Ha ha ha. I am now invincible." How formidable is Wajin? He can unleash a nuclear explosion with a single punch. His years of training have made his 100 enhancements extraordinarily absurd, although Wang Lin could not yet compare to such a powerhouse. He possessed the system, the full capabilities of thought, and the techniques learned in this pirate world, excelling particularly in the iron block technique. He had even grasped energy absorption from his meals, inspired by the iron block's advanced technique, known as life restoration. Thus, in his enhanced state of 500, Wang Lin brimmed with confidence. The manifestation of form is such that a height of 178 centimeters inexplicably transforms into a towering 2.5 meters, although in this world, such stature may not be particularly remarkable due to the abundance of humanoid races, like the likes of Qingji and Huanyuan, who are not of pure human lineage and possess either long legs or giant bloodlines. There are many who stand between 3 to 4 meters, and even 5 to 6 meters tall. Yet, Wang Lin's current height of 2.5 meters exudes an overwhelming sense of intimidation. His entire physique is adorned with dark red muscles, each defined like iron castings, radiating a ferocious aura. While still reveling in this formidable sensation, Wang Lin is suddenly jolted by a sound. Looking down, he finds a pirate, bewildered, holding a knife with its tip already shattered. Wang Lin seizes the knife and inflicts a wound upon himself. Clang, the blade shatters, and the surrounding pirates come to a halt. Are you a devil fruit user, steel, iron, or perhaps rock? Wang Lin pays no heed to their inquiries. He is yet to perform one task, enveloping his attack with haki. He is uncertain if he can eliminate them without it, and has no desire to engage in such a trivial experiment. Fortunately, in the world of pirates, unless one wishes to divulge information, it is not necessary as in the hunter's realm. Are you all prepared? The flower of death is about to bloom. Perish. With those words, Wang Lin's fists become shrouded in armed haki, reaching the utmost extent of his current capabilities. However, it suffices, whether it be a knife or a gun. Even a mere needle could deliver a fatal blow if it pierces the vital points, capable of slaying foes hidden behind armor. Once the massacre begins, there is no reason to cease until all are vanquished. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Wang Lin comes to a stop, each arm having pierced through a pirate, according to the cries of the pirates in their final moments. One of them is the first mate. I'm a user of the gum fruit. You cannot kill me. Gagaga, I'm a user of the flame fruit. I too cannot be slain. Wang Lin laughs heartily. Is this the bond of fate? Well, indeed, it seems you are destined for demise. Otherwise, how could Ace and Luffy obtain their fated fruits? Moreover, look down for a moment. Who says special fruits cannot be killed? I never expected such unfounded confidence could have the effect of prolonging life that Wang Lin speaks. The two remain oblivious to the mention of Ace and Luffy, but glance down nonetheless, only to discover their bodies incapable of transforming into their devil forms, crimson blood spilling forth from the wounds in their chests. They exchange a glance, forever shrouded in confusion as they close their eyes for the last time. System, sacrifice all the ability users here. The system initiates, and the ability users are enveloped by a transparent energy before vanishing. Wang Lin senses their departure to a realm he does not comprehend. Without pursuing the matter further, he commences his own task. Pills. With a soft call, a cauldron reminiscent of Eastern alchemical traditions materializes, drawing in all the slain individuals before disappearing back into a small space he had designated within himself. Conveniently located at his chest for emergencies, this hunt has been quite successful. One can only wonder how many points and pills these individuals will contribute. After expressing his thoughts, he transfers the plundered treasures of the pirates to his homeland. The buildings have been destroyed. Nevertheless, he decides to send over intact photographs and some furniture as a token of remembrance. He also gathers the leftover belly from the pirates, manifesting a wallet designed solely to contain cash, thus allowing him to collect any amount of currency in cash form. Indeed, robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished is an unparalleled principle for a master of the martial world. Release, with a command. The trapped island is liberated by Wang Lin. Upon returning to the shore in search of Xiao AI, he encounters a large group of pirates. Recognizing the pirate flag, he is aware of their identity. Karala-la-la-la. No wonder I couldn't get in. It was you little brat. A distinctive laughter informs Wang Lin that not only has this pirate crew arrived, but their captain is also present. Wang Lin feels helpless but takes no extraordinary action, sensing no formidable hostility. Thus, he remarks, I never expected to have the honor of encountering Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, what winds have brought such a prominent figure to this place? Kurala-la-la-la, since I have met you. I assume you have dealt with those unruly pirates on this island. How about you come aboard my ship and share a drink with this old man? Still only hearing his voice and not seeing him, Wang Lin contemplates and replies, to drink with Whitebeard, a figure on par with Roger, is an opportunity one cannot pass up. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he finds himself aboard the ship, surrounded by several young men, some of whom appear to be future captains. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, sits regally upon a large chair, regarding Wang Lin with a commanding presence. Wang Lin pauses momentarily, before naturally advancing forward. Enveloped in an aura of absolute dominance, his conqueror's haki activates, devoid of murderous intent, merely absorbing the oncoming pressure, achieving a harmonious balance of presence. This little brat is extraordinary. Come, let us drink. Chapter 9. Thank you for the invitation. The quirky addict to fatherhood drink. Wang Lin has lost count of how many bowls he has consumed. However, it matters not, for since the first bowl, he has transferred the liquor into a vessel he whimsically devised to contain all the drink. Just as Duan Yu of old drank to wield the divine sword, now I, Wang Lin, contain hundreds of barrels of wine within my gourd. The principle remains the same. cheating without leaving a trace. Reflecting on the similarities, he admires the immense capacity of this colossal elder. Whitebeard appears somewhat inebriated, his speech losing its usual flamboyance, becoming direct and straightforward. "Little brat, come aboard my ship and be my son." Silence, an overwhelming stillness engulfs the surroundings. Even the wind ceases, seemingly waiting for Wang Lin's response before departing. The first bowl has left him slightly tipsy. After all, it is his first experience with alcohol. However, upon hearing those familiar words, he struggles to adapt, placing the oversized bowl down with a thud, declaring, "To think you would want to be my father. No way. I already have a dad, and he's doing just fine." With that, a belch escapes him, and he adds, "You old man, your habit of adopting sons will surely lead to your demise one day. You ought to reconsider, old White." Attempting to pat Whitebeard's shoulder proves challenging, so he settles for a pat on his thigh instead. "You rascal. So rude. Old man, allow me to teach this brat a lesson." Wang Lin follows the voice, realizing it is none other than the future captain of the Phoenix Pirates. Not paying it much mind, he retorts, "Little brat, you may be young, but your temper is quite large. I'm 18 years old plus 5 more. Do the math and see who the real brat is." "Ugh, I can't take it. The more I talk, the more I feel dizzy." Whitebeard interjects, "Marco, stand down. From now on, treat Lin like family." "Yes, just like family, like a brother. Kerala-la-la. Treat him like a brother, and you won't be a loss." "Kerala-la-la-la. Old man, have you had too much to drink? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" As he speaks, a cold wave washes over him, causing him to expel the contents of his stomach, leaving him feeling refreshed. However, everyone else is stunned, including Whitebeard, except for Wang Lin. All eyes are drawn to the old man's soiled pants, and with a thunderous roar, Whitebeard leaps into the sea to wash off. Hours later, Marco grips Wang Lin's shoulder and exclaims, "Bro Lin, you're incredible. We've never seen anyone dare to vomit on the old man before. I've said it countless times. It was a misunderstanding, and stop spreading rumors. We must not propagate or believe in falsehoods. Besides, it wasn't a complete mess, just a little on his pants. Let's not discuss it further. It would tarnish your father's mighty image, all right?" Wang Lin grows weary of Whitebeard's young sons, who take pride in his drunken mishap. Consequently, their relationship inadvertently improves. Thus, Wang Lin remains aboard the ship as a guest for several days, while Whitebeard's ship and its crew linger on the island. Their purpose clear, to search for any remaining survivors. Ultimately, apart from the deceased villagers, there are none left. This realization prompts Wang Lin to reflect. How could he forget to provide the survivors with an opportunity to honor their lost kin? Seizing the moment while the Whitebeard pirates are resting, he erects gravestones for the buried villagers, carving their likenesses into stone, vividly depicting their appearances in life. Following this, he casts a spell, causing the entire cemetery to vanish from the island. An abyss has unexpectedly appeared on the island. Meanwhile, on the side of the home, adjacent to HD Island, a cemetery has emerged, awaiting the visits of their loved ones for remembrance. "Youngster, your abilities are truly peculiar." Quite abrupt, perhaps devoid of malice. Yet Wang Lin sensed nothing of the white-bearded man's arrival. Without turning, still facing the newly formed pit, he pondered and remarked, "If the old man with the white beard wishes to retire and return to his homeland someday, I could offer my assistance. That place is my sanctum, and I shall not allow any disturbance." The white-bearded man stepped forward, gazing into the abyss, and inquired, "Is that so? A sanctum, you say? What is its name?" "The Island of Happy Dreams, a realm of joy and hope, situated somewhere in the West Sea, though it no longer resides there. It exists everywhere." "Happy Dream, is that where you grew up? It must be beautiful. However, I am not yet ready to retreat. A man should embrace the ocean's embrace." "Kerala-la-la-la-la." Wang Lin chuckled and replied, "Old man with the white beard, I was merely being polite. Please do not take it to heart that if you decide to depart, I would still have my reservations." "Huh. By the way, do you have any devil fruit users on your ship that are to be executed?" "Any kind will do. Even something as trivial as a small grass." The white-bearded man queried in bewilderment. "What are you planning? I've heard from the Navy that you possess a strange ability. Is it related to that? Furthermore, if the Navy is genuinely using their intelligence network to seek you out, there must be a reason.is there. If not, then let it be. They may seek me out as they wish, as long as they do not provoke me. Then come aboard my ship as my son. I shall grant you the title of captain." The white-bearded man, undeterred, commenced another day of adopting sons. Wang Lin shook his head, speechless at this man with a fervent obsession for family, yet who neither married nor had children. As for the so-called white-beard too, given the white-bearded man's outlook on life, the likelihood seemed slim. If he truly had a son lost to the world, he would have sought him out long ago. He then stated, "I am serious, old man with the white beard. You ought to reconsider this habit of yours, collecting sons indiscriminately. Be cautious, you might end up risking your life. Youngster, quite audacious, but I like you. Wait a moment. I shall have someone bring you a devil fruit obtained from a previous enemy. It is similar to a user's ability, though this power is rather useless. If you choose to consume it, it would be quite amusing to— Oh, what fruit is it? Kara-la-la-la-la-la. The female fruit. Consuming will transform you into a female. Kara-la-la-la-la-la. Very well, bring it to me. It might be of use as long as it is a devil fruit ability. It suffices. I shall remember this favor, should you ever need my assistance. I will be there to help." Such brazen arrogance from this impudent lad. I have heard of your abilities. That day, I was also at sea bidding farewell to Roger, and I felt your strength. However, without giving you time to prepare, you are still rather inexperienced. Remember, young man, abilities are merely superficial. The only power you can truly rely upon is that which you master yourself. Kara-la-la-la. With that, the white-bearded man turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, he dispatched Captain Diamond Jaws to deliver the female fruit. "Please convey to the old man with the white beard that I am leaving. We shall meet again in the future. Also, should there come a day when you require my help, do not hesitate to mention it in the newspapers. I suspect that old bird would not dare neglect your statements." Would he? Having spoken, Wang Lin departed from the sight of all. Under the puzzled gaze of Captain Diamond, in a secluded area, he summoned Xiao AI, saying, "There are no devil fruit users, but this devil fruit is quite good. It is very suitable for you, so give it a try." Okay. He then watched as the speedboat's steering wheel opened, devouring the female fruit. Soon, Xiao AI began to transform. P.S. Have you never watched Hunter x Hunter? Allow me to clarify the setting. There is no need to be overly fixated on the protagonist's primary power system. None. For those who have not viewed the anime or manga, think of Nun's abilities as akin to cultivating immortality. In fact, as the manga progresses, it truly reaches such levels, albeit with a hint of the uncanny. This power system resembles the laws of causality, akin to a merchant's transaction. To gain something, one must sacrifice something in return. This sacrifice is the unwavering resolve of one's pursuits, akin to the Tao heart in cultivation literature. Once one violates the oath made to oneself regarding their Nun, the heart of the Tao collapses. At best, one loses all martial prowess, but most often it leads to death. While upholding the Tao heart, the development of Nun is akin to a creative breakthrough, yet is not conjured from nothing. One must at least have clarity regarding their desires. The clearer the mental conception, the more accurately the manifestation aligns. The more unique the manifestation, the greater the sacrifice required. The most peculiar aspect is the wishing. The entity that possesses Killua's sister. It is a bug of the entire world. Suspected to originate from an unknown life form, energy, or law from the Dark Continent. The independent combat system, aside from enhancement types, stand apart. This is to say, in direct combat, it is the strongest in every aspect. I hope this explanation alleviates any confusion that if you still do not understand, it will be worthwhile to take a moment to watch Hunter x Hunter. After all, this manga and anime have been pursued intermittently for over 20 years, leading to the chapters we have today. Now you have the opportunity to indulge in the culmination of our 20-plus years of anticipation all at once. Chapter 10. Frenzied hunting. Xiao AI's transformation was both expected and surprising. It was expected because in this world, devil fruits can be useful not only to individuals but also to weapons. However, it was surprising because Xiao AI, unlike other weapons or objects, was originally merely a vessel of manifestation, straddling the line between illusion and reality. When she consumed the female fruit, she emerged and a delicate young girl appeared at the helm, adorned with a driver's license bearing her name, age, driving experience, and code of conduct. Her limitations were clear. She could not leave the vessel. The benefit to her, however, was that for all other forms of ships, she would be the sole pilot, wielding the highest authority aboard, able to deny access to anyone she disliked. The sole exception was Wang Lin. In her words, except for my beloved brother Wang Lin, even if it meant Xiao AI would be harmed, I would not refuse him. Wang Lin would never place a child in danger. Regardless of her previous form, she remained a child. Xiao AI, can we set sail now? There is much to accomplish. Can you control other forms? Is there one that possesses an offensive capability? Xiao AI, now both pilot and captain, contemplated before responding. There's a spear form that glides through the water like a submarine. When encountering enemies at sea, it charges directly at them like a spear. This state bestows the vessel with indestructibility, the fastest speed underwater, and the characteristic that any enemy struck by its spearhead will be shattered into pieces. It is a state specifically designed for attacking enemy ships. Wang Lin found this concept splendid. A submarine capable of striking while submerged would indeed simplify matters. Excellent, Xiao AI. Let us utilize this form and traverse the seas. Sink every pirate ship that bears a flag other than those etched in my memory. Okay, spear form, transform. Before him, the speedboat sprouted 2 wings and enveloped its hull. The shape began to morph, the bow extending, while the side took on a form resembling, and, viewed in 3 dimensions, it resembled a short cylindrical pole with a crossblade. The head's curvature glimmered menacingly, a chilling aura enveloping it, surpassing even Wang Lin's highest state. This exemplifies the uncontrollable characteristics of manifested objects. Perhaps any given tool could indeed be a divine artifact. The hull had already transformed into that of a shark, a mechanical shark. Observing an opening at the fish's head, Wang Lin leaped inside. Goodness, it's so cramped. Is there even 4 square meters in here? Xiao AI? He questioned the petite girl at the helm. Gazing at the 2-meter-high, somewhat oppressive cabin that moment, Xiao AI had also changed her appearance. Though she retained her youthful visage, she donned an oversized military cap and a cute pink uniform adorned with 2 crossed fists, matching the emblem on her hat. Commander Brother, Pilot Warrior Xiao AI reports in. The area here is definitely 4 square meters, but there is no way to make it larger, as this is a specialized assault vessel to ensure the hull's indestructibility. We had to sacrifice internal living space. However, one can undoubtedly find solace in sleep. Just look at that board over there. It serves as a bed, complemented by safety straps that allow one to simultaneously rest and fend off adversaries. As she spoke, she raised her clenched little fist, striving to adopt a fierce and dauntless expression. Observing her puffing out her cheeks and emitting a playful sound, Wang Lin conceded with a nod, saying, "Excellent, Xiao AI. You've done well. Let us commence our journey for hunting. Now, let us begin our psychic connection and distinguish our targets." After pretending to feel a bit fatigued, Xiao AI sighed in relief, reverting to her natural demeanor, and sweetly replied, "Okay." Seated in the passenger seat, she donned a helmet and envisioned the pirate flag that lingered in her mind, adding a personal note. Wang Lin then proposed an idea. "Xiao AI, may I install a net-catching mechanism on this submarine? Once those pirates plunge into the sea, adhering to the principle of wasting not a single thread, we should retrieve them all. There exists a certain ability that allows one to package objects, irrespective of whether they are human or otherwise, as long as we first ensnare those with devil fruit powers along with the seawater. I shall handle the rest." After some contemplation, Xiao AI, with their combined efforts, created a small space in the shark's mouth, akin to a mustard seed. Not too big, yet sufficient to accommodate 100 or so individuals. The space contained an equal measure of air and seawater, specifically designed as a hunting ground for devil fruit users. "Let us set forth for rapid growth and empowerment," Wang Lin commanded. "Indeed, for my brother's swift growth and strength." Xiao AI earnestly nodded in agreement. They exchanged solemn glances, sharing a silent understanding, and embarked on their serious and earnest quest. This hunting expedition spanned over 6 months, coinciding precisely with the 1-year mark since Wang Lin had departed his homeland. Following the commencement of his hunting endeavors, it was not merely the pirates of a new world that he encountered. Oh no, the scope was far grander. IT encompassed the entirety of the East Blues pirates. including those nameless marauders who would not serve as stepping stone for the likes of Luffy and his crew. The majority of these brigands fell under Wang Lin's formidable prowess. The devil fruits experienced a renaissance, eagerly seeking their rightful masters. Some fruit users bore similarities to individuals of the future, indicating that even in sparing their lives, Wang Lin could not shield them from their fates to prevent the cycle of vengeance. Wang Lin bore this burden with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, amidst the vast ocean, the legends of devils emerged one after another. The devil appeared with an uncanny unpredictability. If one were to impose any semblance of order, it would be amongst the pirates and certain naval officers who had mysteriously vanished during these incidents. Ultimately, it was revealed that those missing Navy personnel had previously engaged in piracy themselves. A few pirates had survived an encounter with the devil, yet the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. Upon returning to the West Blue, to his homeland, Wang Lin declared, "Xiao AI, I'm heading home. And what about you? Are you still unable to break free from his confinement?" And Xiao AI feels troubled. "I cannot accompany my brother to meet his family. I want to cry," watching her struggle in vain for tears. Wang Lin reassured her, "In the future, I shall find a way to release your spirit. I have a premonition that you will eventually break free from this vessel as constraints. Trust me. For now, I shall seal you within my being, allowing you to witness the world through my eyes. Tell me, where on my body would you prefer to be?" After some consideration, Xiao AI replied, "Perhaps the neck," transforming into a tattoo. "This way, I can see through the tattoo. Very well, it shall be done. Omnipotent book, manifest." He summoned a card, initiating the process of shared sealing. As the card adhered to his neck, it radiated light. Merging with the vessel, from that moment forth, a tattoo emerged on Wang Lin's neck, resembling a ship, yet the prow bore the image of a little girl. P.S. Readers are warmly invited to engage with this narrative. Any constructive suggestions are welcome. Chapter 11. The preliminary establishment of my greedy island. Returning home alone, Wang Lin found his adoptive parents absent, likely off fishing or indulging in idle chatter with the villagers. His return bore purpose. First, to visit his adoptive parents after a year apart, and second, to plant the fruits of his labor from the past year into his homeland. Throughout the year, he had not meticulously organized his training framework. Each time he hunted down pirates or corrupt Navy officers masquerading as such, he had rescued many, including members of the Long-Arm Tribe, Long-Leg Tribe, Little People Tribe, Fur Tribe, Mermaid or Fishman Tribe, individuals who were destined for death but had now found refuge in his homeland. Yet, as the homeland expanded, it lacked essential facilities, hospitals, schools, amusement parks, and security. Such basic amenities were absent in the former homeland, where education consisted merely of a few elderly individuals imparting rudimentary knowledge of common scripts. In this world, knowledge seemed to be monopolized by the upper echelons of society. Wang Lin, weary of the regrets stemming from the world's timeline, was acutely aware of the tangible sorrow inflicted by pirates and Navy personnel. Witnessing the brutalization and trafficking of the downtrodden, especially those belonging to marginalized races, stirred his heart with compassion. After several moments of introspection, Wang Lin concluded that this world was indeed a realm pulsating with life. He felt fortunate to have arrived here. Who else could claim to have encountered the diminutive little people, akin to the elves of fairy tales? Who else had witnessed the peculiar attire of a long-legged tribe, reminiscent of ancient Eastern civilizations? And who could boast of conversing with mermaids, creatures of legend? Such experiences were plentiful over the past year, prompting Wang Lin to resolve to establish his own greedy island, a haven where he could manifest the beauty he envisioned. With preparations complete and no onlookers, he concealed his presence and employed moonwalk to ascend into the sky above his homeland. Gazing down, he beheld the island, now divided into several small towns, where the relocated populace interacted joyfully and warmly with one another. Hovering in the air, he selected a location in the southern part of the homeland, a stretch of sea adjacent to a burgeoning burial ground to the west. Activating both shave and moonwalk, he swiftly reached the skies above the sea, gently descending into the waters below. Wang Lin commenced another grand undertaking: construction. Omnipotent book, manifest, he extended his left hand, and a thick tome materialized. While utilizing this ability, all strengths typically diminished, prompting Wang Lin to base it on his unique traits and invoke 4 instances of compulsion to achieve this preliminary manifestation. True to its name, it possessed an extensive range of capabilities, including creation. With his right hand, he extracted a card from the book, which bore a singular inscription, "Indomitable Foundation of the Magical Continent." Manifest upon invoking this card, it transformed into myriad sparkles, scattering across the ocean. Wang Lin's foot, touching the water, connected with tangible matter, gradually elevating him above the surface. What began as a solitary patch of earth swiftly expanded, growing to a scale approaching 10 times that of the current homeland, which now boasted a population nearing 300,000. Hence, to ensure future sustainable growth, he employed a spatial attribute-based super 4-dimensional continental manifestation ability, designed to adapt in accordance with population increases. The internal structure appeared vast, yet externally it measured only half the size of the homeland. Once the foundation was laid, it was time to erect the buildings that he drew forth another unique card, self-sustaining residential housing. Manifest. This architecture possessed its own consciousness, adapting to developmental needs. Subsequently, the essential facilities of a large city began to sprout automatically from the ground. Children would have schools and amusement parks. Lovers would find romantic inns and dining establishments. The elderly would enjoy leisure spaces, free from disturbances, and hospitals and factories would be constructed. Though factories may not immediately serve the fishermen, they were self-sufficient and could autonomously produce necessary items at times. Again, he extracted a unique card, Talent Center. Manifest. This card, crafted by the release system, possesses the ability to manifest numerous thought beasts, which may take the form of either humans or animals. The distinction lies in their lack of a soul, functioning merely as programmatic entities endowed with the skills to assume their designated roles. Subsequently, a grand signboard was erected at the entrance of a large personnel hall within the city that had emerged from the land. As the card transformed into a crystalline state and vanished, individuals clad in professional attire began to emerge from within. Among them were doctors, nurses, teachers, shopkeepers, tellers, and more. The hall also featured a reception service, offering pertinent job-seeking advice to the residents of the town. Ultimately, there remained one final unique card, each one a singularity, signifying this mandatory command and the bloody carnage it entailed. City Constable. Manifest. This too was a thought beast from the release system, yet due to its distinct responsibilities, it incorporated enhanced combat capabilities that it could be asserted that within this haven, ordinary devil fruit-wielding pirates faced certain doom. Even formidable foes would succumb to the tactics of multiple assailants and the trait of immortality, ensuring that the invaders would eventually meet their demise. The introduction of this last card resulted in minimal change for the city, merely establishing a police headquarters, manned by 12 exceptionally skilled judges, each commanding 24 subordinates, totaling 300 law enforcers. At last, everything had been completed, prompting Wang Lin to inquire, "System, what are your thoughts? Should we employ the final mandatory command to further enhance this place? Perhaps by introducing some peculiar items akin to those found on Greed Island?" Currently, in an exhilarated state, Wang Lin felt somewhat euphoric. "You might want to consider the point requirements for the next level of upgrade," came the reminder. "Moreover, after all this time, you seem a bit possessed. The prolonged cycle of slaughter and the elevation of power have unsettled your heart." A refreshing aura washed over Wang Lin, restoring his composure. He then formally began to reflect on the year's journey of cultivation and hunting. Chapter 12. Cultivating the Heart. The obsession with the upgrade system. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to reminisce, tracing back to the journey initiated upon entering the realm of the battle spear shark. After parting ways with Whitebeard and his crew, Xiao Ai submerged into the sea, capturing those pirates, while Wang Lin assessed whether they should be sacrificed or transformed into elixirs. However, during this period, piracy had not yet flourished into the grand age of exploration characterized by vast pirate crews. The existing pirate bands comprised merely dozens to hundreds of individuals at most. There were no signs of the 1,000-strong factions that would emerge later. This posed a significant challenge to Wang Lin's capacity to capture abilities, as he soon realized that aside from elixirs, his sacrificial points had yet to reach full capacity at the first level. The inability to upgrade the system was one issue. The mandatory commands were also unattainable. Many forthcoming aspirations would necessitate these commands, as their effects were most pronounced. Although the system did not elaborate further, it was evident that this feature was inspired by the settings within Hunter x Hunter. Thus, the most crucial wishes should be expressed in a third manner for optimal safety. Until one day, Wang Lin captured an ability user from the animal system. Upon sacrifice, he discovered that the individual's powers stemmed from artificially created fruits. This revelation unfolded before Wang Lin like the answers to an examination questionnaire. Indeed, in this world, there existed a person who had begun the creation of artificial fruits long ago, known as Vegapunk. In the days that followed, Wang Lin casually apprehended several individuals he found displeasing, and upon his first use of the wish function, designated these weaker individuals as sacrifices, ultimately discovering Vegapunk's abandoned laboratory. With inlaid documents of his past research, particularly concerning the artificial production of devil fruits and experimental failings, after a relentless week of travel, he finally located the site. The interior of the laboratory was chaotic, likely indicative of Vegapunk's hasty departure. The footprints suggested multiple individuals had been present, with the disordered tracks scattered across various file cabinets, while others led away to different locations. This implied that someone had been pursuing the doctor. From the tales, it was understood that he had not made a public appearance since, and that his legend was disseminated through the Navy, alongside the pacifist entities he had developed, which are utilized by the Navy and other governmental institutions. This led to the conclusion that this was indeed a research facility he had utilized prior to being apprehended. Guided by System 1, Wang Lin unearthed hidden documents and a semi-finished artificial fruit. After performing the sacrifice, he acquired 5 corresponding points, leading him to formulate a nearly arcane idea, to devise a method to produce such fruits himself. Yet what abilities did Wang Lin possess to accomplish this? After all, these creations were products of scientists said to wield technology that surpassed humanity by 5 centuries. At that moment, his system points had reached 896, including 11 points from the unique natural flame fruit, while the majority derived from the most populous superhuman and animal systems. The early hunts yielded minimal weighting. The ability holders had not yet developed their powers to the extent seen in later years. Thus, the average contribution of these individuals, alongside their devil fruits, amounted to merely 5.9 points, a figure calculated after excluding the first captain and adding the 2 artificial fruits. Unbeknownst to him, he had already slain so many ability users. Yet his level had not risen, prompting Wang Lin to feel a surge of desperation. Therefore, he inquired, "System, I wish to utilize Function 1 again, but I possess no foundational scientific knowledge. What price must I pay? Is it merely the sacrifice?" Indeed, the cost was the sacrifice. These semi-finished fruits could be exchanged at a ratio of 3 individuals, 2 as the cost of the fruit, and 1 as the cost for the host. Wang Lin calculated, stating, "Very well, I will procure the sacrifices," calculating that with the remaining 105 points, you could upgrade point 105521, 363 individuals. Thus, after 63 more, you shall be able to upgrade, correct? Regardless of whether your upgrade brings me benefits akin to others. I am determined to secure the basic function 3. Upon concluding, he instructed Xiao AI to accompany him in the search for individuals. Such easily obtainable souls were plentiful in this world. Within a single day, he fulfilled the requirement of 63 individuals, serving as the price for his wish as anticipated. The system upgraded by synthesizing Vegapunk's research materials. A starting point emerged, rendering wishes no longer mere fantasies. 21 semi-finished fruits, if consumed by individuals, offered only a slim chance of bestowing devil fruit powers. They were now entwined within a beam of light, serving as nourishment for the system's upgrade. Host, I have completed the upgrade. This enhancement grants the host 1 additional mandatory command, along with an increase in host perception, enabling a swifter comprehension of power during training and enhancing cognitive flexibility during contemplation. Furthermore, to reach the 2nd level upgrade, 1,500 points are required, with the current total at 11,500 at what? Level 1 grants 500? Why not 1,000? Wang Lin exclaimed. Very well, the host's suggestion can be adopted by the system. Would you like to confirm? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately retorted, "Do not twist my words. I was merely being sarcastic, implying your insatiable greed. In simpler terms, can you not provide a discount? After all, I am the one who has spilled blood for your advancement. And despite your past antics in my youth, I have not relinquished my desire for your elevation. I have been exceedingly benevolent towards you. What happens next is entirely up to you, system. Host, do not attempt to make me lower my standards. All my actions are for your benefit. Moreover, the past is the past. If you had not wet your bed, how could you have possibly acquired the 6 styles of training methods?" After several fruitless exchanges, Wang Lin conceded. Alone in the submarine on a 1-meter-wide bunk, he contemplated the situation. It appeared that persuading the system to relent was implausible. What then would become of his future improvements? Would he be forced to ceaselessly hunt for sacrifices? Would this path render him the enemy of pirates and the Navy's unwitting laborer? Furthermore, he had recently targeted not only pirates, but also the world government, the Navy, and some nobles from allied nations alongside their private soldiers. Unwittingly, had he positioned himself against the world's armed forces? No, there were also the Revolutionary Army. They were somewhat tolerable, and currently, Dragon was still a solitary figure with only a couple of small cats. The spark of rebellion must not be extinguished. Upgrading, was this the only path available through relentless slaughter? Such a notion was exceedingly exhausting. Would he become a mere laborer for the system? No, he needed to devise a different strategy. Subsequently, I entered a meditative state. During this murmuring period, Xiaoi gazed intently at Wang Lin, her small face adorned with a serious expression of imitation. Ultimately, she too closed her eyes, engaging in meditation, though it would have been more convincing had she not occasionally opened one eye. After a day had passed, hunger interrupted the meditation. From the capture space, I swiftly procured a fish, dissected it, and after removing the bones, shared a piece with Xiaoi while continuing to eat and ponder. Xiaoi, her very presence is a miracle. Could it be possible to create another miracle? A scientist of my own, a humanoid thought beast, purely supportive, capable of acquiring knowledge, to which I could then make wishes, granting it conditional eternal life and a superlative intellect. Observing Xiaoi as she mimicked eating, inspiration surged in my mind like a spring. Chapter 13, Cultivating the Mind, Part 2, Human Life as Grass Without Hesitation. I began to outline the conditions. This approach, bordering on creation, resembled the perverse abilities found among hunters, particularly the development of Greed Island. There, various miraculous creations exist, including stones that induce pregnancy in any individual, regardless of gender, and the breath of the archangel, which allows one to fully recover as long as they draw breath. Such imaginative creations are the collective result of adept thoughts. Yet, the essence remains unchanged. Their thoughts cannot escape the confines of 6 categories. This is the premise that Wang Lin can explore. He acknowledges that he cannot currently rival those 12 elites, led by gold, but he possesses an advantage they lack: the system. Thus, this scientist's abode is his laboratory. Point 1. This laboratory contains all the tools and equipment he desires. With these instruments, he can research anything. Point 2. This laboratory is a secret known only to the scientist himself. Shrouded in mystery, an O1 has entered. Not even his creator, Wang Lin. Point 3. The scientist can complete every task assigned to him by his creator, provided it is not a fanciful notion, and must be grounded in theoretical foundations or aligned with the current world's rules. 4. The laboratory must be situated in the safest of locations. Thus he has chosen the submarine, specifically the rear compartment of this indestructible vessel, where a door will appear, leading to his laboratory. This laboratory is an extension formed by 4-dimensional space. Integrated within the submarine. Point 5. This scientist is a hybrid of mechanical and carbon-based life, capable of long-term survival without sustenance. 6. Manifest this scientist, the laboratory, and the enhanced characteristics of both the scientist's body and the equipment within must be realized, alongside the summoning of the scientist himself. Gazing at the records on the manifested paper, I began to construct an internal door within the submarine, a door flush against the wall, resembling a painted image, save for a protruding red button that serves as a doorbell. The subsequent internal structure ventured into complex territory, As Wang Lin's thoughts could scarcely sustain such an unequal exchange, as anticipated, he inquired, "System, tell me, what cost must I incur to realize my vision and achieve a permanent solution?" The system pondered before responding. This nearly perfect scientist and his mysterious laboratory are, in essence, priceless. Similarly, life itself is also invaluable. However, at times, life can be deemed rather inexpensive in comparison, the value of the scientist outweighs that of life. Thus, the cost is 100,000. 100,000 to establish this laboratory. Wang Lin gasped in shock. 100,000? That equates to a laboratory and a scientist? Yet upon reflection, his heart cooled, and he asked, "What if I exceed the requirements? Can I perhaps request additional provisions, such as a training room?" The system tends to favor the host's wishes, cautioning him not to stray from his initial desire, to have no regrets. Wang Lin confidently replied, "I will not falter. Even in slaughter, I will only target those whose demise will not leave me with regrets. Furthermore, if the victims are those with devil fruit abilities, their worth as sacrifices should be significantly higher, correct? Indeed, host, the system will calculate the weighting accordingly." Then, Xiaoi heard Wang Lin, who had been in a daze, suddenly exclaim, "All right, it's settled. Xiaoi, head to the chaotic areas. Wherever there is turmoil, go there, we shall capture people." After Xiaoi cheerfully responded, she activated the buttons that Wang Lin had long struggled to comprehend, steering the submarine towards the designated location. What followed were months of relentless hunting. Each time reaching a count of 10,000, I would pay the price to the system. Ultimately, with 1 month remaining until Wang Lin's year at sea, a total of 300,000 individuals had been captured, many of whom were soldiers in the New World. Numerous nations exist, with even more embroiled in conflict. Wang Lin became a ghost upon the battlefield, forcibly capturing many soldiers engaged in warfare. Soldiers in conflict possess no right or wrong, yet once they step onto the battlefield, they surrender their lives to their governments. Wang Lin's actions inadvertently led to a cessation of hostilities among these nations. While some civilians mourned the loss of loved ones, many others were spared the horrors of war, and peace descended in this manner. Dr. X, I require you to produce the maximum number of artificial fruits in the shortest time possible. Prioritizing quantity, should superior products emerge, reserve them for future needs. After 7 to 8 months of diligent effort, the sacrificial task for the laboratory was completed beyond expectations. The door of the laboratory was opened by this half-mechanical being who called himself Yax. The door swung inward, implying that Wang Lin would need to push it to enter, thereby minimizing unnecessary complications in the confined space. Upon receiving Yak's report, Wang Lin assigned him his first task, providing him with all the research materials on Vegapound. Yak replied, "Rest assured, my master, I will undoubtedly bring you surprises, and when the time comes, you will realize that I am the greatest scientist." Ha ha, ha ha ha. Wang Lin paid little heed to this scientist, slightly misled by this world, while only Xiaoi gazed at Yax with wide-eyed admiration for his confident smile. Then, Wang Lin himself pushed open a door, immediately using 50,000 as the price to wish for a training space manufactured by his abilities. To maintain balance, this space must be indestructible, while its framework would remain fragile. Thus, this four-dimensional space was also integrated into the submarine. However, unlike the laboratory, Wang Lin could open a door to this training space anywhere in the world, allowing him to enter and engage in combat with whatever lay within. Once the door was closed, it would vanish, and only upon completing the training could he reopen it and return to the original location. Presently, Wang Lin's training space had all other functionalities in a dormant state, with only gravity training and reaction speed training operational. This was a space that had been pre-configured for continuous evolution and development. This marked Wang Lin's first experience in a place that harmonized the training methods of both worlds, systematically cultivating himself. Speaking of which, the training methods of both worlds emphasize the relentless exploitation of one's energy until exhaustion is reached, facilitating significant advancements. Among hunters, Gon and Killua engage in prolonged practice, participating in the arena. In the pirate world, Luffy and his crew are sent to respective islands by the Violent Bear, where they face life and death trials. Those who have not undergone such trials find their progress negligible, akin to striking from the shadows. Now, Wang Lin found himself running under tenfold gravity, bearing a weight of 5,000 kilograms. His goal, 100 laps. This weight is trivial for the elites of this world. However, with the added gravity, the experience transforms that it becomes an environment that persistently persuades one to surrender, with each heartbeat echoing stubbornness that I in such an environment. Wang Lin must meld his thoughts with his willpower, utilizing iron and resilience to fortify his physique, for running on the ground is merely the first step of the initial phase. There will be more to come, including leaps through the moonwalk. Thus, from the outset of training, he must exert himself fully, pushing until he collapses, allowing the sweet masseuse to alleviate his fatigue before continuing. Chapter 14. Cultivating the Mind, Part 3. Deathly Thoughts Entwined after more than half a month of continuous training. The door to the scientific laboratory swung open. Yak stood within, announcing, "The master's requests have been fulfilled. Currently, over 2,000 artificial fruits have been produced, each crafted based on the foundational data provided." Upon hearing the news, Wang Lin promptly completed the sacrifice, resulting in the system upgrading to the 3rd level. This advancement bestowed upon him 2 additional mandatory commands, along with an enhancement in his comprehension. Wang Lin felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, pondering the notion that if he could elevate his understanding to its zenith, a transformative change would undoubtedly ensue. For instance, when faced with challenges in the future, might he not enter a realm of profound enlightenment? Gazing at the numbers on the system interface, he suddenly felt a wave of agitation. However, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Now that you have produced so many fruits, you must have become adept at it. Increase the pace. I require more. I shall refrain from training for the next few days and will instead contemplate matters here. Please deliver the finished fruits in batches." Yak responded calmly, "As you command, Master." Seated on his bed, Wang Lin instructed Xiao AI to return. Meanwhile, he contemplated the sudden wave of irritation that had washed over him, a feeling that could cause significant emotional fluctuations. Something felt amiss. He needed to devise a solution. As he pondered, he found himself at a loss for ideas. "Xiao AI, do you see anything wrong with me?" he asked. In a moment of desperation, he turned to the little companion for guidance. Big brother looks even more handsome now. Big brother, hug me." Without waiting for a response, she leaped into Wang Lin's embrace, as the vehicle was on autopilot. Then, Xiao AI quickly withdrew, wrinkling her nose as she sniffed the air. "Brother smells unpleasant. You should take a bath." Wang Lin felt a jolt of surprise. Unpleasant? He had just bathed using the most effective cleansing shower gel and shampoo designed to eliminate impurities. How could he possibly smell bad? Surely, something was amiss within his body, something invisible to the naked eye that required special means to perceive it. Could this be the advantage of enhanced comprehension? At that moment, unable to discern the root of the issue, he began conceptualizing an object of paramount importance to him, akin to a divine artifact. The inspiration for this item stemmed from the Spider Captain. The Captain's tome had the ability to usurp the powers of others, often delivering a lethal blow to adversaries when combined with his own strength. As someone with greater potential than Spider Captain, Wang Lin sought an even more cunning auxiliary tool. He was confident that in the future, he would not need to rely on stealing others' abilities to vanquish opponents. After all, in terms of high-end combat prowess, perhaps the Pirate King would not fall short of the Hunter. Both worlds possessed individuals capable of nearly annihilating the planet with their strength. So why should Wang Lin, who could understand the convergence of these 2 systems, feel any insecurity? Moreover, he had the system at his disposal. Though it currently seemed somewhat lackluster, who could predict its future potential? Thus, adhering to the principle that one must give as much as one receives, he relinquished any direct enhancement in combat prowess that this tool could offer, that he chose a path of versatility. Inspired by the template of Greed Island, to create a card-based system for storing his conceptualized items, which he could deploy when needed. However, this decision carried significant drawbacks. While wielding these tools, he would lose all capacity for resistance. Therefore, ensuring a secure location during their use was paramount. Otherwise, he risked being slain by a seemingly innocuous foe. With this series of ideas in mind, he embarked on his experimental endeavors. Initially, he fared well. crafting several uncomplicated tools. For instance, he created advanced cards resembling a life-saving card inspired by the Archangel's breath, which manifested an angelic figure capable of rescuing those on the brink of death. Intermediate cards included practical tools such as cars, boats, airplanes, and cannons. The lower tier, he could only seal objects into cards for containment. Finally, there were the special cards, which had cost him countless failures to materialize. Ultimately, he resolved to create a unique card, a process that required a mandatory wish. Wang Lin felt no regret. In fact, he believed this was the rightful application of his third wish, for this singular card held boundless possibilities. After materializing 4 unique cards, he was compelled to pause his activities, as the system informed him that further production of artificial fruits would no longer yield points through sacrifice. That moment. The system ascended to the 5th level, and Wang Lin needed to retain 1 mandatory command for emergencies. The mere elevation to the 4th and 5th levels granted him a newfound ability, the fusion of power systems. This was a direction Wang Lin had tirelessly pursued, and now the system had bestowed upon him this golden opportunity. This fusion was perfect, devoid of any mutual repulsion or discord. Henceforth, he would no longer need to divide his focus. As in battle, where one must aim at the enemy while simultaneously guarding against detection, in the future, he could employ the most direct form of attack, and each strike against an opponent would be imbued with both mental energy and domineering spirit. The variability of mental power combined with the straightforwardness of the domineering spirit could be harmoniously integrated, a tantalizing prospect indeed, seated on the new island, reflecting upon the events of the past year. Wang Lin opened his eyes, a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to retrieve the Book of Omnipotence. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled his mental energy into the book, then withdrew a card whose exterior resembled a large mirror. The mirror offered an authentic reflection. A massive, semicircular mirror materialized before Wang Lin, allowing the viewer to see all impurities within themselves, entities that might defy explanation in the physical realm. He gazed into the mirror. He observed a formless mass, dark and oppressive, composed solely of abstract eyes and mouths, continuously ebbing and flowing in and out of his body. Upon witnessing these entities, the mirror provided him with vital information. Ah, so, it is you, the deceased. I did not expect the souls of the unjust to harbor such lingering thoughts. Coldly regarding these apparitions, Wang Lin scoffed, stating, "Your demise is merely a consequence of your own existence. For my ideals, do not think I hesitate to eradicate you, that if I deem you worthy of death, then you are indeed deserving. Now that you have foolishly sought me out, you need not depart. Contribute to the creation of my beautiful world, Wang Lin's world, in this realm." With that, he once more channeled his mental energy into the Book of Omnipotence, and, after a brief interval, produced another card. Smirking at the mirror that revealed no reflection of himself, only a swarm of ghostly figures, he declared, "I have long pondered where to procure a suitable weapon. Now, I possess my weapon shall be your final resting place, and you shall aid me in vanquishing every foe before me. Devouring blade, manifest, consume." A blade that should not exist in this world appeared in Wang Lin's grasp. Chapter 15. Cultivating the Mind, Part 4. I am singular. There is no other like me. With the emergence of this pitch-black blade, adorned with swirling crimson patterns resembling eyes, its very essence seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the characteristic of the devouring blade, as conceived during its materialization, was to sever all and devour souls and flesh. When its wielder identified an opponent as demonic, the blade would become razor-sharp beyond measure. This quality, while somewhat fantastical, was indeed made manifest within the Book of Omnipotence. For upon its emergence, the wielder would lose all defenses and combat prowess, rendering them truly vulnerable. The mechanism of equivalent exchange allowed for the book's omnipotence. Upon the appearance of the demonic blade, the previously raucous spirits in the mirror fell silent. They emitted inaudible screams, their voices lost to all but Wang Lin, who remained undisturbed, his resolve as solid as rock. In the past, when caught off guard, they had merely managed to sway his emotions. Now, with his guard up, they could not hope to disturb him in the slightest. This was also related to the divergent paths of cultivation in the two worlds. Both worlds placed significant emphasis on the cultivation of inner momentum. Regarding the Conqueror's haki, Wang Lin sensed that in the hunter world, even third-rate experts possessed this form of haki. However, the emphasis varied. The hunter world, being darker, leaned more towards the art of killing, resulting in a release of haki that did not cause those lacking strength to faint, but rendered them as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. In contrast, within the pirate world, the appearance of Conqueror's haki typically served as a means of intimidation, causing the weak to faint while the strong would demand respect, challenging those who dared to refuse. Exude a fervent passion. This is a commonality shared by both worlds, while other aspects possess their unique characteristics. Yet, amidst these realms, every martial artist embarking on the path of cultivation harbors their own convictions. As long as this conviction remains unshaken, their heart becomes impervious. Currently, Wang Lin embodies this essence. His foremost belief, his obsession, lies beneath his very feet. Neither demons nor malevolent spirits can sway him. Thus, those tormented spirits, in their relentless struggle, were drawn forth from the mirror by this demon-slaying blade, devoured entirely by its tip without leaving a trace. Once these wicked thoughts were consumed, the visage of Wang Lin emerged within the mirror. However, his attire appeared markedly different. Wang Lin surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow, while his reflection in the mirror smiled. Gradually, he observed his mirrored self growing taller, enveloped in dark smoke, with eyes turning a vivid crimson. Reaching out in an attempt to grasp the black blade held by the Wang Lin standing before the mirror. Heart demon, murderous intent, born from slaughter, awakened through deathly thoughts, you must be the dark side of my soul. Correct? Wang Lin regarded the mirror's demonic reflection, remaining unfazed. His confidence extended not only to himself, but also to the mirror. The mirror merely reflects the most authentic information, yet such information cannot harm it. Thus, regardless of how audacious the entity within may be, it cannot escape, unless he permits it. The mirrored version of himself ceased its futile assaults. Gazing outward, he beheld the world crafted by Wang Lin. Exuding immense joy, silently laughing uproariously, nodding repeatedly, occasionally shaking his head. Indeed, you're not solely my malevolent thoughts and murderous intent, but also my obsession. You wish to emerge. The Wang Lin who had been seated inside suddenly rose. Adopting a combative stance, Wang Lin closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, beginning to grasp the implications. He then spoke. Are you suggesting that only one of us can survive? The figure within nodded. Wang Lin scoffed, utterly absurd. Had I not discerned your embodiment of my obsession, I might have remained uncertain. However, upon realization, I perceive this as our opportunity. You represent my obsession, birth from slaughter, and the deaths of those I have slain through my will. Their demise coalescing into a cursed essence of resentment and bitterness, giving rise to this unique entity. I am aware of my current obsession, yet it is not everything that I also possess a duty to protect. I not only wish to leave no regrets, but, if possible, I desire to live on and safeguard my world. Therefore, your existence poses no threat to me. As I grow stronger, even if I were to slay you today, another you would inevitably arise. So, come forth, my embodiment of obsession. With Wang Lin's command, the embodiment of his obsession emerged, yet made no move to strike. Wang Lin's thoughts enveloped the scene, and soon a team of enforcers appeared, transporting this mirror of genuine reflection back to the enforcement hall. Now, only Wang Lin and his embodiment of obsession remained. Wang Lin stated, "Let us take a stroll, so you may witness the world I strive to protect. It is also a part of my obsession. Thus, when you behold it, you will find joy." The embodiment nodded, its towering form following closely behind Wang Lin. They exited the island, entering the homeland, and together traversed into the West Sea world with a graceful step. Looking back, isn't it exhilarating? Outside, chaos reigned, yet within my homeland, unparalleled beauty flourished. Upon appearing in the West Sea, the embodiment of obsession began to emanate a chilling aura, muttering, "Slay, annihilate all who obstruct my vision. Wipe out the world government, eradicate the celestial dragons, obliterate all tyrannical institutions. Pirates, annihilate them all." Wang Lin concurred, Indeed, in this wondrous world, how can we allow such filth to destroy it? Anyone who threatens this beauty must be vanquished. Even if in the future, Luffy and the others succumb to darkness, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Thus, our objectives are not dissimilar. We merely differ in form. The embodiment nodded in agreement, while suppressing the urge to strike down those etched in memory. For it is an embodiment of obsession, devoid of regrets. Should it disrupt the protagonist's path of growth, wouldn't that create a new regret? Hence, it found itself in turmoil. After the emergence of the embodiment, Wang Lin understood its nature, immortal, an existence that no one but Wang Lin could slay. Thus, witnessing it refrain from violence brought him solace that he then declared, "Come, let us merge. After all, you are me, merely a purer manifestation of thought. Formless and intangible, this should be your true essence that I believe we can coexist and merge." With a command, a beam of light shot forth from Wang Lin's body, enveloping the embodiment and drawing it into his being. "You deceive me. I shall kill you." A chilling voice echoed within Wang Lin's mind as the embodiment issued such a threat and began to resist. At this moment, Wang Lin need not concern himself with anything else, simply awaiting the system's progress. This time, his wish, made with half of his remaining lifespan, amplified the merging capability to encompass the embodiment of obsession. Now, Wang Lin had entered the training chamber, appearing as a 62-year-old man. However, he remained unfazed. He had long prepared for such eventualities, awaiting completion, to consume a pill thereafter. Previously, he had hesitated to partake, having only wasted 5 years. While waiting, Wang Lin mused, "Why would I deceive you? Do you not realize that ultimately, only one of us can survive? My choice to merge, rather than eliminate you, benefits us both. Your immortality will surely prove useful in the future, though I currently remain unaware of how. Merging is a function bestowed upon me by a great existence, a divine artifact system that you, as an embodiment, cannot comprehend. It guarantees your survival. For this, I have sacrificed 38 years of my life. Without miracles, I would have only 38 years remaining. Hence, I harbor no malice toward you." "What? You scoundrel! You squandered your lifespan on our internal strife. You shall pay for this." The embodiment failed to grasp Wang Lin's actions, its fury escalating. "Silence. You are me. We are one. Yet I remain myself. Shall I not converse with you civilly?" System, ensure his silence. Should he misbehave, he is forbidden from speaking. Introduction to the power system of this book. The power system in this narrative amalgamates elements from both Hunter x Hunter and One Piece, which have already been highlighted within the story. More precisely, it utilizes the power system of Hunter x Hunter as its core framework, with the One Piece system serving as its branches. Below is an introduction to the Nin system in Hunter x Hunter. Enhancement system. The hallmark of this system is its unwavering simplicity. Its ability, as its name implies, enhances objects. Although straightforward, it possesses the greatest combat potential and the highest destructive capability. Generally, users of the enhancement system prefer to enhance themselves, thereby augmenting both their offensive and defensive capabilities, achieving a harmonious balance of attack and defense. Besides enhancing oneself, they can also bolster external objects. In the Sky Arena arc, Master Yingu once demonstrated the enhancement ability by transforming a page into a flying knife, showcasing the essence of the enhancement system. Due to the accessibility of enhancement abilities, even non-users often employ certain enhancement techniques, albeit with diminished potency compared to true enhancement users, such as Hisoka's use of playing cards. Notable representatives of the enhancement system include Gon, who concentrates all his nun into his fists, creating missile-like destructive power, and Knuckle, who significantly enhances his physique, enabling his fists to unleash atomic bomb-level devastation while possessing considerable defensive capability. 2. Transformation system. The defining trait of this system is its capriciousness and penchant for deception. Its primary ability lies in altering the nature of none. This system is often mistakenly believed to change physical substances in the natural world. However, this is not the case. Rather, it involves integrating the properties of a familiar substance into the user's nun. For instance, Hisoka's nun, characterized by the properties of chewing gum, stems from his childhood affinity for the confection. While Killua's electric nun ability is a result of frequent electric shocks during his upbringing, prominent figures of the transformation system include Killua, with electric properties, Hisoka, with gum properties, and Maki, with thread properties. 3. Emission system. Users of this system are characterized by their impatience and carelessness. Their primary ability involves projecting nun externally. A unique feature of this system is that the nun retains its potency even after leaving the user, making it suitable for long-range attacks. Notable representatives of the emission system include Franklin, who fires powerful nun bullets from his modified fingers, and Melody, who utilizes nun to produce music. The aforementioned three systems belong to the combat-oriented nun abilities, generally employed directly in battle and possessing substantial destructive power. Additionally, these systems can manifest nun beasts to fight on their behalf. The abilities of nun are intrinsically linked to the prowess of their wielders. The manipulation category is characterized by users who are often argumentative and fiercely independent. Their primary capability lies in the manipulation of both materials and living beings. The essence of this category is straightforward. It involves the manipulation of pre-existing elements and organisms in nature. Yet it cannot enhance their inherent abilities or attributes. Should one wish to augment the capabilities of the manipulated subjects, assistance from the enhancement category is required. Notable figures representing this category include the hero, who can manipulate objects through a mobile device when connected, and Fei Jie, who employs kisses to manipulate her opponents. The conjuration category, on the other hand, is marked by users who display a neurotic disposition. Their primary ability is to materialize objects using their nun, effectively creating tangible substances from their nun energy. This category is often confused with the transformation category, while the latter alters the properties of nun. Conjuration focuses on changing its form. Similar to the transformation category, conjurers must become intimately familiar with the characteristics of the material they wish to conjure. For instance, Kurapika dedicated 3 months to practicing with his conjured chains, immersing himself in their essence through sight, scent, taste, sound, and touch until he dreamt of them, thus gradually shaping their form. Kurapika is a prime example of this category, manifesting 5 chains, each endowed with unique abilities. Another is Little Drip, who conjures a vacuum cleaner capable of absorbing all non-living objects. The specialization category is distinguished by its individualistic users, often possessing a charismatic, almost messianic leadership quality. This category is the most unique among the 6. As its abilities are not fixed, it encompasses all special nun abilities outside of the other 5 primary categories, with instances of individuals developing into specialists through rigorous training. Additionally, specialists can concurrently train in other categories. Due to the presence of formidable characters like Kurapika and Krallo, who both belong to this category, readers may mistakenly perceive it as the most powerful. However, this is not entirely accurate, as the abilities of specialists often lean toward supportive functions. For example, when Kurapika activates his Scarlet Eye, his ability allows him to maximize the potential of all categories to their utmost effectiveness, significantly enhancing the strength of his chains through enhancement abilities. This illustrates that the primary capability utilized is the conjuration ability of the chains rather than the specialization ability itself. Kurapika's specialization alone would not suffice to achieve such power. The Krallo specialization allows him to steal the abilities of other nun users, meaning he can utilize any ability, albeit contingent upon holding a book from which to draw this power. Similarly, Pakku's ability, which involved the conjured gun, enables him to read and convey thoughts. These 3 categories primarily exhibit supportive nun abilities, applicable beyond combat scenarios. Regarding contracts and oaths, one must possess the resolve to impose limitations upon oneself and vow to adhere to these agreements. Stringent restrictions are what enable the techniques chosen to unleash explosive potential. Should one break their oath, the repercussions would result in a loss of nun abilities. Such constraints are often stark and severe, akin to the dark arts found in fantasy tales. There are also more nuanced limitations, such as the Bomb Devil from Greed Island, whose explosive mechanism is contingent upon the target being aware of the installation and disarmament methods, with a generous countdown. This entails revealing one's vulnerabilities to the opponent, allowing them the chance to counteract, thereby fulfilling the terms of the contract and maximizing the bomb's lethality. While this approach may provide immediate gratification, it carries significant downsides and should only be employed as a last resort. Hence, after his initial clash with the Navy, protagonist Wang Lin discovered that setting a time for a guaranteed lethal strike required considerable effort and chose to abandon this method in favor of alternative strategies. As for the power structure within the world of One Piece, the primary manifestation of strength lies predominantly in the application of haki, with martial arts and devil fruit abilities following closely behind. A true master emerges from the synergy of martial arts and haki. Regarding haki, as elucidated by Rayleigh, mastering it in the early stages necessitates combat experience for enhancement. This explains why proficient haki users among pirates are relatively more numerous than their Navy counterparts. Albeit this is a generalization influenced by the larger base of the Navy, which can effectively suppress at least one of the 4 Emperor's crews in discussing combat power values. It is important to note that Garp is not the strongest in the current era. As depicted in the manga, the first demon extermination order in One Piece history was issued only after Garp and Sengoku's feudal struggle against Barrett. Barrett himself was responsible for triggering 2 such extermination orders. As detailed in the thrilling action sequences, Garp's legendary status stems from his participation in the confrontation against Rocks at God Valley alongside Roger, which occurred 15 years prior to Roger's execution, ultimately thwarting Whitebeard's betrayal and preventing Kaido and his crew from gaining the upper hand. While Garp indeed possesses immense strength, he is not invincible. For instance, Steelbone Kong single-handedly faced off against a vampire. And it was only after Garp triumphed over the exhausted vampire that he emerged victorious. The vampire, as I recall, had been able to contend with the 4 Emperor's crews. Thus, it could be inferred that Steelbone Kong's strength may exceed that of Garp. Regarding which of the 2 worlds is stronger, I personally lean towards Hunter x Hunter, given the peculiarities of the Dark Continent, where the sapling of the World Tree is on the verge of breaching the atmosphere. Within the Dark Continent, there exist flowers that prey on ancient creatures like Tyrannosaurus rex. Conversely, in One Piece, the Tyrannosaurus rex is merely considered a formidable ability among devil fruit users. Furthermore, in the Zoldyck family, a dragon serves merely as a means of transportation. Additionally, when considering the size of the respective worlds, the Hunter x Hunter universe appears to be larger than that of One Piece. Calculations by a knowledgeable individual on Jihu suggest that the planet in One Piece is approximately 10 times the size of Earth and about 630 times larger than the Naruto world. This also elucidates why the inhabitants of this world exhibit such remarkable physical capabilities. To further elucidate the dimensions of the Naruto world, it is well known that its land area is relatively small. Kishimoto explicitly stated in the manga that traveling from Konoha to Suno would take 3 days, and given that ninjas would likely conserve chakra for such a journey, it can be inferred that without the use of chakra, their physical prowess would surpass that of modern soldiers. Even considering the consumption of food and the necessity of rest, the use of soldier rations would still require time for sleeping and other needs. The military standard for a 5-kilometer assessment is approximately 23 minutes, translating to a speed of around 15 kilometers h, while ninjas might achieve a speed of around 30 kilometers h if they were to run for 19 hours a day. They could cover approximately 1,710 kilometers in 3 days. Based on maps, it can be estimated that the Naruto world spans roughly 8 million square kilometers, while China's land area is approximately 9.63 million square kilometers, and the combined area of Earth's oceans and land masses is around 510 million square kilometers. In terms of the One Piece world, calculations based on the reverse mountain, the Grand Line, and Alabasta indicate that the One Piece planet is about 10 times larger than Earth. By determining the surface escape velocity, an estimate of the planet's overall size can be made, utilizing pixel scaling for calculations. Alabasta is identified as the 4th island in the Grand Line, which maintains a consistent width globally, allowing for ascension to the reverse mountain. The reverse mountain curve measures approximately 389,650.008621 km, while the planet's diameter is estimated at around 975,509.15674 km, considering that the diameter is scaled to the planet's center and the curve of the reverse mountain is closer to perspective. It is likely even larger. The surface escape velocity is calculated to be at least 178 kilometers s. In conclusion, it can be deduced that the One Piece world is approximately 10 times larger than Earth and around 630 times larger than the Naruto world. Furthermore, examining the worldview of Hunter x Hunter reveals numerous small nations, with wars resulting in millions of casualties. The author also highlighted that the currently depicted world only constitutes 5 of the human-inhabited area, while the remaining 95 is classified as the Dark Continent. In the realm of darkness, a mere ant, having succumbed to competition, managed to extinguish the life of the renowned Hunter Association's chairman, once celebrated as the strongest in the world at TO Speak Without Thought. If a character from One Piece were to traverse into the world of hunters, it would be akin to our own venture into the tales of ancient dragons. Within 3 chapters, one would either be vanquished by a child or an elderly woman, scarcely lasting a few days. Regarding the concepts of haki and none, I personally believe that haki, in the Hunter universe, is something that almost every Nun user possesses, albeit expressed in varying forms. They exhibit greater aggression and an intense murderous intent. Conversely, in the world of One Piece, the Conqueror's haki serves more as a means of intimidation rather than direct assault. The armament haki parallels the effects of Nun's enhancement of durability, primarily strengthening one's defense, while simultaneously amplifying offensive capabilities. As for observation haki, it focuses on predicting the next attack. Compared to the circular convergence of Nun abilities, it may indeed fall slightly short. Notably, within the realm of Nun, there exists a unique ability known as Zetsu, which allows an individual to completely sever their own aura, isolating themselves from the Nun abilities of others, reminiscent of how Seastone nullifies Devil Fruit powers. Kurapika utilized Zetsu to sever the Nun of Yuvajin, thereby countering the latter's nuclear explosion-like strength by stripping him of his defenses, a feat achieved due to the aforementioned pact and oath. Hence, within the framework of this narrative power structure, any sporadic surge in strength is undoubtedly not merely a manifestation of the protagonist's halo. In the world of One Piece, such a halo exists solely among the life forms inherent to that realm, rather than the protagonist. Wang Lin. Chapter 16. A chance encounter with Bartholomew Kuma, the system acquiesced to Wang Lin's modest request, continuing the process of fusion. The notion of an alternative body entirely birthed from Nun evoked numerous thoughts in Wang Lin's mind that he couldn't help but engage in self-deprecation. Mused aloud, if I were to venture into a realm of cultivation, I reckon the elders would be utterly astounded by this creation. This world is indeed wondrous. Seizing the opportunity during this fusion, he contemplated future designs for his ultimate weapon. His previous approach had been overly crude. Charging in recklessly could not become a staple of his strategy. He needed to explore and draw from a myriad of inspirations that a couple of desperate measures would suffice, whereas survival tactics should be more plentiful. Wang Lin stroked his chin, deep in thought. Ultimately, he arrived at a revelation, which led him to slap his thigh, exclaiming, "Yes, that's it." After the fusion was complete, he would simply need to eliminate the immature contracts he had formed previously. The requirement for none would necessitate a lush environment. Yet in this world, such places were abundant, rendering the matter trivial. Following 2 hours of planning, the fusion was finally complete, as anticipated, in a certain state. Wang Lin could inherit the immortality characteristic of the obsession demon body. The obsession body resembled a personal avatar, capable of residing within him, materializing unexpectedly in areas within his line of sight at crucial moments. Observing the black blade resting on his lap, he contemplated and attempted to absorb it into his right arm. Success! It appeared that weapons forged from none could indeed be stored within one's body, eliminating the need for remanifestation each time they were required. This would significantly simplify future endeavors. Gazing at the black blade tattooed on his arm, Wang Lin felt its latent power. Next on his agenda was to restore his vitality by consuming medicine. Speaking of which, he had yet to sample the elixir he had produced. However, according to its own description, one pill could extend a person's lifespan by 50 years. Quite the elixir for longevity upon ingesting a pill. His body rejuvenated, reverting from a remaining 38 years to a vibrant 88, effectively rendering him considerably younger. His physique settled into what one would expect of a true 19-year-old. due to the constraints of the training room. He was unable to exit without completing his training. Thus, he settled on the simplest regimen, running with weights. An hour later, he emerged, invigorated, above the vast expanse of the West in ambush. Upon his arrival, he sensed an incoming attack, instinctively dodging and retaliating with a kick. To his astonishment, his adversary blocked it with a single hand. Surprised, he created distance, eager to discern the identity of his opponent with his current strength. Although he had yet to systematically integrate none with hockey and various martial arts, it was improbable that anyone could withstand his strike without a reaction. Even an admiral would at least produce a sound upon impact. Wu Ti, as he discerned his opponent's visage, his surprise dissipated. "How should I address you? Bartholomew Kuma? The tyrant? Or something else? Moreover, why did you attack me? Without a reasonable explanation, your future may very well come to an end here." Wang Lin inquired bluntly, addressing this undercover agent who was of assistance to Luffy and possessed multiple identities. If no clarification was provided, he would have no choice but to resolve this conflict himself, compelling Luffy and his companions to fend for themselves. Kuma, having recognized Wang Lin, replied, "Ah, it is you, Lin, the man with a bounty of 100 million berries, yet your true worth far exceeds that sum." "Oh, you recognize me? That is of little concern to me. Now, please explain why you attacked." Wang Lin pressed further. "Your sudden appearance warranted an attack," Kuma responded, that moment. Wang Lin surveyed his surroundings, lowering his gaze to find himself on the bow of Kuma's ship. "Well, that is a valid reason. I accept it. I shan't hold it against you. But what brings you here? Is there someone you seek in the West Sea?" Wang Lin alluded, for there was no documentation indicating when he had joined Dragon's crew. However, deducing from the records of his first encounter with Dragon, it appeared to have occurred within the past few years, as Dragon was acquainted with Zoro's master. Kurazumi Kinemon was likely around 10 years later that they dined at Kinemon's abode while on a mission in the East Sea, resupplying along the way to that time. Dragon was already one of the elder statesmen of the Revolutionary Army, actively rescuing the impoverished and recruiting individuals into the cause. Hearing Wang Lin's inquiry, Kuma replied, "Nothing much, just looking around, hoping to find some answers. It seems I've stumbled upon you. So tell me, does this world still hold hope?" Wang Lin understood. He had yet to join Dragon's ranks, though it would be soon. "That depends on your perspective on the matter," my answer, however, is that hope has always existed. It's merely a matter of whether you dare to seize it. The towering figure, nearly 7 meters tall, calmly stated, "When I see it, I shall grasp it." After uttering this, he seated himself on his small vessel, gazing contemplatively at his Bible. Intrigued, Wang Lin inquired, "So, what do you plan to do next?" Kuma pondered for a moment before responding. "After I traverse the 4 seas and return home, I shall likely become a free pirate. So the king of Sorbet Kingdom has only recently embraced piracy, implying that the Shichibukai will gradually emerge. According to the timeline, next year's World Government Conference will establish the Shichibukai system, thus providing a chance for the pirates traversing the early routes to rise. Realizing that future events would unfold with increasing rapidity, Wang Lin noted that after Luffy and his crew set sail, it would be merely 2 to 3 months before the Marineford War commenced, followed by 2 years of individual training, culminating in their reunion 2 years later. The pace of events would accelerate, as if the entire world were hastening forward. Thus, time would be exceedingly scarce. Just as Wang Lin was lost in these thoughts, the system abruptly interrupted, providing a future event notification. Ace's mother's secluded island, Batarilla, would see all children born there within the last month executed by the Navy, along with their mothers. Due to the exposure of Ace's mother's whereabouts, Wang Lin gasped in shock. Turning to Kuma, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall meet again. By the way, your devil fruit power is quite fascinating." With that, he did not allow Kuma the opportunity to respond, swiftly employing the shave technique to distance himself, before launching into the air with moonwalk and diving into the sea, swimming towards his homeland. Upon returning home, seated upon the sandy shore, Wang Lin reflected on the system's revelations, muttering to himself, "No wonder Ace was born 20 months later. It seems it was not merely a matter of hiding." but of necessity. After the O'Hara incident, Garp had ventured to the South Blue and returned with an infant, indicating that Ace's birth coincided closely with the destruction of O'Hara, as he observed the crabs scuttling about on the beach. Wang Lin's thoughts drifted away from that subject. And oh wonder the world government brands you as the son of a demon. Your birth must have come at such a cost to so many lives. But who are the real demons? When children are not spared, how can one speak of justice? Rising to his feet, he gazed toward the South Blue, declaring, however, this time, the world has gained a counterpart to you. Let the enemies of the world begin from this day forth. With this resolution, he had initially planned to remain in his homeland for 6 months to a year before heading towards O'Hara Island. Located in the West Sea, to behold the Tree of Knowledge, a majestic entity that had existed for 5,000 years. Then comes the task of relocating O'Hara, leaving behind a mere counterfeit, and eliminating those wielding the Demon Slayer order. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes, and one's original intentions remain steadfast. Thus, Wang Lin, having spent a few days with his adoptive parents in their homeland, also encountered those who had perished in this world. After unveiling the mist of the replicated island of greed, everyone proceeded to claim a residence. Some chose to remain there and live, while others desired the best of both worlds, a notion primarily represented by his adoptive parents. With a smile as he gazed upon their contented expressions, Wang Lin bid them farewell and made his way to the beach. As the tattoo on his neck flickered several times, it left behind only an outline. After which Xiao AI appeared, standing at the bow of the boat, inquiring, "Big brother, where are we headed this time? The South Sea, perhaps? Indeed, we are bound for the South Sea, to Bartolomeo Island. Let's strike terror into their hearts." Chapter 17. The Slaughter of Dogs. 3 days later, Wang Lin landed with a backpack slung over his shoulder. This was an island of eternal spring, serene and tranquil. Roger must have chosen this tranquility to settle his wife here. Little did he know the attention the world government and the Navy would pay him. After his demise, his crew found no peace, much like those who shared his bloodline, regarded as thorns in the flesh. As Wang Lin strolled down the street, the laughter and joy of the townsfolk influenced his mood. He entered a CF, ordered a cup of coffee, and retrieved a comic book from his backpack. The title of the comic was Potential Malice. Upon opening it, anyone who glanced inside would find that the streets, characters, and objects mirrored the reality of Bartolomeo Island. The comic was divided into 4 large panels, with 2 pages on either side containing 2 illustrations each. The characters depicted were animated, each engaged in their own actions. At first glance, they appeared diminutive, but upon closer inspection, they became vividly clear. For instance, in the CAF where Wang Lin sat reading, he also appeared in the lower right panel of the comic. However, most illustrations were rendered in black and white, with a few individuals opting for colorful depictions, drawing circles with the word murderer inscribed within. This was a particularly irksome act of foreshadowing, yet it was a prop Wang Lin had intentionally crafted for this visit, using an artificial fruit as a price. A small wish granted, and then employing his ability through the all-powerful book to obtain a one-time foreshadowing comic. When Wang Lin departed from this island, the comic would lose its significance due to its foreknowledge, unable to face existence, and would perish in shame through self-immolation. Wang Lin chuckled at the infant murderers already revealed in the foreshadowing, remarking, "You have been unjustly exposed, indeed." He then produced a pen and began to write on the comic. This mischievous child's pen was described as one that incited deep loathing in others, whether it was a comic, homework, contracts, or any recorded paper. This pen could mercilessly deface it, greatly affecting one's mood. Thus, its appearance always heralded a sense of fatalistic resolve, achieving an infuriating effect. With this similarly one-time use pen, Wang Lin first splattered blood over the head of a nearby murderer. Suddenly, the man across from him, clad in a suit, began to bleed from his head. Wang Lin then added the words "you" and a narration atop the bloodied head in the comic in irregular oval formed, containing the word "boom" followed by an explosion. Moments later, a loud boom echoed as the man's head erupted. Chaos ensued in the streets, and soon a multitude gathered, most of whom were marked as murderers in the comic. They even had dialogues narrating their inner thoughts. Wang Lin observed the comic with great interest. Taking in the exchanges of the secret organizations of the world government and the Navy, or their inner monologues, he grinned as he read the panicked words spilling from the mouths and minds of the crowd. Pondering what was happening, grabbing the pen, he furiously altered the illustrations as each marked murderer met bizarre ends, causing an eerie atmosphere to envelop the island. Residents scurried into their homes, though some secretly reveled in the unfolding events. Their inner thoughts echoed sentiments of vindication, delighting in the punishment of these damned executioners. Wait, where did it all go awry? Has the slaughter of infants already transpired? Wang Lin queried, perplexed. Host, in terms of the timeline, they should have been born in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle era. Yet it is currently 1499. There must be no mistake. However, this world possesses some illogical timelines, possibly due to certain factors related to the fruit of time. The system explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin realized this was beyond his control. The original source material, the One Piece manga, contained inconsistencies from the outset. Now that he had entered this tangible world, some discrepancies were to be expected, as he himself represented an inexplicable anomaly. Very well, if that is the case, I shall unleash my wrath, for I sense a thrill. It must be the joy of those children whose lives were snatched away upon their arrival in this world, as well as the delight of their wronged mothers. With that, Wang Lin continued to inscribe kill, kill, kill in the comic, and as he drew a line across the necks of the murderers, their heads would separate from their bodies. Until at last, he encountered a figure clad in a black suit, with the narration reading Secret Agent XXX, the name obscured. As he was attacked by the pen stroke, he shouted, "Iron block, evolve into steel block. Armament hockey." Then, with a bang, the narration appeared in the illustration, revealing only a white mark on his neck. Observing the panicked secret agent in the comic, frantically looking around, Wang Lin remarked, "It seems that this level of aura cannot kill those proficient in advanced body techniques or hockey." Then he focused on extending the blade of his demon slayer to the tip of the pen and drew again to in the illustration. A massive black scythe materialized, once more descending upon the secret agent. This time, the surviving personnel of the world government on the island clutched a snail phone, loudly proclaiming, "Bartolomeo is under unknown attack. All personnel have perished." Repeat, "Bartolomeo is under unknown attack. All personnel have perished. Requesting immediate assistance, please." In the illustration, this agent, enveloped in black armament hockey, having transformed iron into steel, lost his head to the sudden scythe. As his headless body collapsed, the snail phone's eyes widened, shouting, "Speak. What is your current status? Hello, speak." At that moment, Wang Lin's true self had already arrived before the snail phone, picking it up and stating, "Your people are all dead, yet your sins remain unvanished, for these deceased were merely your tools, executing your commands. However, in my eyes, whether an executor or a master, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is a capital offense. Are you merely fearful of Roger's bloodline surviving in this world? Ha ha ha. How laughable, hypocritical, and tyrannical. You have already murdered these children. Do not further disrupt the tranquility of this island. Otherwise, you shall learn what dire consequences await." With that, he crushed the snail phone and summoned the demon slayer to his hand, reopening the comic to absorb the vengeful souls of those slain by his aura. Yet the sight of the bodies scattered across the island remained bothersome. Having died not long ago, they should be susceptible to the elixir. Regardless of its efficacy, the flames from the cauldron should suffice to incinerate the corpses. Thus, he revealed the hidden cauldron from his chest, suspending it over the comic, then watched as the furnace emitted a red glow that swept across the comic, causing the corpse illustrations to vanish and return to their original state. To this day, Wang Lin remained unaware of the exact effects. After completing these tidying tasks, he used the comic as a guide to navigate toward a mansion, which was the destination of his visit, the residence of Ace's mother, Port Gaston Rouge. Chapter 18. Irrecoverable? I refuse to believe it. Upon following the clues to a mansion, Wang Lin beheld a beautiful woman with flowing golden locks seated on a rocking chair. Gazing into the distance, he made no effort to conceal his arrival. A.S. Roger's wife and a member of the D clan, possessing the ability to delay natural childbirth, she must have possessed considerable strength. In Wang Lin's perception, Port Gaston Rouge also aligned with his judgment. Her strength was not to be underestimated, yet her body appeared feeble. After Wang Lin came to a standstill, the woman turned her profile to face him directly and spoke. "Thank you for avenging the innocent children and mothers of this island. I also appreciate your allowing my husband to depart this world with dignity, and I witnessed everything you did through the live broadcast." "Lin," Wang Lin politely replied to this mother. "Madame Rouge, those actions were merely incidental. I hope my intrusion has not disturbed you. When do you intend to welcome your child into the world? Prolonging this could be detrimental to your health." Rouge gazed into the distance with a smile and remarked, "No, this is quite satisfactory. Delaying Ace's birth allows the world to believe that Roger's lineage has perished, which is beneficial for Ace. Oh, you know. The name Ace once belonged to Roger's most loyal companion. The name of his sword. Now, Ace bears the same name as his son. Setting aside the matter of the sword, your so-called good fortune is merely your own perspective, madam. Furthermore, based on the events that transpired here, do you truly believe that Carp is a reliable individual? I must express my frustration regarding this matter. This wretched man has blatantly breached his promise to Roger. By the way, do you possess a transponder snail that can connect with him? I wish to berate him." Initially intending to persuade, Wang Lin suddenly found himself engulfed in ire. The misfortunes of this island, at its core, stemmed from Roger's misplaced trust. Rouge, puzzled, said, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge about certain matters." "At first, I was curious, but now I am even more intrigued. How do you come to know such things?" Wang Lin hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Should he reveal that he was a traveler from another realm? However, failing to explain felt inappropriate as well. Wang Lin replied earnestly, "It was Roger who informed me. Have you forgotten that I was the one who bid him farewell? As he departed, he quietly shared this with me. I only recently learned of the tragedies that have befallen this island, which prompted my visit. Madam, allow me to take you to a place where you can live joyfully. You shall also be able to witness your son grow." Rouge shook her head and said, "Alas, it is too late. I became pregnant before Roger surrendered, and it has been 14 months since then that I have poured all my strength into my womb, and his birth is expected on January 1st of next year." This is the feeling of a mother. Wang Lin's heart sank. The timeline had not shifted. Ace was not born 10 months late, but rather 16 months late, considering Nico Robin's age of 8 during the destruction of O'Hara. And although the exact date was not mentioned, Robin's birthday is February 16th. Thus, the devastation of O'Hara must have occurred after February 16th. Moreover, shortly after Carp's arrival, Rouge would have passed away. It was inevitable that Rouge would have survived for a period after Ace's birth. Although Carp did not participate in the destruction of O'Hara, he was obliged to stand by his comrade Sengoku to ensure comprehensive support, as Sengoku was the admiral executing the extermination order. Wang Lin stated, "Madam, what if you could live? You must understand this world is quite extraordinary. Consider this. If Ace were to grow without you, how would his future unfold? Well, madam, take some time to contemplate. There is still time. I have matters to attend to." Recognizing that convincing Port-Gaste Rouge would not be instantaneous, Wang Lin decided to take his leave from the estate. He sought out a densely wooded area and commenced his meditation. This time, he aimed to eliminate all the cumbersome contracts he had previously established, armed with the enhancements of his elixirs and newfound strength, along with an increase in enlightenment. He was determined to optimize his abilities. At the very least, he wished to ensure that, whenever called upon, he could decisively vanquish his foes. Finding a large tree, he dug a deep pit at its roots, leaped inside, and then filled the earth back in using his abilities. Within the confines of the pit, he retrieved the prepared removal card. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Manifest." Instantly, a massive carnivorous plant resembling a Venus flytrap emerged, entwining Wang Lin with the contracts that formed blades embedded in his brain and heart. Wang Lin issued a command to expel the contracts. The plant consumed him whole, followed by a continuous cycle of withering and rejuvenation of its roots. The life force sustaining this removal flower was the elixir. This removal process lasted 3 months. During this time, the first extermination order operation was executed by Sengoku and Carp, targeting Douglas Bullet, a former crewmate of Roger, who had only ever been defeated by Roger himself. This time, he was captured after being exhausted by a rotating battle. In a sense, he bore a portion of Wang Lin's burden. due to Wang Lin's year-long rampage and the slaughter on Bartolomeo Island 3 months prior. Both the Navy and the world government had attributed these events to him. Regardless, this man was now deranged and causing chaos everywhere. Thus, capturing such a person was justified. After 3 months of removal, Wang Lin once again stood before Rouge, who appeared unchanged, her belly only slightly bulging, not resembling someone who had been pregnant for an extended period. Wang Lin, too, had undergone a transformation. The black knife-shaped tattoo on his right arm had vanished. Wang Lin looked at Rouge and asked, "Madam, have you reached a decision?" Rouge smiled at Wang Lin and replied, "What do you intend to do?" "Simply put, I will take you to my homeland, a place devoid of conflict where various races can coexist harmoniously. The only concern is that individuals like yourself may find it challenging to reintegrate upon departure. However, I believe this is inconsequential, for that place is vast and innovative. Regarding the damage to your body caused by your concerns for Ace, I am confident that healing is achievable. If you agree, it is entirely possible for Ace to grow up there, living a life distinct from the perilous path of piracy, is it not?" Wang Lin elaborated on his thoughts. Due to his enlightenment, he had come to realize that while this world's narrative held its own continuity, it need not be a verbatim replication of memories. For instance, he had already prevented the further demise of infants on the island. Having witnessed the birth of newborns in the manga, events are subject to change, and the protagonists of this world have never been singular. Rather, they're the places where people flocked after Roger initiated the Great Voyage, which also holds the secret to O'Hara's destruction, the truth concealed by the world government. Thus, there is no individual who cannot perish, nor is there anyone whose death is an absolute necessity, as long as one does not contravene their beliefs. What is wrong with altering those displeasing events? In other words, he could be named Luffy, as could anyone. Everyone has the potential. The prophecies of this world have never granted hope solely through Luffy, for he bears the title Joy Boy, an individual capable of bringing joy to the world. Port Gastida Rouge, do not heed this boy's words. He is exceedingly dangerous, that a rather abrupt voice interrupted. Rouge turned to see who it was and inquired, "What brings you here?" Wang Lin, without preamble, retorted, "Carp, how dare you show your face? Because of your blunders, this island has endured months of unimaginable suffering. This the promise you made. How did Port Gastida Rouge's whereabouts become exposed?" Carp's expression dimmed at the accusations, yet he stubbornly replied, "That does not justify her accompanying you. So, you orchestrated the massacre of the Navy and world government personnel on this island, that I warned you not to fall into my hands, or else I would capture you." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin scoffed, "Do you truly believe I would remain stagnant, Carp? I have devoted 8 years to rigorous training, followed by a period of secluded cultivation. I am now prepared to validate my progress. Although I am uncertain of your interpretation of justice, it is clear that you are a thoroughly despicable individual. You cannot protect those you wish to shield, nor uphold the sense of justice within you. Despite your formidable strength, you remain merely a puppet, manipulated by others." Looking down on Carp, he continued, "Let us depart. We shall find a suitable place to test our mettle and see if you can indeed capture me, as you claim." Chapter 19. The duel. Stepping into the fray provoked by Wang Lin, Carp's temper finally boiled over. He bellowed, "You want to fight, do you? Very well, let's find a more open space. Perfect, lead the way." However, Rouge attempted to intervene, saying, "Could you two not be so confrontational? Let us speak civilly." Carp rejected her plea, stating, "This brat has been disrespectful." Wang Lin also dismissed her concern, declaring, "This battle is unavoidable. It is a conflict of beliefs. When words can no longer persuade, we must resort to force to make each other recognize whose principles hold true." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Carp nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the way of it. Neither of us can convince the other with mere words. We must see whose fists are stronger. Lugo. Rest assured, I will not take his life. This is what I wish to convey, Madame Lugo. You need not worry. Although this old man may seem unreliable, he is not so easily dispatched by me." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he placed his backpack down and began to stride away from the island, treading upon the air. Damn it, utilizing the Navy's combat techniques, yet opposing us at every turn. Today, I shall make it clear to you that my fists are not something a brat like you can withstand." With that, Carp swiftly departed from his original position, catching up to Wang Lin as they made their way toward an island that was now visible in the distance, with a thunderous sound. The two landed, their feet striking the ground with such force that fish in the nearby waters leapt from the surface. Carp was the first to speak. "Kid, why is it so quiet today? Aren't you going to prattle on about your so-called conditions? Speak up. I want to see what you can truly do." Wang Lin chuckled. "No need for that. The terms of our contract and vow were established long before I laid eyes on you. This will be my greatest trump card, and you, old man, cannot compel me to act against my will, nor can I do so myself at present. Unless you manage to kill me. Ha ha ha. You read quite confident, aren't you, kid? Even Roger wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. That sharp-headed fellow was similarly brash and ended up with a flattened skull. Ha ha ha. Just thinking of that guy's head brings me amusement." Wang Lin observed the irreverent old man bursting into laughter. "Are you mocking me? Emperor's intent, conqueror's state. Killing intent. Release." Upon uttering those 5 words, a chilling aura erupted from Wang Lin's gaze, aimed directly at the nearby Carp. Carp was taken aback, standing rigidly. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, such a sinister conqueror's hockey. The reason Carp deemed it sinister was that this aura was visible to the naked eye, manifesting as a dark red, ghostly figure that approached him step by step, leaving behind patches of black-red ice on the ground. Yet he could confirm that this was indeed conqueror's hockey. He was far too familiar with it. "You little brat, daring to disrupt my focus. Prepare for my punch. Is that all you've got?" Wang Lin sensed that Carp's attack did not represent his full power, so he decided to test his defenses, and this very defense was precisely what he needed, without engaging in excessive defense. Wang Lin charged forward, colliding directly with Carp's fist. Carp was left dumbfounded. "Kid, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to commit suicide? Even in your armed state, you cannot directly oppose my punch. Show me what you've got." Wang Lin paid no heed to the halted Carp, instead focusing on the current situation. After a moment, he spoke. "Not bad. This force is just right that I believe I can endure even more. Carp, unleash your full potential and see if you can bring me down." Emperor's intent armed state, Emperor's intent insight state have been activated. With that, he began to seriously contend with Carp's onslaught. Carp's iron fists relentlessly hammered against Wang Lin's physique, the sound echoing like the ringing of iron, reaching far and wide. Wang Lin only summoned more intent to fortify his defenses when struck in particularly vital areas. Otherwise, he simply bore the brunt of the attacks. After a while, Carp sensed something was amiss. Even without much thought, he could now discern the issue. He ceased his assault and inquired, "Are you attempting to use my fists to hone your armed hockey? To achieve the effects akin to Kaido and Lin Lin?" Wang Lin shook his head, replying, "That kind of effect is far too trivial. It does not reflect my aspirations nor my capabilities." With that, he ascended into the air, gazing at his reflection, observing that everywhere visible had returned to a normal skin tone. Although he still maintained his armed state, it was no longer apparent from the outside. Furthermore, Wang Lin had provided special care to the areas not visible. Truly, one must endure hardships to emerge stronger. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Lin declared, "I can now say that I am without weaknesses. It is time for me to strike back. Oldham and express my respect. I shall utilize my utmost state henceforth." As Carp spoke, he assumed a stance reminiscent of Luffy. "Come on, kid." Wang Lin vanished from sight, a sound akin to the 5th gear resonating through the air. In the next moment, Carp found himself alone, as Wang Lin had disappeared, leaving behind a shockwave that gradually dissipated. Following the fading shockwave, several more appeared behind it, culminating in a massive splash of water. At this moment, Wang Lin revealed himself, his fist poised toward the location of the shockwave. Feeling the surge of power, he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. Compared to a year ago, I am significantly stronger than when I was at level 1000. With further training, I will forge an even more formidable physique. Perhaps before long, I will be able to contend with individuals on par with the admirals at the foundational level. It seems my choice was prudent. The enhancement system is indeed best suited for direct combat." This was the result of Wang Lin's re-establishment of a final contract after relinquishing his previous intent. The outcome was that henceforth, the demon slayer would be intertwined with the intent demon body within his heart. With each life taken, the demon slayer would absorb the deceased's resentment and half their soul. This would consequently reduce the production of elixirs by half. Initially, one elixir equated to 50 lives over 50 years. Additionally, regarding strength, with the latest ultimate contract and vow, Wang Lin's primary ability would now solely be the enhancement system, with a maximum of 500 unlocks. The auxiliary abilities were designated as emission and manipulation systems, with a basic unlock of 100. Moreover, the stipulation was that only one type of ability could be utilized at a time. Switching was necessary for auxiliary powers. During combat, if switching occurred, it could lead to discrepancies due to the lack of coordination and power. The conditions were 1. From now on, no more than one type of an ability may be used simultaneously. 2. From now on, only 3 types of abilities may be employed. 3. From now on, the enhancement system shall be the first default choice, divided into 5 tiers, each tier enhancing by 100, with the first tier as the default. 4. From now on, the secondary choices shall only include emission and manipulation systems. Basic tier, no contract enhancements allowed. 5. Previously developed items may only be utilized and cannot be redeveloped. Mandatory commands are exempt but cannot contradict the ultimate contract. 6. Conditions 3 to 4 may enhance with the individual's growth in strength. Furthermore, the fusion effects have manifested. The integration of Haki and Nun has achieved perfection, especially the combination of armed Haki, now representing Wang Lin's strongest state. As his strength grows in the future, their enhancement will progress together. Their effects are 1. Emperor's Intent Conqueror's State, Killing Intent, Dark Red. Objects in its path freeze. Specifically releases Conqueror's Haki, blending the will to kill within the Nun. Shattering the Spirit. Those with weak minds may perish instantly or become vegetative. Intimidation, Pale White. The air around enemies turns black and white, losing color, while snow begins to fall from the sky. Targets those with hostile intent. Inducing fear among enemies, a crowd control technique that slows their movements. Embrace, Golden Yellow. When allies are affected by an enemy's Conqueror's Haki, it provides mental solace, usable alongside intimidation. These colors are illusory, yet the ice and snow are tangible. 2. Emperor's Intent Armed State. Permanently adds an armed fortress, manifesting from the body's armed Haki down to the cellular level. Activation conditions. Armed Haki activated, Iron Block activated, Hardness activated. Through comprehensive pounding, taking hits. Infuse the dark energy enveloping the body deep within. Finally, employing Hardness Flow, withstand each attack to ensure the effects of are permanently added. Once this permanence is achieved, the body can provide sufficient resilience even in an unconscious state, rendering ordinary blades and swords ineffective, with reflexive warnings against attacks capable of breaching natural defenses. 3. Emperor's Intent Insight State. When both Observation Haki and Circular Haki are activated, can perceive surrounding hostilities, attack trajectories, and enemy hiding spots. Initial range is 100 meters. With prolonged use and increased strength and proficiency, the range can expand indefinitely. When wielding cold weapons, including punches and kicks, in Insight State combat mode, one can strike the enemy even when their strength vastly exceeds one's own. This recent relinquishment of intent and re-establishment of the contract has also utilized the last mandatory command for this ultimate contract. This signifies that aside from the enhancements to perception and fusion, all other benefits acquired from the previous upgrade system have been forfeited. The 6th upgrade, 3,500 points. What a predicament. Chapter 20. Opposition from the Future. Wang Lin now stood in place, awaiting Karp's counterattack after surfacing from the water. Given his current reserves of energy, he should be able to sustain this intensity of battle for at least half an hour without issue. Moreover, by incorporating a blend of overwhelming force and iron, the consumption of energy can be significantly reduced. Adopting a combat style that conserves one's aura, directing strength where is most needed, shall henceforth be the path that Wang Lin strives to pursue. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Karp, in a fit of rage, unleashed his darkened armed fist towards him. A worthy challenge. Wang Lin met the attack head-on with his right fist. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. A blinding flash of light erupted at the point of contact, radiating outward in a circular wave. The brilliance reached the nearby Bartolella Island, drawing astonished remarks from the onlookers. Moments later, a tremendous rumble echoed in their ears. The sea, from the direction of the light, surged forth, generating a colossal wave that towered 5 to 6 meters high as it crashed upon Bartolella. Once the waters calmed, the small, desolate island where the explosion had occurred was no more. Leaving the two combatants treading water, Carp ceased his assault, astonished, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Are you not a user of the devil fruit?" Contemplating the question, Wang Lin pondered briefly, forming a hypothesis, yet replied, "No, I have never claimed to be a user of the devil fruit." Carp was about to inquire further when Wang Lin preemptively interjected, "Let us conclude for today. The evidence suggests that you alone cannot subdue me." Continuing this battle could lead to calamity. Upon hearing Wang Lin's proposal for a truce, Carp glanced around at the sinking debris and grunted, "Consider yourself fortunate. Next time, I shall not hold back." With that, he leaped from the water and bounded towards Bartola. As Wang Lin withdrew his fist from the water, he noticed the cracks marring his fist, still in its armed state. He gradually activated the restorative functions of his enhancement-type energy. And after a minute or two of concentration, his fist returned to its original state, prompting him to release a sigh. Carp is indeed formidable. Even the reinforced blow of my 5th gear could fracture my fist. It appears I must develop an explosive technique akin to rock, paper, scissors as employed by Shao Jia. Otherwise, when I engage them in battle, they will boast while I remain silent, lacking the intimidating presence. While Wang Lin reflected on his gains and losses, Carp, having landed in a grove on Bartolilla, muttered in disbelief, "This bizarre lad, if he is not a devil fruit user, how could he exhibit such explosive power akin to that of a devil fruit wielder? That brat's fists are tougher than before." Eventually, he found Lu Jiao in the garden where she often sat and remarked, "Lu Jiao, I reiterate, you must not accompany Lin. He is far too perilous." To this day, we remain ignorant of his origins, his abilities, and his intentions. He is neither a pirate nor affiliated with our navy or government, but a person without an identity, committing offenses against powerful forces. He is nothing short of a lunatic. Therefore, Lu Jiao, for the sake of your child, do not follow him. Lu Jiao smiled gently at Carp, responding, "Lin has shared his origins with me. He hails from the West Sea." Although he did not elaborate further, he assured me that he could bring peace to us. "Liar, he is deceiving you. You have witnessed his ruthless methods and reckless demeanor." Carp vehemently opposed, hoping to sway Lu Jiao to his perspective. However, she shook her head and replied, "What I have seen is that he allowed Roger to depart with the dignity of a king. I have witnessed him avenge those poor mothers and children, delivering justice for the residents of this island. Carp, as Roger's lifelong rival, I respect you as a hero. Yet, the justice you uphold does not encompass the entirety of the people's welfare." Port Gasti. "Lu Jiao, do not speak recklessly," Carp retorted sharply. "Manchi D. Carp, I speak nothing but the truth. Enough, both of you. Lady Lu Jiao, do not let your anger affect your health. Old man, what you deem justice has nothing to do with me or the people here." At that moment, Lin's voice interrupted. "When did you arrive?" Carp could hardly believe his ears or eyes. That Lu Jiao, however, was unfazed, as this young man had been peculiar since his arrival on the island. "You arrived just in time, having overheard your conversation," Wang Lin replied nonchalantly, while internally speculating. "It seems that with my power enhancement and the integration of 2 training systems, the hidden effects have become even more formidable." He continued, "Lady Lu Jiao, my contest with Carp has concluded for today. Are you prepared? I am ready at any moment, Lin. However, I wish to explore this beautiful island a bit longer first. Not a problem. My lady, I shall accompany you. With me around, no one can harm you or your child." To this, he cast a challenging glance at Carp. Carp snorted in annoyance, feeling frustrated, and hopped off towards the town to find a tavern to drink. Wang Lin, meanwhile, slung his bag across his shoulder and followed Lu Jiao at a leisurely pace. As Lu Jiao ambled along, she reminisced about the place where she had last lived with her husband. Eventually, they reached the seaside, traversed the sandy beach, and sat atop a rocky outcrop, gazing at the silhouette of a grand ship visible only to her eyes. Wang Lin, feeling bored, took out a comic book that was about to self-ignite. Flipping through it idly, a complete map of the island, yet everything else is blank. He then focused on the remaining 3 blank panels. Wait, does this imply some narrative commentary? What on earth? He observed that this lengthy comic, set against the backdrop of Bartolella Island, began to unveil a substantial amount of narrative akin to that found in mystery comics. If events from the past are altered, will our existence be affected? At this pivotal juncture in history, if Lu Jiao does not perish, will Ace still become a pirate? No, a slight change has already occurred, at least in my memory. Before Ace's birth, all personnel executing government orders on Bartolella were completely annihilated, their killer unknown. Thus, if someone among us also perished in the past without anyone's knowledge, what would become of us now? Perhaps we would most likely meet our demise. Haha. Therefore we, who have inherited the powers of the time fruit and the empty fruit, must prevent the alteration of history. Are you overthinking this? We are rivals, after all. Wang Lin mused, intrigued, yet pondering. If the present situation can improve, why should I thwart the past turning point? Do not forget that you are also a celestial dragon. And your time fruit was derived from Lu Jiao's demise. Even if you refuse to cooperate, we have our methods in that case. Although we may not return alive, we can convey crucial intelligence back to our past selves. Consider this carefully. I will give you 10 minutes to contemplate. Chapter 21. Contingency plan. Upon reaching this point, Wang Lin's mind began to race with potential strategies. Perhaps due to his heightened perception, he instantly conceived several countermeasures. How did those unknown individuals arrive here? Was it the ability derived from the combination of the time-space devil fruit and the space devil fruit? If so, does that imply that any event likely to influence the future would trigger their awareness? Consequently, would historical records also be altered? Did they arrive by utilizing events as temporal coordinates? Then, if I were to directly transfer Lu Jiao, the narrative suggests that the unknown assailants might act recklessly, allowing events to unfold unchecked. What significance would my actions hold then? Would I simply concede? Erasing Lu Jiao and her child would lead to the complete loss of event coordinates for the adversary. No, that would contradict my previous actions. When I first initiated change, it was to send Roger off to AS. This realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He thought of the Hall of Heroes system. What exactly is the Hall of Heroes used for? Why has it not been clarified until now? He recounted the current situation to the system, which responded, "Host, it is not yet time for you to be informed, as this feature is a proprietary function of the system. However, due to the sudden turn of events, I can share some details. The Hall of Heroes serves as a repository for elite souls recognized by the system that in that realm, the deceased merely lose their physical forms. Although they cannot be resurrected in this world, they can perceive it through the host. There exists the possibility that they may return one day in the future." Wang Lin grasped the implications and inquired, "So this function was not intended solely for me, but I can utilize it? Although it is designed for my system, that being would not have granted you this without reason. It all makes sense now. With your assistance, I can fulfill my aspirations while concurrently aiding you in accomplishing that being's task. Correct? A win-win situation? Uncertain. I encountered this functionality upon meeting Roger, so it must have been triggered then." Wang Lin, undeterred, resolved, "I must reveal the truth to Lu Jiao and gauge a response. I now wish to confirm the singular question. Do the so-called elite souls, specifically Lu Jiao and Ace, count as elites? Does my definition of elite hold any weight?" After pondering for approximately 30 seconds, the system replied, "Yes. However, do not allow any imposters to infiltrate." Wang Lin, satisfied, materialized the Book of Omnipotence and remarked, "How could there be any imposters? Given that you possess a hidden mission from that entity, it is my duty to assist you. Elites encompass all fields. Once this incident concludes, I shall manifest a church on my island of greed in the name of religion, allowing you to choose from among the deceased if they meet the criteria. This shall serve as one of my tokens of gratitude towards you." Upon finishing, he extracted a card from the Book of Omnipotence, displaying the image of a handgun. This image represented the ability of the most loyal leader from the Spider Brigade, a tool capable of implanting thoughts into others' minds. The conditions for its use are quite simple, as long as one can harness their will. They need only to articulate their intentions clearly, pull the trigger, and aim at the intended recipient. This method is applicable only in exceptional circumstances, such as when time is of the essence, much like now. Accompanying this firearm was a glove-shaped card for exploration, which was not immediately useful. Both items are reusable. Holding the card, Wang Lin commanded, "Appear." A revolver materialized in his hand, and he approached Lu Jiao. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Lu Jiao turned to see Wang Lin holding something that seemed utterly out of place in this world. She inquired, "If I am not mistaken, what you hold is a gun, correct?" "What has transpired?" "It is important to note that a gun does not necessarily guarantee death." "Madam, the situation unfolded abruptly. Please believe me, if you will," Lu Jiao replied. "Your strength surpasses mine, and given my current state, I trust you that if your intent were to harm me, you need not go to such lengths." Wang Lin nodded and assured her, "Madam, you shall not be in any danger. Furthermore, when I pull the trigger, conquer your fear and do not flinch. At that moment, you shall know all that you are meant to know. However, once you gain this knowledge, refrain from stating it plainly. If you have inquiries, please pose them in an ambiguous manner." After witnessing Lu Jiao nod in agreement, Wang Lin remarked, "Truly, you are Roger's wife, possessing great courage." He then concentrated his thoughts, summarizing the events leading to this moment and his own origins in a somewhat mythical manner before pulling the trigger. A bullet struck Lu Jiao's forehead, the sound of the gunfire muffled by the roar of the sea. After being shot, Lu Jiao bore no wounds. Instead, she entered a state of profound distraction that a deity, Wang Lin, had a divine being granted him a second chance at life. O'Hara's destruction. Ace raised by mountain bandits. Ace perished in the Marineford War. Garp sitting beside Ace. A mysterious monologue from the depths of spoilers. The next inheritor of the Time fruit is a celestial dragon. Could it be? A series of hollow phrases escaped Lu Jiao's lips. Wang Lin interjected, "Do not articulate it. The current situation is already somewhat clear to you, madam. Now, if there is a possibility to go to that place, a family reunion, would you be willing?" Upon being roused by Wang Lin's words, Lu Jiao voiced a request. "I wish to see your homeland and the island of greed first." "Not a problem, madam. However, hold on to this comic. Keep your gaze fixed upon it. If any changes occur, please inform me promptly, as this will serve as a form of verification." With that, he directly utilized the system, transporting both himself and Lu Jiao back to the Western Sea home. This marked Wang Lin's first personal transfer, an experience he had never attempted before nor deemed necessary. The home existed within the system, but due to the nature of the imperative commands, it manifested in reality as an inseparable part of the world. Upon arrival, he proclaimed, "Here we are, madam. Behold, the very edge of the island of greed, and on the other side lies the place where I grew up, an island that once belonged to the Western Sea." Lu Jiao surveyed the dramatically transformed environment and the diverse array of people, commenting, "Are these all individuals who were meant to depart? Indeed, for that reason, I have taken many lives. The comic has changed." The spoiler in Lu Jiao's hand fulfilled its promise of self-immolation and ignited. New words appeared in the blank spaces. 3 minutes remaining that moment. Lu Jiao was convinced and said, "We may begin. I shall call you Lin. Thank you for what you have done for us. If a day comes when we can return, even if it is not to this world, I hope our family can raise a toast to you." Wang Lin shook his head, replying, "I never anticipated it would unfold this way. I initially sought to resolve certain regrets, one of which was Ace's departure. Yet, I never imagined I would be the one to send you both away. Safe travels." With that, he waved goodbye to Lu Jiao, and the system began to gather the souls of Lu Jiao and her unborn child, sending them to Roger's side. After completing this task, all traces of Lu Jiao vanished, her physical form disappearing as Roger's had before. "System, let me observe the circumstances of their family. Is it as you described, with their souls residing in a secluded space?" "Understood. Please hold on." At that moment, Wang Lin glanced at the remaining spoiler, noticing it still smoldering, and leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, the narration arrived. "How infuriating! Lu Jiao has vanished, and the coordinates have disappeared. Outrageous! Wait, we are not affected. However, from now on, we must monitor historical records, especially those with specific documented events. Should anything be lost, it shall burn to ashes. The spoiler is gone. Crack. A crisp sound emanated from within his backpack, with answers in hand. Wang Lin opened the backpack and retrieved the shattered remains of the prank pen. He dug a hole in the spot where the comic had vanished and buried the pen. Diligent and responsible. Well done. With that, he continued to await the system's response. Chapter 22. Planning for the future. After a while, the system indicated that it was ready, and Wang Lin found himself in a new space. Is this the entrance to the Hall of Heroes? He inquired, gazing at the colossal bronze doors before him. The system's hollow voice echoed in his ears. Yes, upon entering, you will see Roger and his family. They reside in room 1. Wang Lin quipped. How fashionable. It even has a room number. He stepped forward and called out, Pirate King Roger, are you in there? Open the door. The landlord has arrived. Before he could finish, the door swung open to reveal Roger. Da-da? You seem a bit displeased? Wang Lin questioned, perplexed by the expression on Roger's face. Roger replied, I'm not just displeased. I'm furious with Garp, and with you as well. Wang Lin, taken aback, retorted, I understand your ire towards Garp, but why direct it at me? Are you out of your mind? You scoundrel, stop. Without Lin, we would never have met, nor would you have seen Ace. At that moment, Lu Jiu emerged, cradling an infant. My goodness, how remarkable. Madame Lu Jiu, you just arrived, and you've already given birth. Wang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Jiu clarified. No, it's not like that. We have actually been here for several days. Initially, I used the time fruit to suppress Ace's growth, but since the fruit can only be applied to oneself, I could only use it on the child. Although I succeeded, it left indelible scars of reversal. Upon entering this place, however, the ability of the time fruit vanished, and Ace grew rapidly, hence my giving birth. Wang Lin was still taken aback by this explanation when the system interjected, in spiritual form. Physicality is irrelevant, and no need for surprise. Do not embarrass yourself. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt this made sense. Thus he smiled and said, Well then, congratulations on the birth of your child. I have no gifts to offer. Let us not fear exposure here. Here are 3 pills. Consider them a gift from me. Each pill can extend one's life by 50 years, had I possessed these when you were alive. Roger, you might still be sailing the seas today. Roger, not one to hold back, remarked that this would suffice as compensation for depriving Ace of his growth, snatching the pills from Wang Lin's hand. Lu Jiu, aware of her husband's temperament, said nothing, instead asking, Is this what you initially intended to extend my life? Wang Lin nodded. Yes, one of the options. The other is the breath of the Archangel. Considering your fragile condition, I prepared for both possibilities. Alas, plans often go awry, but that is in the past now. From this point forward, you shall reside here, and I hope you will have many neighbors in the future. I wish that when that time comes, Roger, you will still reign as king. I must take my leave. Wait, you have now drawn their attention. What are your plans? Roger inquired, having gleaned some understanding from his wife. Wang Lin replied confidently, Do not worry. As long as time flourishes and conditions are sufficient, even deities shall meet their end. With that, he prepared to depart, suddenly struck by a moment of inspiration. He exclaimed, Pluck a single strand of hair from the child for me. The couple, bewildered by Wang Lin's request for their son's hair, did not inquire further and complied, upon acquiring a strand of hair from Ace's soul state. Wang Lin's consciousness departed and returned to his body. The system inquired, What purpose do you have for a strand of soul hair? Wang Lin replied with a smile, The mountain man has his own clever schemes. After all, can one truly call a pirate without Ace? I do this for your benefit, as well as my own. Having said this, he produced the book of all power and enveloped the hair with his psychic energy. Manifesting it effortlessly, in an instant, a genuine strand of hair imbued with soul appeared. Subsequently, he conjured Xiao AI onto the ground, and a submarine materialized unexpectedly. Entering the submarine, he knocked on the door of Yax and stated, I have a task for you. Using this strand of hair, clone a male infant to be born on January 1st of next year. Yax accepted a small vial, glanced at the fine hair within, and rest assured, Master, I shall complete the task. Is there anything you would like me to add to the infant? Wang Lin responded, No need for anything extra. I will handle that later. Just a healthy cloned infant will suffice. Understood, Master. Additionally, during my recent free time, I have continued to improve artificial fruits and have made new progress. Is there a specific direction you would like me to research? Wang Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "We shall discuss that later. First, focus on the cloning of the infant. Once the embryo is ready, inform Xiao AI, and she will relay the message to me." After giving these instructions, Wang Lin exited the submarine and reverted Xiao AI back to her tattoo form. He then inquired, "System, have you collected Madame Lu Jiu's time-related devil fruit?" "Yes, the sacrifice has been completed." "Why do I only have 12 points? What about the character's fruit development weight?" Wang Lin asked in confusion. "Regarding the weight, since Lu Jiu was not sacrificed, it is calculated as the base points plus the fruit's inherent weight." Wang Lin was indifferent to the system's explanation. He merely saw confirmation that he continued. "The devil fruit reappears in some corner of this world after each host's demise. Moreover, it manifests near the location of the previous host's death, attaching itself to nearby fruits. If we were to locate this fruit again, would you be able to discern its appearance?" The system responded, "No problem, that I can confirm it completely." With the system's precise reply, Wang Lin smiled, for regardless of who obtains the fruit after Lu Jiu's death, as long as it is acquired first, the future has already been altered. Basic ability transformation, emission system. With a thought, he switched his psychic energy from enhancement to emission, releasing it and causing a swarm of diminutive figures, each under a meter in height, to appear like Pinocchios whose noses lengthen when they lie, each marked with a numbered 8T that moment. Wang Lin transformed his basic ability once more to the manipulation system, inserting control needles into each psychic beast and commanding, "Go forth from my position and search for fruits." Upon issuing the command, the manifested little figures dashed away rapidly in all directions, concurrently, maintaining his manipulation ability. Wang Lin instructed, "System, please assist me in monitoring the fruit's aura. Should any psychic beast detect it, or if it is nearby, alert me." These psychic beasts, without a mission system psychic energy as their focus, could only exist for an hour. Next, Wang Lin also inserted a control needle into himself for precise and accurate fine control. Sitting cross-legged, he basked in the sea breeze, awaiting the system's prompt while contemplating how to net those future uncertainties in one fell swoop. Major events? Is it better for them to be human-made or aligned with historical precedent? The future merely exists as an allusion to the present, yet history possesses its own inertia. Would the capability of the god manipulator be sufficient? Then, who would be the candidate for the puppet? While mulling over this, the system issued a notification. "Host, a response has been detected. At the fruit stand between number 158 and number 189, that fruit has been purchased by a child you previously rescued and is now heading home." "Oh, found it. Let me take a look." With that, he adjusted his focus to connect with the psychic beast at number 189, seizing control of its body. Just as he took command, he noticed another Pinocchio-like figure beside him. Following the direction provided by the system, he observed that it was the little girl from the village who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the previous fruit user. What a coincidence. Recognizing her, Wang Lin's psychic beast suddenly appeared before the child, blocking her path. The child, somewhat frightened, gazed at the similarly sized strange boy and asked, "What do you want?" "Don't cause trouble. The owner here is very powerful." Wang Lin could not speak. To preserve the combat capabilities of the psychic beast, he had eliminated all unnecessary functions during its design. In response to the child's inquiry, Wang Lin gestured a few times, then pointed to a fruit in her basket that was entirely covered in spirals and gestured to himself. The little girl, upon realizing, covered the fruit basket protectively and said, "Are you going to steal my fruit?" Just then, another identical strange boy approached her, and in a panic, the little girl shouted, "Sheriff, there's a bad person trying to steal my fruit. Hurry." "Oh no." The sheriff would arrive within 10 seconds. "My apologies, little sister." Wang Lin decided not to prolong the explanation, as he couldn't explain anyway that he snatched the fruit basket and swiftly dashed towards the island's edge. Chapter 23. The Powerful Puppet. Selecting candidates is challenging upon returning to his original body. He immediately released the control over the psychic beasts. While collecting the time fruit, he utilized a special card to store it, transforming it into a psychic card. Psychic beasts disperse. However, despite swiftly erasing everything, he was still caught by his own settings. "Sir, We were just pursuing one of our kind who was stealing fruit from a child. Did you see anything? Wang Lin looked at the leading sheriff, who wore an expression of knowing accusation, emphasizing our kind in his tone. With resigned acceptance, Wang Lin nodded and said, I took it. I am willing to accept punishment. What will it be? The sheriff first saluted, then stated, punishment will depend on the circumstances. Since no one was harmed in your theft of fruit, you may face half a month's labor reform or a fine equivalent to 100 times the value of the stolen fruit. To compensate the victim. Option 2. I choose the fine. You cover it for me. Yes, sir, we will compensate the girl, but there is still a procedure that needs to be followed. The sheriff insisted with an ironclad demeanor. Seeing Wang Lin remain silent, he continued, you need to make a record at the station. What the hell? Wang Lin thought, somewhat speechless. This was the iron-fisted law enforcer he had created. Impressive. All right, let's go. Can we avoid the handcuffs? Certainly, sir. Please follow us. Be natural. We'll keep it confidential. Wang Lin corrected, I will walk in front. You can follow slowly behind. Along the way, Wang Lin was surrounded by enthusiastic people greeting him, their gratitude evident. Big brother, what a coincidence. We've met again. Wang Lin had long noticed the parties involved, but he was still recognized. However, the little girl saw him as a good person because of the Pinocchio appearance. The sheriff approached to speak, but Wang Lin preempted. I heard from the sheriff that a child was just caught stealing fruit. You were the one involved, correct? It's all fine now. Shortly, another group will come to provide you with 100-fold consolation. As a punishment for the thief, Big Brother has matters to attend to, so I must leave. He emphasized the final part, hastily departing. The sheriffs followed closely behind. The remainder of the journey was much smoother, and they quickly arrived at the crime record room, completing the case documentation before sealing it as confidential and leaving. Wang Lin did not hold a grudge against the sheriff's psychic beasts. After all, rules and order must be upheld, but he hurriedly left, knowing he had important matters to attend to, primarily the selection of puppets. Currently, Wang Lin had a definitive list of candidates in mind. Carp, Roger, Newgate, Sengoku, Kaido, Lin, and Steelbone Kong. The remaining 5 were uncertain. Aside from Carp, Roger, and Whitebeard, he had not encountered the others, making it impossible to create corresponding puppets, which was the issue at hand. The remaining 5 must be top tier in combat strength. Otherwise, the puppets themselves would possess combat capabilities inferior to that of the original, unable to achieve a successful counterattack due to insufficient upper limits. Therefore, the immediate task was to infiltrate either the Navy or the 2 major pirate factions in the New World, ensuring at least some contact. Time was of the essence. Wang Lin spoke with a hint of pain. Yet in today's world, who could truly be considered a master? Perhaps the vampire qualifies, as does the golden lion. And we might also include the 5 elders, though they remain exceedingly elusive. But who are the other 3 candidates? Ah, yes, Kazuki Oden possesses the strength to slay Kaido, firmly establishing himself among the elite. However, Wano should now be under occupation. Otherwise, the origins of Luffy's fruit would not hold water. It appears that Luffy's development is evidently more advanced than that of Kazuki. Forget it, I can find time to visit Wano. Even corpses can be fashioned into puppets, albeit with somewhat diminished power. Moreover, I could also engage in grave robbing, converting the remains of those formidable warriors into puppets. Yet, that feels inappropriate. Desecrating the bodies of the strong is tantamount to denying one's own status as a formidable being. At most, I would settle for a secondary level akin to Oden. Currently, Barrett is a candidate, so if he is selected, Rayleigh could also be considered. Why this reckoning? We would have sufficient numbers. Additionally, Green Pepper could be a candidate as well. And he is from the West Sea, making him much closer. After all, this is not the era of the great pirate upheaval, and true masters are few and far between. Even when Luffy and his crew set sail. The only additional prominent figures are Shanks, Mihawk, and a fully powered Barrett. The rest are still somewhat lacking. The matured admirals also fall short. Ultimately, if I cannot think of any more, this will have to suffice. I once again instructed Yax to prepare materials for crafting 12 puppets, ensuring they are sufficiently durable without compromising the puppet's agility. Yax accepted the task, assuring me that he would complete it within 4 months. 4 months, you say? You may be quick, but that poses a challenge for me. Shaking my head and exhaling a sigh of frustration, I retrieved an all-purpose book artifact and conjured a card. The Identity Alteration card. Designed to disguise one's identity based on the effects of a thin veil of illusion, allows one to masquerade as any known individual of the same race without revealing any flaws as long as no force is employed. I continued crafting this type of artifact card, as I surmised that I would have ample opportunities to utilize them in the future. Even if they go unused, storing them in the book would not be a burden. Better safe than sorry. One prepares an umbrella for a sunny day. I produced 50 cards in total, exhausting all my mental energy before finally stopping. I then drew 3 more and placed them alongside the previous one in my backpack before stowing the all-purpose book away and collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. After resting, I planned to meet Green Pepper to assess whether his strength would qualify him as a candidate. With that, I fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I found that night had already fallen. The full moon hung high in the sky, twinkling stars dotting the vast expanse, yet I felt the absence of someone to share the moonlight with. This had been the most exhausting day yet. Morning sparring. Afternoon releasing mental beasts to seek fruits, followed by crafting artifacts. I had truly left no energy unspent. Nevertheless, I pondered whether my overall anger was still too minimal if I were to encounter someone even more formidable in the future, or if I were to be besieged, my insufficient strength would expose my trump cards. Gazing at the moon, I contemplated my future training regimen. The subsequent functionalities of the training room would depend on the hunting that lay ahead. System, tell me, is there not a difference in the quality of sacrifices between masters and ordinary individuals? Previously, the training room utilized regular soldiers, whose combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Navy and pirates. Therefore, if I were to capture such individuals as sacrifices, would it not expedite the unlocking of the subsequent functionalities? The system responded without hesitation. Indeed, the quality of sacrifices is correlated with strength. If you were to use those endowed with devil fruit abilities as sacrifices, rather than merely offering them to me, the results would be even more advantageous. Wang Lin mused. Perhaps it's best to hold off on upgrades for now. Removing the source of division would only complicate matters further. However, you mentioned that the hosts of devil fruits would soon emerge, as they possess superhuman fruit powers. By the way, can the artificial fruits crafted by yaks serve as sacrifices? That is permissible, but they may eventually exhibit a response of ineffectiveness. The timing of usage remains at your discretion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin replied, "Then, let us hold off on the resistance for now. I will put in the effort to capture individuals, reserving this experience for later use." He pulled out a transformation card he had created earlier in the afternoon, pondering. Whose visage shall I assume? Chapter 24. I am Carp, Iron Fist Carp. As dawn gradually broke, Wang Lin, having spent the night on the beach, sat up. "I have made my decision. It shall be you. Carp, surely, that will be quite amusing. Won't it?" After saying this, he made his way to Home Island, where he awaited the rising of his adoptive parents to share breakfast before departing from the sanctuary of his home and appearing in the waters of the West Sea. First, he sought out Green Pepper to gauge his prowess. "Little AI," he called out, simultaneously adjusting his thoughts, summoning Little AI. "Let us head to the West Sea's Flower Kingdom, and while we're at it, I wish to witness the nation inspired by my native China. It is said that there everyone reveres martial prowess, and the spirit of martial arts is exceptionally vibrant." "Okay, big brother, you said it would suit my soul, but when will it arrive?" "Well, it should still require about 20 years. But fret not, it shall be fine. Aren't you happy to be with me?" "No, the rival." Little AI likes big brother. Observing Little AI's expression, Wang Lin affectionately patted her head and replied, "Big brother also cherishes Little AI. Which is why I must find the most suitable soul for you. Everything is prepared. We only await the emergence of the soul. Let us embark," as he accompanied the adorable little one, sharing laughter and conversation. They reached the Flower Kingdom in under an hour. Wang Lin then attempted to inquire, "Do you truly not understand the principle of seeking targets independently?" Little AI tilted her head and replied, "Is it not simply a matter of stating a name, setting off, and then opening the hatch to arrive? That is how it works." Faced with such a conventional and unyielding response, Wang Lin refrained from engaging in further reasoning. This felt akin to asking how to fit an elephant into a refrigerator in 3 steps. Walking along the streets of the Flower Kingdom, Wang Lin scrutinized the myriad of individuals. How shall I express this? This nation appears to be an island crafted from the backdrop of the central plains of Huaxia. As envisioned by the pirate author, it bears a distinct contrast to the Manchu backdrop of the Longhand tribe. Yet in certain respects, the author's understanding seems almost paradoxical. For instance, the martial ethos of this nation is characterized by numerous martial arts halls, albeit referred to as martial arts pavilions rather than mere martial halls. Furthermore, the martial arts here are not simply called martial arts, but rather designated by various schools, such as the Tang Hand and Chi Flow Martial Arts Pavilion, the Five Beasts and Chi Flow Martial Arts Pavilion, and the One Knife Flow Martial Arts Pavilion, among others. The largest of these halls is the 8 Extreme Society and Chi Flow Martial Arts Pavilion, established by the nation's violent agency, the 8 Treasure Water Army. This army, when donning the guise of military attire, functions as the army, yet when stripped of it, they become pirates. How intriguing! This 8 Extreme Society bears an uncanny resemblance to 8 Extreme's fist, yet it seems almost paradoxical. Wang Lin meticulously observed the teachings of various martial arts halls, particularly focusing on the 8 Extreme Society and Chi Flow Martial Arts Pavilion, but he discovered that while the author had crafted a semblance of reality, the world possesses its own will, thus refining this martial art and deriving several key points of 8 Extreme's fist that Wang Lin had previously seen in films he covertly learned. Wang Lin harnessed his remarkable insight to develop his own unique martial art style, integrating the teachings of this island's martial arts into a distinct system of combat techniques and weaponry. The 8 Extremes embody unparalleled bravery. The swordsmanship of killing bandits evidently mirrors the tactics of Qi Ji Guang and his army. The author does not reject the term Hua, for example, should one refer to them as ghosts. They might perceive it as a compliment. Thus, moving forward, I shall develop this swordsmanship as my primary combat technique. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Lin journeyed towards the mountains, his mind continuously refining the 8 Extremes fist and envisioning potential martial arts techniques. Since the culmination of mental energy is manifested through emission, akin to the powerful fists of the hunter known as woking and the game of rock, paper, scissors played by Shao Jie, I too can develop a distinct form of emission. After all, the essence of emission lies within the heart, and by combining it with martial techniques, I should be able to achieve unforeseen results. Upon reaching a particular wooded area, Wang Lin halted, sensing that this was the place. Suddenly, his aura surged, unleashing the second explosive form of the Emperor's will, Overlord State. He called out loudly, "Green Pepper, come forth for a chat." Upon uttering these words, he proceeded towards the point of formidable aura he sensed. On the other side, upon hearing the voice and feeling the distinct aura of Conqueror's Haki, the figure responded with equal fervor. "I have secluded myself here for many years without contact with outsiders." "Who are you?" As they spoke, their auras clashed. Wang Lin approached unhurriedly, and with each step, snowflakes began to fall, adorning the forest in a silvery cloak. Upon seeing the figure whose head resembled a flattened bun, Wang Lin thought, why practice the 8 Extremes fist when one could pursue Iron Head Kung Fu? Do they believe they are in the Shaolin Temple? However, he remarked aloud, "I have come for you. Green Pepper, without further ado, I wish to engage in a contest with you. I recently had a match with Carp, which ended in a stalemate. You are also a rare master of the West Sea." Upon hearing Carp's name, the old man erupted in fury, bellowing, "Carp? Is Carp here? I shall kill him." Wang Lin replied, "No, he should be in the South Sea now. You won't be able to find him. Instead, let us exchange a few moves. My time is somewhat limited." Hearing that Carp was absent, Qing Jiao's mood calmed a bit as he looked at Wang Lin and said, "It seems you are quite formidable. Your aura is rather unique." Wang Lin responded, "Indeed, I possess some strength, hence my desire to test it. Coincidentally, while on the road to the Land of Flowers, I witnessed some practices in martial arts schools and gleaned a few insights. Let us venture to a deserted island. Otherwise, our sparring may cause damage to the ground." After saying this, he elevated his presence once more, making Qing Jiao realize that Wang Lin's words were not mere bluster. As a martial artist himself, Qing Jiao could not refuse such a challenge and said, "Come, let me see what skills the youth who claims to be undefeated against Carp possesses. Follow me." With that, He employed a technique akin to the moonwalk, swiftly gliding through the air in a particular direction without any intention of waiting. This served as a measure of the visitor's prowess. Wang Lin remained silent, his form still and then suddenly in motion, effortlessly keeping pace with Qingjiao, maintaining a distance of 30 meters behind him. Indeed, there is some skill. Let us see if I can go a bit faster, he thought, and once more accelerated. Wang Lin replied, "No worries, Senior Qingjiao. Feel free to speed up. I can keep up." Thus, after a brief interval, they arrived at a modest island, approximately 10 miles in circumference. "Yes, this will do. As previously mentioned, this is not a duel. Allow me to demonstrate a set of martial arts I have learned here, and I would appreciate your guidance, Senior Qingjiao." Without awaiting Qingjiao's consent, he began to execute a combination of Bajiquan, Wu Qingxi, and Tongshou, his movements vigorous and dynamic, echoing the essence of Bajiquan while incorporating techniques not native to this world. As performance grew increasingly fluid, a realization dawned upon Wang Lin, and he suddenly appeared beside a large reef. Leaning against it before departing, he then began to strike the surface of the sea with his palms, initially lacking fluidity. Qingjiao, observing this, remarked, "It looks quite impressive, but seems to lack power," as he approached the reef. Examining the spot Wang Lin had just leaned against, and touched it with his finger. And to his astonishment, the entire reef crumbled to dust, fine particles that made one wonder if Qingjiao had mastered some lethal ability. In his shock, Qingjiao turned to Wang Lin that moment. Wang Lin's technique became increasingly refined. Ultimately, he drew his hands to his right waist and suddenly struck out. In that instant, a resounding roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted, and a shadow of a deep crimson dragon launched from Wang Lin's hand toward the sea. Boom! The ocean responded with a thunderous sound reminiscent of a giant cannonball exploding in the depths, sending sprays of water soaring dozens of meters high. Having finished my strike, Wang Lin looked toward Qingjiao and inquired, "How was that?" "It was merely an initial interpretation, still immature, and I have yet to fully develop my finger techniques, leg techniques, and foot techniques." Qingjiao stood there, momentarily stunned, before eventually saying, "Isn't that the power of the devil fruit? It resembles a hockey attack technique. Young man, do you have a name for those moves you just executed?" Wang Lin pondered briefly before responding, "Yes, they do have names. Iron Mountain Lean and Dragon Descending Palm. Iron Mountain Lean is merely a lean, but can take on various forms. However, the Dragon Descending Palm has many techniques. For now, this one is aptly named the Dragon's Regret." Upon hearing this, Qingjiao seemed to see a treasure. His fighting spirit ignited as he declared, "In the path of martial arts, I thought I had reached my limit. But to my surprise, there are indeed others beyond me. Very well. Let us commence. Perhaps through our sparring, I too may gain some insights." With that, he began to engage Wang Lin using his most proficient martial art, Bajachongquan. This contest was not as tense as his encounter with Carp. Both were mindful to control their strength, one seeking advancement, the other striving to refine his martial techniques. Unspoken, they exchanged moves, dismantling each other's techniques, while occasionally employing hockey-enhanced strikes to explore new possibilities. 3 days later, Wang Lin and Qingjiao shared a drink, and Wang Lin expressed, "Thank you, Senior Qingjiao, for your generous guidance. Your skills are truly among the world's elite." Qingjiao, feeling the various aches throughout his body, replied, "Not all. It is the youth who is truly impressive. I am old, very old. However, I appreciate your restoring my vitality. I never imagined the fists of the young would be so formidable." Wang Lin smiled and said, "No need for thanks. It is only right. However, Senior, it would be wise to refrain from using your head as a weapon in the future. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he departed gracefully, leaving Qingjiao by the fire, contemplating life while sipping his drink. After Wang Lin had distanced himself, Qingjiao muttered, "What a monster! Each strike appears harmless on the surface, yet feels as if my insides are about to rupture. If it weren't for the medicinal wine this young lad mentioned, I might have lost years off my life. However, this wine is rather good. It has alleviated many of my old injuries. I shall save half for future use." With that, he sealed the remaining half of the wine and soared toward the island of fire. Once Wang Lin confirmed that no one was around, He released Xiao AI and proclaimed, "We are heading to impel down. Our objective here has been achieved. From this moment forth, I shall be Carp." Ha ha! Xiao AI. Does my laughter resemble Carp's? Xiao AI gazed at Wang Lin, who had undergone a transformation, momentarily unsure how to respond. Chapter 25. Arrival at Impelled Down inside the submarine. Wang Lin reminisced about his interactions with Carp, recalling his speech and his seemingly unreliable methods of handling affairs. Gradually gaining a sense of understanding, standing before a full-length mirror, adorned in a righteous cloak like Carp, Wang Lin declared, "Now, I am Iron Fist Carp. Who dares to bare their teeth at me?" He posed in front of the mirror, exuding confidence born of strength, embodying a nonchalant demeanor while harboring a fierce inner resolve. Almost there, just a bit more frivolity, a hint of irreverence when dealing with colleagues or superiors. And it will be just right. Xiao AI, how long until we arrive? Do not surface directly at Impelled Down. Anchor at a nearby island. I require a warship to transport me. Oh. Brother, you look so ugly now. And your laughter is quite unpleasant, Xiao AI said, pouting as she looked at Wang Lin, clearly uncomfortable. Wang Lin chuckled lightly, considering it a small price to pay for achieving his goals. Even if one day I have to play the role of a king. I can manage that too. Huh? Xiao AI, do not interrupt. Pay attention to the ship's feedback. I have matters to ponder. Successfully diverting the topic, he began to assess Qingjiao's combat prowess. This Qingjiao was merely on the threshold of first-rate fighters, far from Carp's level, and could only be considered as a last resort AS for the samurai of Wano country. I would estimate that he would be reduced to nothing but bones, right? In such cases, if I did not use his body as a weapon, it would still lower the overall strength. Therefore, the only recommendations from within the city are Shiki the Golden Lion, Barrett, and the Red Count, who has been imprisoned for nearly a decade. And there's also a notorious pirate with the Momo fruit ability, known as the World Destroyer. If that fruit's power is harnessed effectively, it could be catastrophic. Just imagine if it were akin to a nuclear bomb. Unthinkable. Just unthinkable. No. There's also Magellan, whose strength may not be remarkable, but his character is commendable, and his fruit ability is excellent. Alas, he is too incompetent to develop his ability properly, leaving him in a constant state of distress. Should I recruit him into the Hall of Heroes? I believe under my balance, the two factions of pirates and the Navy will not experience significant power shifts. Feeling a twinge of temptation, Wang Lin suddenly realized that such actions were premature. He was not ready yet. After this visit, perhaps during the next, he could recruit him. Anyone possessing courage and loyalty could find a place in the Hall of Heroes. Big brother, we have reached an island with residents, and there are Navy troops stationed here. Xiao AI's voice jolted Wang Lin from his thoughts. He looked into the mirror, exaggeratedly moved his mouth, and stretched his arms before proclaiming, "I am Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, open the gates." The hatch opened, revealing a desolate seaside, far removed from the bustling dock. Wang Lin disembarked from the submarine, reclaimed Xiao AI, and made his way toward the largest structure, the Naval Garrison Building. Along the path, he exuded a commanding presence, and coupled with his attire, it inevitably attracted the attention of the Navy personnel. Before long, a group of individuals hastily approached Wang Lin, saluting in unison, and the leading officer remarked, "We were unaware of your esteemed arrival, Lord Carp, and apologize for the lack of proper welcome. May I inquire, where is your vessel, Lord Carp?" Wang Lin surveyed the unfamiliar faces, reluctant to discuss matters pertaining to the Navy. Knowing that excessive conversation could lead to complications, thus, he burst into laughter, scratching his head as he replied, It seems I've had a minor mishap with my ship. My crew is currently attending to repairs. By the way, could you arrange for a vessel to take me to Impel Down? I have matters to attend to." The officer, saluting before speaking, responded, "Might I ask if you possess any relevant orders?" "Vice Admiral, as you are aware, the mobilization of any stationed naval ship necessitates appropriate documentation." Wang Lin's displeasure surged. Was Carp truly to be so humiliated? He retorted vehemently, "You insolent brat, do I not deserve any dignity? If Sengoku and the others were to learn of my ship's predicament and my need for your assistance, they would surely mock me." Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, "You little rascal, It has been ages since I've had the pleasure of chastising my juniors. Do you wish to be the recipient of my affection? Is this a threat from the esteemed Carp? One soldier mused, "Oh dear, Lord Carp is indeed terrifying. The officer may find himself under scrutiny. Indeed, after all, he is a hero of our Navy. It's merely the use of a ship, and impelled down is quite close. Just a half-hour round trip." The officer is being overly cautious upon hearing Carp's words and the soldier's hushed whispers. The officer, feeling a bit intimidated by the hero before him, explained, "My lord, you see." Wang Lin placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly, "We are all part of the same system. Today, you grant me face. And in the future, I shall return the favor. Just one request. Take me to Impel Down. You wouldn't wish for me to leap there using moonwalk, would you?" The officer, suddenly enlightened, thought of course Lord Carp's abilities could easily allow him to traverse using moonwalk. The only reason he hadn't was due to the embarrassment it would bring. Therefore, it was no wonder he appeared so disheartened when he was alone, explaining that his ship was under repair. It was clear that Lord Carp had merely stopped here to find a vessel. Realizing this, the officer said, "My lord, how about we use a small patrol ship? That falls well within my authority. We happen to be patrolling near Impel Down, as long as you don't mind the smaller specifications." "Very well, a patrol ship will suffice. Let us go." Wang Lin agreed promptly, seeing the other party relent. "I would prefer not to walk. Just bring the ship over here. I shall wait, and do bring along 2 bags of donuts. Charge them to my account, and remember to call later to settle the bill." "Yes, my lord. Please make yourself comfortable while we prepare the ship." Wang Lin waved his hand, falling silent. Once distanced from Carp, the soldiers quietly inquired, "Sir, when did we become patrolmen?" The officer shot a disdainful glance at the soldiers, stating, "Just now, today, as long as Lord Carp is present. We are patrolmen, understand?" With his clarity, the soldiers quickly grasped the situation, cheering, "The officer is truly astute. Surely, Lord Carp will remember us." With hopeful aspirations, they brought forth a vessel that was not insignificant in size, along with a selection of donuts. Upon boarding, in order to play the part of Carp convincingly, Wang Lin found himself continuously munching on the sweet treats he typically despised. Occasionally, it was tolerable, but too much became overwhelmingly cloying. Meat, after all, was far more delectable, a sentiment shared by many pirates. Thus he indulged in the donuts, occasionally shouting boisterously. Eventually, they arrived at Impel Down. Magellan, having already inquired about the impending arrival via the intercom, came out to greet Carp. Wang Lin observed the warden, adorned with demonic wings, nodding appreciatively. "Magellan Warden, I wish to visit the 6th level of Impel Down. Would that be permissible?" "ISNT official business. Merely a matter I wish to investigate." "Of course you need not inquire further. Magellan, are you feeling unwell? Why are you sweating so profusely?" Wang Lin asked. In response, Magellan stammered, "I've come to understand the meaning of true prowess. Just now, Mr. Carp's gaze sent shivers down my spine. I thought my earlier discomfort was due to toxins. Only now do I realize it was the aura of Mr. Carp that I sensed from the start." Wang Lin, pleasantly surprised by Magellan's wit, found himself liking him even more. However, he hesitated to invite him along, considering the man's toxic nature. "Very well, take me to the 6th level. I wish to see the prisoners I once apprehended. I'll also take a quick look at the 5th level." For safety's sake, he added an extra layer. Magellan, summoning a cane, strained to lead the way, his dedication earning Wang Lin's admiration. Chapter 26. The Return of Carp Ultimately. Magellan could no longer endure the strain of accompanying Wang Lin and withdrew by the 3rd level, retreating to his office to recuperate. Puzzled, he murmured, "Why am I feeling such trepidation today? I've never felt this way in Carp's presence before." Meanwhile, Wang Lin arrived at the 6th level. Purposefully examining each cell and its occupants, he recognized a few familiar faces, potential recruits for Blackbeard, whose strength was adequate but insufficient for what was to come. Thus he merely observed them closely. His true focus lay on just a few individuals. "Shiki, come closer. Let me have a good look at you." Wang Lin found his first target, the Golden Lion, and initiated his plan to engage in close proximity with the objective. Seeing Carp's arrival, Shiki gritted his teeth and declared, "Carp, which notorious pirate have you captured today?" With that, he fearlessly approached, As a man who dared to challenge the entire Navy headquarters, he possessed an abundance of courage, spirit, and resolve that it was hard to believe that a legendary pirate on par with Roger could be defeated by an inexperienced junior, if not for the narrative constraints. Thus, Wang Lin's visit served two purposes: to gather intelligence regarding the individuals he intended to recruit and to familiarize himself with their auras, as he planned to send them all to the Hall of Heroes if the opportunity arose. Wang Lin had no aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, yet he wished for Luffy, whom he held in decent regard, to have a safer journey. After all, in this world, death was a real consequence, and seasoned pirates would not fall prey to the blunders depicted in comics. As Shiki approached, Wang Lin remained silent until Shiki reached the bars of his cell, at which point he instructed the accompanying soldiers to unlock the cage. Stepping inside, amidst Shiki's bewilderment, Wang Lin casually patted him a few times, plucking several strands of hair before closing the door once more. On to the next one. Shiki, dumbfounded, felt humiliated and bellowed, "You bastard carp, did you come merely to insult me? How dare you? If you have the guts, let me out for a one-on-one." From a distance, a voice resonated. "There will be opportunities for that. Do not rush. Sit quietly." Wang Lin spoke calmly as he moved on to the next cell. Douglas Barrett, the inheritor of the demon, observing the imposing figure seated cross-legged within the cell. Wang Lin recognized that Barrett was engaged in a unique form of training, akin to a meditative practice, focusing more on the mind. This was also why he later possessed the ability to envelop an entire island with Conqueror's haki and manifested a colossal form through armament haki. Barrett, seated and unresponsive to Carp's presence, remained motionless, unable to move as he was still shackled with sea stone chains, a special treatment reserved for newly captured prisoners. Wang Lin proceeded to enter, employing the same method as with Shiki, meticulously recording every detail about the massive figure before departing with another sample. He then sought out Blood Count and the World Destroyer, documenting their information and taking samples before leaving. With my business concluded, soldiers continue to guard these prisoners diligently. I shall take my leave now. Ha ha ha. The soldiers were left in a state of confusion, as were the prisoners that a few inmates on the 6th level shouted. What was Carp doing here? I don't understand. The sound of rustling echoed, and though I could not fully comprehend the situation, I observed that Carp seemed to have thoroughly inspected the bodies of those several leaders, which left me in fits of laughter. Red bean paste? Masaka. Is Carp truly so fond of such things? Silence, you little brats. Do you wish to meet your demise? The involved parties are not pleased. Gia. This is utterly hilarious. As Wang Lin departed, the prisoners on the 6th level harbored an even greater disdain for Carp, for they were left pondering who might be the next unfortunate soul to undergo such an ordeal. The personnel at Impel Down remained perplexed by Carp's intentions, yet they dared not inquire further, choosing instead to act as though nothing had occurred. Upon returning to the small island, Wang Lin instructed the soldiers to resume their duties, asserting that he no longer required their assistance, thus dismissing the contingent that had followed him. Sitting alone by the seaside, he began to calculate. Excluding Magellan as a backup, today he had acquired information on 4 individuals. He had prior contact with Rayleigh, so there was no need to seek him out again. Carp, Whitebeard, and Roger brought the total to 8. If no better options arose, the remainder would have to be Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Kaido, with hopes that Odin had not been reduced to mere bones. With a newfound direction, he summoned Xiao AI and issued a command to head towards Marineford, patiently awaiting a close encounter with formidable figures within the Navy. At Navy headquarters, Carp's visage was not necessarily advantageous. Those familiar with him were well acquainted, and those unfamiliar would soon find someone who was. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Suru's abilities were peculiar, and being the foremost strategist, relying on a messenger might indeed be prudent. Given that departing from Impel Down would lead back to headquarters swiftly, Wang Lin needed to formulate a strategy expeditiously. When Xiao AI alerted him, Wang Lin retrieved 3 disguises, concealing them within the pocket of his chest, and swiftly exited the submarine. Securing Xiao AI, he proceeded towards the towering headquarters building. Along the way, he was bombarded with greetings such as "Hello, Vice Admiral," and "Carp is truly handsome," which left him feeling beleaguered. Ultimately, fearing exposure, he casually selected a soldier and said, I am currently engaged in a bet with Sengoku to see who can stay awake the longest. However, I need you to find me a room where I can contemplate my strategy." The soldier instantly comprehended, grinning slyly as he led Wang Lin to his personal quarters, whispering, "Vice Admiral Karp, you may quietly devise your strategy here. Rest assured, I shall not disclose your whereabouts." After uttering this, he quietly closed the door and departed. Sensing that he was indeed alone, Wang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was undeniably intense. He sensed the presence of numerous skilled individuals. While there were not many top-tier experts, the overwhelming aura of the highest echelon was formidable, necessitating a well-crafted plan. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return, Karp had already embarked on his journey back. Not far from Marineford, having received notice from Sengoku regarding an upcoming meeting that required high-ranking officials to attend. Thus, he impatiently departed from the tavern on Bartolomeo Island, casting a glance to see that Luffy had already vacated his residence, which left him feeling rather dejected. Upon returning to headquarters, Karp was once again surrounded by his guard as he made his way towards the main building. Suddenly, he noticed some soldiers whispering and pointing, which irked him. Demonstrating his exceptional martial prowess, he abruptly vanished from the crowd's view, only to reappear beside the group of conversing soldiers. Ditto. Isn't Vice Admiral Karp supposed to be secretly taking a nap? How is it that he is here? One soldier questioned, while another echoed his confusion. A familiar voice pierced their ears. "When did I ever bet with Sengoku? When did I arrive here? I just returned from the South Blue." "Huh? Vice Admiral Karp," they exclaimed in unison. "What on earth is happening?" Karp sensed something was amiss and inquired. He soon discovered that someone had impersonated him without revealing any flaws, and he promptly commanded, "Notify Sengoku to come assist me. The one approaching may not be simple." After issuing the order, he hurried towards the soldiers' dormitory area. Could it be a mimic fruit? But to use a mimic fruit, one must touch the other's face. When has my face ever been touched by anyone else? Chapter 27. The Imposter and the Hero. Chaos ensues. Karp, filled with wrath, surged towards Wang Lin's direction, and from a distance, Wang Lin sensed the familiar aura. Having met twice and even fought, he took out a card, preparing to switch disguises at a moment's notice. This situation was untenable. Chaos needed to ensue, or he would be at a disadvantage. With this realization, Wang Lin no longer hesitated, pushed through the door, and made his way towards densely populated areas, gravitating towards where the strongest auras converged. Of course, he would not directly approach the clusters of fiery auras. "You lot!" Wang Lin observed the youthful faces of those who had participated in the Marineford War. Though they appeared youthful, they held positions as officers. Assuming Karp's guise, he approached and declared, "Quick, organize a defense. Someone has infiltrated our headquarters, capable of changing their appearance at will. Remember, do not easily trust any solitary individual, even if they are your superior." "Huh? Vice Admiral Karp, are you joking? This is Navy headquarters." A group of young officers dismissed. "You fools! Do I seem like I'm jesting? Fire Mountain, you talk too much." Wang Lin reprimanded a burly man whom he recognized. Why did he stand out? Because he would soon be involved in the O'Hara extermination order, as well as subsequent orders. A man with a cheerful facade but ruthless tendencies. Get moving. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, apprehend and question them immediately. I will inform the others. After saying this, he swiftly departed. Although he could not resort to force at the moment, his robust physique still afforded him considerable speed. Wow, Vice Admiral Karp is truly composed in a crisis. Look, although he speaks urgently, he did not utilize his martial arts to hasten his departure, which indicates he is quite confident about the situation. This is a test for us. What are we waiting for? Let's act. One of Karp's ardent admirers articulated this, convincing the others that it made perfect sense. They began to move in small groups, remaining vigilant of solitary individuals. Before long, they exchanged glances and swiftly encircled a lone figure. To their astonishment, someone had the audacity to impersonate Vice Admiral Karp. Did they not realize they had already been exposed? Karp, in a furious state, saw a group of juniors surrounding him, initially thinking they had come for autographs, as they often did. "You fools! What are you saying? I am Karp. Where is that imposter from earlier? Did any of you see him?" Karp bellowed in rage. "Wow, you really do look the part. If we hadn't seen Vice Admiral Karp first, Your performance might have fooled us. One young admirer remarked. Another chimed in, indeed, Vice Admiral Karp could never be so fierce. He is always kind-hearted towards his subordinates and juniors. Imposter, you have been exposed, Fire Mountain summarized. I must say, you bear a striking resemblance. But you lack the composure of a naval hero. Karp is the man who once had Roger fleeing across the globe. Your performance is simply too exaggerated. Suddenly, a flurry of pounding sounds erupted, and the group, stifling their pain, stared in astonishment at the imposter who raised his right fist, causing the hat atop his head to bounce from the blows. Karp declared, "Surely you all remember the taste of my beloved iron fist. Now, savor it once more. Am I not Karp? Am I not the imposter?" His final words unleashed a miniature storm, rustling the coats of those present. This sensation was all too familiar. It was the impetus of love. The essence of, this man is Vice Admiral Karp. Son of a gun, Vice Admiral, we have been deceived by that vile impersonator. Karp was about to dry their tears and rally them to capture this pretender in his name. Mira, my comrades, the enemy is over here, and they have brutally assaulted our fellow soldiers. Follow me, for justice shall prevail. Then came the sight of Zephyr's two disciples, unwavering in their devotion to absolute justice, leading a throng of fellow comrades and a substantial contingent of Navy personnel charging forth. Thus, with a resolute acceptance of their impending doom, yet a palpable sense of trepidation, both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, striking back and forth. Even those few officers who had been bested by Karp were engulfed in the sea of soldiers. Damn it, I can hardly contain myself if you don't cease this madness. I swear I will incapacitate you all for 3 days. The relentless sound of heads being struck echoed ceaselessly, yet these zealous Navy forces remained steadfast, unwilling to retreat. In the distance, Sengoku was hastening toward them, when he fortuitously encountered a soldier, bloodied and staggering, struggling to reach the headquarters. He promptly rushed to assist him, inquiring, "What has transpired, soldier? Speak. Be battle." Over there, the soldier stammered before collapsing into unconsciousness. Sengoku, observing the rising clouds of dust from the barracks, and glancing down at the fallen soldier in his arms, shouted, "Medic, get this soldier to treatment at once." After handing the injured man over to the medics, he unfastened his coat, seething, "How dare you wreak havoc at the Navy headquarters? Whoever you are, I shall ensure you remain here today." With a resounding crash, the floor shattered as he propelled himself into the fray. Upon arrival, he transformed into his Buddha form, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at the imposter Karp, exclaiming, "Cursed imposter, reveal your true form to me." Karp was in the midst of encouraging his juniors to learn to discern the genuine from the false when he felt a sudden prickle of danger. Turning just in time to see a golden palm descending upon him, "You're here, but something feels off. Baka! Sengoku, do you not recognize me? How dare you strike at me? Prepare yourself. When facing an opponent of equal strength, one cannot afford to hold back, lest they suffer grievous injuries." What is this sensation? Are you Karp? The clash of fists cleared the battlefield, the force of their collision sending everyone spiraling away. "Baka, who else could I be? You were supposed to assist me in apprehending the suspect, yet here you are engaging me in combat. Baka! Baka!" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression shifted to one of alarm. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Karp, quickly, follow me. Soldiers, remain here and do not leave. Lockdown. Inform all units. A complete lockdown is in effect. No one is to leave Marineford." Meanwhile, in the medical room, the medic who had been aiding the injured soldier lay comfortably asleep upon his bed. Sengoku, smiling, exited the medical room and made his way to the Admiral's office. After knocking twice, he pushed the door open and entered. "Sengoku, do you require something?" inquired an elderly man sporting a mohawk hairstyle. Sengoku approached the Admiral with a smile, saying, "Admiral, I have a matter to discuss, but it requires a closer proximity." Steelbone regarded his familiar subordinate with a hint of suspicion, sensing something amiss. However, knowing Sengoku to be a brilliant strategist despite his formidable strength, he assumed that any urgent matter must indeed be significant. Thus his peculiar behavior was somewhat understandable. Consequently, Steelbone stood, stepping away from his desk. Just as he was about to speak, Sengoku suddenly embraced him, hands roaming in a manner that was decidedly unexpected. While he could have easily evaded, Sengoku displayed no hostility, resulting in the current predicament. Sengoku, what on earth is the matter? And could you refrain from holding me so tightly? Steelbone's temples throbbed, yet he maintained his composure. Oh, my apologies, Admiral. I am quite well now, so. Just as he was about to articulate further, the door burst open, and a messenger rushed in, exclaiming, Admiral, we have a situation. We just received word from Admiral Sengoku. Wait, Admiral, weren't you outside with Vice Admiral Karp? How have you returned so swiftly? Ah, unexpected occurrences always seem to catch one off guard. Oh, you know what follows that statement. The Sengoku before them spoke cryptically, yet Steelbone sensed the tension escalating. He had felt something amiss from the very beginning, and now it was even more pronounced. Soldier, take cover, he commanded, assuming a defensive stance. What do you intend to do? Who are you? Sengoku chuckled heartily. Oh, nothing of consequence. Merely an admirer of your esteemed skills, seeking an audience with the real deal. Now that I have fulfilled my wish, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Haha. Farewell. As Sengoku began to speak, he subtly shifted his position, while Steelbone remained vigilant. The reason he refrained from striking was to avoid damaging the surroundings. Upon hearing the farewell, Sengoku abruptly accelerated, his disguise fading, revealing a youthful visage. However, he departed too swiftly for anyone to discern his features. You little thief, you cannot escape. With formidable strength, Steelbone followed the ebbing air left by the intruder, shouting, an infiltrator is on the run. All soldiers below the rank of Rear Admiral, assemble at the barracks and do not move. All Rear Admirals and above, follow me to intercept the intruder. His commanding voice echoed throughout Marineford. Sengoku and Karp exchanged glances, both gritting their teeth in unison. Baka, that bastard shan't escape. Chapter 28. Who is the suspect? Now fully transformed back into his true self, Wang Lin was exerting all his energy in a desperate sprint, combining the moonwalk with his martial arts, his understanding accelerating at a remarkable pace. The cultivation of his nun was a system developed by the manga artist Yoshihiro Togashi, inspired by the ancient Chinese meridian theory, thus presenting a fantastical yet somewhat grounded world to countless manga enthusiasts. Consequently, Wang Lin began to channel his energy into his legs and feet, embarking on his martial arts evolution, observing the thief ahead, increasing his speed. Steelbone commanded, all personnel, engage freely. Do not concern yourselves with any potential collateral damage to me. We cannot allow him to escape. With the Admiral's order, the crew redoubled their efforts. Thus, Wang Lin encountered a barrage of attacks. Have you ever been kicked by light, infiltrator? A sudden flash of golden light appeared, accompanied by a voice very close behind him. Recognizing the languid tone, Wang Lin deduced that it was Kazu, without turning. He swiftly countered with a strike, retorting, have you ever been bitten by a dragon? His palm struck out, unleashing a small, dark red dragon aura that dispersed the gathering light. Kizaru staggered back to his previous position, wiping the corner of his mouth, his hat casting a shadow over half his face, and remarked, oh dear, how terrifying. This person feels oddly familiar, yet the dark red dragon aura did not dissipate, continuing its trajectory toward the rear where the Admiral pursued. Steelbone braced himself, absorbing the impact while accelerating further, shouting, continue, slow down his pace. Zephyr, Karp, Sengoku, surround him from 3 directions. I will pursue from the rear, and we shall strike together, regardless of the consequences. Sensing the previous attack had inflicted a deep-seated pain, he recognized the danger posed by the individual ahead, that if someone as adept as he, who had honed his haki to the bone, felt discomfort, how could others withstand such an onslaught? Thus, it was prudent to eliminate such a perilous adversary. With their orders clear, the group commenced a coordinated assault while those of slightly lesser strength provided range support. In an instant, Wang Lin found himself cornered, swiftly manifesting a mask to conceal his identity. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Steelbone was the first to inquire. However, Wang Lin remained silent. Speaking now would surely lead Karp to recognize him, thus drawing undue attention to himself. The silence from their target ignited their tempers, particularly Karp, who was the most volatile among them. You audacious impostor! Today, I shall show you the extent of my power. Wang Lin prepared to respond while formulating a strategy. With newfound resolve, he propelled himself toward Karp's fist. Just before impact, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, channeling the force downward, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled violently, a cloud of dust enveloping the area as the assembled masters encircled the landing site, awaiting the dispersal of the smoke. Where is he? Did anyone see where he went? As the dust settled, all that remained was a crater, devoid of the intruder, leaving only the shattered ground and the stunned expressions of the gathered elite. What the hell? Where has he gone? Karp's voice boomed, while Sengoku furrowed his brow in deep thought, and Steelbone contemplated the situation, directing Zephyr to instruct the officers to repair the damaged headquarters in a short while. The crowd dispersed, hesitant to speak, leaving only a few high-ranking officers. Steelbone declared, "To my office. I have matters to discuss. Notify all veterans on the island, those holding the rank of Rear Admiral and above, to gather in the Grand Assembly Hall." "Yes, Admiral." In the Admiral's office, Steelbone began. "Who wishes to recount today's events first?" "Kapu. I have returned from the South Sea today. Upon my arrival on the island, I encountered a group of young rascals whispering to one another. I paused to investigate and discovered that someone was impersonating me, prompting me to notify Sengoku before I proceeded to apprehend the culprit." Sengoku. Indeed, I was not far from the headquarters building when a soldier reported to me that I was on my way to the soldiers' dormitory. I stumbled upon a bloodied, injured individual who informed me of an attack occurring nearby. Kapu. Subsequently, I exchanged a blow with Sengoku. Upon recognizing me, he ceased hostilities and issued a lockdown order for the entire island. Steelbone interjected. Then, this individual appeared in my office and was ultimately discovered. As you all are well aware, the four of us fell silent, and Zephyr was a loss for words, for during the time they spoke of, he was instructing new recruits. Well, we have a rough outline of events. Let us proceed to the Grand Conference Hall and discuss any suspicious individuals along the way. Pirates? Or perhaps someone else? Kapu, why would an infiltrator impersonate you? Has he ever posed as someone else or engaged in any peculiar activities on the island before? These are matters you should investigate. Steelbone walked ahead. Articulating his plans regarding Kapu, he continued. This infiltrator possesses considerable strength and wields a formidable level of haki, capable of penetrating the body. Is there anyone like that on the seas at present? The others shook their heads. Kapu wished to speak, but hesitated. As he could not confirm his suspicions, he recalled a figure whose attacks bore resemblance to the shadow he had just witnessed. Yet the aura felt strikingly similar. Pondering deeply, could this be someone from his own martial lineage? Is there such a legacy in the West Sea? Lin mentioned he hails from the West Sea. Could there be islands there that we have yet to chart? Sengoku quietly inquired. Kapu, are you contemplating something? Kapu mimicked the others, stroking his chin as he said, I cannot be certain. Let us discuss it further later. Chapter 29. Is Lin a brother in suspicion? Steelbone glanced at Kapu and continued walking, refraining from asking questions. Since Kapu mentioned having a suspect, there must be some lead. This straightforward man has an instinct akin to that of a beast, surpassing even Sengoku and Tsuru in this regard. Upon reaching the Grand Conference Hall, it was already crowded, with some individuals even standing. Conversations among the attendees revolved around the recent events, filled with speculation. Even those from neighboring islands were summoned back. All the commanders traveled using moonwalk, significantly faster than by ship, yet it was exhausting. When the four prominent figures entered, the hall fell silent. Steelbone took the seat of honor, while the others seated themselves, with those lacking chairs standing at attention. Well, everyone has heard the news, and the incident began with someone impersonating Kapu. Now, I would like to ask if anyone has seen Kapu today or in the past 2 days, and where they saw him. If so, please report immediately. Upon hearing this, two commanders appeared dumbfounded. One had provided Kapu with a ship to impel down, and the other, Magellan, had received him upon arrival. They both exclaimed in unison, Kapu was impersonated? Starting today, Steelbone sensed the gravity of the situation and said, You two, step forward and speak. Yes, they did. An aura enveloped them. The two, standing a short distance apart, exchanged glances before stepping forward. Their expressions less than favorable. Speak, Do you have any intelligence to offer from your end? The unnamed individual who had escorted Kapu to impel down spoke first. I saw Admiral Kapu at the base. Being asked to proceed to impel down. I know nothing more. Marshal. This occurred at noon today. Magellan, realizing the implications, hurriedly added, I received Vice Admiral Kapu at the entrance of impel down. He mentioned needing to investigate a certain case. And after I felt unwell, I sent a soldier to accompany him to the 6th floor of the prison. The soldier informed me that Kapu had interacted with those prisoners. Silence fell as Steelbone interjected, Shut your mouth. Do not keep repeating Kapu's name. That individual is a criminal and not Kapu. Be mindful of your wording and briefly mention any meaningless actions he took. Magellan. Understood. Marshal. The infiltrator entered the 6th floor, interacted with 4 individuals, and then departed. Their codenames are Golden Lion, the successor of the demon, World Destroyer, and Blood Count. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension as the wise leaders like Sengoku and Steelbone felt a sense of nausea. The two exchanged discreet glances of disdain towards Kapu, yet they understood that he was a good person. Their disgust was directed at the infiltrator, that wretched shapeshifter. Ha! This is hilarious. So the infiltrator merely touches men? Ha ha ha. From now on, we should focus on him and confine him to the women's prison to let him suffer. Kapu, seizing on what he thought was the crux of the matter, addressed the marshal. This individual is a man of questionable inclinations. He likely believes himself to be a woman, harboring an affinity for strong men, which is why he would impersonate me to draw closer to the powerful D-O-U-C. My analysis is quite sound. A vein throbbed on several foreheads and Steelbone cautioned. Kapu, refrain from making baseless claims. Did you not already have suspect in mind? The recent upheaval at headquarters, where the enemy first employed your likeness, must surely be someone you have encountered. Share your conjectures, Kapu. Well, I shall put forth my theory that I suspect this individual may be connected to Lin. Which Lin? Why does it not ring a bell? The assembly murmured in confusion. Sengoku pondered before asking, Are you referring to the Lin who appeared in Lowtown once? Kapu gave a thumbs up to his old friend. Precisely. That is him. I suspect he is acquainted with Lin, as their attack patterns are quite similar. However, this individual exhibits greater aggression. Steelbone recalled the Lin they spoke of and turned to Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, how did your engagement with Lin's disposition progress? It has been over a year, has it not? Huang Yuan broke into a slight sweat and replied, Alas, you may find this hard to believe, but I've been unable to locate any information on this individual. Among the intelligence agents I oversee, no one has seen him. Kapu suddenly grew serious. I suspect that Lin has been honing his skills within his martial lineage over the past year. Recently, I had a brief encounter with him, and he demonstrated significant progress. Moreover, he is not a user of devil fruit abilities, as I have verified. What? This fellow can now engage you in direct combat without being defeated? Senior, has he employed that peculiar ability from Lowtown, perhaps involving certain conditions? Akiji asked incredulously. Kapu shook his head. No, this time he did not utilize those so-called conditions. Thus, I surmise that his recent training within his martial lineage is the reason for his advancement. I suspect that the one stirring trouble at our headquarters is likely a brother from his martial school, as Lin's attacks are straightforward, while this troublemaker is capable of manifesting dragon shadows. Steelbone stroked his beard, pondering. Could it be that after competing with you, he made further progress? Kapu was uncertain. That seems implausible. We fought in the South Sea, and he had pressing matters to attend to. How could he possibly improve so swiftly? Oh, pressing matters? Kapu, clarify this significant matter. I cannot divulge specifics, but it is improbable. How could he have been engaged in combat with me days ago, only for me to return the next day while he traveled to the West Sea? By the way, focus your attention on the West Sea. He mentioned his hometown lies there. Steelbone understood Kapu. If there were matters he chose not to discuss, he would not reveal them under duress. Thus, he exchanged a discreet glance with Sengoku, who nodded in agreement. Steelbone concluded the meeting. This incident has exposed a vulnerability within our headquarters. It appears that an individual with shape-shifting abilities may infiltrate our ranks. Therefore, we must enhance our password recognition protocols to prevent such occurrences in the military henceforth. The specifics of identification will be established by Tsuru and Sengoku. Additionally, Sengoku, please remain after the meeting for a discussion in my office. Dismissed. Yes, Marshal. Take care. In the Marshal's office, Steelbone regarded Sengoku. Kapu's recent journey to the South Sea likely involved a meeting with Roger's wife, and Lin's appearance there, coupled with his confrontation with Kapu, suggests that Lin has received Roger's instructions. Consequently, the government officials' murders at Bartolomeo's End are significantly linked to Lin. We must closely monitor Kapu's actions and words, as he may inadvertently reveal information regarding Lin, who we might have underestimated. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, anyone who can engage someone with Kapu's temperament and escape capture possesses a formidable strength. We are to gain yet another adversary in the future. Chapter 30 Departure at this moment. Wang Lin, who had just completed his training tasks in the cultivation chamber, was contemplating his next course of action, holding the Book of Omnipotence in his left hand. There were likely still hidden sentinels outside, so it was unwise to venture out at this time. With the information regarding Steelbone and the aura of the Warring States period, along with the encounters I had with a certain group of individuals. Although the information was scant, I could still create a second-tier puppet. There are now 2 slots left for powerful puppets. I shall commence with Ling Ling of the World Pirate Crew, and then proceed to Kaido of the Beast Pirates in Wano Country. Ling Ling has a penchant for desserts, and I can entice her with the promise of the world's finest sweets as the condition for the duel. That should pose no problem. As for Kaido, he has long desired death, merely a fade. Before embarking, I need to procure a weapon that will inflict some pain upon him, and also check whether Odin's corpse has been desecrated by Orochi. Having devised a reasonable plan, I began utilizing the Book of Omnipotence to conjure desserts embodying the concept of the sweetest flavors in the world. These desserts would only provide the user with a sensory stimulation, making their creation significantly simpler than crafting tangible objects. After completing the dessert cards, I set about creating the powerful puppet cards. Producing all of this from my recent endeavors would typically require a full day for a single individual. This continuous release of energy proved far more effective than conventional training. Each character card demanded considerable exertion from Wang Lin. Before me lay the cards, adorned with the likenesses of Roger, Garp, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Steelbone, Shiki, Blood Count, World Destroyer, Barrett, and Rayleigh. The second-tier cards were numerous: Kizu, Akiji, Zephyr, Akainu, among others, including Magellan and various naval officers that I had crafted cards for any individual with whom I had engaged, regardless of their strength. Wang Lin remarked with satisfaction. This is nearly complete. A month has passed without me realizing it, and I have made significant progress. Have spent the month in such a manner was largely thanks to the special cards that had been readily available within the Book of Omnipotence, many of which were leftovers from my food captures. Each surplus was transformed into energy cards for future needs. This also tied back to the historical education of my previous life, with sufficient provisions. One remains unperturbed, digging deep holes and amassing grain as a strategic reserve. After organizing the item cards, I dismissed the manifestation of the book. Slowly, I opened the training room door, just a crack, revealing a small periscope. There was no one around. After a month, who would be so bored as to linger here? Being my own stronghold, repeated fruitless searches naturally led me to conclude that the area was vacated. Upon reasonable analysis, I retracted the periscope and recalled some ordinary-looking soldiers I had seen, retrieving a transformation card. Next, an unremarkable soldier appeared in the square where the battle had taken place. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, wearing a cap, and carrying a gun, he surveyed his surroundings before quickly making his way toward the sea, ignoring any passers-by. Upon reaching the shoreline, a voice called out, "Soldier, state the password." Wang Lin ignored it. Pondering, password? Is that still a thing? Have I missed something in a manga? Halt! Soldier, state the password. Respond immediately. Wang Lin had no choice but to stop, glancing back. The sea was merely 100 meters away. Turning with a smile, he said, "I just arrived and am unaware of the password. However, I possess this. Look here." Wang Lin extended his hand, inviting the soldier to come closer, yet the soldier grew tense and retreated, readying a whistle to blow. Wang Lin noticed others in the distance beginning to take note of the situation, and he cursed, "Which fool thought of this? I merely wished to leave." Frustrated, Wang Lin dropped the pretense and swiftly vanished into the sea. Moments later, The incident was reported up the chain of command, eventually reaching the marshal. Bam! A fist slammed onto the table as Steelbone growled quietly. Arrogant scoundrel, do not let me discover your identity. Underwater, having summoned Xiao AI, Wang Lin was now heading toward the New World's trade routes. Shaking his head and reflecting, I never anticipated that the Navy could not be measured from a manga perspective. I must be more cautious in the future. Calling upon AI Kusi, Wang Lin inquired, what is the progress on the materials? Master, I have some leads and samples are being tested that I am confident we can complete this by the set deadline. Excellent. Proceed with your tasks. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before saying to Xiao AI, on our way to the New World, let's first stop at Osaka Island. I too require a weapon. The Demon Slayer is currently unusable. In the future, I shall forge a weapon through Haki and enhanced energy that rivals the Supreme Blade, though it may not compare to the Demon Slayer. It should suffice. Understood. Xiao AI responded earnestly. Moments later, she appeared before Wang Lin, her large eyes gazing intently at him. There's something you wish to discuss. Xiao AI. Big brother, I also wish to learn your skills so that I may assist you in the future. Seeing her sparkling eyes, Wang Lin thought it might not be a bad idea. However, when he attempted to plant the energy seed, he found he could not. Gently patting Xiao AI's head, he said, Xiao AI, please wait a little longer. Big brother can manage the enemies without needing little sister's assistance. Upon hearing this, the little one pouted and returned to her seat at the helm. Luffy, oh, may you soon emerge and grow. Wang Lin silently yearned. Chapter 31 The Seven-Star Sword acquired a day later. Wang Lin landed on Osaka Island, a place steeped in the legend of priestesses. Alongside the tales of the priestesses flowed the legend of a holy sword. 5,000 years ago. This island was once a nation, home to a beautiful priestess whose unparalleled beauty captivated 3 princes of the time. In their bid to win her affection, the 3 princes waged a protracted and bloody war, causing the once beautiful nation to crumble into ruin, littered with corpses. This nation possessed a divine sword bestowed by the heavens, yet the relentless slaughter by the princes infused it with an overwhelming amount of blood and resentment, transforming it into a tainted evil sword. Once the holy sword was corrupted, its sacred power morphed into a murderous intent that corrupted the hearts and minds of men. From that day forward, the nights of the world were devoid of the moon's gentle light, replaced by a blood-red moon. Each night, the world descended into a mindless slaughter, and it seemed inevitable that life would be extinguished. The priestess, burdened with guilt over these events, prayed daily to the heavens, beseeching them to quell the calamity. Ultimately, the heavens responded to her prayers. Thus, the priestess sacrificed herself, transforming into 3 sacred orbs capable of purifying evil thoughts. However, the holy sword was inherently powerful. After absorbing the life force and the grievances of the innocents, it grew even stronger, meaning the 3 sacred orbs could only suppress the corrupted holy sword. Once the sword was sealed, the red moon in the sky regained its luster, and the 3 princes awakened from their stupor, filled with regret over their actions. They approached the priestess's corpse, vowing never to wage war again, and interred her, constructing a tall tower near her grave. They sealed the suppressed holy sword within a stone coffin hewn from a massive boulder, placing it within the tower. The 3 sacred orbs were entrusted to the priestesses who worshipped the heavens. Those tasked with safeguarding the orbs became the holy maidens and high priestesses. This where the story ends? No, it is not. For although the holy sword was sealed, every 100 years, the evil power within would revive on the day the moon turned red. Once more. 17 years later, Zoro's fellow disciples would, due to a pirate attack, seize the holy sword, ultimately succumbing to the control of the malevolent thoughts. Wang Lin recounted this legendary tale to himself, merely to entertain Xiao AI and alleviate her boredom. Xiao AI, I shall now retrieve the holy sword and the sacred orbs. They're destined to be with me. He chuckled, stepping lightly toward the tower while observing the altar's position, the abode of generations of priestesses. Upon reaching the tower, Wang Lin leaped directly to the highest level and entered that a coffin from an animated tale lay in the center of the stone chamber. Wang Lin kicked aside the lid and beheld the now dim and lifeless holy sword. Appearing almost like stone.it, seems this holy sword operates on a blood-sucking, master-acknowledging model, bearing a hint of Eastern fantasy, and it can revive without waiting for the red moon if it has absorbed blood. Perhaps the author, while drawing from Chinese culture, also referenced some mythological tales while crafting this island-esque story. Wang Lin seized the holy sword and sliced open his palm with the now-ruined stone blade. The energy-laden blood was swiftly absorbed by the holy sword. Not much, around 10 cc, as the sacred sword, now stained with fresh blood, began to emit a ghastly green light reminiscent of ordinary ghostly flames. An insidious thought sought to invade Wang Lin's mind. Submit to me, and I shall lead you to rule the world. Submit to me, and I shall lead you to rule the world. A whispering yet profound murmur resonated within Wang Lin's soul. Is this the spirit of the weapon, corrupted by malevolence? Such audacity, demons slaying, devour. Although it could no longer be wielded, this wicked thought and the evil entities that infiltrated his body merely served to nourish the enhancement of his demon-slaying abilities. Under Wang Lin's command, an unseen force emerged from the depths of his being, drawing forth an intangible essence that, in response to his thoughts, coalesced into a humanoid monstrosity that was pierced by a dark red shadow of a sword and dragged into the blade itself. The humanoid monster uttered a final threat. Halt! How dare mere mortal consume the essence of the divine? The god shall condemn you to eternal damnation, devoid of rebirth. Intrigued, Wang Lin inquired, are there gods in this world? I don't recall Oda ever mentioning that. Perhaps he hasn't filled in the gaps yet. Speaking of which, that fellow who consumed the Yomi no Mi returned from the underworld. Yet, even if gods existed, what of it? Could they surpass my own divinity? I have no faith that the one who brought me here would support me, right, system? Wang Lin held no expectations that the weapon spirit would respond, as it had been consumed after its threats, and he needed to seek allies, I don't know, but my subconscious assures me. Do not fear, host, there is no grave issue. Wang Lin felt reassured. Indeed, even gods must have their hierarchy. Furthermore, how could the world of One Piece possibly harbor true deities? At most, there might be some extraordinary powers. With that thought, he ceased to dwell further, for he believed that once he honed his abilities to their utmost, even gods could be vanquished. Both thought and haki are manifestations of the mind, and so too are gods. Beholding the fully unsealed sacred sword in his grasp, he noted its transformation. No longer was it the ghastly green hue, but rather a splendid purple-blue, adorned with a prismatic aura. This aura ultimately formed a scabbard. Indeed, this is the Seven Stars sacred sword. The previous form scarcely warranted such a name. Wouldn't you agree? Unexpectedly, the newly reborn sacred sword trembled, responding to his presence that a divine weapon possesses a spirit. It does not deceive me. Henceforth, you shall be my weapon, and together we will vanquish all foes, remaining untarnished. After uttering these words, he secured the Seven Stars sword at his waist and soared towards the residence of the priestess near the altar. Chapter 32. The beautiful Asuka. Upon arriving at the altar, individuals soon emerged. Before long, a group of menacing figures encircled Wang Lin, and a middle-aged woman stepped forward, clutching a sacred pearl. Please, sacred pearl, seal the evil sword. The priestess appeared utterly bewildered. The sacred artifact had not been utilized for many years. Perhaps it was still awakening. Once more, she urged, attempting to rationalize her own confusion. Please, sacred pearl, seal the evil sword. Anger surged. Sacred pearl, awaken. The evil sword has emerged. Quickly seal it. Wang Lin could no longer endure the farce. He stepped forward and seized the 3 sacred pearls. You dare to snatch the sacred pearls? The priestess exclaimed, her finger pointing at him, momentarily speechless. You can touch the sacred pearls? How did you manage that? Wang Lin paid her no mind, for upon claiming the sacred pearls, the system provided a notification. Divine object detected. Possesses the potential to suppress all evil forces. After sacrifice, the system can directly enhance by 1 level. System, you desire it? Very well, take it for now. I shall postpone the sacrifice, if later I cannot provide what is required for upgrading. We shall see. Wang Lin had long contemplated the system's upgrade, so he decided to indulge it. Perhaps it would benefit him in the future. After all, it would not be too late to demand the experience points required for upgrading should the need arise. However, just as the system absorbed the sacred pearls, the crowd erupted in chaos. Particularly, the priestess cried out, "O heavens! I have wronged the predecessors. I am doomed." She attempted to throw herself against the stone platform in desperation. The congregation stood in shock. Those under the evil sword's influence no longer feared the divine power of the sacred pearls and even destroyed them. Wang Lin was taken aback by the resilience of this priestess lineage and hastily positioned himself to shield the desperate priestess, asserting, "There is no need for despair. The evil sword has been purified by me. Henceforth, this world shall be rid of evil swords, replaced only by my blade, the seven-star sword." With that, he unsheathed the newly forged sacred sword, showcasing it to the assembled. To prevent future corruption of the sacred sword, I have imbued the sacred pearls into it. Your mission is complete. Now, perhaps you might seek another purpose, such as communicating with your gods to procure further relics? Items that can be upgraded are indeed precious. The priestess, now recognizing the original appearance of the sacred sword as recorded, gazed at Wang Lin in disbelief. Ultimately, upon learning that Wang Lin had resolved the curse that had plagued her lineage for generations, she knelt before him, saying, "Thank you, esteemed one, for breaking the curse of the sacred sword and liberating us priestesses from our shackles." Clearly, she had not heard Wang Lin's previous words, or perhaps it was intentional. Thus, Wang Lin reiterated his statement. "Esteemed one, we have not received a divine response in ages. Were it not for the red moon's appearance every 100 years, compelling us priestesses to use the sacred pearls to seal the curse, we would have thought the tale of the cursed sacred sword merely a legend." The priestess replied earnestly. Wang Lin had not anticipated such a revelation. It seemed that his hopes for further benefits were unrealistic. "Very well, it matters not. With the curse dispelled, you are free from your shackles. The semblance of normalcy is welcome. Since I am here, who shall serve as my guide? I shall take the role, for if you wish to understand this island, no one knows its history better than we priestesses." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance. That it is no trouble at all. Please, esteemed one." And over the course of a day, Wang Lin leisurely traversed the island with the priestess, primarily exploring those ancient sites steeped in stories, which sparked more of his curiosity. "Please excuse me. I came to this island primarily for the legendary sacred sword. Now that I have obtained it, I must take my leave. May we meet again in the future." After bidding farewell to the priestess, Wang Lin wandered back along the path he had come, contemplating. Historically, there are traces of gods existing at least 5,000 years ago. Where have the gods gone? What of the devil fruits? I loathe the tales spun by nations devoid of cultural depth, as they provide not a single clue. If this were rooted in the mythology of Huaxia, surely there would be some semblance of understanding. The devil fruits, they say, come from trees, fruits born from trees. Where might this tree be? Beneath the sea. This world has long mastered the singular fruit inheritance method. Who disseminated this knowledge? A mere coincidence. The deeper one delves, the more enigmas arise. Before he knew it, he had reached the seashore. After summoning Xiao AI, he opted not to board the submarine, intending to spend the night on the island. He ventured into the sea to catch some fish and seafood, then ignited a fire on the beach, preparing a feast of grilled fish and seafood soup, delighting in a sumptuous meal with Xiao AI. Afterward, leaning against the submarine, he gazed at the stars and moon alongside Xiao AI. Feeling something was amiss in the colors, he drew forth the sacred sword, which, illuminated by the firelight, emitted a soft kaleidoscopic glow, rendering the surrounding area particularly enchanting. "Wow, so beautiful. Brother, from now on, when you wish to express beauty, do not include me. It could lead to misunderstandings. Brother wishes to be described as handsome and dashing." Oh, understood. Petus. Esteemed readers, please leave a 5-star review for this book. QXYXQ sincerely thanks you all. Chapter 33. Departure. The grand sea, the morning sun cascaded upon his eyelids, prompting Wang Lin to awaken and discover Xiao AI resting against his chest, gazing at him. "Have you not considered trying to sleep?" "I have." "Very well. Let us set forth to meet the infamous pirate Ling Ling, locating the grand pirate crew." No longer shall we dwell upon the matter of whether Xiao AI is asleep. She has, after all, made it clear that she is, fundamentally, a sentient being. The Nine fruit merely fortuitously aligns with the characteristics of a tool-like psychic beast, endowing Xiao AI with further potential, yet still requiring a pivotal opportunity. Once seated within the cabin, I drew forth the holy sword and commenced channeling the armament haki from the Emperoress, to ceaselessly cleanse the blade, I end the collective understanding of this world. Superior weapons are derived from two sources. 1. The master forger employs the finest materials. And 2. The materials may be of lesser quality, yet can be nurtured through relentless armament haki. The formation of the unparalleled great sword is, however, a synthesis of both. Impeccable materials nourished by high-quality armament haki. I am confident that I can cultivate this holy sword into a being that rivals, or even surpasses, the unparalleled great sword in existence. For it is, by its very nature, a holy sword. Although it was severed in the animation, that merely entailed the destruction of its corrupted form. Moreover, one cannot discount the element of plot contrivance, as the aura of my armament fortress began to nurture the 7-star holy sword. It responded in kind. It was ravenously consuming this energy, and I sensed its yearning for such power that could catalyze its evolution, with my right hand gripping the sword and my left caressing its blade. I spoke, 7-star, do not be hasty. Take your time. Follow me, and this power shall never be in short supply. Upon my utterance, the 7-star seemed to calm somewhat. Yet its appetite remained insatiable, devouring whatever I released in abundance. I had indeed discovered an excellent avenue for cultivation. I pondered whether the infusion of the ferocious intent from the overlord state might yield even more formidable transformations. I mused aloud to the 7-star. Wait a moment. I shall release a different aura for you to attempt to consume. With that, I unleashed a wisp of the ferocious intent from my overlord state, wrapping it around the 7-star. The cold, piercing intent stirred the sword, yet it gradually began to consume this ferocity. Vibrating once it fully absorbed it, I sensed its desire for this domineering intent, yet understood it could not handle too much at once. Well, the ability to consume is indeed a good sign. Let us progress together. Thus, within the nurturing energy of the 7-star, an element unique to this world emerged. Could it be that such characteristics are only possessed by a divine holy sword? I surmised. This relentless and continuous release of haki for sustenance proved more exhausting than solitary cultivation, as even during the act of breathing, the haki did not cease. Moreover, this release was swiftly consumed by the 7-star. Consequently, after 2 hours, I halted. Observing the 7-star in my hand, I noted no significant change in color, save for a subtle dark red hue, deeper than purple-blue, emerging at the junction of the hilt and the blade. Yet it was but a mere trace. With a blade measuring 1.2 meters and a hilt of 25 centimeters, the hilt required no nurturing. Given this length, if we calculate at the current pace of less than a millimeter per 2 hours, it would indeed take an eternity. The materials of this holy sword are exceedingly extraordinary. 1 strand 0.1 millimeters, 1.2 meters 1,200,000 strands. Given the calculations, at a rate of 1 strand every 2 hours and 1 hour of recovery, full coverage of 1.2 meters would require 411 years of uninterrupted effort. A sense of gloom enveloped me. Yet, I contemplated a solution, albeit reluctantly. No, the sure fruit cannot be employed here. I must resort to the omniversal tome. However, before utilizing the omniversal tome, I must first replenish my stamina. An hour later, rejuvenated, I manifested the omniversal tome, pushed open the door to the training chamber, and stepped inside. That it is imperative that this ultra four-dimensional space possesses temporal characteristics, with a time ratio of at least 1:100. This not akin to the essence of cultivation? Settling into a meditative posture, I revisited the tenets of psychic energy. Psychic energy is a manifestation of the mind. It concerns itself solely with cause and effect, disregarding the process, upon establishing conditions. The constraints of contracts and oaths must be adhered to. Only by controlling the ingress and egress through these constraints can one set the parameters. For instance, if an additional meditation chamber were to materialize, It must possess the stipulation that once initiated, it cannot be halted, allowing for modulation wherein one external day equates to 100 to 400 days within. The flow rate should be adjustable, yet once one enters the chamber, one must remain for the requisite duration before the door may be opened. Thus, lifespan would become a limiting factor. In the elixirs, 12 remain. That should suffice for cultivation. However, should other emergencies arise, it could prove troublesome. Utilizing lifespan as leverage during explosive growth is indeed advantageous. Yet as I glanced at the 7-star, I clenched my teeth and declared, greater risks yield greater rewards. The more one invests, the more one reaps. Let us proceed. Grasping the omniversal tome, I began to envision the card I desired, while simultaneously establishing the contract and oath. This card, imbued with the power of rules, requires minimal infusion of psychic energy, yet harbors the greatest risk. In a brief moment, the card materialized from the tome. I withdrew it and promptly manifested the meditation chamber, which resembled a small sauna from the outside, but was quite spacious within. Spanning over 100 square meters, the entrance comprised 2 doors. Upon opening one, I stepped inside. This was merely the first step. Next, I adjusted the settings on the modulation switch to align with my requirements. There were 2 switches, one for the duration of external time, starting at 1 day, and another for the internal time ratio, commencing at 100 with an upper limit of 500. But this means that for every external day, there could be up to 500 days within. This configuration would certainly suffice for me to fully transcend the 7-star holy sword within a year. This is simply unparalleled from this moment forth. Should anyone dare to offend me, they need not worry about a physical confrontation. I shall simply confine them. Having completed these preparations, I, as its creator, felt it my duty to experience it. Thus, I set the external duration to 1 day while maximizing the internal time. 7-star, should you prove ineffective in the future, I shall find a way to feed you to the demon slayer. Do you understand? The 7-star vibrated in response, resonating with assurance that it would not falter. It certainly exhibits the demeanor of a holy sword. Splendid. In the future, I shall bestow upon you my unique abilities to enhance your prowess, allowing you to consume other graded weapons. Do your utmost, and do not disappoint my nurturing. The vibrations echoed once more. P.S. Esteemed readers, please bestow upon this tome a 5-star rating. QXYXQ expresses heartfelt gratitude to you all. Chapter 34. Departure to the Multinational Seas 2. An additional chapter for the shared admiration of stars. What sensation accompanies a person who maintains a mere 4 hours of sleep each day, inclusive of nutritional replenishment? Dedicating the remaining hours solely to cultivation. Output comprising enforced training plus recovery through meditative practice. For a continuous span of 500 days, I can assert with certainty, it feels as if one has become numb to sensation, utterly devoid of feeling. On the following day, I emerged in the cabin, as cold and unyielding as steel. Upon seeing me, Xiao AI, unperturbed, rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother has emerged. Wow, you feel different." A subtle smile graced my lips as I responded icily. Xiao AI, in what way do I seem different? It's just different. You've become stronger. The intensity of this training marked the first time in 20 years. Brother has lost count. You are clearly 19, I coolly retorted. I'm nearly 21 now. Children should not contradict adults. Oh, Xiao AI, how much longer until we arrive? Have we located Ling Ling? 5 more days until we reach the shores of our target island. Excellent. Today, let us find a bountiful fishing ground. I am in need of sustenance. After 500 days of rigorous training, the provisions stored within my food supply card have been entirely depleted. The fruits of my labor revealed that my iron-like form had transformed into something akin to steel. With the combination of hockey, I could output nearly 4 continuous hours. When the pure armament hockey enveloped my body, it no longer appeared merely black. Rather, it emanated a purple-golden hue that penetrated to my very bones. The 7-star now visibly bore a dark red-purple layer, a thickness of a finger, clinging to its form. Xiao AI, once we arrive, summon me. I require a brief respite, for this training has been rather excessive. I shall take the day to recuperate. You may utilize this time to scout for hunting grounds that I will rest now. Habitually fastening my safety belt, I succumbed to slumber within mere seconds. In my dreams, I beheld the 7-star holy sword, transformed into a pure dark red blade, with a black-purple core, as I wielded it against formidable foes, vanquishing them with a single stroke. Later, the holy sword, having consumed an abundance of weapons, underwent another evolution, transforming into a hybrid form of sword and dagger, with its handle now elongated to twice its original length. This moment, the holy sword had birthed a new spirit, and Wang Lin joyfully caressed the blade. Suddenly, a small hand emerged from the sword, tugging at his beard, exclaiming, "Brother, we've arrived. Wake up. If you don't wake up, I'll pull your beard." Wang Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "Qixing, what are you talking about? Arrived? You dare to pull my beard?" Xiaoi, observing Wang Lin's mumbling, seized his beard and shouted with vigor, "Brother, how annoying! I've been calling you for an hour." Ugh. Startled, Wang Lin sat up, noticing the little girl holding his beard. After shaking his head to fully awaken, he recalled what had transpired. Drawing out Qixing, he swiftly shaved off his beard, stating, "Xiaoi, remember, if such a situation arises again, you must splash cold water, understood?" "Oh, got it." Wang Lin shook his head, unfastened his seatbelt, and walked towards the hatch. Upon opening the hatch, he was greeted by a scene teeming with seafood. A gathering place for sea kings? This was even better. There was no need for combat. The results of his intensive training over the past year would suffice. With a fierce glare, Wang Lin unleashed his intimidating, causing the water's surface to freeze in all directions, akin to the abilities of Qingji. Snow began to fall from the sky, amplifying the chilling atmosphere, and all the Sea King's seafood that had failed to escape succumbed to unconsciousness in that instant, within a detection radius of 10 kilometers. He captured 1,367 seafood creatures. As Wang Lin withdrew Qixing, the surface of the sea became a flurry of activity, with people appearing and disappearing everywhere. Once he ceased his actions, he instructed Xiaoi to gather the catch while he stored food in the hunting space at the front of the submarine. 3 hours later, Wang Lin entered the cabin, carrying a sizable crab claw. As per usual, he divided a piece for Xiaoi and devoured the rest himself. Life restored. The previously bulging belly was momentarily subdued by this proclamation. It was merely a basic application of advanced iron blocks. In addition to rapidly absorbing energy from food, he could also consume his own energy in extreme situations to swiftly recover from injuries. After the meal, he instructed Xiaoi to continue searching for seafood gathering spots within the last 2 days. Following that, he would alternate between resting and fishing, adhering to a regular training schedule of 1 seafood catch per month, common varieties. Not deep-sea giants, totaling 12 annually. Over 400 years, that equated to 4,800, which was far from sufficient. Ultimately, after capturing over 3,000 seafood creatures in 2 days, they set off towards their target. PS. Esteemed readers, please leave a 5-star review for this book. QXYXQ extends heartfelt thanks to all of you. Additionally, a special thanks to the reader who broke the awkwardness of having 0 gifts. Chapter 35, Arrival and Engagement with the Target After 5 Days. Wang Lin re-entered the training room, activating the seclusion chamber at the highest time flow rate. Fully numbed, he had adapted to the intensity of this training, though the prolonged silence and lack of laughter imparted an almost inhuman sensation. However, he had yet to fully recognize this. While Xiaoi remained unfazed by Wang Lin's transformation, she simply adored him. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he deliberately shaved his beard before pushing open the door to the cabin. Wang Lin had now become as cold as ice, with a total of 3,000 days, or 8.22 years, of mechanical training, leading him to forget the niceties of conversation, expressions of concern, and matters of the heart. When he spoke, it was direct and efficient. "Have we arrived? Yes, we are now beneath the waters of the target island. Surface, and let us ascend the island." "Wow, brother, you look so cool." In truth, Xiaoi wanted to express how awesome he was. Wang Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging her sentiment. Thus, he arrived coolly at the island where Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, resided at this moment. It was still an obscure island, lacking the vast expanse it would possess years later in the world of Wangua. Nevertheless, she commanded a significant number of islands. A lingering question occupied Wang Lin's mind. Did Lin Lin's 43 husbands truly begin with rocks? Or did it occur afterward? If it was after, how did she bear so many children in such rapid succession? Wasn't she rather extravagant with men? As these thoughts swirled, he walked through a city brimming with confectionaries. Following the guidance of his perception, he advanced directly towards the most formidable individual, utilizing moonwalk to traverse the air. As he drew near, Wang Lin spoke. "Big Mom Lin Lin, come forth for a meeting that Mama. Who is this little brat, daring to cause a ruckus in my big among pirates?" A laughter rich with character resonated, signaling that the main figure had sensed Wang Lin's immense power. Following the sound, Wang Lin accelerated, and by the time Lin Lin finished her words, he was already standing not far from her dead eye. "Wang Lin, have come for a duel. Protect, Mom. Do not let this person approach." A throng of sons, daughters, and commanders encircled the formidable woman. While Wang Lin observed her, she was not as abstract as he had imagined. He could still see her clearly. This was his internal thought, yet he vocalized, "You're not fat." Are you mocking me, brat? Who are you? You look rather decent. Why not become my husband?" Wang Lin internally cursed her lecherous behavior, but remained silent, opening his backpack to produce a card. "Mom, this fellow is the one who personally sent Roger off last year in Lowtown, and the world government has placed a bounty of 100 million on him. However, it appears the bounty is exaggerated. Indeed, Mama, this Lin is quite powerful. I find it somewhat difficult to breathe in his presence." Wang Lin remained silent, as someone explained the situation to Lin Lin, and several commanders and children shared their concerns about Lin, urging their leader to tread carefully. Mama, what a commanding man. Our descendants will surely be exceptional." As she spoke, she attempted to make an advance. Wang Lin swiftly dodged the lecherous hand, asserting, "Let us take this outside. Otherwise, there will be casualties." He gestured towards the crowd, shaking his head, indicating they were incapable. He then added, "Delicious treats await. After our duel, I will present them to you." With a flourish, the card transformed into a cake, which he tossed into the gaping mouth of the infatuated woman. Oh, this is divine. I want more. I crave dessert." Just as Lin Lin was joyously exclaiming her delight, a powerful and overwhelming aura emanated from her. "Oh no, Mom is having an episode. Quickly, bring the desserts." Just in time, as she was having her episode, they could engage in a proper duel now. "Lin Lin, come forth. After our duel, I will give you sweets." After a brief moment of clarity, Wang Lin nodded affirmatively, confirming the terms. He swiftly used shave to depart, and Lin Lin was fixated on Wang Lin, as her episode was triggered by the enticing dessert he had produced. "Give me dessert. I want dessert." On the island, those lacking strength heard the swishing sounds as figures darted past. The stronger sons and daughters followed closely behind, wary of unforeseen events. Moments later, Wang Lin halted, turned, and conjured a cake towering to his height, placing it on the ground before leaping back. Charlotte Lin Lin, upon seeing the dessert, became entranced, drooling as she approached the cake, joyfully indulging. The effects of her affliction diminished considerably with the stimulus of the confection. Observing her improvement, Wang Lin declared, "Now, let us duel. With dessert, there is no contest without it. You must hold true to your word. Mama. Soul control. Soul infusion." A lecherous individual disregarding martial virtue initiated with such tactics. Wang Lin remained motionless, allowing her to chant her incantation. Coldly, he announced, "And now, negate the soul. Fruit powers, slay the demons. Devour." The devouring left Lin Lin's soul-crafted homies in utter disarray, while her soul control and fruit powers dissipated the moment they touched Wang Lin. "What? You can actually resist my fruit abilities? How infuriating. I merely wish to capture you as my husband, to enjoy sweet cakes daily." Soul infusion. She remained oblivious to the plight of the homies, yet others observed their dismal state. Silently pleading for mercy, her eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, cried out, "Mom, cease using your soul powers. The homies are on the brink of death. Those are your own creations." Zeus and Prometheus gazed at Big Mom with gratitude, nodding towards Ling Ling. It was only then that Ling Ling noticed the situation. She swiftly drew her great sword, shouting in fury as she charged forward. Wang Lin, eyeing his seven-star sword, hesitated to engage in a head-on clash, opting instead to employ the martial arts he had meticulously devised over the past few years. She swung her sword, executing the Emperor's sword, breaking blade, while Wang Lin countered either with the resounding dragon or the divine dragon's tail. Employing both hands and feet in the fray, she unleashed a long-range thunder strike. Wang Lin cast a glance at Zeus in the sky. Unperturbed, with fingers poised, he unleashed a surge of sword energy. The pride of the Huaxia, the signature move of the hero Hua, manifested itself in the realm of One Piece, though it was primarily infused with the Conqueror's haki in its dominant state. His imagination transformed it into a sword, revealing itself as a crimson blade that cleaved through the clouds, directly severing Zeus, rendering him temporarily incapacitated and unable to assist Ling Ling. This maneuver incited the formidable woman to discard her weapon and charge at him barehanded. Ironically, Charlotte Ling Ling, despite her extraordinary physical prowess, had foolishly chosen to hone her fruit abilities instead. With her intellect akin to that of a pine nut, what could she possibly achieve? Thus, when she abandoned her weapon to engage in a physical confrontation, it signified a fight to the death that I shall obliterate you. Ah, no, I mustn't kill you. I will maim you. Wang Lin, with a cold countenance, felt the corners of his mouth twitch in amusement. However, to others, it appeared as though he was smirking ominously. In this moment, Wang Lin observed the colossal fists of Big Mom descending upon him. Adopting a horse stance, he withdrew his fist to his waist before striking out. A clash ensued between the two combatants, one towering at 8.8 meters and the other standing 7 meters away, resulting in a momentary pause. The ground trembled and the air exploded due to extreme compression. Both Ling Ling and Wang Lin staggered back a few steps. It was evident that the now serious Big Mom was formidable. Her fists were hard as iron, justifiably the backbone of her pirate crew. Wang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Impressive indeed. Mama, you are quite formidable yourself, a truly strong man. Would you not consider becoming my husband? Ling Ling, ever the opportunist, refused to relent. Wang Lin felt a mixture of exasperation and anger. Any man would likely bristle at the attention of a woman towering above him by 7 meters and in her late 40s. He regarded the robust woman with a steely gaze as he activated his fourth gear. Believing it sufficient for this encounter, with his armament state engaged, he unleashed a rapid strike towards Ling Ling's abdomen. The sound reverberated like a blow against leather, yet Ling Ling merely furrowed her brows and remarked, "Not even cannonballs can faze me, especially with my haki defense activated." Is that so? Allow me to introduce you to my newly conceived technique, the 7 injuries fist, which inflicts 7 traumas in a single blow. With a courteous explanation, he struck her in the kidney region. Kidney injury. Reverse water cold. Upon completing the strike, Wang Lin observed its effects as he had tempered his power to the second gear, allowing for a more measured response and better observation. In traditional Huaxia culture, it is believed that the human body is governed by the dual forces of yin and yang, which in turn give rise to the 5 elements. The lungs correspond to metal, the liver to wood, the kidneys to water, the heart to fire, and the spleen to earth. The concept of the 7 injuries fist derives from the interplay of these elements, as the term 7 injuries refers to the disruption of the flow of qi within the body, resulting in a chaotic reversal of yin and yang and an imbalance among the 5 elements. Though this martial technique is a product of literary imagination, its theoretical foundation is not without merit, as the 4 talents of Zhanggang indeed possess profound cultural knowledge. Nevertheless, the reality of meridians and inner strength may be dubious, often lost to time, leaving people with conjecture, yet no means to experiment. Wang Lin, however, had undertaken this exploration during his 8-year seclusion, equivalent to 3,000 days, repeatedly channeling his qi and striving to harmonize the 5 elements within. After numerous attempts, his efforts bore fruit. The internal yin and yang coalesced, creating a microcosm within himself. From that day forth, his qi began to circulate autonomously, reminiscent of another martial discipline, the 9 yang and 9 yin. Today's duel served dual purposes: to gather information for creating homunculi and to validate his newfound martial technique. Following the execution of the 7 injuries fist, Charlotte Ling Ling ceased her movements for nearly a minute. At last, Wang Lin witnessed the desired outcome. Lingling's visage contorted as cold sweat dripped from her brow, and she staggered to her knees. Her children, perplexed, rushed forward, only to hear their mother retch violently, expelling a copious amount of blood. The blood splattered upon the ground, freezing upon contact, as her kidneys, the source of water, reversed the flow, causing an imbalance of elements and transforming her hot blood into a chilling toxin. Wang Lin clapped his hands and remarked, "Big Mom Lingling is indeed impressive, her physical prowess astounding. To expel such a frigid torrent of blood so swiftly is commendable." He forced himself to articulate a lengthy statement, exhaling deeply. Having completed his remarks, he produced the dessert cards he had crafted and addressed her children. "Now, bring the cakes and tea. I am insatiable. Lingling, the duel is concluded. All of this belongs to you." Ultimately, he discovered a method to deliver his words in a slow, deliberate manner, allowing him to articulate his thoughts successfully. Dozens of cards, each conjuring delectable treats, littered the ground. And a slight smile graced Wang Lin's lips. He turned it apart, and after a few seconds, his voice echoed, "I shall return for another match, and I hope next time we can exchange more blows." Wang Lin's peculiar mannerisms left a lasting impression on all present, particularly his unconventional speech pattern, which elicited unease and suspicion. Lingling, ever the glutton, disregarded Wang Lin's words, her gaze fixated on the desserts. Her attentive daughters shouted, "Mama, wait! Do not eat just yet." That Lin fellow smirked again. "He must harbor ill intentions. I shall taste it first, and if all is well, you may indulge." As she prepared to taste, the colossal Lingling brushed her aside dismissively, retorting, "Do not underestimate a top-tier master. Those who wield poison could never ascend to his level. Fret not. Mama. Indeed, he speaks true. His desserts are delightful, yet I feel nothing in my stomach after consuming them. Quickly, fetch my usual sweets. Today we shall host a tea party." Wang Lin, overhearing her characteristic laughter from afar, mused, such a simple-minded woman, easily swayed by the promise of food. How naive! If she had truly been sold off and subsequently manipulated by the Navy or absorbed by the CP organization, it would have been a most terrifying scenario. Gazing at the cards in his hand, he noted the back bore Lingling-s blood. Quietly, he stored them away. Arriving at the shore, he re-entered the submarine, instructing the crew to locate Kaido's position. Once they arrived, if Wang Lin's seclusion had not concluded, they were to await his emergence. The timing was set for 10 days in the outside world. With the flow rate maximized, upon entering his meditation chamber, Wang Lin relaxed, lying on the ground as he reflected on the potential shortcomings exposed during his duel with Lingling. Perfection is unattainable in humanity, and thus, flawless combat techniques do not exist. The initial practical application of the 7 injuries fist yielded promising results, embodying the essence of the flowery warbler, an internal hockey that inflicts damage. However, it was evident that his 7 injuries fist possessed significantly greater destructive potential. Yet, formidable opponents like Lingling could exploit their immense physicality and natural defense mechanisms to expel such detrimental effects before they could escalate. Kaido, heralded as the strongest and immortal. Once I locate you, I shall test my 5th gear enhanced 7 injuries fist.by that time. The primary objectives of this excursion will have been fulfilled due to the prolonged period of seclusion that seemed interminable for a mere mortal like him. Wang Lin resolved to meticulously refine the 4 aspects of his martial arts: fists, feet, palms, and fingers. The technique of Lan Jiao had yet to find a suitable integration with others, and this occasion presented a valuable opportunity. P.S. A distinctive path of martial prowess is about to commence, devoid of any fanciful illusions. It will adhere to the archetypes of hunters and pirates, rationally unveiling the treasures of Huaxia. Only these 2 updates for the evening. The rest remain in progress. An introduction to the world of Hunter x Hunter has already been elaborated in the chapter detailing the meeting with Whitebeard, and another standalone chapter provides a specialized introduction to the nuanced classifications of none. In my view, the concept of none truly inspires boundless imagination. Thus, for those still grappling with its intricacies, consider what you would desire most if you possess such abilities, particularly in the specialization category. a universal dimensional pocket like Doraemon's? Or the ability to foresee the future? Or something entirely different? Hence, the full spectrum of Nin constitutes the protagonist's primary advantage, justifying the quotation marks around the term system. Chapter 37. The Great Development of Martial Arts at Present. There exists the 7 injuries fist for punches, the dragon subduing palm for palms, and the sword finger of pride in China for fingers, while the leg techniques have begun to form ideas of their own. Concerning leg techniques, Wang Lin currently masters techniques such as the moonwalk, shave, and lan jiao. In the vernacular of the martial arts world, it is akin to a master of lightness executing a kick imbued with a blade's aura. The individual whom Wang Lin associates with this remarkable technique is none other than the god of wind, Niefeng. Niefeng of Fengyun fused the wind god leg with his family's proud and cold 6 techniques, along with the invincible 10,000, achieving the elusive wind without shadows and cloud without trace. From that moment, his attacks became formless and intangible, yet suffused with a blade's aura. When he concentrated on striking a particular point, a chilling blade would unleash a devastating blow. Indeed, he is the pinnacle reference for leg techniques. Armed with this decisive understanding, Wang Lin commenced his practice within this confined space of 100 square meters. Refraining from using the moonwalk and shave, he began by employing the energy within Nun to continuously cleanse the meridians below his waist. As he walked, he contemplated the conditions under which the flow of energy could enhance his walking speed. Once he grasped the corresponding method of energy flow, the next step would be to devise a release technique. Ultimately, the amalgamation of these elements would culminate in Wang Lin's modified wind god leg technique. This involved wielding a sword with both hands resting behind his back while dedicating 2 years solely to leg training. Should he don a long white robe now, he would undoubtedly resemble a replica of Niefeng. Due to his rigorous training, he had not paid much attention to details. After over 10 years of seclusion, his hair now cascaded to his waist. This state may persist, as Wang Lin was exceedingly focused. The little one by his side regarded him as her elder brother, oblivious to any changes in his appearance. After 2 years of effort, he achieved results that emphasized agility without sacrificing striking power. The leg techniques, enhanced by Nun's reinforcement category and his self-developed killing intent, coalesced to deliver attacks that were both unexpected and soul-stirring. This summation laid the groundwork for a comprehensive development of martial prowess. Eliminating any glaring weaknesses, the Navy's 6 styles had undergone a profound transformation, shedding their former selves. The finger spear had evolved into a technique imbued with the aura of pride in China. Iron blocks and paper scraps have been amalgamated into a magically modified form of armed hockey, transforming into the Emperor's Nun, armed fortress. The moonwalk, shave, and lan jiao had been integrated. When used for close-range travel, one could momentarily linger in the wind wherever it blew that if employed in an attack. The blade winds unleashed by lan jiao, infused with the intent of killing, would surely leave enemies reeling. Wang Lin named his offensive technique sweeping the 8 directions, while other evasive maneuvers were dubbed chasing the wind, not due to the speed of the wind itself, but as a homage to the god of wind. Niefeng, he had already achieved a conscious state in which heart, intention, and body were harmoniously united. As for swordsmanship, it was limited to the application of the 7-star holy sword, lacking a systematic approach and remaining overly simplistic. These were the fruits of 2 years' labor. After a brief week of rest, Wang Lin devised a new plan. This time, he aimed for a complete integration of his abilities. First, he sought to ensure that during the reinforcement phase, his body and limbs could execute appropriate attacks at any moment. Next was to figure out how to maintain significant striking power even when his combat effectiveness drastically declined during ability transitions. The initial step was achieved smoothly, albeit exceeding his anticipated timeline. After all, the reinforcement category was solely designed for combat, making it the first choice for confronting foes head-on, excelling in enduring and exchanging blows. Thus, within this 100 square meter space of seclusion, aside from where Wang Lin stood, the surroundings were now riddled with scars from blades, swords, and fists. The ability to leave such marks in a space deemed indestructible signifies a profound mastery of martial arts. Indeed, upon systematically reviewing his entire martial repertoire, Wang Lin comprehended that he had internalized the concept of martial arts akin to Nun and hockey. Martial arts encompassed the body, fists, including fingers and palms, and feet, including leg techniques, and in the future, he could further incorporate weaponry. This step took half a year. With this foundational premise established, the subsequent tune and abilities became considerably more manageable in a combat scenario utilizing the release category. The visual effects mirrored that of an immortal cultivator. The 7 Injuries fist unleashed a barrage of fists akin to missiles. The pride in China truly embodied the reach of intention, with sword energy that could be both supple and unyielding. Cleaving through gold and jade, sweeping the 8 directions released blade energies from leg sweeps, launching war blades towards all directions, or could coalesce into a massive blade several meters long, cleaving directly towards an enemy's forehead. The operational category lacked remarkable highlights, yet it could still be applied in evasive maneuvers, achieving only the most basic effects, albeit with somewhat diminished power compared to the first tier of the reinforcement category. However, when creating ordinary puppets or controlling others, it allowed the controlled subjects to temporarily execute individual techniques for martial arts. This stage also required another 6 months. Overall, the results were quite satisfactory, and during this process of refining his combat system, Wang Lin sensed a notable enhancement in his own strength that he understood that his potential for power had once again ascended. Perhaps this time, he could truly contend evenly with an opponent of Karp's caliber. Yet, this was merely the beginning, and Wang Lin was keenly aware that there remained a considerable distance to his limits. The future is promising. Drawing the 7-star sword, he sat cross-legged, with his left hand caressing the blade. He spoke. 7 stars. We can begin your cultivation anew. Ensure you keep pace with me in the future. I shall nourish you with a drop of my blood every month, hoping your spirit awakens soon. Shedding this ignorance. Upon concluding the first drop of blood, a crystalline bead formed from the fusion of his concentrated intention and blood, dripped from his fingertip onto the sword's surface. He then commenced the earlier process of infusing it with hockey. Although a decade had passed for Wang Lin, causing him to forget many people and events, the world, particularly the Navy, had not forgotten him. Regarding the infiltrator matter, it had scarcely been 40 days, and the last escape from Marineford had occurred merely 8 or 9 days prior. Borsellino, you were tasked with investigating Lin. Why is there still no news? Steelbone inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. The yellow monkey was now addressed by his name, indicating a significant shift in Steelbone's regard for Wang Lin. Borsellino replied nonchalantly, "Oh dear, Lin's movements are exceedingly enigmatic. Just so happens I have received some intelligence. Lin faced off against Big Imum the other day in a simple martial contest of what a terrifying young man." What was the outcome? Steelbone pressed Borsellino. "If you keep me in suspense about such matters, I'll have to take action against you. Speak quickly." Steelbone was eager to learn the results, but Borsellino remained his usual self. All right, Commander, even if you don't rush me, I would have revealed it eventually. Just tell me already, you fool." It appears that Lin managed to injure Charlotte Lin, but oddly enough, he also gifted her some cake before departing. Isn't that strange? Fool. Are you missing the point? Lin injured Lin. His strength has already reached such heights. Is there more? That Esset. See, he is so shrouded in mystery. Oh, the pain. Steelbone's forehead pulsed with veins as he glared at Borsellino and commanded, "Leave." "Yes, close the door." Hey, Chapter 38. Unexpected gains. How long is 5,000 days? Approximately 13.7 years have passed. When Wang Lin emerged from his secluded chamber once more, he had already attained the physique of a middle-aged man. Throughout his journey of cultivation, he had spent a total of 8,000 days, roughly 22 years. However, judging by the robustness of his body, he could easily captivate a multitude of women. The only flaw was that he appeared somewhat unkempt. His greatest achievement was that the 7-star sword had grown significantly more sentient, with an impressive 70 millimeters of enhancement measured from its tail, in the event that he would need to wield a weapon for defense. He was confident in his ability to manage it, ensuring that the 7-star would remain intact. As he passed a large mirror in the cultivation space, even the cold iron of the stars was momentarily astonished by his reflection. His hair and beard remained as they were during the time of the sword's evolution. For Wang Lin had mastered the flow of his vital energy by then that he believed that the growth of hair was a waste of the body's nutrients and deemed it sufficient to maintain a moderate length. Consequently, during the subsequent decade of cultivation, his facial hair and hair growth saw no significant changes. Yet before this period, he had neglected to notice that a boy with a buzz cut could let his hair grow down to his waist, while his beard could reach his navel. Wouldn't he be laughed at if he ventured out in such a state, with the intent of the 7 wounds fist blazing in his heart. He thought fiercely about his disheveled appearance and his unruly hair and beard. The first attempt at control resulted in a miscalculation of force, and after a single burst of flames, his beard, eyebrows, and hair were all gone. However, this was hardly a concern. By regulating his vital energy and nourishing his hair follicles, after 10 minutes of meticulous attention, a spirited middle-aged man emerged once more, with a satisfied glint in his eye. He smiled, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. "Shout, brother, you're out." Habitually ruffling his younger sister's hair, he continued to inquire. She mimicked him in response. "Yesterday we arrived at Kaido's territory." "Wow, brother, your way of speaking is so impressive, I can't learn it." Be nodding, he succinctly commanded, "Out of the water, dock, and act." Reflecting internally, he pondered whether there was a language barrier. It shouldn't be the case, right? 800 standard bearers rushed to the northern slope. 800 artillerymen at the northern slope. The standard bearers fear colliding with the artillerymen, while the artillerymen dread striking the standard bearers, and issues there. Eating grapes without spitting out the skins, but not eating grapes yet spitting out the skins. No problem. The language was not a barrier, just a bit slowed. He understood perfectly. Once out of the water, Wang Lin frowned, cursing the wretched weather. Swiftly securing Xiao Ai, he walked alone along the coastline of Wano, contemplating his next move as he headed towards a direction exuding a formidable aura. Wano, located near the end of the Grand Line, was a region shrouded in mystery due to its isolationist policies, rendering the waters unpredictable and the weather on each island consistent yet eternally unchanging. Furthermore, owing to the influence of Japanese manga authors, the region harbored far more formidable individuals than elsewhere, to the extent that this nation could disregard the world government, which in turn shamelessly sought to procure sea stone from them. For this world's most enigmatic mineral, sea stone, was exclusively found in Wano. That it was quite peculiar. Wang Lin arrived on an island perpetually in winter, walking along streets blanketed in thick snow, surrounded by architecture reminiscent of traditional Wano styles. Moving towards the aura that beckoned him, as he approached a lively area, he felt a surge of vitality, only to discover a man shamelessly dancing in the nude. Yet that powerful aura emanated from him, compelling Wang Lin to suppress his discomfort and inquire. The dancing man, startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, asked with an odd mixture of surprise and curiosity, "Are you an outsider? How did you get in?" "Leave this land quickly. It has changed." Wang Lin ignored him and declared to have come to fight to confront Kaido. With that, a fierce aura flashed momentarily, fixating on the eccentric dancer. The man, sensing an overwhelming and intimidating killing intent, halted his dance and replied, "May I ask who you are? Are you here to aid us?" "I am Kazuki Oden," he continued, forced to comply with the demands of Orochi and Kaido, who threaten the lives of our people. "I must dance naked before the citizens of every island." Kazuki Oden? Not dead. Or had he misremembered? Damn it. Surely Oda must have elaborated on Oden's demise, that he distinctly recalled the boiling pot incident. There was no way he was mistaken. Wang Lin felt a mix of shock and elation. Another ally had emerged. Thus, he made a decision. If Oden was to die, it would be a good thing to reunite him with Roger. He needed to focus. In Oden's astonishment, a book appeared in Wang Lin's hands. And that was not even the most bizarre part. Oden watched as Wang Lin produced 2 cards from the book. One a glove, the other a gun. Reveal. Inform. What the? Wang Lin observed Oden's bewildered expression, akin to that of a country bumpkin witnessing the extraordinary for the first time, and thought he resembled a little fool. After donning the glove, he reached out and touched Oden's head, who did not flinch, still astonished, for there was no malice in Wang Lin's actions, something even a child could sense, let alone a grandmaster. Wang Lin inquired. How did Kaido and Orochi usurp the nation? What of your resistance? The two questions encompassed information regarding Kaido, the black-legged Orochi, and the red scabbards. Oden was about to retort, "Who are you two?" when he saw Wang Lin withdraw his hand from his head and declare, "I already know that I will analyze this information shortly. For now, trust me, I will take you to meet Roger and his family." With that, he concentrated on everything he had to say and do, including Oden's impending fate. Imagining it even more tragic than before, then fired a bullet towards Oden's head. Ha! A mere bullet thinks it can harm me. Oden seemed to misunderstand, employing his armament haki to defend against the bullet. However, despite his full defense, the bullet penetrated his skull, and yet he remained unharmed. Just as Oden was hit, 9 individuals, each with distinct appearances, including 2 animals, rushed forth. Wang Lin recognized one as a cat and the other as a dog. But the rest were unfamiliar. "My lord, are you all right?" A large, flamboyant figure was the first to inquire. Wang Lin sensed their martial prowess was commendable and asked, "Who are you?" Utilizing his skill and lightness, he touched each of their heads in succession, pausing to absorb their passive self-introductions. Reveal, to uncover another's secrets, one must ask questions and then touch their head. Ability reference. Pika, Phantom Troop member. They're the Red Scabbards? Undercover mission. Kinemon, known as the Divine Brush with the Drawing Fruit. Incredible skill. Wait. Oden isn't fought Kaido yet. His wife and child are still alive. One my time fruit and his wife's time fruit. Oda described that Roger disbanded his crew 2 years after returning, allowing his wife to conceive, while Oden took his wife and son out to sea only to be usurped and killed. Oda presented it this way. Wang Lin sensed a deep-seated malice from this world. At that moment, a long-absent system reappeared, stating, "You and those fools and the spoilers mistakenly believe it to be the time fruit. In truth, it is the temporal fruit. How else could one traverse the annals of history? Time is merely a part of the continuum. The continuum is a collective of time. Additionally, I must remind you not to take the manga at face value. This world is real. Very well, back to the fruit mattered. The 2 time-related fruits are in a hierarchical relationship. Wang Lin did not anticipate the opportunity to sweep them all up for these guards. At least the cat and dog are not viable, as they belong to the fur tribe, destined to become the 2 guardian spirits of the colossal elephant zoo that Luffy will encounter later. The situation with Kinemon, being an undercover agent, would depend on circumstances. Kinemon's fruit was a given. Even if Kaido came, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, there were 2 formidable fruits, the imitation fruit of Kurizumi Kanjuro, destined to be the fate of the second human-animal hybrid. I shall end that fate. I'll grant him a rabbit fruit. For Kurizumi Simura's barrier fruit, I shall gladly accept that as well. That young boy's fruit can later be exchanged for an animal type created by X. After all, he is of the cannibal tribe. An animal type wouldn't be out of place. The world, truly real, I shall take on the role of an author this time. He, Peach Boy, with a hint of serpentine cunning. In an instant, empowered by enlightenment, arrangements were swiftly made for these individuals. Meanwhile, Oden awakened, gazing solemnly at Wang Lin. P.S. Time refers to the interval of duration, the process through which events continuously develop and change. It may also designate the 4th coordinate required for physical events, alongside the 3 spatial dimensions. Or it can signify a continuous unity of experiences extending from the future to the present, and from the present to the past. Additionally, it may refer to divisions into equal parts of time. Time, one-dimensional, manifesting as an irreversible flow. The above is the definition provided by Baidu. Oda's manga often intentionally leaves behind dual clues in the early stages, guiding readers between opposing forces. Thus Wang Lin was influenced by the memories before him. Chapter 39. Oden is quite the clever one. P.S. For the readers eagerly awaiting updates on this book. Today's 5th installment has been delivered after much effort. Kazuki Oden was taken aback, struggling to believe the information that had surfaced in his mind. Yet, seeking confirmation, he inquired, "I didn't realize it was Lord Lin. Do you mean Roger and the others? How can you prove it?" Wang Lin furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat vexed. "Prove it? How is one to prove such a thing? Is this not an unreasonable demand?" The other 10 individuals were similarly bewildered by Wang Lin's earlier actions. Puzzled as to how their lord appeared unharmed despite being struck in the head, Kanjuro stepped forward and asked, "My lord, could you enlighten us on what transpired?" Odin declared boldly, "We're all comrades. There's no need for secrecy. It's just silence." Wang Lin interrupted Kazuki Odin's words, stepping forward to seize Kanjuro, delivering a strike with the 7 wounds fist upon his head. The murderous intent rushing into Kanjuro's mind. As Odin attempted to intervene, Kanjuro had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and Wang Lin was certain he had nearly suffered brain death. Even if he survived, he would ensure his demise shortly. As long as he could obtain the fruit, that was all that mattered. "You scoundrel!" Just as Odin was about to take action, Wang Lin flicked his fingers, delivering a harsh blow. The most severe kind for a male that if you intend to strike, remember to be properly attired. Instantly, the others tightened their legs, while the sole suspected female blushed shyly, and the distant onlookers erupted with disdainful remarks. Wang Lin then recounted the fragmented memories that Odin had just absorbed, simultaneously firing a bullet from his gun towards him. "Go see for yourself, and you'll understand." Upon finishing, his figure seemed to flicker, and suddenly a fruit appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, distant voices from the crowd could be heard lamenting. The fruit was just about to be fed to his mouth when it vanished. Wang Lin silently murmured, "Sacrifice. System, surely this must yield 14 points, right? Such an extraordinary fruit, and judging by his demeanor, its development is quite impressive." Subsequently, Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction as 14 points were credited. Kanjuro's body gradually disintegrated into ashes. And before the onlookers' eyes, they only saw Wang Lin's palm hovering near Kanjuro's head. And just like that, Kanjuro had vanished. Even more astonishingly, the fruit in the killer's hand slowly transformed into a devil fruit, which then abruptly carded and was inserted into a suddenly appearing book, only for the book to vanish as well. A stillness, followed by movement, then another stillness. It was executed with remarkable finesse. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He killed Kanjuro! Brothers, avenge Kanjuro!" Wang Lin replied, "You are all commendable vassals. I grant you the opportunity to follow Odin, Inuyasha, Nekomamushi. The 3 of you shall be of use in the future. We shall discuss it later." Now, Odin interrupted Wang Lin, exclaiming, "Hold on, do not harm my subordinates." It appeared that the new information had caused him to forget his pain, yet he had also gained wisdom. Dressed appropriately, Kazuki Odin stated, "Even if your information is indeed true, now that I am aware, I must strive to prevent these individuals from ruling over Wano." As he spoke, he performed some peculiar gestures. Wang Lin, lacking knowledge of characters based on Japanese archetypes, was limited to his warped understanding. Thus, he shook his head and remarked, "You do not comprehend. This will only disrupt the known path, leading to the unknown, at least for the present. I cannot permit this, and regarding your concerns, fear not. I shall handle it." Then, turning to the remaining 8 warriors and the brother of 1 female warrior, When do we lose someone? Where are the 8 warriors? Kinemon, Reizo?" Wang Lin frowned. "Did you allow them to escape?" Odin nodded readily, giving a thumbs up as he said, "This is a deceptive strategy, a delaying tactic, a method of open pretense while secretly advancing. By heavens, the enemy truly possesses cunning minds," cursing himself for being overly confident. He inquired, "Where have they gone?" "To where they ought to be. Who could have anticipated this would occur over 2 years early?" The earlier actions had initiated their plan. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately understood. They were attempting to play with time travel. Naturally displeased, he remarked, "Shouldn't a family strive for reunion? Your actions have greatly disappointed me." The circle commenced. "Found them." In Wang Lin's psychic perception, 2 individuals were racing forward at great speed. The wind chaser was instantly activated, and those present felt Wang Lin's form becoming somewhat unreal. Odin, however, sensed something amiss at the first moment. His observation haki revealed that the man before him was no longer human. This sense of unreality. Approaching to touch, he realized, alas, a mere afterimage. He had encountered someone formidable, even more terrifying than he had imagined. "Follow me." Subsequently, the street echoed with the sound of swishing as individuals vanished. Wang Lin also sensed that someone was pursuing from behind. Discerning it to be Odin and his companions, that a smirk graced his lips. Let them chase, though the speed ahead was somewhat lacking, necessitating a bit of pressure. Contemplating this, he emanated an aura of malice directed at the two individuals he had ensnared. Kinnaman and Rezo were on their way when suddenly their hair stood on end. Turning to look, they shouted in alarm, their speed surging. "Lin, halt! Otherwise I shall take action." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. It was Odin's voice. The familiarity of this sound resonated within him. As enlightenment aided his cognition, it was akin to the ability to listen to all things, quite mystical indeed, comparable to telepathy. Understanding this, he mentally connected with the voice, conveying, "Wouldn't it be better to venture to the Hall of Valor together? Your concerns I shall address. To be frank, I cannot even gauge my own strength at present, but safeguarding one or two islands poses no issue." Unexpectedly, Lin possesses such abilities. Your proposed method is too unfathomable, hard to believe. Moreover, our Kazuki clan has its own mission that must be fulfilled. Alas, this ability was bestowed upon me by Roger. Is it not the work of those celestial dragons, the world government, and certain marines? Since I have arrived in this world, everything has changed. Your mission I shall undertake. Lin, you are being unreasonable. The discourse between the two in their minds concluded in failure for the first time. Thus, they continued their pursuit, Wang Lin urging onward while Odin closely followed. Soon, they arrived at a palace. Kinnaman and Rezo, having already entered, were kneeling and rapidly recounting something. Then a woman appeared, leading two children to stand between them. Her mouth moved, and the four individuals vanished, leaving only the woman behind. This is bad. Not only have they advanced their plans, but they also transported away a daughter who was meant to stay. I never anticipated their resolve to be so decisive. Couldn't they have exchanged a few words, questioned something, just like that, poof? P.S. After this chapter, it may be recommended that I hope the readers will provide a 5-star rating and share their thoughts on this book. I will respond to each one as time permits. Chapter 40. A course of action must be taken. You shall be corrected. Wang Lin quickened his pace, arriving beside the woman mere seconds later, his face expressionless and frozen. The woman inquired, "Are you the man who prompted my husband to make a decisive choice?" Wang Lin ignored her, awaiting the arrival of those pursuing from behind. Sensing the silence from the man before her, the woman fell quiet as well. She knew her husband would arrive soon, and everything would become clear. After a brief interval, Odin was the first to arrive. Pulling the woman aside and brandishing two knives in a defensive stance, Wang Lin regarded the blades. Their essence was restrained, yet could not escape his perception. He stated affirmatively, "Excellent swords." Odin, pleased by the compliment towards his blades, responded with a quiet pride, "These two swords are undoubtedly exceptional." At that moment, his subordinate arrived, witnessing their master brandishing a weapon, and they collectively prepared for battle. However, Yu Qian interjected, "You should inform him, what sort of blade is my sword?" With a proud smile, upon hearing this, Wang Lin realized with a swift motion that these two blades were named Tianyu Yuzhan and Yinma. Tianyu Yuzhan, part of the renowned series the Kuai Dao Airshur Igong, was said to be capable of cleaving the very sky. Yinma, also from the same series, was reputed to conquer even hell itself. Wang Lin nodded and drew his own sword, introducing it. This sword is called Qixing, allegedly forged by celestial beings, its material unknown. The blade measures 1,200 cmu in length, 4 cmu in width, and 1 cmu in thickness, with a hilt length of 20 cmu. It weighs 12 jin, 8 liang, and 6 qian. Legend has it to possess the power to annihilate worlds. After speaking, he sheathed Qixing once more. A stunned silence enveloped the group, leaving them at a loss for words. Was this truly how it was? Who wished to compare the origins of their weapons? Celestial beings? Annihilating worlds? Yu Qian's wife, Guang Yu Shur, covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the sheathed Qixing. Yu Qian recalled a tale he had heard from her and exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it be that your sword is the cursed holy sword? Its malevolent power is beyond the control of anyone, including you?" Wang Lin nodded and replied, "Indeed, but I am the nemesis of evil. Qixing has undergone a transformation and has chosen to follow me." He drew Qixing once again and addressed it. "Is that not true, Qixing?" The sword emitted a resonating hum, and the sound halted everyone in their tracks. Satisfied, Wang Lin sheathed the holy sword once more, his heart swelling with triumph that a collective awe emerged from the onlookers, both human and animal, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Only Guan Yue remained composed, for she was a woman of centuries, driven by a singular dream. Her innocence long since eroded by the weight of history, rendering her immune to foolishness. She inquired, "Might you now reveal your intentions?" Wang Lin nodded, producing the handgun he had not yet put away. Firing a shot, the others made no attempt to intervene, for they were both powerless to stop him and sensed no immediate danger. Moments later, Guan Yue opened her eyes, gazing at Yu Qian with a complex expression. The future had been altered by the presence of this unfamiliar man, and his self-introduction was one she could accept. Who could doubt a being capable of traversing time? Moreover, mere deities were not beyond belief. Their existence was not negated by lack of first-hand experience, lest one ponder the origins of the devil fruit. Thus, she asked, "Is all that you say true?" "Of course, though I cannot provide proof. However, I can demonstrate my strength. I invite you all to join forces against me. Due to some unforeseen changes in the future, I now require correction." With that, he swiftly conjured a book from thin air, withdrew a card, and returned the book to nothingness. "Let the battle commence," he commanded, and with Wang Lin as the epicenter, a dark circular space rapidly expanded, ultimately halting at a radius of 100 meters. "Should you defeat me, consider my words unspoken. If you lose, then you shall go where you are destined," he added. "You cats and dogs should join as well. Correction is not a trivial matter." Wang Lin's declaration incited displeasure among Yu Qian's followers and himself. Yu Qian laughed heartily. "What a bold individual! Not even Whitebeard would dare speak to me in such a manner, and Roger could only implore me to accompany him to the final destination. Do you think you surpass them?" Wang Lin scoffed internally, pondering, isn't this merely the persona of a villain? The author is a villain as well, after all. Yet the reality was different. This was a tangible world. It was entirely possible that Yu Qian was indeed stronger than Whitebeard or Roger. Thus, he replied, "The stronger you are, the more delighted I shall be. It seems I must unleash my full potential." With that, Wang Lin activated his full state, the fifth gear igniting, radiating a dazzling yet dark red aura that soon filled the confined space. The atmosphere turned frigid, reminiscent of a lifeless star, as everyone struggled to endure, with only Yu Qian managing somewhat better, yet still bearing the weight of his wife's pressure. Wang Lin, observing this, directed his hostility away from the women. For war often necessitates their withdrawal. Guan Yue felt a warmth envelop her, discovering herself shrouded in a golden aura, while the others battled against the dark red light, exerting their own formidable presence in resistance. "My dear, do not concern yourself with me. Lin has already set me apart. You all should engage in earnest. Lin is likely the most formidable opponent you will encounter," she urged. "Understood. I comprehend now. Everyone, summon the resolve of a warrior and engage this individual before us in earnest combat. If we prevail, we can reshape the world." The 6 heroes and 1 brother were taken aback, but soon asked, "Lord, what if we lose?" Yu Qian replied, "If defeated, you shall meet Roger." A bead of sweat formed on their brows. This was undeniably reckless, with no room for compromise. Yet soon, they rallied their spirits, casting trusting glances at their leader, Guan Yu Qian. Observing their morale, Yu Qian bellowed, "Follow me closely. I shall lead the charge." Wang Lin revealed a gleeful smile, reminiscing about the years since he had fought with such unrestrained fervor. "Come, let me witness what the elite warriors of this world are truly capable of. Are they truly capable of slaying dragons with a single stroke?" As a dragon symbolized the nation's totem, he had been quite displeased upon first hearing of a warrior who could slay dragons with a single blow. Now, arriving in the land of the samurai, he yearned to experience it firsthand. As Yu Qian and his companions charged toward Wang Lin, they were momentarily halted by an overwhelming presence. Their movements slowed to a crawl. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed, akin to fingernails scraping against a chalkboard, an unsettling sensation. Wang Lin slowly uttered a single word. The immense energy from his being began to converge at the blade's edge, ultimately igniting it like a sun, blinding all who beheld it. From afar, Guan Yue sure shouted, "Be cautious, everyone." Lin's attack speed has transcended the constraints of this world. Within his range, time slows for you while he remains unaffected. However, her warning proved futile. As only Wang Lin could hear her, they were ensnared in a slow-motion reality, perceiving everything at a sluggish pace. "Woman, your vision is commendable. This technique is called one sword to change the city, so observe closely." With that, he executed the strike and sheathed his sword. The hearts of Yu Qian and his comrades surged with tumultuous waves. This was a strike capable of annihilating all existence, the legendary strike of Lord Longma. Yu Qian recalled the tale that had circulated in the land of Wano for centuries, a legend that had shielded the land from the world government's tyranny for generations. P.S. This is the first chapter. If you enjoyed it, please leave a 5-star rating. Chapter 41. Roger. A familiar face has arrived. Wang Lin's strike made him feel as though the heavens had been cleaved in two, the world divided left and right. However, this ignited the warrior's competitive spirit. The ethos of Bushido overcame fear, and he unleashed his ultimate technique, super forbidden technique. Two-sword style, peach blossom 100 fists, Yura. He traced a series of crosses, each one appearing like shooting stars in the void. Following the rapid-fire cross-shaped slashes, he charged forward. As Yu Qian executed this move against Wang Lin, he soared into the sky, harnessing the downward momentum for another strike. This strike, infused with my very essence, hear my plea. Erupt, forbidden technique, two-sword style, peach blossom dragon-slaying waterfall. Wang Lin, hearing this almost saintly invocation, felt his own resolve ignite. Let me test your ultimate technique against my invulnerable body. His mind raced, troubled over the name for his own technique. He could not afford to be overshadowed in fervor. Thus, he disregarded the elegance of his previous strike and focused on Yu Qian in midair, proclaiming, "My will, my haki, erupt with the most brilliant radiance. Let the frogs at the bottom of the well understand what a body forged of steel can withstand against a nuclear explosion." With that, he amplified his aura, shouting, "Ultimate technique, indestructible golden body," which was essentially a combination of armed fortress and full-strength reinforcement, a name conjured to match Yu Tian's fervor. In the future, there may yet be changes. After shouting, I clashed my dual blades against Yu Tian's, a resounding sound akin to that of a colossal bell reverberated through the space, causing fissures to appear. The sparks generated from the impact left the onlookers momentarily blinded. Upon reopening our eyes, we beheld Yu Qian, half kneeling with his sword resting on the ground, faint traces of blood adorning his lips. Meanwhile, his followers also struggled to maintain their stance, refusing to fall. Tsukimian hurriedly rushed over to support her husband, glaring at Wang Lin with fury. "How dare you?" Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not slander the innocent. He injured himself, and it has nothing to do with me." With that, he patted his well-defined chest muscles, glancing at them approvingly. Merely torn clothing and a couple of superficial scratches. But what about them? Tsukimian pointed at the fallen retainers. Them. They were merely overwhelmed by the shockwave. You saw how desperately your husband fought. My strike would have left them barely alive, but now they are close to death. Tsukimian, on the verge of tears, felt a surge of anger, while Yu Qian, after a brief respite, unsteadily rose to his feet, stating, "I never imagined such a master could exist in this world. I am truly ashamed for not having heard of you before." Wang Lin nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. You are commendable in your own right. But who else can claim to have trained for 8 years since the age of 10, then secluded themselves for over 20 years? Upon hearing this, Yu Qian bowed deeply and remarked, "I had no idea that your pursuit of martial prowess was so sincere. Compared to you, we are unworthy of the title of samurai." Wang Lin, slightly displeased by the designation, corrected him. "In our land, we refer to ourselves as swordsmen or heroes. The term samurai is reserved for those who have just begun their martial journey." Yu Qian pondered Wang Lin's words, contemplating, a swordsman. The human is the master, the sword the servant. The human wields the sword, and the sword obeys the human. Is that how it is? Wang Lin gazed at Yu Qian, astonished, thinking to himself, is that truly the case? I was unaware of this. Very well, let me enlighten him further. You possess great insight. Today, I shall show you the pride of our no-sword style, the essence of China. With that, he held his sword behind his back with his left hand, while his right hand, fingers aligned, pointed skyward. Boom! A visible wave of sword energy erupted, creating a thunderous noise that shattered the very fabric of space. The onlookers found themselves back on the earthly plane. Wang Lin then traced his finger in an arc, causing the surrounding structures within a 100-meter radius to be sliced cleanly, yet they remained intact at the severed edges. Observing the astonished crowd, he proclaimed, "Did you see that?" Wang Lin, feeling a swell of pride, thought, "Am I truly this powerful?" Seclusion has proven to be the unparalleled path to strength, yet it is somewhat perilous. I hope to encounter more who are willing to risk their lives. For the sake of Luffy's future adversaries, I hope they do not provoke me. Yu Qian swallowed hard, inquiring, with such power, why not directly intervene to make this world a better place? Wang Lin regarded him with disappointment, responding, "Aren't you all waiting for Joy Boy? So am I." The shift in Wang Lin's narrative style elicited no surprise, as it served to emphasize his tone. Yu Qian admitted, "I have been rude, since you have made your resolution. Let us proceed that I hope your words ring true. Rest assured, there will be no suffering that I shall first settle these 7, and then you and your wife may take one last look at this realm." With that, Wang Lin communicated with the system in his mind. It's time to work. If these individuals prove inadequate, I shall truly question your judgment. Point one among them has appeared at the pinnacle before. The system wasted no time, directly releasing a semblance of form that Wang Lin could discern, likely a lasso, which ensnared the likes of Cat Viper, Duke Dogstorm, Reizo, Ashura Doji, Kinmin, Izo, and Kiku, under Yu Qian and his wife's astonished gaze. The 7 figures gradually faded from view, leaving only their weapons behind. Meanwhile, within the system's hidden domain, a vast chamber marked with the number 2 emerged, where the souls of the 7 materialized. That moment. Wang Lin's voice echoed, "Roger, Lucci, come forth to greet familiar faces, old friends." Roger pushed open the first grand door, revealing an adjacent room. "Familiar faces? Which old friend has perished now? Darling, hold our son. Perhaps we shall receive a welcoming gift." "Ha!" Upon opening the second door. "What? It's you? What has transpired?" The group, confronted by the deceased Roger, stood in disbelief, yet they resolved to recount their experiences first. Having absorbed the new arrivals, Wang Lin received some feedback. Though it was somewhat lackluster, primarily concerning the enhancements of their Busashoku and Kin Bunchikahaki, as well as their application in swordsmanship, no fruits were yielded. Not only had his preparations for fruit recovery been in vain, but he also pondered why such individuals would be relegated to the afterlife if their understanding were truly exceptional. Nevertheless, the weapons were commendable. He retained 3 katanas for future use and gathered the rest together, placing the 7 stars among them. The 7 stars sprouted delicate tendrils from the blades, entwining the weapons of these seasoned fighters, commencing their consumption. Yu Qian took note of this, astonished yet perplexed, asking, "Lord Lin, do they vanish to the place you mentioned? And what are you doing with these weapons?" He observed as the comrades' arms disintegrated into mere remnants, resembling corroded iron from a millennium past, while the 7 stars radiated vitality, appearing almost alive. "How can you do this?" "These are the families of my comrades, their most loyal allies," Wang Lin replied. "The mission has concluded." With that, he took the 3 swords and exited, simultaneously using the ability acquired from Roger to transmit a message. "Take a good look at this place. Once we move on, you shall not witness such scenery again. However, tranquility shall prevail that in the future, I shall send your children here to reunite with you, should they wish to come." Wang Lin resolved that in the absence of synchronized speech and thought, this method would indeed carry greater weight. Upon exiting the palace, he sought a secluded spot for 5, releasing Xiao AI and entering the submarine. He pressed the doorbell, and the laboratory opened. Wang Lin communicated telepathically with his creation, Yax, saying, "Consume this painting fruit, and you shall possess the ability to create with divine inspiration. Use me as your model to craft 3 figures and retrieve the previously mentioned materials for the dolls." "Yes, master." Shortly thereafter, the door swung open again, and Yax presented 2 sets of material resembling human skin. According to Yax, this was a type of nanofiber alloy, breathable, waterproof, incredibly durable, and possessing self-repairing properties, allowing for the infusion of numerous capabilities into the dolls. Well done, Yax. I shall return shortly. Have you memorized my appearance? The way I look now? I have remembered, Master. From now on, do not call me Master. Refer to me as brother. Although you are my creation, you have gained a semblance of life today. Yes, brother. Yak's once cold voice now carried a hint of warmth. Shall AI, wait a moment, and I shall perform a magic trick for you. With that, he pushed open the training room door, entered the meditation chamber, set a timer for 5 minutes, and turned the flow rate to maximum that he then began the creation of the dolls. 30 hours later, 3 towering humanoid figures emerged, each strikingly designed. One exuded righteousness, another bore a fierce countenance. And the last appeared refined and gentle. One bore numerous scars across its chest, another had a wide gash on its back, while the last seemed to enjoy closing its eyes in tranquility. Wang Lin gazed at his artistic creations with satisfaction, proclaiming, "Remarkable." As he gazed at the remaining 11 hours, Wang Lin succumbed to slumber, experiencing one of the most peaceful sleeps he had enjoyed in years. 10 hours later, he awoke and, after quietly waiting for over an hour, summoned the puppets to emerge, and together they made their way to the cabin. "Wow, how impressive," he exclaimed. "Just wait, there is something even more extraordinary to come." Upon pressing the doorbell, Ike spoke before Wang Lin could utter a word. "Brother, I am unable to capture your likeness accurately. In fact, once I attempt to draw your image, it disintegrates the moment the figure steps out. According to another elder's artwork, the fruit's ability cannot contain your power. It seems I must depict your younger self to achieve this. Am I truly that formidable?" Wang Lin mused. Let us portray me as I was during my duel with Lingling. No need to close the door. Let's begin now." Ike wasted no time and began sketching on the cabin wall, while Wang Lin, accompanied by 3 puppets, crowded around the drawing. They all focused intently on the increasingly vivid representation taking shape on the canvas. Eventually, Ike put down his brush, and the figure on the canvas began to stir, first moving its eyes, then stepping forward, and finally emerging entirely from the wall. Wang Lin inquired, "Will it still collapse?" The painted Wang Lin kicked his legs and twisted his waist, replying, "It's all good. It won't." "Excellent. Ike's create 2 more. You on the puppet's outer layer. Remember, once you wear it, you cannot remove it. Try to avoid water. If it dissolves, don't weep." "Can I choose for myself?" the painted Wang Lin asked. "I feel as though the brush hasn't fully inherited the abilities." Wang Lin, puzzled, questioned, "What do you mean?" The painted Wang Lin closed his eyes to ponder for a moment, then stated, "The enhancement system has a maximum of 3 tiers, pure armament haki and observation haki. Unfortunately, it cannot be cultivated further, without the martial arts you comprehend." "Oh, I recognize that term, yet I do not grasp its meaning." Before he could finish, another painted Wang Lin chimed in, "Is 3 tiers not sufficient? What more do you desire? I am only at 2 tiers, but I possess a release type." Ike's growing adept added, "Isn't a coincidence. I also have 2 types of enhancement and release, both at the 1st tier. Yet they can be used simultaneously without being bound by the original body. That I even possess a semblance of lightness skills. Otherwise, I am just like you." Upon hearing the words of these 3 painted figures, Wang Lin pondered their strength. Could they merely equate to the might of a powerful vice admiral? He shrugged it off, thinking it would suffice. He then commanded, "For the pure enhancement type, you shall bear the skin of Yishan Huan Jiulang, wielding the blade named Kinshui, the treasured sword of Kiku no Jo." Quite a splendid name. For the 2nd tier, you will don the skin of Ba Wang Wan, wielding the blade of Yisong, which shall henceforth be called He Tun Du, as a tribute. And for the one even more formidable, you shall take the blade of Suji Jiro, with the skin of Orenji Yukyu. There are no alternatives. After some deliberation, Wang Lin concluded, "Very well, the sword shall be named Nameless." Thus, they began the process of donning their new skins. They first tore the puppets open from behind, slipping into them, after which the skin began to seal itself. Ultimately, they fused into a singular form. This was Wang Lin's grand idea upon acquiring the painting fruit's intelligence, an uncomplicated method to create uniquely endowed puppet entities. The only drawback was that if the skin were to be damaged, they could not come into contact with water until it healed. Once they had donned their new skins, a vibrant vitality emanated from them. Anyone unaware would be unable to discern any flaws. Wang Lin, satisfied, issued a command. When we step out, your names will be set in stone. You must not reveal them. In the future, when you encounter anyone, you know precisely what to do. Develop techniques that correspond to your abilities. I suggest following the arcade style. The three pondered this, agreeing it was quite fitting that Yishan Huan Jiulang would embody the violent output style. Ba Wang Wan, though less brutal, would unleash whirlwinds to strike, while Orenji Yukyu would be swift, his blades striking without form or shadow. Thus, with the conditions established, their personalities would inevitably be influenced by their respective types. Before they even stepped outside, Yishan Huan Jiulang inquired, "Can I drink and feast?" Certainly. Abilities do not manifest from thin air. To maintain your existence over time, you must replenish energy periodically or engage in meditation to recover, much like a game. Are you not aware of this condition? The other two affirmed their understanding, while Yishan shook his head. Wang Lin noted this additional data, while Ike recorded it as well. Let us proceed. It is time for you to embark on your journey. Soon, we shall confront Kaido, and from henceforth, this place shall rely on Yishan and Ba Wang to uphold general order. Orenji Yuki queried, "And what of me? Where shall I go?" Wang Lin responded, "You shall be appointed as king." With that, the four exited the submarine, and aside from Wang Lin, the three inhaled deeply, exhaling long sighs. In no time, they arrived at the palace where Odin and his wife resided, both appearing significantly calmer. Wang Lin mentally inquired, "Are we ready?" He continued, "Allow me to introduce you to these three great swordsmen, Yishan Huan Jiulang, Ba Wang Wan, and Orenji Yukyu. Their strength is formidable, and they can protect your people in your absence. Also, you have witnessed my prowess, have you not?" Kazuki Odin, intrigued by the sudden appearance of three individuals, felt a sense of unease upon seeing their swords and hearing their introductions. Yet, after sensing their power, he was astonished. Each one exceeded the strength of the red scabbards, perhaps even more. "Where did you find these compatriots from Wano?" he inquired. "Why have I never heard of them?" Wang Lin mysteriously pointed skyward, responding, "From beyond the world. Very well. We are willing to venture to the place you speak of and accept our fate. However, I ask that if our children are encountered in the future, unless absolutely necessary, allow them to reside in this world." Odin articulated this request with a hint of a melancholic hero sentiment. Wang Lin nodded, affirming, "Agreed, no problem. The future shall undoubtedly be brighter, and should they find themselves in peril, I shall be the first to escort them to your side. System, do your thing." Wang Lin ceased conversing and, after granting his approval to the request, prompted the system to act, while he retrieved yet another fruit. Moments later, the figures vanished, leaving only two grand blades behind. Wang Lin picked up the two swords, only for them to resist, particularly Enma, which sought to absorb Wang Lin's essence. Indifferent, he inadvertently provoked the demon-slaying energy within him. Suddenly, an inky black substance erupted from his chest and enveloped the two blades, resulting in a swift disappearance. This occurrence caused the seven-star pendant at his waist to tremble violently. "What the? Are they stealing my food?" Odin exclaimed, perplexed. What does Lin intend to achieve? With such formidable power, why resort to this? In a space where Wang Lin was generally undetectable unless he exercised extreme caution, Roger berated him for his lack of decorum. After his tirade, he inexplicably procured some alcohol, initiating a celebratory gathering with the others. PS. The battle is set to ignite swiftly, and the first great conflict will soon unfold. Dear readers, please bestow your attention and positive reviews. Don't forget to vigorously press that update button. Ideally, watch those brief advertisements, so the author might earn a small token. How humble! Although his body has now been stolen, his soul remains, and after centuries of incense offerings, the temple has acquired a certain spiritual essence. Shortly, I shall strip the samurai spirit from the temple, and as you all contemplate, consider the most reasonable ways to unleash your respective techniques. Having said that, Wang Lin inwardly inquired of the system. System, is it truly possible to confine the medicinal materials of the enemies slain by the painted entities within their bodies? Can I really collect and utilize them simply by meeting them? The system, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Isn't this all your own setting? Do you truly believe it? Oh, it's not that. The key point is that it seems too fantastical, and it actually worked without any hurdles. However, it is somewhat regrettable. What if the host of a devil fruit appears? I cannot just sacrifice them on the spot and then collect. That would be a loss." The system explained, "You are too greedy. Let's not dwell on that. Let's discuss the painted entities. These entities are, in essence, replicas of you, fragments of yourself, created by someone you yourself created, so the distinction is minimal. Furthermore, the only thing that truly operates is the puppet. The painted entity merely imparts motion to the puppet. It is akin to a weapon with someone to pull the triggered at this point. Wang Lin understood and then asked, "Are you really going to collect the dragon horse? I feel that after such a long time, it is unnecessary. From now on, please refrain from jumping around in conversation. I fear it may lead to analytical lapses. Yes, this is my choice. This dragon horse is akin to Roger from hundreds of years ago. If its strength is as legendary as claimed, then it surpasses even Roger. One person stand against the entire Navy and the world government, preventing them from invading Wano. That is what true heroism is. Your perspective is too colored. Moreover, if possible, use your abilities to visit the graves of these historical masters and bring their souls back from the underworld. By the way, the Huangquan fruit directly connects to the underworld. Perhaps it could." Hearing this, Wang Lin decided to terminate the conversation, simply stating, "Oh dear, I have some matters to attend to. From now on, you choose your path, and I shall choose mine. Let us remain unrelated. Farewell." Although he did not understand why this system was so fixated on the souls of these powerful beings, Wang Lin felt inclined to assist as much as he could. After all, as long as he was okay with it, and as long as the system dared to collect, Wang Lin would dare to contribute. Wang Lin pondered silently. Damn it, even such a comical skeletal frame is eyeing him. Yet he mused, how could one seize the abilities of a living devil fruit host? Without a shred of insight, it was impossible to conceptualize. In the future, if feasible, he would gather a group of scientists from this world. Only they would truly comprehend it. Later, he would assign a research topic to Yaks, focusing on extracting devil fruits and reverse engineering. After a brief period of introspection, the three finally adapted to their beastly transformations. Once they reverted to their human forms, Wang Lin proclaimed, "Now, the second preliminary command is initiated. 1. Orange Right Kai. From now on, your name shall be Inazuki Orange Right, having inadvertently consumed the superhuman type, human fruit, handsome type. Henceforth, if the Viper Cat needs to make an appearance, let it be replaced by a summoned beast from the release category. After all, you have no restrictions. 2. Bawangru. You are now a member of the Kazuki family, which means you shall henceforth be known as Kazuki Bawangru. Remember your identity and safeguard your people. Most importantly, protect your own body and do not perish. 3. Yagami Hanger. You are a friend of Bawangru, yet you navigate the underworld, working discreetly to gather those samurai resisting Orochi and Kaido. Lastly, since you all possess nin abilities, ensure you always have a spare bag containing fruit. If the enemies you slay are hosts of a devil fruit, do not let the fruit escape. Understood?" The three responded mechanically, "Yes, understood." Afterward, the trio expressed their dissatisfaction, with the singularly enhanced Yagami Hanger grumbling, "This seems a bit lackadaisical. The main body was designed from the outset. By the way, insight, did you apply such abilities to design yourself?" Wang Lin decided to reassure them, saying, "This is merely an arrangement for future identities, once established by me. You will not be discovered at most. It will only raise some suspicion, but currently, the Kazuki clan has been entirely wiped out for 2 decades, taking action now, and later approaching as an elder or a daimyo. Wouldn't it be splendid? Thus, the underground organization of Wano, known as the Red Flower Society or something similar, will rely on your efforts." Only then did the three comprehend Wang Lin's intentions. After all, he had not lied, but merely withheld some details. Thus, they chatted aimlessly while strolling along a sparsely populated street. Passers-by noticed a peculiar phenomenon. 3 attendants seemed to be conversing with a silent individual, only to shortly thereafter discuss entirely unrelated matters. Furthermore, the 3 refrained from conversing among themselves, each individually posing questions to the person ahead, who, after taking a few steps without looking back, seemed to respond as if they had received an answer. Strange rumors spread among the ignorant, some calling it prophetic, others labeling it as supernatural. Just as discussions flourished, the system provided a prompt. Arrival. Yes, I know we have arrived. I can see such a large plaque. Speaking as he took out the experience replication card, he led the three into the incense-filled temple. A valiant samurai statue stood erect in the hall. Wang Lin observed this seemingly ordinary statue. First employing his insight state, nothing appeared amiss. Then, undeterred, he sensed an indescribable aura. Next, switching to a singular observation, he found it ineffective. Finally, reverting to the most direct form, he perceived a silver-white light enveloping the statue. System, is this his soul? Certainly not. I'm about to begin the soul harvesting. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt a slight pressure on his chest, and he sensed something emerging from within. As he focused, a hook gradually protruded. Naturally, only he could see it. Otherwise, it would surely frighten the nearby children. Once the hook emerged, it swiftly shot toward the statue, wrapping around it before pulling. Suddenly, a black hole appeared beneath the statue, and, as the hook exited the hole, with a strong tug, a phantom figure was drawn forth. Without your card, it would be impossible to share the experience. Oh yes, always eager to teach. Students. Inazuki Orange Right, Bawanga, Yagami Hanger. Teacher, Dragon Horse, condition fulfilled with the three of us. There must be my master. Initiated, a silent explosion occurred as the card disintegrated into ashes, settling upon the ethereal soul and the three painted entities. It felt as though they had consumed a potent elixir. Although their auras did not intensify, each individual felt distinctly different to Wang Lin, but a sudden enlightenment. Let us see what insights I can glean. This seemingly fantastical method of imparting teachings continued for 30 seconds before the effects dissipated. The three closed their eyes to contemplate. The black hole remained open, and just as Wang Lin approached to investigate, the hook returned, bringing back the soul. Due to the hook's return, Wang Lin missed the opportunity to glimpse the underworld. System, was that intentional? No, purely accidental. Besides, what sane person would look into the underworld? Are you tired of living? Wang Lin protested. What a splendid opportunity. Just a glance to satisfy my curiosity about what elements constitute the underworld in Oda's pirate world. Yet the system thwarted it as he was about to argue further. A tremendous influx of swordsmanship experience flooded in. Wang Lin could not possibly refuse, immediately activating his comprehension to absorb Dragon Horse's mastery of the blade. Moon Staff, Year Knife, Lifelong Gun. The treasured sword always concealed. A knife is a single-edged sword, while a sword is a double-edged knife. This encapsulated Wang Lin's understanding. Hence, swordplay and knife techniques could interrelate, albeit with the sword being slightly more challenging. P.S. I hope everyone can embrace this narrative arc within the pirate theme. Chapter 44. The Ghost Island Martial Arts Gathering with Kaido. Collecting fruits. First, Wang Lin could not recall how long he had been in this state of comprehension. Time held no meaning. A dream could last an eternity or merely a fleeting moment. Yet within the dream lay an entire world. Wang Lin witnessed Dragon Horse's sword training, reaching its zenith before sealing his blade. Upon concluding, his mind began to simulate the sword techniques following the first sword. Ultimately, he discovered that if all techniques were akin to this, there would be no more than 3 distinct moves. 3 moves it is. Sword 1. A sword overturns a city. This move amalgamated the overwhelming pressure of the Bawang state, released through enhancement or emission techniques. Those lacking strength could only await slaughter. The Nun system differs, possessing varied lethality. Sword 2. What the eye sees. This technique centralizes the murderous intent of the Bawang state into a single release point, concentrating Nun's will within the gaze. Akin to the no-sword style, reminiscent of the mystical concepts of cultivation, wielding an unseen sword to slay enemies. The enemy may either possess an imposing demeanor, exuding a fierce and unparalleled aura of dominance, or they may muster their utmost efforts to resist. However, should their defenses falter, they face an inevitable demise. This maneuver necessitates the employment of the most potent enhancement techniques, channeling one's mental energy to achieve maximum lethality. Sword 3. the soul-chasing, life-snatching strike. If the second attack is successfully repelled, the third will swiftly follow, forming a seamless combination. The three states of dominance are elevated to their zenith, utilizing a level 5 enhancement technique, while also imbuing the weapon with this enhanced energy, thereby augmenting its hardness and lethality. Ultimately, one must initiate the assault with a swift advance, brandishing the sword toward the intended target with no thought of retreat. Upon concluding the grand strategy of 3 strikes, preliminary tactics reminiscent of sword techniques are devised. One cannot rely solely on grand maneuvers, as they would deplete one's stamina excessively. Thus, recalling the days of yore. Even unintentionally, one has often observed the morning practice of Tai Chi, as well as the myriad forms depicted in films and television dramas, supplemented by insights gleaned from the Seven Injuries Fist, which also explores the interplay of yin and yang. Through contemplation, one has grasped the essence of the Seven Injuries Fist, leading to a natural synthesis of Tai Chi's harmonious balance and the predominantly vigorous nature of the Seven Injuries Fist. Therefore, the intent of the Seven Injuries Fist is initially infused into the rigid aspects of Tai Chi's swordplay. As one's strength grows, the understanding of softness will naturally follow. This notion is well noted. Yang begets yin. Regardless of its veracity, Wang Lin has come to embrace this theory, for without such belief, the execution of a strategy would be impossible. Thus, a sword technique focused on inflicting internal injuries is born. Characterized by a fierce approach, aptly named the violent sword technique by Wang Lin, emphasizing that each strike, regardless of whether it is blocked, must convey the essence of the 7 injuries, manifesting in undeniable ferocity. There are no conventional sword techniques, yet every blow embodies the essence of one, achieving the effect of critical strikes with each attack. Wang Lin exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. What has transpired? He discovered himself shrouded beneath a large black cloth. With 3 figures standing before him, a sense of offense washed over him. The subject has awakened. This stance will last an entire day. Quite the spectacle for the villagers. Silence. Huan Shilang. The subject was too engrossed. Causing a gathering, we concealed you to spare your dignity, allowing the villagers to depart. Upon hearing Tachibana's explanation, Wang Lin immediately replied, "We've wasted too much time. Let us proceed to Onigashima. I know Kaido is there." With the wind at their backs, they began their journey, with Tachibana following nimbly, while Bakamaru and Huan Shilang adopted the traditional posture of samurai, bearing a hint of ninja flair. In less than 10 minutes, the 4 arrived at the foot of the ominous island. Wang Lin waited for the others to gather, then declared, "Aside from Kaido, I shall not intervene. You must test your own abilities." With that, he leaped onto Onigashima, gathering his focus to call out, "Kaido, step forth. You are the missing piece. Who dares interrupt my revelry with my comrades?" A deep voice resonated from afar, followed by the descent of a colossal dragon, looming over Wang Lin and his companions. "Dragon in the heavens, dragon capturing hand, descend upon me." With a swift motion, Wang Lin unleashed a golden-red dragon shadow, striking Kaido. Following this, the dragon's form morphed into a massive claw, seizing the azure dragon Kaido and pinning him to the ground. "Can you speak?" Wang Lin inquired. Kaido, unaccustomed to such indignation, struggled to rise. Sensing the imminent rupture of the constraining grip, Wang Lin struck again, employing the dragon cage technique to ensnare Kaido's neck with 9 fingers, applying pressure until the anguished roar echoed throughout Wano, resonating across the land. In an instant, Kaido transformed into a colossal figure. Glaring furiously at the unfamiliar interloper, his hands reaching for his spine, yet unable to touch it, he roared, "Who are you? All of you, step forth. Orochi, reveal yourself." Wang Lin intended to exchange a few words before engaging, but upon hearing Orochi's name, he seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Have I not introduced myself? Perhaps I neglected to mention, I am Wang Lin, here to engage in a friendly duel. This trio, one is Odin's brother. Another is the future underworld lord of Wano, and this one with closed eyes is Inuarashi. You should be familiar with him." Kaido was momentarily bewildered by Wang Lin's revelations, questioning why he had asked so many inquiries. However, he sensed something amiss. Nonsense. There is no such person in the Kazuki clan. What is your true objective in seeking me? Just then, another voice interjected. Odin's brother. Inuarashi, you do not appear convincing. Who are you ambitious individuals seeking to usurp the throne? The laughter that followed was grating. Are there not two others named Kuruzumi? Murasake. Where are they? Wang Lin was genuinely repulsed by the laughter, contemplating whether, in a year or two, he might return to settle matters. Ultimately, he had no intention of letting the two fruits slip away today. As he pondered his options, an elderly voice emerged. Who seeks the old man? Who requires my demise? With the principal now present, Wang Lin abandoned thoughts of restraint and acted decisively. Whether through ambush or strategy, it mattered not. The moment the two exchanged words, they vanished, and by the time the phrase about taking their lives reached their ears, they were already in the hands of a stranger. In a bizarre twist, the man claiming to be Odin's brother held two fruits, a banana and an orange. The pirates surrounding them were left in a state of confusion. Questioning the surreal turn of events, Wang Lin glanced at the bewildered crew and smirked slightly, ready to perform a magic trick for the audience. Chapter 45. Defeating Kaido, silencing many while the crowd remained perplexed. The Kuruzumi elders disintegrated before their eyes, swept away by the wind. The banana and orange transformed into devil fruits. The onlookers were left in shock, exclaiming, "What just happened?" He turned them to ash. How is this possible? The chaos intensified, yet Orochi stood out, shouting, "Kaido, kill them. We will sell all our weapons to you at a low price. Call back the hunters outside. Kaido." Kaido, remaining composed, replied, "So you understand this method? Do you intend to use it against me?" Meanwhile, Wang Lin seized the moment amidst the turmoil, swiftly collecting the two fruits. Upon hearing Kaido's question, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to engage in a contest with you. And I hope you will give it your all. By the way, aside from Inuarashi, all of Odin's red scabbards have retreated. Today is not just about the duel. It's also a chance for introductions. Let's discuss more later. You may not be able to absorb it all right now." Kaido pressed on. "What else is there? Speak." "All right, I shall share, but do not forget my words later. Lastly, in your pursuit of power, do not involve the common folk, or everyone present shall meet their end." With the final word, Wang Lin exerted his presence, causing the majority of those present to succumb to unconsciousness, clearing out numerous minions. Conqueror's Haki, Kaido wondered to himself, drawing forth his massive club. "You wish to duel with me. Though I do not understand why, it seems unavoidable. Indeed, you cannot evade this. Should you try, our next encounter will conclude with your demise." His tone was as casual as if inviting Kaido to a meal. "Huh. You must be the young man who recently fought against Ling, right? If not for your current demeanor, I would have never considered it. Has someone drained your spirit? Have you become so weak?" Kaido's laughter echoed, seemingly amused. Wang Lin nodded. "Indeed, Ling possesses formidable physical prowess, and you, too, are a pirate of her caliber. I hope your strength rivals hers, or even surpasses it. Next time, refrain from mocking others' appearances, lest you find yourself with a headache and discomfort on your left side." Kaido paused, puzzled. Why would I have a headache, and why discomfort on my left side? Unable to comprehend, he arrogantly queried, "What does a headache and left side discomfort mean?" Old man, a few capable subordinates, not yet dazed, turned to glance at their leader, whose laughter had an eerie quality. A prominent bump adorned his head. His left cheek had swollen. Upon observing the unfamiliar man shaking his hand, it seemed as though echoes of discomfort in his left cheek lingered in the air, accompanied by an ominous feeling of impending headache. Stifling laughter, they covered their faces, resisting the urge to burst into fits of giggles. Yet they could no longer contain themselves, bursting forth with laughter. "Ah ha ha ha. It is fortunate the boss didn't inquire why it was the left side that ached. Ah ha ha ha. Had it been a case, now both sides would be swollen. Hee hee hee. That would be preferable to having just one side swollen. Hee hee hee." "Silence, you rascals." Kaido could no longer endure this mockery. With so many subordinates present and several of his officers absent, he had already rendered most of his underlings unconscious that Kaido's gaze hardened suddenly as he declared, "Let us take him down together. I shall deal with that strange man. The three of you focus on surrounding and eliminating the others. Upon hearing Kaido's intent to face him alone, Wang Lin was elated. With his 7 stars in hand, he charged towards Kaido, announcing, "Leave these to you." He then engaged Kaido atop the high platform, exerting only a fraction of his power, resulting in a balanced exchange of blows. Fists collided, fingers jabbed, and with a perplexing kick that left a series of white marks on Kaido's body, he executed attacks that Kaido struggled to comprehend. After enduring several bewildering strikes, Kaido shouted for a moment of respite, leaving himself open as he cautiously retreated. Wang Lin halted, inquiring, "You haven't unleashed your full strength yet. Hurry and show your true power. I have urgent matters to attend to after this." Taking a deep breath, Kaido's body began to exhibit a semi-beastly transformation. "So this is your serious form. It seems you have neglected the art of battle for too long. Let today reignite your fighting spirit." Wang Lin observed Kaido's transformation with a smile. The more Kaido elevated his state, the more accurately Wang Lin could gather information, enhancing the compatibility with his puppet in the future, which was quite advantageous. As Kaido began to channel his rage, Wang Lin couldn't help but muse, is it possible that this world of manga has an inherent mechanism for rage? The angrier one becomes, the more formidable they grow. Am I incapable of feeling anger due to my own strength? Mystic art. Heavenly horse. No golden Buddha. Secret technique. Heavenly dominance divine/BC. A voice interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts, reminiscent of a distant memory. Turning around, he beheld the figure of Bawang Maru, his body slightly flushed, wielding his sword. With a twist of his waist and agile footwork, he unleashed a series of group attack skills. In a flurry, Bawang Maru executed a total of 13 slashes before exclaiming, "Ultimate technique, Blue Wind. Ultimate technique, Whirlwind Wave AC," unleashing a mighty gust that sent the bloodied subordinates soaring into the sky. Following this, a relentless barrage continued. Ultimate technique, Heya. Ultimate technique, Fiery Quake /BD, concluding with a triumphant smile directed at Wang Lin. But the show wasn't over. Orange Right Capital was far more subdued, quietly whispering, "Congratulations, congratulations, 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 congratulations." His tone lacked fervor. Yet, with each utterance of congratulations, a shadow with a blade appeared, slashing at foes, while those attempting to flee found themselves met with a swift aerial strike, accompanied by a triumphant boom. Nice. Secret sword technique, Swallow returns skyward AC, sending a flying creature to swiftly attack retreating enemies. Meanwhile, Yashin, once a favored character of Wang Lin, embodied sheer explosive force, fully charged with rage, his entire being radiated crimson, devoid of battle cries, delivering each strike with a grunt, occasionally punctuated by a hi-ya. His movements resembled a whirlwind, effortlessly gliding as he sliced through foes with remarkable flair, exuding an air of rogue charisma. As Kaido continued to amass his fury, the trio of sword masters decimated the hapless minions. Observing this, Wang Lin hastily tossed his backpack to them, stating, "There are fruits inside." Uncertain of how many fruits he could ultimately recover, he recognized that the trio had proven themselves capable of bearing significant responsibilities. Kaido, witnessing the demise of those who once mocked him, felt a mix of fury and relief. Today's events would not be whispered about. And as for that black charcoal, he could dispose of it once he had outlived its usefulness, knowing it would not dare to share his embarrassing moments. Wang Lin, now focusing on exploring the development of rage, found himself at a loss. Could it be that I am too formidable to feel anger? Is that even a possibility? Thunderous 8 trigrams. Die. A fierce wind surged towards Wang Lin, compelling him to instinctively evade the oncoming attack, which crashed into the spot he had just occupied. You scoundrel! A surprise attack? No sense of martial ethics. Immediately retaliating, he launched into a counterattack, initiating his 7 wounds fist. Kaido, unfazed by the failed ambush, casually remarked, "A sneak attack. In the realm of pirates, it is a matter of life and death. There's no room for martial ethics." Wang Lin found this perspective rather reasonable, pondering, isn't martial arts merely a matter of standing tall or lying down? The victor remains upright, while the vanquished lies down. Thus, he responded, "That makes sense. You call that move 8 trigrams, correct? Then I shall unleash the Lushan Ascending Dragon Strike. Muda, muda, muda. Without further ado, Wang Lin crafted an impressive name and commenced his battle shout. Yet he mused, it should have been called the Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. Why are you running away? Yaxin, unimpressed by the inaccuracy of the name, was about to engage in discussion with his comrades when his two companions jumped back, displaying a clear, I don't know this person demeanor. With the final muda echoing, Wang Lin withdrew his fist, exhaling with satisfaction as he declared, Kaido, our duel has concluded. It is best we do not meet again. Turning to observe the triangular formation of the paintings, he felt perplexed. Is this a battle formation? Regardless of its nature, the objective had been achieved. He mentally commanded, let us depart. Bawang Maru and Yaxin will remain behind to execute the plan. Orange Right Capital, you will leave with me shortly. Not long after the quartet departed, Kaido, rising to his full stature, was about to utter a harsh retort when a piercing pain surged within him, causing him to speak softly to Black Charcoal the Snake. Let us return. Have your men awaken those unconscious fools, and toss the dead into the sea to feed the fish. Very well. Let us hasten back and discuss strategies. P.S. Esteemed readers, a 5-star rating would not be too much to ask, would it? Chapter 46. Preparing to seek the land of giants in seclusion, once again stepping into the submarine. A day had elapsed. During this time, Wang Lin meticulously briefed Orange Right Capital on the tasks ahead, to remain in the Fur Tribe as a loyal guardian, adopting a human form by day and a wolf form by night. Wait, what about sleep? Am I not to rest? Wang Lin, aware that he would feel fatigue, hunger, and anger just like a real person unless he immersed himself in water, adjusted his wording. Then do you not know how to take a break? When no one is around, rest a bit. After all, your persona is that of their guardian spirit, understand? Fine, I understand. But are you really just going to leave me there without anything? Like that. Though all were based on his likeness, perhaps Exus had a different self-perception. Why could he not fathom it? All three were, and Yaxin was the easiest to read. Speak plainly, which? Orange Right Capital chuckled and replied. A longevity elixir. Didn't Tiwi just create a batch today? I suspect that if I employ the rules, while I may not be able to produce more of such items, I could at least craft a healing tool. Right? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin grasped Orange Right Capital's intention. It mirrored his setup on Greed Island, creating a healing unit based on the Archangel's breath. Intrigued, he inquired, tell me, how do you plan to go about it? I'm considering whether I can contract a syringe or another item with healing capabilities that in the future, if someone falls ill and cannot be treated, they could use the syringe to extract a vial of anti-inflammatory medicine. And after injection, it would facilitate healing. By the way, the small pills would be stored within the syringe, with a maximum dosage of 10 cc per injection. This should suffice for quite some time. Wang Lin marveled at the ingenuity of this figure from the painting. Pondering, could this be how a scientist perceives me? Intelligent, compassionate, responsible. In awe, Wang Lin summoned the Book of All-Powerful, stating, you give it a try first. If it doesn't work, I'll step in. The reason for allowing Tachibana Yukio to experiment independently is that only one's own manifested weaponry can truly align with personal utility. Of course, that does not apply to Kate, who, until his demise, never managed to attain his ideal weapon state. Thanks to the Joker. After a brief period, Tachibana Yukio shook his head and remarked, this one do. The condition for the contract cannot be established. It must be because we are not genuine. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and pressed the doorbell of the laboratory. When X appeared, he shared his concept regarding Tachibana Yukio, instructing him to immediately create a syringe. Approximately 10 minutes later, a syringe was completed, lacking a needle but featuring an exceptionally slender tube. The propulsion section conveniently housed a compartment designed to accommodate small tablets. After placing the tablets inside, Wang Lin began to employ a book to fabricate a device capable of drawing in the liquid potion Yukio described, while simultaneously ensuring the tablets dissolve finely. Furthermore, the syringe needed to integrate with this device to possess the ability to conduct thought energy, and its durability had to meet established standards. All conditions were set, utilizing one's own thought energy as material. With the intricate process entrusted to this enigmatic essence, after a while, a card materialized. The back of the card bore the shape of the syringe crafted by X, marked as a special item, irrevocable upon use, explained as a syringe-type thought beast, capable of autonomously adjusting the concentration of the administered potion according to measured requirements. That IT could also accept commands from individuals possessing thought abilities during use, allowing for the increase, decrease, or dilution of the potion as concentration. Upon use, it would automatically generate a thought needle to avert bacterial infection. Not bad. That will suffice, he declared. Activate. Target confirmed. Fusion. The card transformed into a beam of light that penetrated the syringe and under Yukyu's watchful gaze. The syringe became imbued with thought energy. Within the propulsion area, a diminutive thought beast emerged and swiftly dove into the compartment housing the tablets, swallowing them whole, followed by a surge of intent conveying the specific method of usage. After grasping the precise operation of the syringe, Wang Lin disdainfully tossed it aside, stating, "Even if it is a thought beast of my own creation, I find it somewhat repulsive." Tachibana Yukyu, puzzled, took it and sensed it carefully, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Fortunately, I am immortal, unless I encounter water." The following day, they arrived at the feet of the giant elephant Zhao, watching as Tachibana Yukyu gracefully ascended into the clouds. In his mind, Wang Lin addressed the elephant, saying, "Until we meet again, fascinating creature." The elephant, however, paid him no heed, continuing its slow, soulless strides. Upon entering the submarine, Wang Lin instructed, "Shao AI, set course for Elbaf, the land of giants." "Okay, finally, it's just me and Big Brother." He. Wang Lin sat in the passenger seat, accompanying Shao AI, listening to her chatter that only emerged when they were alone. "Big Brother, where are we headed after this?" Wang Lin pondered briefly before responding, "We'll likely stay in Elbaf for about 10 months. Only there can I find sufficient colossal food to sustain me during my seclusion. Once this retreat concludes, I want to indulge in such isolation again. Each emergence feels like a journey through time. And then, we're to after 10 months?" Wang Lin glanced at the schedule and replied, "To safeguard the legacy of civilization and dispose of soulless lackeys." "What do you think, Shao AI?" "Good. Protect civilization and eliminate the dogs." "Indeed. Splendid that I shall ensure you receive some reading material beforehand for your studies. That be by the way, during my retreat, I can have Brother X teach you about culture. He is quite intelligent. No, I don't want that." Then, the two engage in a discussion regarding education, leading them toward the land of giants. Wang Lin swam out through a drainage outlet of the submarine, wishing to avoid interaction with the giants for now, merely seeking to fish. 10 months, calculated at 30 days per month, amounted to 150,000 days of seclusion. 8 tablets to replenish his lifespan were already prepared, awaiting sufficient food supplies. After a continuous month of fishing, the giants noticed a decline in the presence of enormous goldfish and other seafood in the vicinity. Many fishermen began contemplating venturing farther out to sea in search of fish for the sustenance of their nation. Fortunately, crops remained on the island. Otherwise, famine would ensue. Wang Lin calculated that based on a catch of 1 large seafood every 15 days, he would hunt a total of 10,000 seafood before waving goodbye to Shao AI and bravely entering the training chamber. Drawing out the 7 stars, he addressed it, "O 7 stars, for your sake, I have sacrificed 23 to 24 years. Now I must retreat once more. Should you fail to catch up with the demon slayer, I shall be quite displeased." Remarkably, the 7 stars remained still, as if understanding the significance of this occasion. Subsequently, he approached the seclusion room, opened the first door, set the duration to 300 natural days, and adjusted the flow rate to maximum before stepping inside. The retreat commenced, silent and protracted. In the tranquil environment, Wang Lin sensed something amiss and began to mobilize his intellect for contemplation. "Wait, I've calculated. 150,000 days for 10 years. I've already secluded myself for 23 years. Damn. P.S. Have some readers confused the author's country and the depicted world of pirates? I admit I find some of Oda's settings quite frustrating. Why must all adventurers lose their mothers? What a bizarre premise." Please check how he responds to reporters. He claims that a mother is the antithesis of adventure, implying that to embark on adventures, one must lose their mother, right? ISNT, the underlying meaning essentially that ideally, The entire family should perish, and such circumstances are not uncommon in the manga. Usopp's father abandoning his wife and child, his mother dying and longing, Frankie's parents neglecting their only son, etc. Is this the required setting for adventure? What a twisted imagination! Although Oda's manga is undeniably passionate, it cannot overshadow his darker inclinations that I cannot elaborate much on their histories, as it treads into political territory. Furthermore, he has made the background of his country. Wano, extraordinarily formidable. One. Roger, in his pursuit of Odin, knelt before him, imploring him to board his ship. Odin's martial prowess could defeat Kaido with a single strike, while his retainers, the Red Scabbards, were all formidable without consuming devil fruits, as they regarded them as demons. 2. Dragon died hundreds of years ago, yet the world government dared not invade the isolated country of Wano. The narrative reveals that when Dragon was alive, he could withstand a siege from the world government and the Navy's elite, defeating enemies with a single blow. Thus, even in death, Dragon retained the power to instill fear worldwide. 3. The Elephant Lord obeys the commands of the Kazuki family, and even the historical records of the world are attributed to them. 4. Momonosuke, a mere child, holds the key to unlocking One Piece. Yet this critically important character is portrayed as timid and afraid of heights, which is understandable considering he has not aged mentally in 20 years, maintaining a childlike mentality. However, Oda depicts this child as lecherous, cunning, and vile. Now, suddenly, he is being redeemed with hints of his royal lineage that I adore One Piece for its pursuit and worldview. It emphasizes that the world of One Piece is not equivalent to that of Japan. A mere speck on the map, Oda's creation draws extensively from global historical legends. For instance, the lunar beings are inspired by Sumerian mythology, and the inscriptions of world history are found in tangible Sumerian artifacts. The celestial dragon's claims of divine right also echo the Anunnaki of Sumer. Newgate, the real-life pirate, is divided into Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Charlotte Linlin is based on a historical female pirate, and afternoon tea is a British custom. We cannot assert that the real world is merely Japan, can we? Finally, after typing so much, I wish to pose a question. How did the protagonists of One Piece come to embody the realization of dreams in Japan? Wang Lin's aspirations cannot be contained within Wano. The territory is too small. Similarly, Wano cannot encompass the world. 6 small islands plus 1 ghost island are minuscule that if one equates the world in the works of Japanese authors to Japan itself. I have no further comments. Then I acknowledge I am indeed contradictory. Each their own perspective. I shall leave it at that. Chapter 47. Various developments x the establishment of the Crimson Flower Dual Core Society. The die is cast. And Wang Lin resignedly continues to strengthen the 7-star sword, devoid of any distractions. This intense release and recovery of energy, day by day, leads to the rapid growth of his thought energy. Half a month after Wang Lin departed from Wano, the people of the world were bombarded by a monumental news bomb from the press. The emergence of an inconceivable power was the headline. According to the investigations of our secret reporters, the notorious pirate Big Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beast have been defeated by a mysterious man. This enigmatic figure was seen last year in Logtown, where he, before the eyes of the world, personally unlocked the shackles from the former pirate king Roger and subsequently killed him. Since that day, this mysterious man has vanished without a trace. His latest appearance was just half a month ago when he traveled to Wano and vanquished Kaido. Before defeating Kaido, he had only just vanquished Charlotte Linlin. Now allow me to reveal to you all, his name is Lin. The bounty is a staggering 100 million berries. Do you think this is the end? Not at all. According to our various sources, there was a tragic incident in the South Sea where a secret unit was annihilated. The reasons remain unknown, the numbers are uncertain, and the perpetrator is a mystery. However, I speculate that it is quite likely that this Lin is involved. We welcome any additional information regarding Lin, and we shall reward every informant generously. Berries aplenty. Bang! Sitting in the conference room, Steelbone pointed at Kazuru and questioned, "Is the secret unit under your command even less competent than a mere journalist?" Without allowing Kazuru to respond, he continued, "Now, this Lin has defeated Kaido. Carp, didn't you mention that during your last duel, he was still rather inexperienced? Is this what you call inexperienced? and about that incident in the South Sea. Carp, tell me, why was he there to challenge you? Yeah? Marshal, are you speaking to me? Oh dear, I seem to tire easily these days. Am I getting old? The Marshal glanced at Carp. Sengoku, Zephyr, what are your thoughts on Lin? Today's meeting is centered around Wang Lin, yet there seems to be little to discuss, which leaves everyone feeling rather vexed. Dismissed, go investigate and uncover his information. Yes, Marshal, meanwhile on the side of the fur tribe. Orange Right Capital was transforming into a werewolf, reading the news to everyone while administering injections to the ailing small animals. His sage-like demeanor captivated the little creatures, leaving them wide-eyed with wonder. On Whitebeard's ship, a group of individuals gazed incredulously at the newspaper. Whitebeard erupted into his characteristic laughter, exclaiming, "This young man is extraordinary. Sons, be sure not to provoke him. He possesses a formidable killing intent." On an island in the East Sea, red-haired Shanks frowned at the newspaper, muttering to himself, "Is he truly that formidable? What went wrong? Brother Lin has already planted the seeds of his powers within me. Why is it that my haki has improved, yet this psychic ability eludes me?" As various factions were astonished by the news, on an island in Wano, a gang was preparing to establish itself. "Today we gather in Jiuli for what purpose?" Yashigami Jinjuro and Bawangru stood upon a high platform, with Yashigami shouting. Below, a motley assortment of samurai answered loudly. For money, for women, and upon hearing this, Yashigami felt a vain throb on his forehead and scolded. "Nonsense! Such matters should not be spoken aloud." Whack! Yashigami leapt off the platform, caught by his subordinates. Despite a five-finger imprint on his face, he stood tall once more and ascended the stage again. Bawangmaru retracted his hand and stepped forward, stating, "The establishment of our Red Flower Society is for the people of Wano. Let us broaden our horizons and not indulge in hedonism, you understand." A group of ruffians scratched their heads in confusion, asking, "My lord, what exactly is the, horizon you speak of? Why should we broaden it? And shouldn't those people be managed by Kurizumi Orochi?" A clever rogue slapped the foolish one, saying, "Fool, you've forgotten that our lord is of the Kazuki clan. He can also become the king. Now that we are rebelling against the king, we shall be ministers in the future." That a rogue who had spent 2 days at sea shook his head. "Fool, do you not grasp the meaning of our two lords? We aim to establish a grand pirate crew. We shall seize the treasures of other nations, and our people will flourish. In turn, we will gain wealth, women, and prestige. Is that truly the case? Of course, I am a significant figure with a bounty of 200,000. Listening to the crude remarks below, Bawangru and Yashigami were at a loss. Yashigami remarked, "Is this really what we instructed?" "Something feels off." Bawangru shared his frustration. "I too am perplexed. It should not be this way. Could it be that those we empowered are all foolish?" "Who are you calling foolish?" "Bawangru, I am speaking of you. At the very least, I have included myself in this mess. If we are to speak frankly, those who specialize solely in enhancement are the most foolish, as they think in a straight line. I have the release type to elevate my intellect." "Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. Haha, next time, let us be clear in our words. Otherwise, I might just end up cutting you down one day." "TCH, cut me. Never mind, I want to argue with you. Let us think of a way to make these people understand us better." Thus Bawangru and Yashigami Jinjuro squatted down together, observing the people below, listening to their boastful chatter. Having completely forgotten the purpose of their gathering, Yashigami stroked his chin, saying, "I have an idea. I wonder if it will work." Bawangru replied, "I have one too. Why don't we share?" So the two exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Let us reach a consensus." With their opinions aligned, they leapt down, leading to a cacophony of battle cries and yelps of pain. Minutes later, they stood on the platform once more, succinctly stating, "Now, the Red Flower Society is established. We too shall be the leaders, and due to our dual core, our full name shall be the Red Flower Dual Core Society. Henceforth, Yashigami will lead you to AS for me. I shall head to the Daimyo-S residence. I must at least have a voice in matters." Yashigami Jinjuro continued, "Bring forth any cultured and intelligent individuals you know to present to Lord Bawangru. If they impress him, there may be an opportunity to become advisors. This is a rare chance. Everyone, lastly, The rules are that we must not oppress the commoners, yet we shall not be oppressed either. Aside from time spent farming, you all must train with me in swordsmanship. Do you hear me? Only then can you protect those you wish to safeguard." Bawangmaru suddenly had a thought and said, "Who among you will journey to Baiwu to deliver a message to the Shuangyue clan, stating that Kazuki Bawangmaru will visit soon?" A rogue from Baiwu volunteered for the task, and together they held a grand feast to celebrate the establishment of their gang, marking the beginning of their organized lives. After ensuring everyone was well fed, Bawangmaru exchanged greetings with Yashigami and then set off alone towards the flower capital. Along the way, he inquired and, after 3 days, reached the General's residence. Approaching the guards, he stated, "Please inform the Lord that Kazuki Bawangmaru seeks an audience with Kurizumi Orochi." Upon hearing that someone was seeking their lord, the guards initially intended to reprimand him, but suddenly thought better of it upon recognizing the name Kazuki, and hurriedly ran inside. Soon after, another soldier emerged to relay the message. "My lord, please enter." Without a hint of hesitation, Bawangmaru stepped through the door, following the soldier until he reached a grand hall. The large-headed serpent sat in a high seat, flanked by his courtiers. Orochi inquired, What do you want?" Bawangmaru, with his sword resting on his shoulder, smiled. "Oh, it's nothing much, just to inform you that for the next 22 years, you may do as you please, but you must not oppress the commoners. Furthermore, do not mistake me for that fool Odin, attempting to threaten me with the lives of the common folk. Their fate is of no concern to me. However, their lives or deaths will affect my mood. Should my displeasure stem from your actions, I will pursue you relentlessly to the ends of the earth." With that, he turned and headed for the door. But just as he reached it, he suddenly spun around, startling Orochi and tell Kaido it's the same for him. However, should he commit any misdeeds, I may not be able to defeat him, but my leader's strength, as you know, is formidable, right? Well, I shall take my leave now. The area beyond Jiuli is my territory. Do not venture there without cause, lest I be compelled to slay you. This time, he truly departed. How infuriating! As the ruler of Wano, I am being threatened by him. You all think of a way to eliminate him without anyone discovering that I am behind it. Several courtiers, cold sweat beading on their brows, nodded and hurriedly exited the hall. That moment, they shared a singular thought. To leave quickly, whether to abandon Orochi or continue to serve him, was secondary. They needed to navigate the present situation first. Pidatus. The last chapter had too many comments, which affected everyone's reading experience. However, I truly needed to express myself. Just like in reality, many detest American imperialism, yet still find certain blockbuster movies rather enjoyable. One cannot expect viewers to simultaneously criticize the American authorities while praising the films, right? It illustrates how the audience can dream in America while simultaneously denouncing them. Doesn't it? Chapter 48. The Ascension of the Seven Stars and the Convergence of Sword and Spirit in the Hall of Heroes. It is often said that time serves as the finest whetstone, capable of erasing all things. News concerning Wang Lin, after enduring 10 months of erosion, has long since been supplanted by other stories. Among them is the saga of the formidable woman, Ling, who has expanded her dominion. There are reports of an impending assembly of the world government, the apprehension of a historian, and a rather obscure tale regarding the formation of a band of mountain bandits known as the Red Flower Society. This particular news did capture fleeting interest for a few days, but soon faded into obscurity, primarily because the bandit leader, Yashin Huanchalang, offered no bounty and instead opted to cultivate the land rather than plunder. Ultimately, this story was relegated to mere jest, as what relevance does a band of mountain bandits hold in the vast expanse of the sea? Conversely, the emergence of 3 prospective vice admirals within the Navy sent a chill through the world. Yet, all of this bore no connection to Wang Lin, who found himself in anticipation. Just one more day, and I shall be free. 7 stars shortly. I shall introduce you to an elder sister. In truth, you have met her before. I know who it is. It is Sister Xiao Ai, is it not, Master? The 7 Stars Holy Sword was also quite anxious, having possessed life for many years. Wang Lin's calculations had entirely overlooked his own advancement in strength, resulting in nearly a century of premature expectations. However, Wang Lin had no choice but to continue his passive cultivation, for only through training could he pass the interminable hours. It was only after the first manifestation of seven-star sentience that Wang Lin found a modicum of amusement. Yet in those early days, seven stars could only utter simple sounds. Wang Lin resumed the initial process of nurturing his qi and blood, doing so once a month. Each nurturing session allowed for a mental exchange with seven stars. For 4 centuries, this nurturing never ceased, until the final year, when seven stars' intelligence blossomed and dialogue became seamless. During that year, Wang Lin and seven stars engaged in conversation to alleviate their boredom. Additionally, the century of nurturing involved not only the infusion of blood, but also the continuous cultivation of will and dominance. Now, the seven stars' holy sword brimmed with confidence, asserting that even in a state of uncontrolled power, it could sever the most formidable blades with a single stroke, in its own words. This is the realization inherent to being a weapon. Wang Lin, upon hearing seven stars' words, felt a sense of satisfaction with its polite address of Sister Xiao Ai. Though Xiao Ai was quite juvenile, she had been his earliest companion and the first to exhibit signs of life. Regardless of her origins, Xiao Ai would always trust him, and Wang Lin felt a deep emotional connection towards her. Thus, he resolved to find a compatible soul for her to absorb, enabling her to truly become a living being in the future. This was also a debt of gratitude owed to Whitebeard. Had it not been for his devil fruit, Wang Lin might have carelessly bestowed upon her any fruit he encountered. Such an act would have resulted in the loss of an adorable little sister. Therefore, regardless of whether new intelligent beings would emerge, respect must be afforded to Xiao Ai, the elder sister figure. In this regard, seven stars have performed admirably. 7 stars. Would you be willing to utilize a devil fruit? I am reluctant, but if my master desires it, then I shall comply. Wang Lin was somewhat taken aback. Yes, that's so. Then it is unnecessary. However, if you do not, it seems unlikely that you will attain a physical form. Seven stars retorted defiantly. Did not the master claim that the cultivation of will pertains to extreme practitioners? Therefore, once the master teaches seven stars the art of will cultivation, I shall be able to manifest a physical form. This statement struck Wang Lin like a bolt from the blue. Igniting a flurry of thoughts within him, he inquired, "Over these many years, under the influence of my will, have you sensed the possibility of learning it yourself?" "I cannot. Therefore, it is imperative for you, master, to strive diligently. The potential for seven stars to attain a physical form rests solely upon you." This unexpected turn of events caught Wang Lin off guard. He had not anticipated that the sword spirit would possess such audacity to utter such words that a wave of perplexity washed over him. The anticipation of the final moment was excruciating, although Wang Lin displayed no external emotion. Resembling a man wearing a mask, internally he was ablaze with impatience, eager to escape the confines of the meditation chamber. How might he pass the time? By heavens, I had forgotten. After centuries, system, come forth. What is it? Well, after hundreds of years without summons, your reaction seems rather sluggish. Host, what are you saying? Speak clearly. At this moment, Wang Lin yearned to ascertain one thing. Why did you not remind me of my utter boredom while I languished here? To clarify, what should I have reminded you of? The Hall of Heroes. Damn it. I could have roamed the Hall of Heroes. I have endured centuries of tedium, and you merely watched without a hint of reminder. Today, I intend to confront you about the incident when I was 10 years old, and you caused me to wet the bed. Now, host, you are being unreasonable. Even now, you're causing a ruckus. Would you have learned the 6 forms without the bedwetting? Wang Lin had long since grasped that such a price would not exceed 2 years of lifespan. Nonsense. The constraints of Kurapika's contract are calculated by minutes of lifespan deducted. 10 years for a single day. Consider the soldier. Did the cumulative time he taught me even amount to a day? Moreover, he only imparted theoretical knowledge. Does that require an hour? You are indeed deceiving me, the system remarked, given your assertions. I find myself at a loss for words. In light of this, do you still wish to visit the Hall of Heroes? Of course. Why else would I engage you in this discussion? Wang Lin, infuriated, felt the heat of the matter. Concentrating his thoughts, he resolved that in the future, should he wish to enter There would be no need to seek him out. He had not anticipated that the system would be so dim-witted. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin retorted, "Had you not spoken, how would I have known?" "Ah, wait a moment. Are you being double-edged in your words? Are you shifting topics? Are you truly devoid of life?" Wang Lin initiated a cerebral storm, concluding that this entity undeniably possessed self-awareness. By heavens, could it be a wish from the hunters? Yet that notion was absurd. That concept was far more ruthless, involving 3 requests for a single demand. That a request could cost you a fingernail or even a digit, not to mention an eye or a nose. Only then would a wish be granted. Furthermore, wishes could be infinite. However, once a request was made, the wish would become a demand. That if one were to wish for something such as world peace, upon its fulfillment, one would be compelled to repay with a 10-fold or 100-fold burden. Forget it. Why delve into such matters? Ultimately, it is merely concealment, and it still treats me passably well. Wang Lin could not fathom the origins of the system, so he chose to abandon the inquiry. After concentrating his thoughts, he charged through the grand door within his heart. Approaching the door, he gently pushed it open and quietly stepped inside. That he heard, "Ace, come, let your father see how much your strength has progressed." "Father, look, this old ghost is bullying the young again." "Ha ha ha, son. This time do not hold back. Give him a proper thrashing and show him your true strength." "That's right, son, come forth. Your father has also made progress over these past centuries." Crash! What was that sound of something falling to the ground? The crowd turned to see Wang Lin, who upon looking down, beheld 7 stars. 7 stars? How did you get in here? Wang Lin was taken aback. "Master, it was you who brought me in. 7 stars replied. "Ah, Master, it seems I can transform now." Just as the words escaped, 7 stars transformed into the form of a young boy, bouncing about and inspecting his hands and feet. Wang Lin followed 7 stars' lead and raised his gaze to the onlookers, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Has everyone eaten? Youngster, you've kept us confined here for nearly 1,000 years. What exactly do you intend to do?" Wang Lin immediately began to reminisce, and after a moment, he recalled that the flow of time here was inherently swift, further hastened by his own meditative retreat. Oh, a misunderstanding. This was merely a misunderstanding. I too have been in seclusion in an environment quite similar to this. Therefore, the actual time am, counting on my fingers, yes indeed, the true passage of time corresponds to the moment Roger was executed. Only 2 years have elapsed. As for Yutian and the others, it has merely been 11 months. What? Hey, esteemed elders, should you not introduce me to who this uncle is? Wang Lin regarded the familiar face, finding nothing peculiar about its ability to speak or otherwise. Yet he was curious about the attire. "May I inquire how your clothing, as well as Ace's, came to be?" The several gentlemen exchanged glances before Yutian replied. "We simply wish to come." Wang Lin: "You wish to come?" "Indeed. Overthinking leads to exhaustion. Alas, dealing with women can be quite bothersome. They constantly conjure an array of outfits for us men to ponder, leaving us fatigued for several days each month." What utter nonsense! Who would disagree? In just a few days, we find ourselves envisioning garments as something entirely different, which is truly taxing on the mind. Taxing on the mind? Chapter 49, A Hasty Preliminary Understanding. Departing in fatigue, Wang Lin was taken aback by their words, reflecting on his thoughts. Had they not demonstrated it right before him, he would have never believed it. Thus, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, producing a lollipop, unwrapping it, and savoring the flavor. He then conjured 3 more and offered them to the trio. They accepted the treats, yet did not consume them, opting instead to tuck them away in their pockets. "Not eating?" Wang Lin inquired with curiosity. Roger spoke up. "Lin, when we think of food, it requires considerable effort, and food serves to replenish our energy. That it's rather peculiar here. Sleep can restore us, but contemplating food relies on who thinks of it first and who gets to eat it. Hence, we reserve some food for special occasions." Observing Roger's seriousness, Wang Lin asked, "Is there a problem here?" Roger replied, "Not at all. That in fact, we can all feel ourselves growing stronger year by year. I believe if I were to return now, a mere glance could obliterate someone from afar." Wang Lin nodded, trying a chicken leg, then consuming it. The flavor is decent." He casually tossed the bone aside. Watching it vanish, feeling around, He realized he was not fatigued in the least. With a grand gesture, he continued walking, proclaiming, "Today, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast. All you can eat." Upon hearing this delightful news, Yuqian eagerly led the way, shouting for his retainers to join them at Roger's home for a meal. Wang Lin ambled along with Qixing, taking in his surroundings. Roger and his son trailed behind, with the son asking his father, "Dad, is this man really the Uncle Lin you often speak of?" "Indeed, this is the very Uncle Lin who brought us all here," Roger affirmed. "That's so. Does that mean I was supposed to be born in the South Sea? But he brought me and Mom here instead." "What are you implying, Ace?" Roger replied, "It's not a bad thing, I suppose." Ace, eager to prove himself, remarked, "Everyone says he is formidable. I want to test my strength against him." Roger did not deter him, merely stating, "Can you defeat your father Yuqian and the other fathers when they join forces?" Ace shot a glance at his father, saying, "With such underhanded tactics, how could I possibly win?" Roger responded, "Lin once incapacitated them with a single move. Had they not been brought here, your fathers, aside from Yuqian, would have perished. Those were their exact words." Ace halted, while Roger continued walking. Ignoring him, as Roger approached, Wang Lin asked, "Why hasn't little Ace joined us? How can we commence the feast without him?" Roger shrugged, saying, "The youth is somewhat reckless. He wanted to challenge you earlier, but I informed him of your accomplishments, and that settled it." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin chuckled. "Indeed, Ace, so impulsive. You didn't think twice before attempting to assassinate Whitebeard, nor did you bother to understand Blackbeard before pursuing him alone. Right?" Roger winced at the thought, choosing not to engage further. Due to their conversation, his wife Lugio had already relayed the events concerning Ace to Roger, which had left him feeling quite disheartened. Meanwhile, Wang Lin jovially approached a stunning young woman, who was actually a breathtakingly beautiful cross-dresser, to chat. While affectionately ruffling the fur on the dog cam lawn and scratching the chin of Cat, "I'm not a puppy. Woof woof, little cat meow." Wang Lin dodged the playful bites from both creatures. Laughing heartily, "What did I tell you? Mimi, this is fish. Dogs eat bones." As he spoke, he envisioned a fish and a meaty bone, tossing them out. The adorable creatures, in hot pursuit, made swift turns, darting towards the bone and the fish, their honest little bodies declaring, "Even if it's delicious, we shall not forgive you, ah woo." "Lin, this truly is your nature." "I assent it," a gentle voice interjected. Wang Lin turned to see a figure gracefully approach, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Lady Lugio, it's been ages. You look even more stunning without the freckles. And dear lady, you have also rejuvenated quite a bit. Complimenting women on their beauty is always a foolproof strategy." This is a principle Wang Lin had gleaned from numerous films and television series before his untimely demise. "Are you suggesting we were once old and unattractive?" The two women's smiles faded considerably, and although their words remained polite, Wang Lin discerned a hint of coldness. Nowadays, Wang Lin's sensitivity to atmosphere was unparalleled, even towards those in spiritual states. After hearing their response, he reflected, "The tone seems somewhat off. Where did I err? Both the plain and the beautiful enjoy flattery. I have read about how to make wealthy women fall for me in 2 books. I was indeed complimenting them." Perhaps it was the abruptness of his words, compounded by their subtle hints. Thus, Wang Lin replied, "Not at all. You two were never old, nor unattractive. Just then, Roger, along with Yuqian for companions, and a geisha from an island nation approached, overhearing Wang Lin's statement. The composed Sudro interjected, "Everyone, weren't we promised a grand feast? Lin, if you truly intend to offer a bottomless meal today, I shall overlook your earlier indiscretion of not inquiring about our predicament." Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Nonsense. I was rescuing you, granting you an opportunity to escape your misery. Those I intend to eliminate shall never be granted a chance for redemption. Now, let us discuss what you all wish to eat. Speak up, I shall conjure it, but do keep in mind, if it's something I'm unfamiliar with, don't expect me to figure it out." The group engaged in lively discussion, each voicing their desired dishes and beverages. Ultimately, Wang Lin could not accommodate everyone, particularly as he was puzzled by some of the requests. What on earth is fish chicken? Is it fish or chicken? And what are the cicada? Is it a cicada or something else? In the end, it was simply a feast of fish and meat, followed by reminiscences of the rum he had consumed during his first drinking session with Whitebeard. Observing the gluttonous revelry, Wang Lin wandered towards the depths of this realm. Since the establishment of this hall of heroic spirits, he had never truly ventured inside, remaining oblivious to its mysteries. Wang Lin felt as though he had walked for an eternity, surrounded by a dull haze. Ahead, a vague, luminous entity beckoned, its nature unclear. Perhaps he had overthought matters. After 2 hours, drowsiness overtook him. Shaking his head, Wang Lin concluded that it would be unwise to slumber in such a place. Uncertain if it would yield good fortune at a territory to which he did not belong, such recklessness would be ill-advised. Sighing, he resolved to withdraw and seize the opportunity for a brief nap. Having made his decision, he retreated swiftly, summoning Qi Xing, bidding farewell to everyone with a simple "see you another day." He did not allow them to escort him, departing directly. Upon reaching the square, he passed by Ace, conjuring a milk candy and tossing it into his mouth. The unexpected intrusion startled Ace awake, prompting him to spit it out. Wang Lin stepped forward, gently lifting his chin to close his mouth once more. "Little brat, if you don't return soon, your unreliable father and uncles will devour all the good food. If you wish to challenge me, first defeat those old geezers. Your Uncle Lin is now countless times stronger than when your father Yutian first arrived." After bolstering Ace's spirits, Wang Lin exited the door, mentally communicating with his body. Upon reopening his eyes, he realized only a short while had passed. The day remained unchanged, yet at last, weariness had set in. He cast Qi Xing aside, allowing him to entertain himself. Muttering, "Is this what a headache feels like?" Sleep, he lay down on the spot, and in an instant, fell into a deep slumber. After Wang Lin succumbed to sleep, Qi Xing initially twitched a few times before swiftly unsheathing his sword. In this confined space of 100 square meters, one could truly be seen leaping about, sword hilt touching the ground, occasionally unleashing feeble sword energy. Chapter 50. Returning to the West Sea, Journey to O'Hara. Upon awakening, Wang Lin found Qi Xing peacefully lying beside him. That he rose, secured Qi Xing at his waist, and stretched lazily as the countdown ticked away. When it reached 1, he pushed open the door and departed without looking back. Upon entering the training room, he found himself aboard a submarine. There, he observed Xiao AI feeding a spoonful of something to an infant on the bed. Upon noticing Wang Lin emerging from the door, Xiao AI set down the bowl and spoon, leaping toward him while exclaiming, "Brother!" Yet, Wang Lin's attention was not on her, but rather on the infant. "Xiao AI, what is this? Who is this child?" Xiao AI, perplexed by Wang Lin's inquiry, replied, "This was sent by Brother Ikisi, who said to bring out the clone infant on January 1st. Wang Lin recalled that this year marked the annihilation of O'Hara, and it was now early February. He cradled the infant, probing with his energy and finding everything satisfactory. The body functions were intact, though vitality was weak and the soul fragile. However, fate had decreed, and since this was to be AC's substitute, he would ensure the child completed this journey. With a plan forming in his mind, he retrieved a card he had long prepared from the omnipotent book. Upon activating the card, an ethereal thought beast emerged and entered the infant's mind. The purpose of this thought beast was to thoroughly record and replicate the host's experiences and memories, transforming into a small orb upon the host's demise. Wang Lin then produced another card, which depicted a balance scale. He materialized it and directed its power toward the infant. On the scale appeared 2 indicators: lifespan on one side and physique on the other, in the spirit of equivalent exchange. Enhancing the body's strength would reduce lifespan. The infant's aura shifted, the ailing demeanor vanished, and he appeared robust, unlike other children of this world. Wang Lin halted when the lifespan dwindled to a mere 21 years. Perhaps a miracle could occur. A little more time might allow Luffy to alter your fate. Contemplating the child's name, he felt a sense of pride in his role in this arrival. Perhaps he would decide once he met Carp. For now, he would return home to show his parents their grandson. That he then instructed Xiao AI to surface, cradling the infant as he leapt from the submarine. And after retracting Xiao AI, he stood upon the ocean's surface. Observing the giants in the distance fishing, he chose not to greet them, instead pushing open a dimensional door and stepping into the long-forgotten dream island of greed. Casually closing the door behind him, in a daze, he sensed several giants pointing in his direction. Had the giant race discovered him? No matter. They were merely a bunch of simpletons who would soon forget. Breathing in the sweet air and listening to the sounds of laughter and joy, Wang Lin felt elated, gathering his strength as he appeared at the doorstep of his childhood home moments later. Before he could knock, familiar laughter reached his ears. Yo ho 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 ho. Darling, someone has come and proposed to our son again. Our son is simply exceptional. Ha ha ha. Indeed. One need only look at who he was nurtured by. Wouldn't you agree? Meteor, oh, darling, you're so coarse. I adore it. Roar, Meteor, you are as enchanting as ever. Oh, darling. Roar, Meteor. Wang Lin could almost envision the scene, suppressing the urge to retch as he knocked on the door. Bang! Who is it? His father opened the door, a frown on his face, suppressing his irritation as he inquired. Do you not recognize me? It is Wang Lin. Xiao Lin? Lin Lin? Wang Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Humph. Everyone wants to be my son now. Never have I seen an old man come to claim his S-O-N-D. Oh, not think that just because your hair is dark, you can pretend to be youthful. Have you even looked at your own face? Yo ho 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 ho. Let me see who else wishes to become my son. Oh, and a child as well. Are we now offering grandchildren as a bonus? Ho 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 ho, dar mm. Wang Lin's godfather quickly coughed to prevent his wife from waxing affectionate in front of outsiders. At that moment, Wang Lin realized his appearance had not fully retained its youthfulness. Memories flooded back. With an enhancement in comprehension, he recalled that the 8 pills had merely preserved 400 years of lifespan. But due to his earlier miscalculations and over 20 years of seclusion, he now appeared to be in his 50s. Thus, during the jovial banter of his parents, Wang Lin produced 3 pills, consuming one himself while tossing the other 2 to his parents. Only one remains? No matter. More will come. He silently resolved, stealing himself. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into pure life energy that rejuvenated his aging body and extended his lifespan. Once the effects settled, a young man in his 20s stood before the couple. Both still in their 20s, Wang Lin interrupted their saccharine exchanges. Is it better now? Father, mother? Oh, Wei embraced Ame. Darling, you look younger. Husband, you are more handsome. 1,000 crows flew through Wang Lin's mind. He had utterly succumbed, relegated to waiting as before. After about 10 minutes, Wang Lin finally spoke. Are we calm now? The man turned. Ah, son, it's you. When did you return? The woman beamed. Xiao Lin. Come here for a hug. Wang Lin, resigned, complied, and introduced the infant he held, sharing a brief overview of his situation. The inhabitants of this space were not entirely ignorant of the outside world. Ships often appeared in Qinghai, bringing back newspapers after their errands. They had long ceased to see news birds flying to their island, and even the signals from telephone bugs were intermittent. Once, a newspaper they brought back featured an article about Wang Lin, and his bounty had become well known within their community. From that moment on, Wang Lin's existence became their trump card for adventures, venturing a bit further. Each time they set sail and encountered danger, brandishing the bounty from the newspaper would grant them some respect. Of course, there were those who remained indifferent, but once they realized they could shake off pursuers by returning to waters close to their island. They recognized the island's peculiarities, yet some could never leave. These were the individuals Wang Lin had transported, those who should have perished, now largely residing on Greed Island. Only the indigenous inhabitants of this home could relay news from the outside world. After a warm family gathering, Wang Lin bid farewell to his parents once more. This time, he intended to deliver the child to Karp before heading to O'Hara. Thus, he sought out a naval outpost in the West Sea, asking the station officers to notify Karp, citing Karp's romantic entanglements as the reason that he left the infant behind, intending to discuss the specifics later when they reunited. The destination was not far. O'Hara, renowned in the West Sea as a bastion of archaeology, the birthplace of Nico Robin, boasting the world's largest collection of scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge. However, the world government was loath to allow the truths of 800 years ago to resurface. On Robin's 8th birthday, beginning from February 6th of this month, when she attained her doctorate, the world government could strike at any moment with a decree of annihilation to obliterate O'Hara. It would take a year to erase the name of O'Hara from the map entirely. After 5,000 years, O'Hara and the island's archaeologists would also be wiped from existence. An island nation. Wang Lin had no knowledge of how many people resided here, yet such bloody slaughter, if it were in the ancient barbaric era, might be understandable. However, in this enlightened age, such rampant killing was intolerable to Wang Lin. The critical issue was not merely the slaughter. A tree that had survived for over 5,000 years, having weathered millennia of natural disasters, was to be incinerated by them. Who could say whether it was akin to the legendary divine tree in its youth? Had it yet to mature? Would killing it not be excessively cruel? Gazing at today's newspaper, he noted that only 2 days remained. He must arrive within that time frame. Fortunately, it was all in the West Sea, with Xiao Ai by his side. There would be no issue. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, February 5, afternoon, clear skies. Wang Lin landed in O'Hara. Surveying the scene before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Impressive. The first battle is about to commence that I kindly ask for everyone's support and to generously provide 5-star reviews." Chapter 51. The Tree of Omniscience, the Tree of Time. O'Hara is a composite island, with the main island being the magnificent tree, the Tree of Omniscience, firmly rooted in its soil. The smaller islands appear to have been transported by people, as the geological plates are misaligned, revealing obvious patches of assembly in certain areas. Wang Lin gazed at the colossal tree, whose canopy enveloped the entire main island, filled with a profound sense of reverence. It stood as a living testament to history, possessing an extraordinary essence that contained the knowledge of books, which was both fascinating and imbued with spirit. With a heart full of respect for this tree, Wang Lin made his way toward the main island this moment. The people remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, with adults and children alike displaying radiant smiles. As Wang Lin approached the Tree of Omniscience, he sensed its sentience. Though vague, it was undeniably alive. This outcome was something Wang Lin had long anticipated, as this world had once harbored countless races, hence the enchanting dreams of myriad nations. Was it possible that among these races, the plant race was overlooked? Or perhaps beings akin to trance existed? Here, one should never lack imagination, for humans could be endowed with inhuman abilities by demons. After standing before the great tree for a while, Wang Lin entered through a large opening formed by its branches. What greeted his eyes was a vast library, with soaring ceilings and a central atrium, allowing those above to see those below. Each floor was adorned with desks and benches, most of which were occupied by readers engrossed in books, either reading alone or engaged in discussions. He could not gauge their strength. Rather, it seemed they were all rather weak. Such bookworms, had they leveraged their wisdom to enhance their martial prowess, they might have avoided destruction. After several minutes of scanning the entire expanse of the tree, Wang Lin relinquished his peculiar notion that these scholars were willingly marching toward death for their ideals. However, he did discover the doctor who had been slain by the former commander of CP9. That Wang Lin approached him, pausing momentarily at the tree's center. After a brief interval, he continued on, arriving before the doctor and greeting. "Hello, scholar." The elder glanced at Wang Lin, paused for a few seconds, and responded, "Hello, young man. Just arrived at O'Hara, I presume." The elder's assured tone indicated that he remembered every islander and those who had stayed for a time. Wang Lin replied, "Indeed, this place is truly marvelous and magnificent." "Yes, O'Hara is great." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "The greatness lies not in O'Hara, but in it, the Tree of Omniscience." He gestured broadly upon hearing this. The elder nodded in agreement and returned to his reading. Are all scholars like this? So aloof, indifferent, and dreadfully uninteresting. It felt awkward to Wang Lin. Without a response from the elder, he pondered that at least one of them should speak to break the silence. Thus, he continued, "Such a magnificent existence. What if it were to be destroyed? What then?" He raised his eyebrows, observing the elder's reaction. Sure enough, a reaction emerged. The elder, upon hearing Wang Lin's words, appeared somewhat angered and retorted, "I've seen your news reports. State your intentions, but I must first inform you that we have no experts here. Very well. Then I shall speak. I aim to save this tree and its knowledge. Should you wish to avoid death, I can help you relocate. You are not far from annihilation. You all are going to die. Do you understand?" The elder seemed unfazed by Wang Lin's proclamation and simply inquired, "Be clearer with your words. I am old and do not grasp your meaning. So calm. Fine, then I shall elaborate. What I mean is starting tomorrow, you will face danger at any moment, and aside from a select few in this tree, your survival depends on your own will. After all, I cannot force you to live if you wish to die, can I?" The elder asked, "Why just a few in this tree?" Wang Lin smiled and replied, "I protect the legacy of knowledge. Humans themselves are not overly significant, yet I do not wish to witness the demise of children." The elder nodded, saying, "Understood. Very well, then. Let us be saved as well. When shall this commence?" The elder's response caught Wang Lin off guard, prompting him to ask, "Did I misinterpret? Shoot until you fear death? Why agree to my proposal so swiftly?" The elder revealed a cunning smile typical of a streetwise old man and said, "Fear death. That implies a lack of choice. Would it not be better to avoid it? This way, we have more time to explore the unknown knowledge, history, and the myriad mysteries of the world." Wang Lin chuckled. "Old man, you are quite adaptable. I assumed you scholars were all staunch traditionalists. My name is Wang Lin." He extended his hand. The elder reached out as well, giving Wang Lin's hand a firm shake, saying, "Is that so? I presume it is customary. Though we are passionate about knowledge, we are still human, driven by an innate pursuit of life. Hence, it is preferable to live if we can. I am Ku, the curator here, doctorate degree. I never went to school, yet I am proud," he thought to himself. Wang Lin, glancing at his hand that had just been shaken, smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad." The elder, intrigued, asked, "What degree do you hold? If I may inquire?" I graduated from the great teaching.is, that not the most renowned maritime transportation engineering institution within the world government. No, I was taught by my mother. I hold a primary school dropout degree. The doctor, Wang Lin. All right, let us cease this academic comparison. Doctor, fear not. Immerse yourselves in the study of history. I shall reside here until the day danger arrives. Until then, you may go about your affairs without worrying about me. Ah, very well, Lin. You have my gratitude." Wang Lin bid farewell to the curator and settled nearby the Tree of Omniscience. That night, as Wang Lin sat on his hotel bed, he pondered, "System, was everything you said today about the Tree of Omniscience true?" Indeed, all of it is true. The Tree of Omniscience is, in essence, a twisted tree of time. "Goodness, this seems far-fetched," the system responded. "What constitutes true omniscience? Only by rooting oneself in the river of time, knowing the past and future. Can one be truly omniscient? Time and space are grand and profound, while true omniscience merely manifests in a superficial manner. Yet this tree has uniquely formed a library within itself, serving as a repository of knowledge. Hence its twisted nature." Wang Lin felt a slight headache, struggling to comprehend. "Oh, you mean you desire it for yourself, correct? To twist your way around, yet still claim to be merely a system. Indeed, host, you may sacrifice the Tree of Omniscience to upgrade the system, and I shall revert it to its seedling stage." Wang Lin grasped the crux. "Ah, a seedling? Wow, what a miraculous creation that can root itself in the river of time, just for a level up. It's merely a force command, and I still have those 3 beads with you, available at any time. Host, listen to me. Not only can you upgrade, but you will also gain the ability to inherit its knowledge. For instance, apprenticing. The host may take on disciples and pass on your skills." The system had never responded so swiftly before. Wang Lin, intrigued, inquired, "All abilities can be transferred?" The system replied, "Of course not. Your disciples can only learn what you have mastered. For example, if you're proficient in all 6 elements, the disciple may learn one. If you have mastered various martial arts, the disciple may learn one of those." Wang Lin, upon hearing this, felt a spark of inspiration and declared, "All right, it's settled. That I shall begin preparing for subsequent arrangements. You may return now." The system. At this point, Wang Lin materialized the Book of Omnipotence, retrieving items he had prepared over the past year. First, he presented 12 figurine cards, each depicting Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Carp, Roger, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Kazuki Odin, Gold Lion, Blood Count, Rayleigh, and Barrett. The World Destroyer, due to their true strength residing within their fruits, held little significance in this upcoming battle. Or perhaps it was simply unsuitable for such a battleground. hence their removal from the main force. Next, he produced another 12 cards, which corresponded to the same figurine skins, akin to those of Wang Lin and his companions. One inner, one outer, pairing them 2 by 2, the final step was to release them in a timely manner, ensuring that the figurine summoned would possess all the strength and abilities Wang Lin exhibited during their encounters. Subsequently, he retrieved the cards he had been preparing for over a year, intending merely to trap the executor at that time. However, little did I expect, it turned out to be an unexpected gain. Ha ha! Wang Lin sat on the bed, letting out a soft chuckle. P.S. The dolls here are inspired by the movie Hunter x Hunter, Phantom Rouge, and I hope everyone enjoys them. Chapter 52. The demon-slaying order arrives as anticipated next. Just as the system had documented significant events, things began to unfold in an orderly manner. The following day, the library director, Dr. Kuroha, invited Wang Lin to attend a ceremony honoring a prodigious doctoral degree. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our genius, the delightful Robin, to the stage to receive her doctorate. At merely 8 years of age, we witnessed the birth of a scholarly prodigy. The director delivered an impassioned speech before finally announcing the name Wang Lin had long anticipated, Nico Robin. Hee, the little lowly is quite adorable. However, dear child, I cannot allow you to stray from the timeline, lest you lose many cherished companions in your future. Yet you shall not endure a childhood filled with excessive sorrow. Wang Lin gazed at the pitiful individual he had waited 2 years to meet and initiated a search for that woman. There she was, the one he had been observing intently, her expression brimming with excitement. Surely, that must be her mother. Noted. From this perspective, regardless of whether Robin studies the historical texts, the world government has already set its sights firmly on this place. Thus, it is understandable that the director remains calm and composed. The giant admiral must be arriving soon. By this reckoning, CP9 has already made their entrance. Within a month, the demon-slaying order will be enacted, should I. While pondering, the little Robin delivered her speech, truly unfiltered by the innocence of youth. Thank you, everyone, and especially Dr. Kuroha. I have made my decision. I will pursue the truth of history. Yea, surprisingly, as Robin spoke, the doctor had already deduced her intent to stop her, but he was a moment too late. After casting a gaze filled with complexity at Wang Lin and receiving a nod of encouragement from him, the doctor said, Little Robin, remember your resolve. I hope you can overcome the challenges that lie ahead. With that, he gently patted her small head. Yes, thank you, Dr. Kuroha. With that, she joyfully skipped away, eager to share her happiness with her uncle and younger sister. A.S. Wang Lin noticed the crowd dispersing, leaving only the doctor and the marked woman. He approached and said, Do not be afraid. I am here to, in the coming days, gather everyone on the island in one place. When the unexpected occurs, remain calm. Turning to the woman, he politely inquired, You are Robin's mother, Nico Albia, correct? Though his demeanor was somewhat lacking, it was forgivable. Go and spend time with Robin, for there will not be many more opportunities for reunion. Nico Albia glared coldly, demanding, What do you mean by that? Oh, simply that you are about to be relocated. You will become a cherished memory for Robin, as well as a source of motivation for her future. The little girl seeks her mother, and her mother awaits her at the end. Isn't that wonderful? What exactly do you mean? How much clearer must I be? You are going to die, but I will not allow that to happen. Instead, Robin will level up, conquer her challenges, and achieve reunion. Understand? Should I spoil the plot further? If events unfold prematurely and you truly perish, do not hold me accountable. Noticing Nico Albia was about to speak, the doctor interrupted. Albia, heed Lin's words. This individual possesses the strength to speak the truth. You haven't kept up with the news for quite some time, have you? Perhaps you should look into this person's reports, though they are quite rare. After sending Nico Albia away, the doctor turned to Wang Lin and asked, Lin, do you mean to say that we have already attracted attention? Wang Lin affirmed, Indeed, did you not notice? The doctor replied, Not at all. They're all acquaintances. CP9, intelligence operatives, are also cleaners. It is entirely normal for them not to notice. They are typically ordinary people, only becoming tools when something arises. With that, he exited the hall and returned to the hotel. 5 days later, the giant Navy Vice Admiral, Haguardita Soro, arrived as scheduled and befriended Robin. He taught her the joy of laughter, telling her that smiling more often would lead to happiness. Just smile, even when you feel down. This became Robin's lifelong source of encouragement. During her most sorrowful moments, she would echo, he, using it as motivation to march forward in solitude and grow. 15 days later, the ship of world government official Spandam, father of Spandam, chief warden of Eni's lobby, arrived in this locale, ostensibly to arrest Nico Albia, conducting a thorough search of O'Hara. The outcome was that scholars researching forbidden historical texts were discovered by the authorities and arrested en masse, charged with the intent to resurrect ancient weapons and destroy the world. Just as he was about to ignite the Tree of Knowledge, Wang Lin suddenly appeared before him, delivering a swift slap that sent Spandam flying. Finally, we can begin, he declared before instantly knocking out all the CP9 soldiers. He then approached Spandam, produced a den mushi, and stated, the historical texts, the missing century inscribed upon solid stone. The ancients deliberately chose such durable materials to document their truths, intending to convey them to future generations. The reason for inscribing history upon imperishable stone, scattered across the globe, was to prevent destruction that might befall written records on paper or in books. This powerfully demonstrates the existence of forces opposed to those who left behind the stones. If we assume they were annihilated by some enemy, then their adversaries should continue to exist in the annals of history that follow. Coincidentally, the century of blank history, precisely 800 years ago, marked the birth of the world government. If the enemies of the annihilated people were the world government, then the blank century of history must have been expunged by the world government to eliminate unfavorable narratives concerning itself. Doctor, you can elaborate on the rest. I haven't committed it all to memory. Dr. Kuroha was perplexed as to why he had to relay this segment, yet seeing Wang Lin's mysterious demeanor, he took the den mushi and said, I do not know which official from the world government is on the other end, but I must convey, through our interpretation of ancient documents and several historical texts, we have finally uncovered the existence of a certain nation. The documents reveal the grandeur of a colossal kingdom, renowned for its formidable strength, yet all information regarding that nation has been forcefully eradicated. It is likely that they realized they would be defeated by the world government's coalition and, in a bid to entrust their ideals to posterity, inscribed all truths upon stone, which became the historical texts that have endured to modernity. Ancient weapons may indeed be revived from history, but could the existence and philosophy of that kingdom, awakened alongside history, not pose a threat to the world government? We must ascertain the nature of this threat, and the key to understanding it lies in the name of that once prosperous kingdom. Suddenly, Spandam lunged at the doctor, covering his mouth. On the other end of the den mushi, a sinister voice declared, O'Hara. You know too much, Spandam. Initiate the demon-slaying order. Wang Lin smiled as he watched Spandam retrieve the golden den mushi and press the call button. Wang Lin seized the activated den mushi and remarked, is that place still incomplete? Thus, this is the legacy mission of the D-Clan. One piece, aha, merely a profound jest. The portion you erased will return. Who are you? I am someone who has fundamentally opposed your kind since my arrival in this world. What exactly do you intend to do? How much do you know? I desire many things that you cannot and will not provide, and my knowledge is limited, yet I harbor suspicions, and what the doctor stated may not entirely be accurate. However, you fear the world's populace learning the truth, and that is indeed true, is it not? Wang Lin was now exhilarated. When it came to Roger's treasure, no one understood it better than he did. A phrase had been lingering in his mind, eager to be expressed, eager to be asked. Wang Lin tapped the head of the den mushi, calling out a couple of times, hey, rude fellow, could you at least say goodbye before hanging up? Chapter 53. Relocation. The Feast of Slaughter. Upon realizing that the den mushi had truly disconnected, Wang Lin knocked Spandam unconscious, collected both den mushis, and said to the doctor, we can begin now. Once you arrive there, do not panic. If you wish to teach, teach. If you wish to study history, study history. By the way, you have backups of the books, right? The doctor nodded. Wang Lin opened his mind, communicating with Greed Island. The people who had been gathered soon vanished one by one before the doctor's eyes, until only he remained. Wang Lin waved goodbye, saying, there, aside from being unable to leave, everything else remains the same. Since you all enjoy reading, You won't be moving around, baby, doctor. The next moment found himself in an unfamiliar city, surrounded by a multitude of the residents of O'Hara. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals adorned with red armbands, representing various ethnicities, approached under the leadership of a man donning a military cap emblazoned with the words law enforcement. They first saluted and then spoke. Welcome to the island of dreams and greed. I'm a law officer 12, that these are the elected representatives from various communities. From whence do you hail? What crime has led the world government to seek your annihilation prior to your arrival? Did our supreme commander have any final words for you? The doctor replied. Meanwhile, in O'Hara, Wang Lin surveyed the area, noting the absence of others. With a swift motion of his sword, he declared, this time, the CP9 has come to the island to perish. Placing his hand upon the tree of omniscience, he silently invoked, system, sacrifice, received. In mere minutes, the tree of omniscience vanished. Once the tree had disappeared, Wang Lin promptly produced a card for illusion, declaring reveal. In an instant, a tree identical to the previous one reappeared, and Wang Lin struck a match, igniting it. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, shooting skyward. Satisfied, Wang Lin applauded, using his dragon capture technique to cast the somewhat withered corpses into the inferno as the circle activated. He remarked, "Oh, Kazan has arrived early to Robin's mother in Salong." Do not argue. He adjusted his course towards Robin. Robin, cradling her mother, gazed tearfully at the battered and bruised Hagward Salong. Upon witnessing the flames reaching for the heavens, she covered her mouth, ultimately succumbing to her tears. Ignoring his pain, Hagward Salong looked at Robin and said, Robin, be proud. Your mother is magnificent. O'Hara is magnificent, and one day, the history of this island will be passed down through you. Even if you are alone now, you will surely encounter companions one day. The seas are boundless, and you will undoubtedly find those who will guard you. Being born into this world means you will never be truly alone. Then, looking at Kazan, he implored, old friend, let the child be. Kazan shook his head and replied, the demon slaughter order. Do you comprehend its meaning? To annihilate all. Humans, animals, plants, and entire regions must be erased from existence. Hello, allow me to interject. Wang Lin's voice intruded upon the conversation between the big guy and little Robin. Oh, your mother was beaten? No worries, she won't die. Kazan turned, cold sweat forming on his brow. Lin, a conscious Orbeus, struggled to her feet, bringing Robin before Wang Lin. Wang Lin gently patted the little girl Robin on the head and said, little girl, grow up quickly. Go on adventures with your friends. For now, sleep. With a light touch, he rendered Robin unconscious. Then, before Kazan, he sent Robin's mother and Salong away, leaving only the unconscious Robin behind. Turning to Kazan, he remarked, alas, I cannot endorse your version of justice. What shall we do? Meanwhile, distant cannon fire echoed relentlessly, yet the island remained eerily silent, devoid of cries for help or wails of anguish. Nearly 10,000 elite naval forces aboard 10 top-tier warships found themselves bewildered, sensing an absurdity in firing upon nothingness. Sakazuki, too, was at a loss. Pulling out a din mushi, furu, Kazan answered, and the din mushi shouted, Kazan, what is happening on the island? What are our cannonballs striking? Air, Kazan addressed the din mushi, stating, requesting support. Lin is on the island. Right before me. The din mushi instantaneously morphed into Sakazuki's visage, exclaiming, what? Hold on. We are on our way. What are the people on the island? Have they all been slain by him? Wang Lin, speaking in place of Kazan, shouted back, no need to worry. Not a single one will be lost. Afterward, he produced a specially crafted card, the Cage of Revenge, which had been buried for over a year. This custom card was designed specifically for a particular event or individual. He set the conditions that, once met, could be activated at any time. The activation conditions for this Cage of Revenge were as follows. 1. The Demon Slaughter Order must be initiated. 2. The location must be O'Hara. 3. The executor must fire the first shot. Once activated, this would transfer all enemies into a singular, inescapable battleground, a space where life and death must be determined in a deadly conflict. With 3 conditions satisfied, the space could be activated at any moment, designating all of O'Hara as the site for his vendetta. Subsequently, O'Hara would vanish, consumed by the hatred of revenge. Kazan anxiously observed Wang Lin. Relaying to the Den Mushi, there's been a change. Everyone evacuate. Wang Lin chuckled. Can you escape? Activate. With those words, the entirety of O'Hara seemed to pulse with life. Then, the space surrounding the group of naval soldiers and their ships shattered like glass. When they reappeared, they found themselves upon the land of the island. Confronted with this extraordinary phenomenon, the elite navy and officers lost their composure. The scene descended into chaos, and the absence of a mutiny was a testament to their discipline. Meanwhile, Kazan found himself surrounded by several officers clad in white coats that the fierce wind swept through, and the term justice appeared before Wang Lin mockingly. Wang Lin regarded the individuals, Sakazuki, Weasel, Staloberry, and Fire Mountain. So, all of you, familiar and unfamiliar alike, have gathered here. Sakazuki furrowed his brow and inquired, Lin, what do you intend to do? Are you set to oppose the Navy? Shaking his head, Wang Lin replied, Oppose you? I am not at odds with anyone. Yet I stand against the world. You all have brought this upon yourselves, treating life as mere grass, a cycle of cause and effect. We are executing justice. Ha ha ha. Justice is defined by the strong. Just as history is. You are powerful, hence you deem O'Hara as evil, imposing a baseless accusation upon them, even resorting to total annihilation. Such a distorted concept of justice is still called justice. You are mere obedient dogs, not free individuals that I in the past. O'Hara knew no demons. It was home to seekers of truth that I in the future. O'Hara will still know no demons, but it will leave behind a history. However, those seekers of truth will no longer dwell in this world. As he spoke, silence enveloped the scene, his words laden with an uncanny resonance. An icy chill began to emanate from Wang Lin. Vice Admiral Weasel, a hardened warrior, boldly declared, Are you initiating war, my lord? Sakazuki called out. Everyone be cautious. This fellow is no longer the same as he was 2 years, 8G of a D. Do not be deceived by the bounty of 100 million. Uphold our justice. We must eliminate this uncontrollable threat at all costs. As he spoke, he began to transform into his magma demon state. Kazan, too, remained silent, preparing to elementalize, ready to strike. The remaining two were also brewing an attack, determined to unleash a cataclysmic blow. Wang Lin activated his fifth gear. The overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's haki unleashed, and with a fierce glare, he declared, Die! A visible wave of energy erupted from Wang Lin's eyes, engulfing the 10,000 Navy personnel, primarily the 5 vice admirals. The ground began to turn to ash, and dark red snow cascaded from the sky like feathers, while black lightning struck the earth. Those soldiers touched by the dark red snow shriveled away, their bones crumbling to dust, until they were all reduced to mere ashes. The more formidable officers managed to resist somewhat, yet the leading 5 vice admirals and 10 rear admirals fared little better. Beyond their anger, they were gripped by astonishment and panic. Could this be the effect of Conqueror's haki? How could such a thing exist? What happened to us? Our soldiers have all perished. They were so young. A concerned officer began to weep, and others soon followed suit, tears streaming down their faces. Lin, you bear an insurmountable sin. You have committed heinous crimes. Wang Lin gazed at Sakazuki and responded, To be frank, among the Navy, I both admire and detest you the most. The absurd notion of absolute justice. Is there truly such a thing as absolutes? Each of you may well be virtuous, yet when an avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. When you arrived here to execute your superior's orders, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, all your glory cannot mask your sins. They sought to revive a weapon capable of destroying the world. Nonsense. The notion of weapon culpability is utterly ludicrous. The guilty are always those who wield them. What fault lies with the weapon? What crime does knowledge commit? Today I am stronger than you, and I declare you guilty. Thus you shall all perish. I shall present you with some pirates to accompany you in your burial. How about a 1-to-10 ratio? Or perhaps 1-to-100? Drawing forth the sword. With a single stroke, I shall bring an entire city to its knees. Kill. The blade swept forth with unerring precision, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed directly at their necks, all armed with Busashoka haki to defend themselves. The effects of their devil fruits rendered useless with all their might. The two Logia users first sensed the imminent threat to their lives, but before they could articulate their thoughts, they were silenced forever. Only Akainu and Akiji remained, their necks still connected, while the others lay decapitated and lifeless. Wang Lin felt an overwhelming influx of life, souls, and essence being absorbed by the alchemical cauldron, and he sensed the fruits in his backpack steadily increasing. Observing the two who still hoped to preserve their lives through elemental transformation, he mused, absolute justice, lazy justice, perish. At last the two fell, and Wang Lin gazed upon the fruits belonging to them both. It was somewhat regrettable that he could not sacrifice them entirely. Yet it was still a considerable gain. Now he awaited to see if the unforeseen event he anticipated would manifest before this space dissolved. However, as a precaution, he first sacrificed all the fruits within his backpack, along with the previously carded fruits from the omnipotent book, retaining only the four: time, space, mimicry, and barrier. This should be secure enough, as the space continued to shatter, just as it seemed on the verge of vanishing. Suddenly, the air solidified, and within Wang Lin's perception, this space became fixed. Then time appeared to reverse. Have they finally arrived? I have awaited you for so long. Chapter 54. The counteraction in Wang Lin's line of sight. The space began to restore itself, and the ash-like imprints of Akainu and the others grew fuller, until the last individual appeared before him. Following this, all the fallen generals and soldiers resurrected within the space. A black hole emerged from which 7 figures stepped forth. One of them held 2 severed heads, which he casually tossed at Wang Lin's feet. Shanks, Luffy. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, so the fruit of face no longer holds power. But does the protagonist's halo also falter? The 7 cloaked figures gathered, and the one holding the heads of Shanks and Luffy spoke in a raspy voice. Merely disobedient insects and an ignorant young lad. No need for your astonishment, my lord. Wang Lin regained his composure and inquired. Is it just the 7 of you? Another replied. Indeed, we have attempted numerous times, yet could not alter the course of today's events. Thus, upon our decision, we obliterated the future we once knew, becoming counteractionists to return here and start anew. Huh. Wang Lin laughed. Do you intend to slay your past selves to take their place? I am quite curious to witness the tale of a future self slaying their present counterpart unfold before my very eyes. He pondered internally. Have they truly destroyed the future world? Does it signify that the future is beyond control, or is it a literal annihilation? If it is the latter, how formidable must their strength be? System, are the points from the previous sacrifices still intact? Yes, host. You have truly escalated matters this time. Proceed with caution. Understood. My elixirs continue to function, indicating that these individuals' resurrection must come at a cost. Even gods cannot reverse time to resurrect one who has perished without a soul. Moreover, not just for this many, the one who had previously held the heads disdainfully remarked, do we not comprehend these matters? To eliminate you, this anomaly, and continue along the known timeline. Once our timeline converges, we shall naturally revert to our true selves. And now, the first step is to restore events to their original course. Then 2 cloaked figures chimed in. Memory alteration. Exile. Upon uttering these words, Robin began to fade, subsequently appearing on a small boat beyond the space, drifting slowly towards the sea. Following suit, the Navy personnel also began to dissipate. However, given their vast numbers, the process was evidently time-consuming and not swift. Observing this, Wang Lin immediately unleashed a series of sword strikes, hoping to kill if possible, but at the very least to gauge their strength. It was futile. The attacks were too scattered. One individual merely waved a hand, effortlessly dispersing the sword light. What the hell? How impressive! Wang Lin was taken aback by this display. Had he truly reached the level of invincibility in this world? And yet, here was someone who could contend with him. System, I will hold them off. You must exert all your might to pull these frozen individuals into the Hall of Heroes. Let us see if they can resurrect the ashes you conjured. Host, you possess quite the audacity. That I shall give it a try, though the few who qualify are far too few, which lowers the caliber. Confine them all to a single room, or perhaps create a slightly larger space to contain them. For merely having pirates is inadequate. After stating this, Wang Lin produced 12 cards. Casting them skyward, he then swiftly unleashed 7 strikes, sending 7 colossal energy dragons hurtling toward the 7 cloaked figures that he followed closely behind. Targeting the one wielding the blade, roaring, "Kill!" The outcome before his eyes was promising. As they had mentioned, this would indeed be very concentrated. Just as the opposition managed to defend themselves, Wang Lin's second strike made contact. Aware that these individuals' strength should not fall below his own, he held nothing back. Regardless of whether the second strike could kill, the third would certainly be unleashed. Even if the initial target missed, it mattered not. Yet the 7-star holy sword embedded itself in the chest of this cloaked figure, and yet the foe remained unscathed. Pooh! Wang Lin staggered back, nearly splattered by blood, after spitting out a mouthful of crimson. He retreated hastily, uttering a brief remark. "Allow me a moment to recuperate." That moment. The cloaked figure who had slain Shanks and Luffy obstructed Wang Lin, evading each of his attacks with ease. "I'm a wielder of the space-time fruit. Evading your strikes is trivial for me," Wang Lin inquired. "Oh, will it not explode?" Internally, he cursed. "This is far too unfair. I must thank the gods. Without them, how could we possibly combine attributes to yield the finest abilities?" Hearing this, Wang Lin pondered, does this god refer to a literal entity or merely a metaphor? He maintained his composure, asserting, "If the powers of time and space could be effortlessly mastered, you would, in essence, be a god yourself." The cloaked figure replied, "Indeed, if the powers of the devil fruits could be fully developed, ascending to godhood should not be a mere dream, right? The world is truly wondrous. Is it not? However, my starting point is far too elevated. Thus, even my rudimentary abilities are beyond your capacity to contend with." Wang Lin, though possessing a method to turn the tide, was reluctant to apply it to himself, and resigned himself to waiting. Just as the two engaged in dialogue, the cards he had cast into the sky began to descend, emitting plumes of white smoke. As the wind blew, 12 figures of varying heights emerged, each exuding formidable presence. Wang Lin commanded, "Engage in battle, and merely delay those 6. System, are you not yet prepared? Hold on a little longer. It will be ready soon." "Very well." Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the 12 figures, the cloaked individuals expressed disbelief. Truly an anomaly, a demon. These individuals must be illusions. Among the 12, Garp launched a punch, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Even if they are illusions, you shall still feel the sting." Roger chimed in, "Indeed. Who would have thought we could fight side by side? Though not real, the impact of this maneuver should still resonate." "Goddess avoidance," he declared, drawing a blade from seemingly nowhere and striking at one of the 6 cloaked figures. Coordinating with Garp, Lingling laughed. Mama, indeed, do not dodge, soul control." Yet one of the 6 cloaked figures scoffed. "Fakes are ultimately just that, fakes. Open the road to the underworld, protect," while Wang Lin was engaged in a chase with the cloaked figure who combined time and space powers. He overheard yet another cloaked figure unleash a spell. In response, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon after executing a thunderous strike, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Following suit, another cloaked figure morphed into a divine dragon. A colossal golden dragon nearly 1,000 meters long, who swatted Kaido away with its tail. Whitebeard struck out, attempting to create a disparity between the opponent's body and the ground, but as the internal space began to fracture, a small black hole absorbed the attack and retaliated with a punch that a glowing red fist imprint soared toward them. "This is rather dangerous. Let us strike this thing away," commanded the Golden Lion Shiki. Following this, the Golden Lion utilized his levitation ability while Whitebeard swung his blade, redirecting the trajectory of the fist imprint. Boom! A dazzling, small mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. On the other side, Bloodcount and Steelbone, in their puppet forms, began to join forces against one capable of unleashing the power of thunder. Yuchien and Riley united to confront a seemingly divine being clad in black robes, manifesting 1,000 hands and eyes. Meanwhile, Douglas was engaged with Sengoku, facing the individual who had previously wielded a blade. It appeared to be a fierce exchange. However, the 12 were, overall, at a disadvantage, were it not for the superior materials they utilized and their individual mastery of hockey. They likely would have succumbed after only a few exchanges. The shortcomings of these individuals were twofold. First, their inherent strength paled in comparison to their true forms, having been modified by Wang Lin based on the capabilities of the god puppeteer. Secondly, their opponents possessed an overwhelming martial prowess, capable of being pierced through the heart by a single strike from Wang Lin, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Wang Lin had been closely monitoring the battle's progress. Recognizing that the situation was untenable, with a decisive technique, the only move that employed his legs, he executed the dragon tail sweep. Disengaging from the battlefield, he swiftly positioned himself near the 12 specially crafted puppets and commanded them to retreat momentarily. He then mused aloud, Brooke's yellow spring fruit. So, Charlotte Lingling's soul fruit has also been integrated by you, hasn't it? What else could there be? That entity resembling a deity Sengoku is unlikely to end well. Is he? The recent explosion was likely the result of a composite fruit ability, correct? Haha. Indeed, you dare to speculate. Very well, time-space abilities, soul manipulation, weaponization, beast transformation, human fruits attaining divine status, alongside the natural calamities of Earth. Wind, fire, and lightning, as well as the nuclear explosions of light and darkness. You stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt a twinge of headache, pondering, could they possibly employ a hidden trump card at this moment? Clearly, there lies a mysterious entity behind them. He resolved to test the waters once more, thinking that if necessary, he would reveal his trump card for all to see. However, analyzing their dialogue, he deduced that their deity would not stand idly by in the face of death. At that moment, thus, Wang Lin glanced at the puppets surrounding him and activated a unique function of these specially crafted puppets, declaring, Merge, unify your abilities. With a single command, the 12 transformed into shimmering motes. Spiraling into Wang Lin's body, he felt the changes within. He exhaled deeply and exclaimed, so this is the power of a demon. I believe I am ready to annihilate you all. This anomaly has yet to exert its full strength. The 7 cried out in unison. Wang Lin smiled encouragingly at them, thinking to himself, should I reveal that I still possess a hidden card? Chapter 55. Fishing and hooking. Wang Lin grinned widely. Striking a classic pose, bending his left arm, his fist aligned with his head. Gulalala, taste my fist, he laughed. Even laughter is contagious. Never mind, I shall enjoy this punch first. As he unleashed a punch, the effect was distinctly different from that of Whitebeard. Wang Lin's aura tightly locked onto the 7, and the space surrounding them began to compress inward. Fracturing point, one among the 7 shouted, is this even possible for someone who hasn't consumed a fruit? Even Whitebeard at his peak could not deliver such an attack. What good is all this talk? Nuclear explosion, darkness devouring. Listening to their words, Wang Lin analyzed, could they be naming their abilities? Have they abandoned their original names, or are they deliberately concealing them? The information was insufficient. Wang Lin continued his assault, unleashing sword strikes before switching to Barrett's ability to merge. He conjured black and purple-armed hockey intertwined with his will, cascading toward the aforementioned warships. The warships engulfed by the energy were disassembled and reformed into a colossal steel golem. A massive sword was clutched in the golem's hand as Wang Lin proclaimed from within its chest cavity. Qixing, this shall be your moment of glory. Next, Wang Lin commanded the steel giant to wield the sword, executing the berserk sword technique, relentlessly hacking at the 7 that this is bad. His attacks possess the energy to injure internal organs. I can't withstand it much longer. Time-space, hold on a little longer. I will soon devour the ability he just unleashed with the tremor fruit. Divine beast, transform into a phoenix, embody the immortal flames, and attach yourself to this spatial barrier, aiding time-space in absorbing external damage. The strategies of the few resonated clearly in Wang Lin's mind, who, in his 3 states of Emperor's thought, concluded, indeed, abilities have replaced names. Now, it is time to amplify my attacks and tear apart your veils of concealment. With this thought, Wang Lin began to concentrate the tremor ability, channeling it into the tip of his sword. With a fierce thrust, he pierced through the tremor-locked space he had created, infusing it with murderous intent as he employed the 3rd sword technique, granting it formidable penetrating power. The result was a crimson sphere of light. Distinct from Whitebeard's transparent air sphere, which was immediately thrust inside. The moment the sphere entered, it offered no time for the adversaries to react before it detonated, exploding in a chain reaction alongside his previous attack. Weapon, transform into a defensive fortress. Retreat within to shield against this onslaught. Bracing for a direct hit is unwise for the subsequent battle. Wang Lin, upon hearing this, felt vexed and muttered, 7 against 1, and they still wish to play defense. Shameless, I command you to defend, to return to the event. Turning toward the immobilized navy, he stepped forward, internally lamenting, System, you are utterly powerless. I've at least bought you a minute, yet still have not disrupted them. Allow me to lend you a hand. Take heed, as I strike. Ensure you pull them in at the very moment before their demise. Without granting the system a chance to retort, his steel leg slowly morphed into a large blade. Then he executed the sweeping leg technique. The sweeping leg technique, in its creation, drew inspiration from the icy coldness of Nie Feng's ancestral Aoshueliujue, and with his own murderous intent, Wang Lin was confident his chilling aura would not fall short of Nie Feng's. With a true blade of wind at his disposal, what might the effect be? A clean sever. The soldier's points of rupture instantly froze and shattered, returning to the moment Wang Lin uttered that phrase. Upon hearing his words, the black-robed figures as pursuers displayed some cunning time-space. Cease your resistance and expend all efforts to send the soldiers out. This is bad. He is about to make his move. Abandon the soldiers. Rescue the key individuals. Akainu and Akiji must be saved. Any others we can rescue will have to suffice. Very well. Divine beings, nuclear explosion, divine beasts in dragon form. We shall all exert our full strength to shatter this space. The rest of you will be transported to the soldier's leader after the space collapses. The responsibility of withstanding this attack lies with you. The group collectively responded with an okay. The situation unfolded much as Wang Lin had anticipated. Just as the blade's wind was about to cut into the leader's vicinity, several non-human figures appeared. The moment they materialized, the icy blade wind struck them, the chilling aura penetrating their forms, slowly encasing the protected leader in ice. However, once the blade wind dissipated, it would inevitably fade away. Haha, have you emerged? Then allow me to unleash a few more strikes. Following this, he transformed his legs into blades, unleashing a flurry of blade winds. While the massive Qixing, clad in sword attire, continuously lunged toward them like a tea last, the divine dragon was reverted to its original form. The thousand-handed deity was reduced to a mere silhouette, and the defensive fortress bore deep scars. The remaining 3 continued to shield themselves amidst a whirlwind of wind and thunder time-space. First, send those 2 out. If the rest proves impossible, let them go. We cannot remain passive as long as we are present. Minor deviations can be rectified. One of the black-robed figures made a move. It was the time-space ability user. Wang Lin fixated on this enigmatic opponent, who he could not harm in the slightest. As he observed him pressing down on Akainu and Akiji, causing the 2 to flicker and vanish in mere seconds. To control with a touch allows for rapid relocation. Then I must create an opportunity for a decisive strike. They care for these leaders. Thus, aside from the known vice-admirals who participated in the massacre order at Judicial Island, the remainder holds relative significance. Their unwillingness to abandon them speaks volumes. This will be my chance. I must seize it. With a plan forming in his mind, he accelerated the density of his attacks, making them increasingly unpredictable. Aside from the unchanging leg blades, he began to engage in close combat with a single-handed sword. Yet, the sword remained unsheathed for attack. This time, he could not afford to be reckless. It must be a strike that shatters the heavens. Thus, he relied solely on his left hand, whether in fist, palm, or finger techniques. Combined with his dual leg blades, effectively gaining the upper hand, as time-space realized the absence of his ability support, his allies had suffered greatly, prompting him to hasten his actions, adopting the mindset of every little transfer counts. Moving toward the volcanic flames and the weasel, his hand brushed against them opportunity. Sword 2, kill within sight. Sword 3, seize the soul and claim their lives. 2 consecutive kills. A tremor resonated within them. This is bad. Time-space dodge. Kill. A shadow emerged beside the time-space, its body pierced by a black and red sword, a hand pressed down upon him, proclaiming, Got you. When did you come out? The time-space, cloaked in black, could hardly believe his eyes. For the figure before him was none other than Wang Lin. With a smile, Wang Lin replied, "Want to know? I won't tell you. Is your power unusable now? Still not telling you. Here's the setup." After discovering the key individual, Wang Lin decided to execute a lethal strike, commencing a rapid assault to bewilder his opponent. He could see this moment. Wang Lin had already switched to a release-type aura, manifesting a thought beast modeled after himself, which he commanded to manipulate a giant of metal. Meanwhile, he concealed his own presence and stealthily exited the Iron Man. The thought beast, charged with immense energy, attacked. He simultaneously shifted to a reinforcement-type aura and unleashed a full frontal assault while the opponent's allies were on guard. The inability of the adversary to use their powers served its purpose, severing their connection to the outside world. Both the blade and the hand were simultaneously isolated from the external and internal realms. Their abilities had not vanished. They simply lacked a medium for manifestation. In his heart, he silently intoned a sacrificial chant. "System, what is happening? The thing you've been waiting for is arriving." Listen. Before him, several figures in black robes knelt upon the ground, murmuring in a language unfamiliar to Wang Lin. Suddenly, the air around this place of vengeance was thick with heavy breaths and rapid heartbeats. Wang Lin, momentarily bewildered, inquired of the time-space still impaled by the sword, "What the hell are you all babbling about? I didn't understand a word." Then a voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. "They are summoning my arrival." Anomaly. Initially taken aback, Wang Lin's heart surged with excitement. "Damn, the big fish has taken the bait. System, will the effect of the force command let me down? Under equivalent conditions, it will not. And now, it will not. Rest assured, your ultimate oath combined with the force command ensures you will not perish. Then I can relax. Today, I'll slay a god and see what treasures await. P.S. The first battle is about to conclude." Wang Lin, having tempered his martial prowess for centuries in seclusion, has become a bug for this very day, ready to confront the bug of the pirate world. What will transpire? Where have the deities who descended with the 7-star sacred sword gone? Everything is merely the author's conjecture. I hope everyone enjoys it. Meanwhile, the power will not collapse, but will soon return to its rightful course. Chapter 56. The Second Ultimate Oath Avenger. Wang Lin, who had long since made his resolve, awaited this moment. Why had he refrained from using the fruits of time and space? Utilizing them would sever the capacity of the time-space from its past concept, but this was due to the mastermind lurking in the shadows. As long as this individual did not emerge, all Wang Lin's efforts would be in vain. Now that the true master had arrived, Wang Lin dropped the pretense and swiftly dispatched the remaining naval commanders with a fierce kick. "System, have you captured their souls? Rest assured, they are all imprisoned. From the root, they no longer exist." With his mind at ease, Wang Lin removed the hood from the captured black-robed figure. Who are you?" The individual before him was someone not seen in manga or anime. Neither one of the elders nor the enigmatic Mu. However, the figure did not respond, continuing to chatter with the other 6, which only infuriated Wang Lin further, for he could not comprehend their words. "My master, extract me. Something seeks to devour me." The voice of the 7 stars resonated within Wang Lin's heart. Damn, trying to play tricks, how despicable. With a swift motion, he withdrew the sword, disregarding the bleeding time-space, and shouted towards the sense direction. "Demon, come forth." A vibration beyond the range of human hearing reverberated through the air, causing Wang Lin's head to throb and his vision to blur. Yet his robust physique quickly regained composure. Looking back, a figure, indifferent and aloof, floated above the kneeling black-robed individuals, defying scientific explanation. Wang Lin beheld the ostentatious figure, adorned with a golden crown, wielding a jewel-encrusted golden scepter, and draped in a purple-yellow robe. The being was impressively tall. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Lin inquired, "Are you the god they speak of?" "Presumptuous. This is the supreme Anunnaki Nibru, the great supreme deity." "Kneel!" The sycophants scolded Wang Lin while revealing their true forms, which resembled the captured time-space, save for slightly elongated ears, otherwise humanoid in appearance. However, the name of the so-called supreme deity sparked Wang Lin's imagination. Anunnaki, the cornerstone of Oda's worldview? extraterrestrial beings? Were these big-eared individuals from the moon? He decided to probe further. Thus, Wang Lin asked, "What supreme god? By the way, who are you? Where are the elders? Where is Imu?" This time, it was not a minor character responding. The true master spoke without moving his lips. "Anomaly, it seems you possess considerable knowledge." Wang Lin was taken aback. "What do I know?" Yet he was eager to learn more. It was too tantalizing. "Since we're at this juncture, enlighten me about those I previously inquired about." The time-space, still bleeding, interjected, "Humph. We are the Naki names that have lost their significance. Our lives are devoted to the supreme god, thus we exist eternally. Those you mentioned are merely self-proclaimed masters, akin to a dog left a bone to guard the house." "What celestial dragons?" "Mere jest," Wang Lin pressed on. "If there is this supreme god, what are the other deities from legend? If the Yellow Springs exist, then surely there must be a god of the underworld. My sacred sword bears a legend that speaks of celestial beings. Furthermore, every deceased soul, seen by sufficiently powerful individuals, should have a realm of heaven or hell. Tell me, where have they all gone?" Just as the captive was about to respond, the voice interrupted. "Time-space, your heart is disordered from the injury to your body. Return." With those words, the figure reappeared alongside the black-robed individuals, while the time-space deeply bowed to the deity, Anu Naki Nibiru, then, like the others, knelt upon the ground. Next, the deity's gaze fell upon the 7 stars in Wang Lin's hand. Astonished, "Ah, you still possess a chance for rebirth. You did this, didn't you, Anomaly?" The 7 stars in Wang Lin's grasp trembled. Whether from anger or fear, he could not discern. However, Wang Lin had indirectly received his answer, and that was sufficient. Thus, Wang Lin raised his middle finger, cursing, "I did it. What are you going to do about it?" The god, unaware of the gesture's meaning, instinctively felt it was an affront. How could a mortal insult the divine? "Insect, I had intended to take you as my servant, but you have squandered your opportunity." With that, the scepter pointed toward Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin, thinking the conditions were just right, charged head first, and then he disintegrated into ash. What just happened? Has this fool lost his mind? Did he seek to die at the hands of God? The Naki Adamu, with only code names, were bewildered, unable to fathom this outcome. "Silence! It's not that simple." The god spoke with authority. Suddenly, from the spot where Wang Lin had turned to dust, the deepest darkness emerged. From within this darkness stepped a figure wielding an exaggerated, blood-red patterned black blade. The atmosphere grew tense. Even the god's unchanging face betrayed a frown, his mouth agape, murmuring, "Anomaly." Finally, I have emerged. A maniacal laughter erupted from this sinister, malevolent figure, radiating an aura of malice, magic, and resentment. Essentially, an energy devoid of any benevolence towards humanity. The obsession demon body had finally manifested, its reappearance conditional upon Wang Lin's last use of a force command during his search for Lu Jiao, coupled with the consumption of numerous elixirs, culminating in the second ultimate oath. As long as he did not contravene the system's rules, the irreversible setting would remain unchanged. This irreversible oath, aside from the initial and ultimate homeland, was to seek vengeance in death and resurrection. The activation conditions were 1. Death's brink, with little chance of reversal. 2. Murdered. The effect upon activation. The obsession demon body would possess all 6 powers, relentlessly pursuing the murderer until their death. Only then would it cease. Upon slaying the murderer, Wang Lin would fully resurrect as his true self. Note: the Avenger is an intelligent, immortal being. The effect of the forced wish is an additional feature. The obsession magic body possesses the traits of becoming stronger against formidable foes and slaying gods. Coupled with its immortality, it has transcended certain concepts. The price is as follows. 1. Previously, all types of thoughts could only utilize one as the main, with 2 as support, and could not be employed simultaneously. 2. Henceforth, for every enemy slain, the demon-slaying blade will absorb the deceased's grievances and a portion of their soul. This effect will also cause the production of elixirs to be halved in the future. Previously, one elixir 50 individuals, 50 years of lifespan. 3. The weapon, demon slaying, will become the exclusive weapon of the obsession magic body, and Wang Lin, as the owner, will no longer hold dominion over it. Since the cost is less than the gain, a force command was imposed, leading to the current frenzy of the obsession body Wang Lin. Damn it, it finally came out. Thank you, whatever your name is. The Demon King Lin said, here referred to as the magic body or Demon King Lin. The deity was somewhat perplexed by the entity before him, yet still inquired, who are you? The magic body unabashedly responded, I am the true body. That thing seal me away. You are a deity. You should be aware of seals, right? Yes, I am. The magic body chuckled mischievously. So, I must thank you for not only helping me out, but also releasing me. Oh, and what a fine sword. As he spoke, he picked up the 7 stars, which resisted somewhat. The Demon King Lin thought to himself, stay quiet, 7 stars. The sword, with a huff, remarked, is a mere holy sword daring to provoke me. Sheath, manifest. The manifesting ability activated, and a sword sheath appeared. The magic body stowed both the 7 stars and the demon-slaying sword within, then commanded, combine. A flash of light illuminated the area, revealing a new sword that possessed the wildness of the demon-slaying blade and the elegance of the 7 stars. However, one side of the blade featured serrated edges while the other maintained a conventional design. Quite nice indeed, a splendid weapon for slaying, he remarked. Isn't that right, deity? The deity observed it, and sensed the weapon indeed held the power to injure him. Nodding in agreement, it is a fine weapon. Now, you mentioned releasing you. How shall you express your gratitude? The magic body laughed heartily, of course, by forming an alliance. Subsequently, he conjured a contract, pressed it down, and tossed it towards the deity. The inscription read, Today I, Wang Lin, ally with the deity Anunnaki Nibiru, becoming comrades, we shall love and protect one another, and never engage in combat. Should we breach this agreement? A terrible fate awaits. The contract bore a handprint, imbued with the power of rules. The deity glanced at it, found no issues, and pressed his hand down as well. The contract reacted, coming into effect. The Demon King Lin burst into laughter. Suddenly, the deity exclaimed, Not good. It's a trap. P.S. Anunnaki Nibiru and Naki Riki Emu are names derived from the Sumerian civilization's legends about the creators of Earth civilization, the Anunnaki, and their home planet. Nibiru. Adamu is the first man they created, akin to Adam in the Bible, while Riki refers to their slaves. For this chapter, I consulted Sumerian mythology, because manga author Oda has drawn inspiration from the Anunnaki in his portrayal of the celestial dragons and lunar civilization. I designed a deity by combining a name. This way, it also respects Oda's worldview, doesn't it? Additionally, the second vow, inspired by 1 million reincarnated cats, is not a mere figment of imagination that if you don't understand, you may consult the internet. Furthermore, the data for this book is quite poor. Could you perhaps consider the author's earnest attitude and leave some positive comments? Please refrain from giving a low rating simply because you didn't understand the power system, as this will only lower the data and dampen enthusiasm. Chapter 57. I said, You are a demon. Just as the deity uttered his concern, the magic body lunged forward, swinging a blade towards the crowd. However, the deity was indeed a deity. Ripples radiated from him, as if he existed in endless expanse. The magic body pondered, questioning, Is this another ability of time and space? Despicable insect. What was that contract about? Isn't the deity omniscient and omnipotent? Well, let me enlighten you. This is what we call a real lie. Everything written is false, except for one thing. I strike you, and you cannot flee. We both left our handprints. You know, the magic body utilized the ability of transformation, its unpredictable and deceitful nature manifested within it. Then, the magic body retorted. Now it's your turn to answer. Is it my ability of time and space? Wise up and annul the contract. Or else, if so, I suppose consuming 3 at once shouldn't. Then my mind is filled with shaking his head. He continued with a hint of madness. How could it possibly explode? I am a demon. How could a devil fruit explode on me? At that moment, a book appeared, unbound by any limitations. The magic body opened it, drawing out 1 page, then another, and a third in sequence. The deity, unable to discern his intentions, still possessed the basic instincts of combat. thus wielded his staff and struck out, unleashing a bolt of destructive black lightning. The magic body swiftly dodged, the book of omnipotence in pursuit, as he cursed, "If you have the guts, wait a second. Manifest." I consumed point 4 devil fruits, mimicking the time barrier, were devoured by the magic body, as he considered the rumored exquisite flavor, just as the magic body swallowed. The realm of time and space called out, "Deity, my powers are collapsing. 2 types of time have diminished, and 1 type of space is gone." Huh, how useful. Let's see how you evade now. Strengthening, releasing, and merging the 3 systems. Sword 1 kill. Wang Lin aimed to eliminate these pesky obstacles first, then focus on the boss. Those who have played video games know that when facing a formidable foe, if you execute a combo flawlessly, someone sneaks in from behind with either a fruit knife or a pipe to ambush you, disrupting the combo. This haunting shadow became a form of obsession for the magic body. Yet again, the fractured time and space slowed the attack. 3 consecutive circles enveloped the sword light, which should have been as swift as lightning now moved forward sluggishly, akin to a tortoise. "Damn it, Foxy, I will slay you." Sword 2 kill. With a fierce glare, the killing intent became evident, immobilizing the body within the circles of time and space. Followed by Sword 3 kill. This strike pierced through the enemy's dazed mind. Silently, he mused, "Wish. Enhance my combat power tenfold. The cost, everything this person possesses. Wish fulfilled, cost collected. Ah, 0. What a thrill. This is the taste of power." The magic body, under a plethora of negative emotions and some unknown reasons, exhibited bizarre changes in personality. Yet the enemies represented by the deity paid no heed. They were now more concerned about what had happened to time and space. Deity, it appears time and space, like that group, have completely lost the traces of their souls, remarked the one who had amalgamated the powers of soul-related fruits. The deity glanced into the distance, as if piercing through the barriers of the revenge cage. Furrowing his brow and muttering, "Gone?" The deity then turned his gaze back to the deceiver, observing the now significantly stronger magic body. He inquired, "Speak, where have my servants gone?" The magic body ignored him, continuing to seek the next target. Sensing danger, the deity followed Wang Lin's line of sight, spotting a soul. Just as he realized, the soul beside him had already been seized by the magic body, and the soul-related attacks proved utterly ineffective against it. The magic body gazed at the soul, extending his tongue and licking his lips, stating, "Your soul must be quite delectable, but for safety's sake, I must endure." Internally commanding, system, sacrifice him. Yet the will that had previously interrupted the sacrifice descended once more. However, the magic body was no longer the same as Wang Lin. Being a trump card, it had gained various enhancements. Moreover, all of Wang Lin's abilities have been transferred to the magic body, precisely because of its immortality. The most crucial aspect was that the two were inherently one, merely differing in reason and madness. The madness was ignited by grievances, giving rise to obsession. Thus, when this will interrupted again, the magic body's imperial will activated, addressing the deity with a single word, "Begone." Boom! A mere glance ignited a massive explosion between the deity and the magic body. After the explosion, the magic body held a deformed fruit in his hand, muttering, "Is this the amalgamation of souls?" Then, as the deity cursed bastard, he swallowed it whole. The fruit was excessively large, lodged in my throat. However, the magical body is inherently a manifestation of thought, and the transformation abilities of the nun's system allow for such a metamorphosis, enabling me to shrink to the size of a deity. In fact, this is reminiscent of the pirate world, where most individuals stand around 4 to 5 meters tall. Pure-blood humans like Wang Lin do not possess any notable advantages in terms of height. Accompanying this transformation was the amalgamated entity known as the 7-star Demon Slayer. After my throat expanded to accommodate the forbidden fruit, I glanced at the irate deity and inquired, "What did you say?" I missed it when it got stuck to yes, I spoke. A needle from the manipulation system pierced my own body, while the enhancement type enveloped the entirety of O'Hara like a solar corona. Its aura transformed into a deep crimson hue, visible even to those devoid of nun abilities. The deity, taken aback, uttered a statement that astonished the magical body. "So, you are an interdimensional visitor, a creature of darkness. My servants, offer all that you possess. Let your abilities return and coexist with me. I shall find you again at this time, and all shall return to how it once was. Yes, my lord, this is our honor." Upon uttering these words, several figures resembling Naji Laki Adamu vanished, transforming into light that fused into the body of the god, Anu Naki Nibari in a swift motion. Wang Lin delivered a seemingly effortless punch to Anu Naki Nibiru. Exclaiming, "You are cheating," he then executed a teleportation, a high-level release ability, to the opposite end of the space. This punch, almost mockingly delivered, left the deity momentarily dazed, yet he was compelled to prepare himself thoroughly. Years prior, he had battled in that world, which, despite lacking overt divine presences, was governed by peculiar laws. Some beings there appeared as diminutive as ants, yet their attacks could confound even a god. Ultimately, unable to establish dominance there, he had shifted his focus to a nearby realm, and oh wonder your abilities are so bizarre. It is called none, is it not? However, though the magical body was surprised by the deity's words, it pointed benevolently behind him. Interrupting his speech, a large winged, rotund figure floated beside him, its endearing appearance uttering incomprehensible phrases to the deity. Initial loan amount: 1 million of energy, with an interest of 10 every minute, during the period of non-repayment. All attacks will inflict no harm upon the debtor. Your total energy is whimper, whimper, whimper. The plump figure gazed at the magical body with a look of grievance. I cannot ascertain. His total energy is far too high. A series of question marks flashed on the display on his forehead. The magical body, unfazed, remarked, "Do not fear Big White. He will surely face bankruptcy one day. Next time, upgrade your display, but for now, just keep him occupied. Disturbing him is your duty. That will suffice. What does it mean to be brazen? This is it. Discussing schemes in front of someone. The deity, exasperated by the conversation between a monster and a diminutive creature, demanded, "Tell me, what the hell is this thing?" It seemed even deities could resort to profanity. In response to the deity's inquiry, the magical body shed its playful demeanor and answered earnestly, to impose difficulty upon the strong for personal gain. A revised version of the principle of extracting from the heavens while knowing only self-detriment. When you are unable to repay the debt and face bankruptcy, you shall lose your unique attributes. For instance, if you are a god, you will lose your divine traits. If you possess immortality, you will lose that as well. The method to break the curse is to repay the debt, with the requirement being to inflict damage equal to or exceeding my output plus the interest. Just as I was about to elaborate, a series of beeping sounds interrupted as the plump figure announced, 1 minute has passed. The principal and interest total 1.1 million. I shall report to you again in 1 minute. The deity reflected on the recent attack, deeming it rather simple for him, but the abilities from that realm were too peculiar. Moreover, this current ability sounded baffling, prompting him to inquire, "Why are you disclosing such details to me?" Because this self-serving ability requires disclosure of conditions to enhance its efficacy. This is termed fairness for the client. Should the client express doubts, as the lender, I must inform them of the terms and how to escape their predicament. Furthermore, providing detailed information consumes time and extends the compound interest calculation for every second. Now, the introduction is complete. Another beep resounded, and the plump figure resumed his report. The deity's expression darkened considerably, quite literally. Meanwhile, after the effect of restraint faded, the magical body assumed a ready posture, prepared to shift and waste time in a strategic manner. Internally, I chuckled. How could one expect a loan shark to disclose hidden conditions? As long as you do not inquire, I shall remain silent. A god. Starting today, you shall perish simultaneously. I reminded myself that what lay before me was a devil, a demon. After this mental prompting, the slayer within the 7-star demon slayer pulsed slightly before settling down. Where is the demon? Today, I shall slay you. Chapter 58. The enraged deity's retaliation. The deity regarded the magical body's earnest defensive stance and suddenly felt a pang of regret. How did I encounter this lunatic? Is it merely about altering history? Those gifted with abilities from that world are all madmen, relentless in pursuit of their goals. No, damn it. Even in death, there exists a concept known as the death nun. If resurrection is possible, then each demise doubles one's power. The deity calculated the potential gains and losses of this encounter and suddenly realized resurrection ability. Damn it, no wonder his demise was so peculiar. He approached me intentionally. This must be one of the conditions. What else could there be? Lost in thought, the deity paused. Meanwhile, the magical body noted that the deity was no longer pursuing him, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He mused, is this deity biding his time for a grand move? Die. With a powerful strike, I unleashed a punch, my arm vanishing along with my fist at the moment of impact, landing squarely on the deity's form. Just as Big White finished recording the new data, he announced, a new loan has been initiated, increasing the amount by 5 million energy. Struck in the face by the punch, the deity seethed with rage. Cursing, you bastard! I will kill you! Come on, bring it on! The ensuing chase saw the deity pursuing while the magical body teleported away. Yet in the deity's mind, other thoughts brewed. If my current state embodies the death nun, then the condition for resurrection must be revenge. That cunning fiend, clearly, had set a trap from the start, using his time and space abilities to orchestrate this. The pursuit continued for half an hour, with Big White incessantly chattering in the deity's ear, adding to his irritation. Regardless of how he attacked the diminutive creature, he could inflict no damage. Each strike merely pushed it back a meter, only for it to rebound like rubber. This being seemed to possess a rule-based property, impervious to elimination. It was designed for a lethal condition to dictate the battlefield. Therefore, to ensure an undefeated premise. This loan must first be eradicated. Otherwise, would it truly unfold as he claimed? The deity clarified the crux of the issue before him, intensifying his pursuit. Suddenly, the magical body sensed a chill behind him and, without hesitation, glanced to the right, teleporting skyward. Boom! The magical body laughed heartily. Huh, I knew it. Sometimes one's eyes betray them. With a swift motion, another punch connected with the back of the deity's head, followed by the familiar beeping sound. If you have the capability, stop running, the magical body taunted. Then don't chase me. As he brandished his sword haphazardly, the deity halted, momentarily frozen before rapidly teleporting multiple times. The deity, now infuriated, cursed, damn it, you are cheating. The magical body smirked, his lips curling mischievously, and with another swing of the sword. I knew you would cheat again. The magical body then landed a solid punch to the deity's jaw. Big White hurriedly approached, beeping incessantly. Get lost, I know what you wish to say. The magical body observed the deity's frustration, grinning wickedly before taking off. Occasionally, when the deity paused, the magical body would also halt. However, whenever the deity resumed his pursuit, the magical body would move as well. The deity analyzed this dynamic, pondering what ability this might be. Why was he so adept at wielding each of his abilities? What if the dark natives of that time were similarly skilled? Moments later, the deity's expression shifted, a realization dawning upon him. No, this state itself is abnormal. Thus, it must be what they refer to as a vow. At this moment, the magical body resumed swinging his sword, and the deity attempted to evade twice, noticing the absence of the bizarre teleportation-style attacks. Are you trying to deceive me again? The deity before me cannot possibly be oblivious to the fact that your instantaneous assaults are solely reliant on your fists. Am I correct? Ah, you scoundrel! Behold, the demonic entity once again thrust its sword, this time raising it before the divine presence and lunging forward. Initially, the deity felt a twinge of anxiety, yet upon sensing the situation, found no imminent threat. However, in the next moment, the tip of the sword concealed behind a demonic form vanished, only to reappear at the deity's back. The demon's arm lunged forward, and once more, the scene played out, with the deity wounded and letting out a furious roar. The essence of demon-slaying lies in its idealism that it only reaches its pinnacle when its wielder perceives the enemy as a demon. The effect of demon devouring manifested. And this self-proclaimed god, the demon does not believe to be a true deity, At best, he is akin to those who have merely cultivated through methods of training. Compared to the existence that sent him here along with the wish-granting system, he is fundamentally inferior in terms of dimensionality. The demon turned to gaze at the backstabbed deity and remarked, "In battle, one must not disdain deceit. You have fallen for my trick?" As the deity felt his lifeblood being consumed, he was instantly enraged. His crown nearly lifted by his furious mane, he paused to declare, "If I am not mistaken, your appearance is conditional. I initially underestimated you, but it was my prolonged tranquility that dulled my vigilance." Upon finishing, his staff began to glow, and he pointed at the demon, uttering the word "retrace." A beam of light surged toward the demon. The demon dodged frantically, yet the light seemed to disregard its evasions, piercing through its form and returning to the staff. Subsequently, a series of images unfolded, revealing the past of Wang Lin, played in reverse until he suddenly appeared in this world as an infant. Then the scenes fast-forwarded. The young Wang Lin was seen on the shore, practicing martial arts while shouting, though certain parts were muted with a beep. The power of rules. Unspeakable. From what he could hear, there was a force that had transported him to this world. Next, there was the moment when young Wang Lin unexpectedly rescued a marine soldier, learning the 6 styles, only for the soldier to be devoured by a sea creature shortly thereafter. Pause. Insight. Target marine soldier. Then, the scene showed a marine soldier, who was destined to perish, being whisked away from the jaws of a sea creature to that very beach, followed by the image of young Wang Lin rescuing him. Connecting the story. An unknown force? Incomplete information. Continue. The images resumed, until one day, young Wang Lin grew into a young man and loudly proclaimed his oath, after which the island he lived on vanished from this world. For the next year, Wang Lin roamed and hunted, causing the innocent civilians who should have perished to also disappear, yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. The demonic entity had appeared in this world once before, then vanished. Then came the second oath, related to vengeance and resurrection. Finally, a series of fragmented images played out, leading to the present S.O. That's it. The rules of wish-making, the most intense desires of living beings. A unique rule of the dark world. I do not perish, nor does he vanish. If I die, he resurrects. It seemed as though time had paused for an eternity to witness this, but in reality, only a mere 10 seconds had passed. During this brief interval, the demon could not fathom what trickery the enemy was employing, remaining cautiously observant. IT tested the waters with slashes and thrusts, yet the deity's full-throttle evasion offered the demon a taste of frustration, striking but failing to land a blow. Oh, the deity smiled? What could possibly amuse him? The demon watched as the deity broke into laughter, as if he had won a grand lottery. Instantly, it assumed a stance, preparing to continue its ruse. The deity spoke, exuding confidence. Your name is Wang Lin, is it not? An unknown, unspeakable being from another realm. The deity continued. That expression is just right. Your greatest weakness lies in but one thing. Does it not? Your homeland, your guardianship. Huh? The demon. Winky face, that beam of light. The deity then remarked, wishes are quite sinister, and you are equally devious. But why should I kill you? Why exhaust myself battling an opponent who cannot die? The demon, feeling anxious, interjected, what exactly do you intend to do? Speak quickly. Is your tongue constipated? Ignoring the provocations of what was clearly not a human entity, the deity carried on. Simply let your oath be shattered, or send you away to that unspeakable place of yours. Would that not suffice? The demon remained puzzled, only to hear a rather comical voice. Ah, I am dead. Upon uttering this phrase, the areas on the deity's body that had been pierced by the demon's slaying sword began to rot, ultimately transforming into a skeleton. The ever-loyal pudgy figure also vanished in a flash. The demon, holding the demon's slaying sword, dropped it with a clatter, incredulously muttering, even a god can succumb to self-destruction. Meanwhile, the demon's form began to slowly transform, its black skin lightening to white. The resurrection following vengeance was underway. The demon examined its hands. As Wang Lin's consciousness began to awaken in his mind, Wang Lin addressed the obsessor demon. Not bad. Have we just eliminated the puppet master? The demon replied, "You may not believe this, but I merely poked him with a knife, and he angrily self-destructed. It had nothing to do with me." Wang Lin chuckled, internally mocking. "What nonsense are you spouting? Try to be humorous with me." Chapter 59. The Deity's Curse versus Force Command. No games to be played. Wang Lin was still contemplating whether he could sing invincibility every day, when suddenly an anomaly occurred. The deity, who should have perished, was reborn from the ashes. Several tails and multiple heads appear behind him, with one tail showing signs of having been severed by the authority of this world. I curse. Wang Lin and his obsessor shall never be separated, merging into one. In the midst of this transformation, Wang Lin furrowed his brows, while the demon's face lit up with joy. Now, it's a dual-faced, two-skinned situation. Wang Lin felt as though his half-resurrected body had hit a snag. In a fit of urgency, he glanced at the system's description of his state. Neither dead nor alive. Lifespan, eternal. Astonished, he thought, "This curse appears more like a blessing, does it not?" Turning his gaze back to the reborn deity, he found himself at a loss for words, only able to express, "You are a bit cheeky, aren't you? You promised death, yet here you are, playing at resurrection." The deity paid him no mind and continued, "By the authority of this world, I curse. The merged Wang Lin is an unreasonable existence in this realm and must be expelled." Wang Lin smirked coldly, thinking, "You can't just expel me on a whim. Host, please recognize that this curse is not a blessing. Your first oath is beginning to unravel. The situation is dire. What should I do?" In a moment of desperation, Wang Lin picked up the 7-star demon-slaying sword and swung it at the deity. Sword energy filled the space, forcing the deity to cease its elaborate incantations and engage Wang Lin in combat. However, Wang Lin was still intent on seeking death. The second oath remained, so dying should enable him to escape this state. The deity caught on, thus each of its attacks lacked lethality. Furthermore, Wang Lin's body was remarkably resilient. In this merged state, the essence of the 6 systems combined with the demon's innate capacity, which was already vast as the ocean, surged exponentially due to the conditions met during the wish-making process, propelling Wang Lin's body towards an incomprehensible level of toughness. In the midst of the battle, the deity chuckled. "Although the rules you possess are quite peculiar, there is no such thing as invincibility. Every power has a countermeasure. This is a fundamental principle of the Dark Continent. Your oath is your vulnerability, and all I need to do is make you break it, and you will be finished. In the future, I will obliterate everything in this world that you hold dear, and at that time, you will be devoured by your own oath." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's cognitive enhancement kicked in. He recognized the truth in the deity's words. Now, with only 2 opportunities for forced action, he must make use of them wisely. First, he needed to capture this entity before devising a strategy. As such, Wang Lin continuously pondered how to ensnare the deity, his attacks becoming mechanical habits. Gradually, he devised a plan. Utilize the Force Command, activate the Manifestation ability, and amplify it with the other 6 systems. Then, a purple gold gourd appeared in his hand. Opening the gourd's mouth, he gazed mysteriously at the deity, saying, "Anu, Naki, Nibiru, if I call your name, will you dare to respond?" The deity, momentarily perplexed by Wang Lin's actions, hesitated to reply. Thus, the deity, Wang Lin, disregarding the disdainful expression, cheerfully remarked, "Oh dear, Anu, Naki Nibiru, you are nothing but trash. You still dare to claim to be a god. From my analysis, at best, you are merely an invader. Are you not? Anu, Naki Nibiru, I surmise that you must have found it exceedingly difficult to survive in your own realm, compelling you to invade others indiscriminately. Am I correct? Anu Naki Nibiru, such remarkable composure. Allow me to speculate on the mischief you, Anu Naki Nibiru, have engaged in throughout your formative years. Anu Naki Nibiru, at the tender age of 5, you pilfered a lollipop from a little girl. Anu Naki Nibiru, at 6, you coerced a young girl into stealing your own lollipop. Anu Naki Nibiru, at 7, you played with the urine and mud of the neighbor's child, and at 8, the divine could endure no longer, and with a resounding exclamation declared, "You are speaking nonsense." I, Anunnaki Nibiru, am born of divine royalty to Wang Lin, with a hearty chuckle, clapped his right fist against his left palm and proclaimed, "The conditions have been met. Success. Seize it." The deity was momentarily taken aback, pondering what had been achieved, yet was soon reminded of the earlier taunt, "If I call your name, will you dare respond?" In a fit of frustration, the divine pointed at Wang Lin, yet his body involuntarily gravitated towards the purple golden gourd. Along the way, the deity uttered the most repugnant blessings upon Wang Lin. "You scoundrel, Wang Lin, do not presume that you have triumphed. You underestimate the authority of the divine, by the essence of my divine kingship. With the power vested in me, as the sovereign of this realm, I bestow upon you an eternal curse. Wang Lin, who stands before me, shall never again manifest in this realm, regardless of his transformation, nor may he appear in the realm of the Dark Continent. The abilities he once possessed shall be, at this juncture, the will of the world opposed, for the deity had intended to declare that such abilities would be obliterated from existence. Yet the world disagreed, leading to a contention with his scepter. It seemed that this ability could benefit the world, thus rendering the deity incapable of voicing his intentions. He was left to amend his statement. Continuing, "The abilities once held by Wang Lin shall, from this day forth, be limited to a singular manifestation in this realm. The rules of wishing shall be reinstated, with the cost being that they cannot be utilized again. Not even should one return to the Dark Continent in the future." Upon concluding, his scepter shattered into glimmering dust, dissipating into the ether, just as he was about to be drawn into the gourd. A light-hearted chuckle from the divine echoed, "The divine shall not perish. The moment all your oaths are broken shall be my moment of breaking the seal and returning." Wang Lin tilted the gourd, scrutinizing the final curse to discern its nature. Meanwhile, the space of the cage of vengeance was fracturing at an alarming rate. Wang Lin cast a glance at the system's functions. His eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. "System, what has happened to your wishing function? What does the infinite symbol and function once signify?" "Wang Lin, the situation has escalated dramatically. Though for me, it is a fortuitous turn of events. The infinite symbol implies that henceforth, the number of mandatory commands is limitless, yet it has supplemented the rules of wishing at the cost that you cannot utilize them in your current world, particularly within the pirate realm. However, he has underestimated my upgrade settings. Thus, the one represents an opportunity to forcibly utilize it within this world. Nevertheless, you're also barred from using it, as he has cursed you to be exiled from this realm. Once the cage of vengeance is entirely shattered, you will exist beyond the world in a state of enlightenment." Wang Lin grasped the system's explanation and promptly inquired, "Can I utilize that infinite command now? The space is fragmented, rendering it unusable. Even if it were possible, do not forget that the curse will also ensue." Wang Lin settled into a meditative posture, drawing upon years of training that allowed his comprehension to manifest more effectively during meditation. Several minutes later, Wang Lin rose, stowed away the 7 stars demon-slaying sword, and held the gourd. He conferred with the system regarding the subsequent course of action, ensuring its cooperation at all times. Then, before O'Hara could completely collapse, he departed in advance, entering the first location. Upon returning to his homeland, Wang Lin wasted no time in employing the infinite mandatory command to elevate the cauldron of elixirs to the revered 8 trigrams furnace of Taishang Laojun, a weapon capable of refining all. At least, this was Wang Lin's perception, and thus he set that as a condition for manifestation. The deity within the gourd sensed his curse and immediately shouted through the gourd, "Useless. Useless! Even if you possess a concealed space, how much can you truly achieve? Your departure is inevitable." Indeed, the very next moment, instability began to manifest in the space of his homeland, a phenomenon that should not have occurred. Yet as time advanced, Wang Lin's oath would ultimately be nullified, revealing a flaw. Furthermore, he was here, invoking a wish on an island that belonged to the pirate world. Wang Lin calmly addressed the gourd, "Just wait and see." Having said that, he cast the gourd into the 8 trigrams furnace. The furnace shrank and flew into the palm of Wang Lin's hand. He then stepped into the dream of Greed Island. He wished for the complete merger of his homeland with Greed Island, establishing a dimensional space within the system, adjacent to the Hall of Heroes. The original island of the West Sea was replicated for future use. In the next instant, in the West Sea, an island identical to the one where Wang Lin had previously resided materialized in its original location. This moment, Wang Lin released Xiao AI's submarine. Manifesting it on the replicated deserted island, he too entered, testing its functionality, only to find it unusable. The next step was to enter the training room. I wished to achieve perfect integration with the demon body of obsession, inheriting its characteristics and restoring my former abilities. Upon merging with the demon body, a protective spirit beast will be generated, with effects akin to the final oath too. Having accomplished these tasks, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Sensing the protective realm within the system, he glared fiercely at the 8 trigrams furnace and declared, Anunnaki Nibiru, can you hear me? The wish you believe you comprehend is merely a jest. That is only possible in the Dark Continent.